Chapter 1. The resonant roar of engines echoed in his ears, and the immense rush of air struck his face. The agonizing sensation coursed through Sun Ye's battered body, prompting an instinctive movement. As he subconsciously opened his heavy eyelids, his muddled thoughts swiftly returned to his core self. Where am I? Sun Yu realized he was sprawled on the ground. His gaze met only with the dull sky above. A bird appeared to be soaring. Yet as he noticed the elongated stream of air trailing behind it, he abruptly comprehended that it was not a bird, but an aircraft, and more precisely, an unidentified flying object. My heavens, what is this place? In a state of panic, Sun Yu attempted to lift himself, but as he swung his arm, he inadvertently touched a soft body. Upon closer inspection, it was a charming young girl. Her form lying sprawled across him in an awkward position. Her clothing was peculiar and tattered. Surrounding him were numerous others, sprawled in disarray, creating a scene reminiscent of a battlefield, replete with blood and corpse sand. Utterly horrifying sight. This can't be real. I distinctly remember having arranged to meet friends at an internet CAF to play Dragon Ball. Xenoverse. On my way, I encountered an elderly woman who had collapsed. I recklessly risked everything to help her. Alas, it seems that in this society, there are few young people like me who possess such compassion. However, I recall a vehicle speeding towards me at that moment, and I thought I was surely doomed to think. At that moment, a glimmer of realization sparked in Sun Ye's eyes. He had not perished, nor was he in a hospital. Thus, only one possibility remained. He had traversed dimensions. Suddenly, Sun Yu turned his body to glance behind him, and a fluffy tail swayed in the wind. The sight of this tail sent tremors through his heart. For others, the significance of this tail might be lost, but Sun Yu was a quintessential otaku and an anime enthusiast, having cherished various Japanese animation since childhood. Particularly, he was well versed in classics like Dragon Ball and Naruto, able to recite character details from memory. The tail, this was the emblem of a Saiyan. Having read numerous stories about dimensional travel, he never anticipated that he would also ride the wave of this phenomenon. I'm a Saiyan. I have become a Saiyan. Sun Yu was elated, but before he could revel in his joy, the pain coursing through his body felt like a cold bucket of water, dousing his enthusiasm. Ouch, that hurts. Sun Yu gingerly touched his right ribs, realizing two of them were likely fractured. However, such injuries were trivial for a formidable Saiyan. Regaining his composure, Sun Yu contemplated the circumstances of the Dragon Ball universe, letting out a wry smile as he mused. This Saiyan I've become is probably nothing more than a disposable character. I wonder how much time remains before Frieza obliterates planet Vegeta. Perhaps I should seize this opportunity to leave planet Vegeta altogether. Yes, to Earth, to train there and grow stronger. It is evident that he, along with several other Saiyan youths, has been dispatched to this planet to fulfill a certain mission. Although he had just witnessed the evacuation of a few comrades, the spacecraft he arrived in must still be located somewhere nearby. Saiyan spacecraft are singular, spherical vessels, and perhaps he could utilize it to journey to Earth. As Sun Yu was preparing to depart in search of a spacecraft, he noticed the girl who had previously shielded him. According to the memories stored within his mind, the Saiyan squad had endured a fierce battle. This young girl had sacrificed herself to protect the original owner of his body, regrettably to no avail, as the original owner had perished. Otherwise, he would not have found himself in this predicament. Sun Yu gently turned the girl over to examine her face. Noticing a faint breath still lingering, it appears she is not yet dead. According to the memories of the original owner, your name is Lana, my cousin, and an exceptionally gifted intermediate warrior. Sun Yu furrowed his brow. Within the Dragon Ball narrative, Saiyans are typically portrayed as cold and unfeeling, showing no sympathy for the weak. Why, then, would this cousin of his sacrifice herself for him? Perhaps this world diverges from the realm of Dragon Ball in certain respects. Regardless, she sustained her injuries in an attempt to save me, and I cannot simply stand idly by. In that case, I shall administer artificial respiration and cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Sun Yu would stake his honor on the fact that his intentions toward the cousin before him were purely altruistic and not driven by her charming appearance. They were stranded in a desolate wilderness, devoid of any medical equipment, leaving him no choice but to rely on the principles of science and his own integrity. As he turned Lana over, an object resembling a pair of glasses fell from her grasp. A smile crept across Sun Ye's face as he recognized it as a power-level scouter, an item featured prominently in the Dragon Ball series. After securing the scouter, Sun Yu bent down, pinching the delicate bridge of the girl's nose with one hand while gently lifting her chin with the other, parting her lips. Taking a deep breath, he leaned in to administer a forceful kiss. Exhaling into her mouth, their lips met, and a soft sensation, imbued with the fragrance of youth, flooded Sun Ye's mind. Before his transmigration, he had been a quintessential recluse, never having held a girl's hand. And now, in a way, he was bestowing upon her his long-cherished first kiss. Nevertheless, he remained resolute in his belief that he was merely engaged in an act of rescue after several breaths. He reluctantly straightened up, preparing to perform CPR on his dear cousin according to the teachings from childhood textbooks, performing cardiopulmonary. Resuscitation involves placing one hand's palm on the back of the other hand and then applying firm pressure to the patient's chest. However, as Sun Yu glanced at his cousin Lana's chest, he could not help but swallow hard. After all, in his memories, his cousin was merely 15 years old. The Saiyans truly embody the essence of a warrior race, for even at such a tender age, she had already developed quite maturely, with all the right attributes accentuated. Her body, brimming with explosive vigor and taut skin, complemented by a flawless, exquisite face characteristic of Eastern beauty, was undeniably captivating. Suppressing the myriad of impure thoughts that invaded his mind, Sun Yu placed his right hand over his left, positioning them on the girl's heart. Although Lana donned a specially designed soft armor combat suit reminiscent of the Dragon Ball anime, it did not diminish the astonishing elasticity he could feel. Stealing a furtive glance around, he incrementally increased the pressure in his hands, intent on administering CPR to Lana. At that moment, the girl, who had been in a deep coma, suddenly began to cough and slowly opened her eyes. Sun Yu was momentarily paralyzed by this unexpected turn of events. Her gaze swiftly transitioned from confusion to clarity, and upon noticing his hands on her body, her delicate face drained of color as she instinctively struck out at him. Exclaiming, "Kyle, you rogue! Beep, beep, beep! Power level 874," the scouter suddenly announced, revealing Lana's combat strength. Thus, Sun Yu was propelled 10 meters away by the full force of his cousin's strike. How am I supposed to explain to my cousin that I was merely performing CPR? The Kyle that Lana referred to was indeed Sun Yu's Saiyan name. His full name was Kyle's, which translates to bringer of death in the Saiyan language. Cough, cough, Lana. This is a misunderstanding. Please let me explain. Sun Yu, seeing Lana rush toward him, braced himself for what he assumed would be another round of punishment. After all, throughout their childhood, he had often found himself on the receiving end of her blows. Kyle, I do not fancy those weaker than myself. If you truly wish to win my affection, you must strive to improve. At the very least, you should attain a combat power of 3,000, Lana declared, attempting to elevate her chin in a bid to appear more aloof. Yet, the keen-eyed Sun Yu discerned a hint of shyness and expectation in her gaze. A combat power of 3,000. Sun Yu's lips twitched. Perhaps it was due to his identity as a traveler that his perspective extended beyond the traditional Saiyan understanding of combat power. While Saiyans are inherently endowed with formidable physiques, their comprehension of martial arts and mastery over ki is rather rudimentary, lacking a proper training methodology. They blindly adhere to the law of the jungle, which ultimately hinders them from realizing their full potential, a situation that aligns remarkably with the broader universe depicted in the Dragon Ball world. Thus, to better unlock his latent abilities, Sun Yu resolved to journey to Earth, where he would seek guidance from the divine and learn to master the art of ki. Seeing Sun Yu fall silent, Lana pouted slightly and spoke in a tone laced with consolation. Kyle, although you are a lower-ranking warrior, with diligent training, you may very well attain a combat power of 3,000. You must have confidence in yourself. Hearing Lana's words, Sun Yu chuckled softly and shook his head, responding gradually, Sister Na, I actually believe that assessing a newborn's potential based on its initial combat power is fundamentally flawed. Hey, what nonsense are you spouting? Lana frowned. You are clearly envious and jealous of my status as a mid-level warrior, which is why you are saying such things. Sun Yu smiled gently, shaking his head. The concept of talent is challenging to evaluate using a singular standard. It is often intricately linked to one's efforts, comprehension, and even fortuitous encounters. Perhaps some individuals are born weak, yet through relentless learning and unyielding battles, they can continuously surpass themselves and become immensely powerful. Take for instance the character Goku from the Dragon Ball universe. He started with a mere combat power of 2 to 3, dismissed as a worthless low-level warrior. Yet, this so-called worthless warrior, through incessant learning and an unwavering pursuit of strength, transcended his limits and ultimately emerged as one of the strongest beings in the entire universe. Goku's achievements undoubtedly benefited from the Saiyan lineage, which grows stronger in the face of adversity. However, among the multitude of Saiyans on planet Vegeta, how many truly broke their own shackles to become formidable warriors? Many merely perished as countless souls under Frieza's command. Thus, to become a powerful being, talent accounts for a mere 30%, fortune holds 70%, and the remaining 90% must be earned through one's own relentless efforts. Perhaps due to being a Saiyan, Sun Yu harbored an almost obsessive fervor for strength. He was unwilling to be an ordinary Saiyan, destined to meet his end alongside King Vegeta on planet Vegeta. He aspired to be a powerful individual capable of controlling his own destiny. Regardless, upon your return to planet Vegeta, make sure to train diligently, Lana said with a smile. By the way, Sister Na, I noticed that many people have evacuated. Why did they leave without clearing the battlefield? I find it somewhat perplexing. To be honest, Sun Yu was reluctant to return to planet Vegeta, as the escalating conflict between King Vegeta and Frieza would lead to increasingly stringent scrutiny of the Saiyans, making it much more difficult to escape later. Oh, you mean those individuals? They received news from planet Vegeta that King Vegeta had welcomed a son, who was born with nearly 500 in combat power. The king, overjoyed, hosted a grand banquet, inviting all Saiyans to celebrate on planet Vegeta. As she spoke, a dazzling light flickered in Lana's eyes, clearly reflecting her envy for this newborn. With such remarkable combat power, King Bei has welcomed a son. Son, yes, heart jolted as a name surfaced in his mind indeed. It was Vegeta, the prince of the Saiyans, who possessed a battle power of 500 at birth and surpassed King Bai's extraordinary talents by the age of 8. Sun Yu swiftly recalled the Dragon Ball anime, where Vegeta appeared merely 5 years old at the time of Frieza's annihilation of planet Vegeta. This indicated that the destruction of the Saiyan homeworld was only about 5 years away. While Sun Yu was lost in contemplation, the battle power detector in his arms suddenly emitted a series of alarming beeps, beep, beep, beep. High battle power unit detected, 485, 397. Something's amiss. Sun Yu and Lana immediately assumed a defensive stance. Sun Yu handed the battle power scanner back to Lana, swiftly retrieving a detector from the corpse of a fallen Saiyan comrade on the ground. Beep, beep. No battle power units detected. Once Lana acquired the scanner, she promptly placed it against her ear, scanning the surroundings for enemy positions through the device's lens. Yet this time, it revealed nothing. What the heck? Kyle, this outdated scanner seems to be malfunctioning. We need to upgrade to a newer model, Lana mumbled, tossing aside the antiquated device. This old scanner featured voice prompts to alert the wearer of nearby enemies within a certain range. However, due to its limited detection range and lack of precision, it faced the threat of obsolescence. That's not the issue with the scanner, Sun Yu replied gravely. In this world, numerous races possess the ability to alter or even conceal their battle power. By learning the correct methods, we too can master such capabilities. What? That can't be true. Lana clearly struggled to accept this reality, exclaiming, Kyle, you coward. Even if they can hide their battle power, my strength is a formidable 874. I could easily overpower these natives. Sun Yu cast a disapproving glance at Lana, realizing that all Saiyans exhibited profound arrogance today. He had witnessed this firsthand. Although this planet was classified as a lower-tier world, with detection results indicating a maximum battle power below 1,000, who could guarantee that there are no strong individuals here capable of concealing their energy until absolute strength was attained? Caution was paramount. Suddenly, an inexplicable chill crept over him, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. Without pausing to ponder the source, he shoved Lana aside and shouted, Sister Na, be careful. With a thunderous explosion, the ground where Sun Yu and Lana had stood was obliterated by a powerful energy wave, and several figures darted forth from behind. Their appearances, dark and diminutive, with hunched bodies indeed, the natives of this planet. You accursed Saiyan monkeys. How did you detect us? Our energy was concealed perfectly. A total of 6 individuals approached swiftly, encircling Sun Yu and Lana. Sun Yu took note of the dwarf leading the group. Despite his efforts to conceal his aura, an inexplicable sensation stirred within Sun Yu, suggesting that this individual's combat prowess was formidable, perhaps even surpassing. Lana readied her combat power detector, pressing the button to swiftly glean the current combat power indices of the 6 adversaries. Combat power 531, 499, 358. I expected more from you with such feeble combat power. What do you intend to accomplish? Are you foolish enough to threaten our lives? Ha! The gentleness that once characterized Lana's gaze towards Sun Yu was replaced by an exhilarating thirst for battle and bloodshed. Kyle, stay back. I shall swiftly deal with these insignificant pests, she declared, charging forward with determination, her sights set on the dwarf who instilled trepidation in Sun Yu. Sister Na, be cautious. He has concealed his combat power. You foolish Saiyan monkey, prepare to meet your end. Ha! As Lana approached the dwarf's attack range, he suddenly unleashed a thunderous shout, a vast aura erupting from him and forming a swirling vortex around his being. Beep beep, combat power 978. With a resounding crash, 2 waves of energy collided, sending Lana hurtling backward several meters, where she collided forcefully against a colossal boulder, fracturing it with countless fissures. Cough, cough. Lana coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood, enduring the pain as she stood up to Sun Yu and said, "Kyle, you must flee. I was too arrogant before. I will hold them off for you. You run. None of you will escape. Invaders." Sun Yu could never abandon a girl to face death while he fled alone. He harbored no messianic delusions, yet he possessed his own principles. He believed in the necessity of action, and forsaking friends and family was something he could not do. Moreover, the current situation was not necessarily one of certain death. Sister Na, I want tea leave. In fact, I believe these individuals are not our true adversaries. Sun Yu stepped beside Lana, casting a cold gaze at the six surrounding them, continuing, the natives of this planet are diminutive and ill-suited for combat. Rather than excelling in close-quarters fighting, they are more adept at controlling chi. That is why they initially conceal their combat abilities, presenting a facade of weakness, only to launch a sudden assault when one becomes complacent. They fear our strength. Damn you, cunning Saiyan monkey. The leader of the dwarves cursed, as if Sun Yu had struck a nerve. Upon hearing Sun Yu's words, Lana quickly grasped the situation. Her expression regained composure as she remarked, "So you're suggesting that as long as we avoid a direct energy clash and engage in close combat, we still have a chance of victory? Haha. I never expected our little Kyle to possess such maturity and steadiness. Humph, not everyone thinks solely with their fists like you." Sun Yu protested, though he refrained from voicing the thought that even if they opted for close combat, their chances of success were still slim. Firstly, their opponents were numerous. Secondly, both he and his cousin Lana had sustained severe injuries, significantly diminishing their combat effectiveness. But so what? The Saiyan race is known for unleashing unprecedented potential in the face of extreme adversity. Each time they hovered near death, they could surpass their previous limits and grow stronger. Enough talk. Let us attack together and obliterate these Saiyan monkeys. The dwarf bellowed, conjuring a brilliant energy sphere in his hand. The other 5 dwarves behind him took formation, preparing to assault Sun Yu and Lana. Beep, beep, battle power readings displayed. 760, 820, 643. In that moment, the 6 adversaries unleashed their full combat power, while Lana aimed to charge directly at the one with the highest battle power, engaging him in a life-or-death struggle. However, Sun Yu suddenly grasped her arm, saying, "Sister Na, let me handle the 2 with the highest battle power first. You take care of the weakest ones, and then come to support me." In Sun Yu's memory, his combat power was a mere 569, undoubtedly the weakest among them. Should Lana become entangled with the mightiest of the dwarfs, the inevitable outcome would be their demise once their stamina was depleted. However, if Lana were to first confront the weakest among them, coupled with his support, there might be a chance to overcome the 2 most formidable dwarfs. This strategy was inspired by the tale of Tianji's horse racing from Earth. But Lana was still apprehensive about Sun Yu facing the 2 strongest dwarfs. Yet, Sun Yu offered her no room for negotiation. He leaped forward and declared loudly, "There is no but. We shall proceed as I have instructed." The echoes of Sun Yu's words still lingered in Lana's ears, yet his figure had already soared to a considerable distance. Staring vacantly in the direction of Sun Yu, she felt a fleeting sense of nostalgia, realizing that the timid little Kyle from her memories had matured, now daring to command his elder sister directly. This new Kyle, it seemed, exuded a more masculine charm. Before Lana could ponder further, several energy orbs hurled by the diminutive native warriors hurtled toward her. With a steely gaze, she swiftly maneuvered her form, launching herself toward the group in the arena. Though Sun Yu had been an unathletic recluse prior to his transformation, he had now become a Saiyan, and the combat spirit imprinted deep within his genes had ignited. His body moved with agility, leaping rapidly toward the 2 formidable dwarves, his small fists imbued with terrifying power as they descended upon the adversaries. The 2 dwarves, sensing the imminent threat posed by Sun Yu, promptly leaped aside to evade his attack. Undeterred by the miss, Sun Yu pivoted with determination, charging toward one of the dwarves with relentless fervor. Madmen, Saiyan monkeys, they were all mad. Bang, bang, bang. Sun Yu immediately engaged in fierce combat with the 2 diminutive adversaries. The agony from his previously fractured ribs surged intermittently, exacerbated by the relentless assaults from the formidable foes, igniting a primal urge within him that transformed his pain into a bloodthirsty frenzy. The Scion's combat prowess intensified with each injury he sustained. However, this newfound strength bore grave peril, particularly when confronted by opponents vastly superior to him. In the wake of Sun Yu's brief yet ferocious onslaught, The two diminutive warriors swiftly regained their composure, synchronizing their efforts to maintain distance while unleashing a barrage of energy projectiles upon him. "Ah!" Sun Yu cried out, spewing a copious amount of blood after being struck by one of the energy blasts. His vision began to blur, and his legs felt as though they were laden with lead. "Kale, I shall assist you." Lana, a prodigious intermediate warrior, had already dispatched the two weaker dwarves in a remarkably short span. Yet, her condition was equally dire. Upon witnessing her blood-soaked cousin, she swiftly positioned herself in front of Sun Yu. "Kale, I apologize for not neutralizing those foes sooner. However, leave the remaining ones to me. You must escape." At this moment, thoughts of fleeing seemed futile to Sun Yu, who could only manage a bitter smile. He lamented his own inadequacy. The Saiyan physique was not infallible. "Enough chatter. Let us eliminate this woman first, and then we shall deal with the man," one of the remaining four growled. Kill them," they shouted in unison, charging toward Lana. Though she was indeed a talented intermediate warrior, her youth rendered her vulnerable against the overwhelming force of four assailants. She struggled to endure their relentless onslaught, fighting back with a strategy that exchanged injury for delay. "Sister Na." Sun Yu's heart ached as he watched Lana's injuries worsen. "You must flee. What will become of you if I leave?" He roared internally, consumed by a hatred for his own impotence and the merciless nature of this world. He felt no enmity toward the inhabitants of this planet, which rendered his earlier hesitations to eliminate his foes all the more tragic. Now, his foolish compassion threatened to cost his cousin her life, deepening his self-loathing. In a heart-wrenching moment, as a shockwave pierced through Lana's left shoulder, Sun Yu finally erupted in fury. "Beasts, I will fight you to the bitter end." With a heavy thud, Sun Yu struck the ground, utilizing the rebound force to leap into the air. His hair was disheveled, and his eyes glowed a fierce crimson, as if possessed. "Kyle." Lana gazed at Sun Yu's appearance, her heart pierced by a deep ache. A clear sound resonated in Sun Yu's mind, and he gradually perceived his pupils constricting rapidly, splitting into a tomo. In the next moment, the entire world seemed to fade into shades of gray, and the movements of those around him slowed dramatically. He could even discern the flow of energy within the bodies of those nearby. He felt an illusion of omniscience, as if the entirety of existence lay within his grasp. Could this truly be the Sharingan? Sun Yu's mood shifted from sorrow to elation, and he scarcely had time to ponder the prerequisites for awakening such an eye. Shouldn't it require inheriting the bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan? Given that he had encountered a phenomenon such as crossing worlds, questions regarding the awakening of the Sharingan seemed trivial in comparison. Although Sun Yu sensed that his single Tomo Sharingan differed somewhat from what he had observed in the Naruto anime, this extraordinary ocular technique had bestowed upon him a flicker of hope for survival, even as he teetered on the brink of death. Not to mention, the few diminutive foes now appeared to him as if they were moving in slow motion. He could see through all their attacks and the flow of their energy, granting him an undeniable advantage in the battle. "Sister Na, hold on. I am coming to rescue you. You seek your demise. We shall eliminate you first. Die, Saiyan monkey." With a resounding bang, two massive energy orbs exploded around Sun Yu, and Lana watched helplessly as he was engulfed by the shockwaves, collapsing to the ground. "Kyle, why are you so foolish?" Just as the indigenous dwarves gloatingly stared at the smoke on the battlefield, one of them suddenly wore an expression of terror, trembling as he pointed behind another dwarf, exclaiming, "Watch out behind you." Crack! The startled dwarf was abruptly struck by a tremendous force from behind, and the sound of shattering bones echoed in the air. "When did you get behind me?" The dwarf collapsed, defeated, his eyes filled with resentment and regret. He struggled to rise but was forcefully pinned down by Sun Yu's foot on his back. "Let us go, and I shall spare his life." Sun Yu surveyed the crowd with cold disdain, causing the dwarves to shudder at the SI, confronted by the wrath of these diminutive foes. Sun Yu felt a tremor in his heart. He recognized that these individuals represented the last vestiges of combat prowess on this planet. Yet he pondered what change he could possibly effect. In his memories, King Bei had amassed a considerable fortune for purging this world, and even if Sun Yu were to depart now, it would not alter the inevitable invasion by more formidable warriors. Such is the lament of the weak. "I had no intention of engaging you to the death, yet you hastened towards your demise. Thus I shall oblige." Sun Yu gritted his teeth, slowly raising his right hand, within which a radiant sphere of light began to materialize. "Impossible! How could you harness our energy orb?" The diminutive beings gazed incredulously at the luminous sphere in Sun Yu's grasp. A wicked smile crept across his lips. He had replicated the dwarf's skill through his Sharingan. controlling and compressing the chi within his being, condensing it within his palm. This technique bore a striking resemblance to the Turtle Master's Kamehameha. Yet it was evident that these dwarfs were somewhat inferior in their manipulation of chi, rendering their energy orbs less potent. Beep, beep, beep. Battle power 738. Battle power 849. Lana observed the glowing orb in Sun Yu's hand, astonished, for she had just witnessed the readings on the power detector soaring at a meteoric rate. Battle power 942. Battle power 1011. Indeed, Kyle had spoken the truth. Battle power could be altered at will, Lana murmured, her eyes brimming with anticipation as she quietly retreated to the sidelines, observing the boy in the arena who shone like a new star. Meanwhile, Sun Yu regarded the indigenous dwarfs, who were still desperately attempting to coalesce their energy orbs, with indifference. The moment his energy orb reached completion, he hurled it toward the dwarf exuding the strongest aura. Seize the moment, claim your life. In an instant, Sun Yu's energy orb transformed into a meteor, trailing a long streak as it sped toward the hapless indigenous dwarf, who was still straining to summon his energy orb. Elder. The dwarfs, desperate to safeguard their elder's life, ceased their attempts to condense energy orbs and instead launched their partially formed orbs at Sun Yu's. Boom. The collision of several energy orbs in midair unleashed a terrifying shockwave, jarring the nerves of those present. Lana, witnessing the spectacle, instinctively covered her mouth. Though she had long known of the formidable power of Sun Yu's energy orb from the detector, witnessing the cataclysmic explosion firsthand was still shocking, especially considering Sun Yu's original battle power was a mere 569. Damn it. Several indigenous dwarfs desperately shielded themselves with their sleeves against the swirling sand and gravel, their frustration palpable. They had been so assured of victory, yet this very youth before them had plunged them into disarray. However, in the next moment, a voice as cold as ice emanated from behind the dwarf elder, stating with chilling finality, "I shall ask you one last time. Let us depart. And I may spare your lives. Do not compel me to take your lives." Yet, despite the gravity of the situation, Sun Yu found himself unable to relinquish his compassion. His emotions were a tumultuous blend. The Saiyan blood coursing through him instilled a fierce warrior spirit, but perhaps due to his recent arrival in this realm, he could not bring himself to engage in cold-blooded slaughter. Furthermore, the natives of this planet were also victims of circumstance. Sun Yu did not wish to entangle himself in the moral complexities of right and wrong. He merely desired to pursue his own aspirations, nothing more. Sensing the palpable intensity of Sun Yu's murderous aura, the dwarfs regarded him with trepidation, fearful that in a moment of agitation he might snap the neck of their elder. The arena fell into a prolonged silence, until at last, the elder sighed deeply and declared, "You may leave. But elder, we cannot allow them to escape. They will surely return with reinforcements," protested one. "Indeed, elder, we must avenge our fallen brethren." "Enough," the elder interrupted, his voice firm. "Do you wish for him to end my old life?" "That is not our intention, elder," they replied, their fists clenched and heads bowed, unwilling to witness harm befall their revered leader. The elder regarded Sun Yu with a calm demeanor and, after a moment's hesitation, inquired, "I wish to know, will there be further invaders seeking to conquer our planet?" Upon hearing the elder's question, Sun Yu released his grip, his eyes returning to their normal state from the Sharingan. He replied with a composed demeanor, "Indeed, a substantial bounty has been placed for the warriors of King Vegeta to cleanse your planet. Thus, rather than engage in futile conflict here, it would be prudent to gather your belongings and flee." What? The dwarf's eyes were filled with despair upon hearing Sun Yu's words. In these lesser systems, the name of King Vegeta was as fearsome as that of death itself. "Why do you share this with us?" the elder asked once more. As Sun Yu turned towards Lana, he pondered aloud, "Because we are all weak." Observing Sun Yu's retreating figure, one of the dwarves signaled to his companions with a glance, indicating that now was an opportune moment for an ambush. However, the elder dwarf shook his head and sighed. "Let it be. Even if we were to kill them, it would change nothing. We should return and gather the remaining clansmen to discuss our next course of action." It was only after several dwarves departed that Sun Yu exhaled in relief, dissipating the energy orb that had been poised to coalesce. He approached Lana and urged, "Sister Na, let us hasten our departure from this place. Oh my. Our Kyle has become quite formidable." Lana's beautiful eyes crinkled into crescent shapes as she appraised Sun Yu from head to toe, causing his face to flush with embarrassment. "Kyle, I have a question," Lana said, fixing her gaze upon him with earnestness. Please go ahead." Sun Yu's expression grew somewhat awkward as he speculated that his cousin might inquire about his Sharingan. It was not that he wished to conceal it from Lana. Rather, this matter pertained to his identity as a traveler from another realm, warranting careful consideration. Could you teach me how to control my combat strength? Lana smiled, posing this inquiry. Sun Yu was taken aback, surprised by the nature of her question. He wondered if Lana had noticed the peculiarities of his eyes. If she had not, it would indeed be for the best, sparing him the need for further explanations. So, that is the matter at hand. To control one's combat strength, one must first learn to master the energy within. Unfortunately, I am unable to instruct you on that at present. However, you could accompany me to a place where we can explore many advanced concepts regarding energy. Sun Yu did not speak falsely. He previously possessed the ability to wield energy spheres solely through the replication feature of the Sharingan. However, to truly master the manipulation of Qi, he must seek guidance from a mentor on Earth. Although the combat prowess of Earthlings is remarkably deficient, it is precisely this shortcoming that has driven them to meticulously study Qi, enabling every subtle strand of energy within them to be harnessed to its fullest potential, a feat that distinctly surpasses that of the Saiyans. Where is this place? Please tell me, Lana exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she vigorously shook Sun Yu's arm, eager to learn about this location where one could acquire mastery over Qi. As Sun Yu was embraced by Lana, her arm occasionally brushed against certain soft areas of her body. Yet, she appeared utterly oblivious to the sensations, which left Sun Yu somewhat flustered. Clearing his throat, he endeavored to maintain his composure and remarked, "That place is called Earth, situated within a minor galaxy of the Milky Way." "Earth Milky Way?" Lana murmured, repeating these unfamiliar terms. As they continued their journey, they soon located the spacecraft they had arrived in. However, to their embarrassment, aside from the few ships taken by those who had departed earlier, only one vessel remained intact. "Kyle, we only have one spacecraft left. What shall we do?" Lana exclaimed, hands on her hips and brow furrowed as she gazed at the lone functional ship. "Sister Na, why don't we squeeze in together?" Sun Yu replied with a mischievous grin. "Hey, Kyle, are you thinking about something inappropriate again?" Lana's face flushed a deep crimson, as if recalling certain indescribable events from before. No, Sister Na, my thoughts are quite pure," Sun Yu insisted, placing his hand firmly on his chest, feigning a look of sincerity. If I catch you engaging in any improper behavior, you'd better watch out," Lana warned, shaking her fist at him. Thus, the two of them squeezed into the spacecraft, which was originally designed for a single occupant. Once inside, Sun Yu immediately began searching the ship's database for information on Earth. Before long, all details about Earth appeared before them. Earth, maximum combat capability for exploration is below 300. Its biosphere is exceedingly fragile, temperature fluctuations are unpredictable, and gravitational pull is relatively low. Overall assessment, inferior planet, not worthy of invasion. For special needs sellers, it is recommended to send newborns, with an estimated invasion completion time of 3 years. Kyle, are you certain this is the place you mentioned where one can learn to control Qi? After reviewing the data, Lana cast a skeptical glance at Sun Yu. How dare they deem my Earth an unworthy target for invasion? I wonder how the Earthlings would react to this information. Would they laugh or cry? But Sister Na, this is indeed the place, I assure you. You will love it once you arrive, Sun Yu replied. They then proceeded to set the automatic navigation system before preparing to enter sleep mode. The journey to Earth would take a year, which meant Sun Yu and Lana would spend an entire year confined within this small spacecraft. The mere thought of it filled him with excitement. "Kyle, what are you grinning about?" Lana inquired. "Oh, it's nothing, Sister Na. Let us enter sleep mode quickly." "A year is quite a long time," he replied. Once everything was in order, Sun Yu and Lana boarded the spacecraft, setting course for Earth. Earth of the Dragon Ball world, here I come. In his heart, Sun Yu cried out. The Earth, in the year 738 of the AG era, had seen time swiftly pass. The spacecraft that Sun Yu and his companions were aboard had entered the Milky Way, with only a few days' journey remaining to reach Earth. At this moment, Sun Yu had completely lost interest in slumber. Gazing through the window of the spacecraft, he beheld the familiar yet strange galaxy, his mind swirling with countless thoughts. As he looked at the slumbering Lana beside him, he couldn't help but recall the numerous times he had awakened during their journey. He was no paragon of restraint. Having a beautiful companion without taking any action would indeed be a disservice to his ideals. However, this young lady was quite alert. Even the slightest hint of his exuberance would rouse her, leading to a swift and fierce reprimand. Such interactions transformed the long and monotonous journey into a vibrant tapestry of pain and pleasure. Aside from his occasional mischievous thoughts about Lana, Sun Yu had not neglected his training. During his waking hours, he activated his Sharingan to meticulously study the flow of energy within his body. With the extraordinary ability of the Sharingan to perceive energy, he gained a preliminary understanding of the many attributes of Qi. Through numerous experimental training sessions, his internal energy became increasingly refined and powerful. If Lana were to assess his fighting prowess with a combat power detector at this moment, she would surely be astounded. Sun Yu mused silently. Soon, the spacecraft began to decelerate upon entering the solar system. The inertia from its previous momentum caused the vessel to tremble violently. At this time, Lana also stirred awake, rubbing her sleepy eyes and stretching luxuriously, exuding a healthy and wild beauty. "Wow, that planet must be the Earth you mentioned," Lana exclaimed, leaning against the window to gaze upon the immense azure sphere. As a prodigy among mid-tier warriors, she had traversed countless planets. Yet she had never encountered one as breathtaking as this. "Hee, I told you you'd like it. Just a heads up. The cuisine on Earth ranks among the finest in the entire universe," Sun Yu said, feigning mystery. After all, being able to negotiate with the infamous god of destruction, Beerus, was no trivial matter. Earth's culinary delights could easily claim the title of the universe's best without dispute. "Ah, now that you mention it, I am absolutely famished. I don't care. I want to eat." Meanwhile, on planet Vegeta, a report was being made to King Vegeta. "Your Majesty, we have detected an anomaly in the flight records of a spacecraft." Having just extricated himself from a tedious banquet, King Vegeta appeared displeased upon hearing the news. "What exactly is happening? Speak quickly." "The situation is as follows. One of the spacecraft previously dispatched to cleanse the dwarf planet has veered off course without any orders, heading towards the 8021 XY sector of the galaxy. Our technicians have investigated their intended destination, which appears to be a low-level planet called Earth." Bei Wang, the guard, respectfully inquired. "Are they acting on their own accord?" "Humph, they better be conquering that planet for me, or I shall make them regret it. You should prepare a case for now and send someone there in 2 years. You know what to do," Bei Wang said with a grim expression. "Understood, my lord," the subordinate replied. In the southern outskirts of a certain country's east capital, a brilliant light streaked across the sky like a meteor. Following the brilliance, a deafening roar echoed through the desolate area, the result of the cosmic vessel that Sun Yu and his companion were aboard making contact with the Earth. "Ha, we have finally arrived," Sun Yu exclaimed, pulling Lana out of the spacecraft. He stretched lazily, feeling an overwhelming sense of joy. "Kale, I think the gravity on this planet is quite low. Can one truly learn the methods of cultivation here?" Lana surveyed her surroundings, pouting slightly. "Let me explain it this way. The combat power of humans at birth is 0, but upon reaching adulthood, some exceptional individuals can reach a combat power of over 10. Such a race has individuals who, through dedicated study of martial arts, can elevate their combat power to over 260. Sun Yu paused before continuing. "Given the poor foundational attributes of Earthlings, they can achieve such significant improvements. If we, too, master such cultivation techniques, can you imagine the heights your combat power could reach? If what you say is true, then it's entirely possible for my combat power to exceed 10,000 upon adulthood, right, Kale?" Lana's eyes sparkled with excitement at the prospect of such a substantial boost in power. "Exceeding 10,000, and you're already this excited," Sun Yu thought to himself. Aware that according to the Dragon Ball anime, Goku, after completing 100-fold gravity training, was said to possess strength surpassing the limits of a Saiyan. Thus, a Saiyan only truly entered the initial stage of combat power development upon reaching a battle strength of 90,000. However, he could not share this with Lana. He could only smile and respond. "Of course, an increase to 10,000 is not remarkable at all. Wow, Kale, you mustn't deceive me. A combat power of 10,000 should surpass King Vegeta, right? I shall return to become the new queen of planet Vegeta," Lana exclaimed, dancing with excitement. While Sun Yu broke into a cold sweat beside her, pondering whether bringing her to Earth had been a wise decision. He fervently hoped this spirited lady wouldn't impulsively decide to conquer Earth, wishing instead to first claim the title of queen here. "Kale, take me to train with the strong on Earth," Lana urged eagerly. "Indeed," Sun Yu replied casually, then donned a combat power detector. "Let me see where these powerful beings are located." Beep, beep, beep. Detected units of low combat capability, combat power 3, combat power 5, combat power 7. After a thorough scan, the highest combat power did not exceed 50. This left Sun Yu feeling quite embarrassed. How could it be that they were undetectable? It must be because they had concealed their presence. It is indeed a reasonable conclusion. According to the narrative of the Dragon Ball anime, during this period, Son Goku has yet to arrive on Earth. Presently, the world is in a state of tranquility and prosperity, with the mightiest among us being the esteemed Kami. However, he is not a combat-oriented Namekian, thus his energy is of a completely reclusive nature. Consequently, it is impossible to locate him using a detection device. As for Master Roshi, there is no need to elaborate. He is merely an old man who indulges in adult magazines and spends his days contemplating how to inappropriately touch young women. Truly, this is an inauspicious beginning. Sun Yu sighed helplessly. Well, Kyle, I am quite hungry. Let us first find something to eat. Observing Sun Yu's discomfort, Lana suggested. As Sun Yu's face soared through the sky, he caught sight of a city in the distance. Thus, he acquiesced to Lana's suggestion, exclaiming, "All right, let us indulge in some food. My little gourmand." "Humph, you are the true foodie here, and besides, I am older than you," Lana retorted, casting a playful glare at Sun Yu. "Wait a moment." Sun called out to Lana, "There is a saying that when in Rome, do as the Romans do. You promised me that while on Earth, you would refrain from reckless behavior. On this planet, purchasing food necessitates a payment. Do you have any money?" Lana inquired, tilting her head quizzically at Sun Yu. Clearly, Sun had been anticipating this question from Lana. With a mysterious smile, he replied, "Come, I shall take you to rob a bank." Sun Yuka harbored no desire to emulate the protagonists of certain time travel novels, who resorted to hunting wild beasts to exchange their pelts for money. Surely, such acts were unbecoming of a noble scion. At present, Sun Yu found himself an invincible entity on Earth, and a sudden, mischievous curiosity sparked within him to experience the thrill of robbing a bank. He envisioned himself delivering a powerful punch to shatter an ATM, then extracting wads of cash from its depths, a scene undeniably exhilarating. Yet, for Sun Yu, this notion was merely a trivial prank. After all, he was no longer in the same league. The formidable Frisia, who aspired to dominate the universe, awaited him. Frisia would not idly bide his time for Sun Wukong's growth, anticipating the latter to vanquish him. If given the opportunity, Sun Yu would prefer to confront Frisia directly and triumph over him. Although Lana did not fully grasp the concept of bank robbery, she found Sun Yu's narrative so captivating that her interest was piqued. The two soared swiftly towards the heart of the city, where the architecture bore a striking resemblance to that of the Dragon Ball universe. The level of civilization here surpassed that of Earth before Sun Yu's arrival, as evidenced by the solar-powered hovering vehicles that traversed the streets. Upon spotting a grand edifice emblazoned with the words Eastern Bank, Sun Yu promptly decided it would be the target of their little escapade. "Let's South rob this place," he declared. "But remember, no harm to anyone." Lana nodded in agreement, and the pair descended rapidly to the ground, only to find the bank's entrance in chaos, with pedestrians scattering in all directions as though some incident had transpired. Filled with curiosity, Sun Yu halted an elderly man with white hair and inquired, "Excuse me, sir. Do you know what has transpired ahead?" The old man replied kindly, "Ah, young fellow, you are not aware? Armed robbers have invaded the bank, taking numerous hostages. I advise you to refrain from proceeding further to avoid entanglement." Sun Yu was taken aback, pondering how one must now wait in line even for a bank heist. This was intolerable. He was determined to take action. At that moment, the blaring sirens of police vehicles echoed, as cars sped past and officers emerged, brandishing loudspeakers, declaring, "Attention! Those inside, you are surrounded. Release the hostages and surrender immediately." "Sister Na, let us go inside and take a look," Sun Yu said, his anger boiling over. It was infuriating that these wretched robbers chose to create chaos precisely when he had plans to rob the bank himself. This was unacceptable. "Very well. I shall follow your lead," Lana agreed without hesitation. The two proceeded towards the East Capitol Bank, seemingly undeterred. However, nearby officers, noticing Sun Yu and Lana, approached with stern expressions and shouted, "Hey, you two youngsters, turn back immediately. There are robbers inside. Do not obstruct our duty." As Sun Yugon was about to utter a few words, unexpectedly, Lana's expression darkened, and an overwhelming aura erupted from her, akin to the arrival of the Grim Reaper. This formidable presence, representing her combat prowess of nearly 912, transformed into a colossal hand that tightly gripped the throat of the unfortunate police officer. The hapless officer from Dongdu trembled as if he had stepped on an electric switch, nearly in need of a disco soundtrack to accompany his plight. "Lana, he can't take it anymore. You promised me you wouldn't indiscriminately kill Earthlings, Sun Yugon admonished. Over the past year, although Lana had spent most of her time in slumber, her combat strength had escalated from an initial 874 to 912. Fortunately, she had not fully unleashed her overwhelming power. Otherwise, her mere presence could have instantaneously terrified this poor Earthling to death. Once she retracted her imposing aura, Lana playfully stuck out her adorable tongue at Sun Yugon. Her demeanor a stark contrast to the menacing force she had just displayed. "Oh dear, you've really got me." Sun Yugon sighed in relief. Choosing to disregard the incapacitated officer who lay on the ground, having lost control of his bodily functions, the two then strode purposefully into the bank. As they passed, no one dared to obstruct them, not even the previously arrogant officers of Dongdu. Upon entering the bank's grand hall, Sun Yugon found himself lacking the interest to admire the opulent architectural style of Dongdu Bank. Inside, there were 7 or 8 robbers present, yet to Sun Yugon and Lana, they appeared as mere weaklings with combat power not exceeding 5. The robbers were divided into 2 groups. 3 vigilantly monitored the hostages in the hall, while the remaining 5 had already dragged out several large bags of cash from the vault. The sheer scale of their heist suggested that if they were to succeed, these funds would suffice for several lifetimes of indulgence. Unfortunately for them, they had crossed paths with Sun Yugon. The sudden appearance of Sun Yu and Lana immediately caught the attention of one of the robbers. He exchanged a glance with his companion and, brandishing his semi-automatic rifle, approached Sun Yu and Lana, barking, "Hey, kid, you'd better behave and squat over there, or I'll blow your head off." However, Sun Yu and Lana paid no heed to the robber's threats, resolutely advancing toward the group of criminals clutching cash. "Hey, I'm talking to you." The disregarded robber raised his submachine gun, aiming it directly at Sun Yu. Yet, as he lifted the weapon, Lana swiftly waved her right hand, sending him flying several meters away, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. "Oh dear, I just saw you being threatened, so in a moment of panic, I lost my composure. Kyle, you won't hold it against me, will you?" Lana adopted a pitiful expression, reminiscent of a child who had done something wrong, nearly fooling Sun Yu. What a joke. Would a proud Saiyan be intimidated by a mere submachine gun? Can you at least come up with a better excuse? It's clear you were itching for a fight. Deep down, you're just a madman disguised as harmless. Sun Yu felt utterly helpless against his mischievous cousin, realizing that the task of guiding her was far more arduous than he had anticipated. "Curse it, what have you done to Paul?" The commotion caused by Lana had drawn the attention of everyone in the bank hall, and all the robbers readied their weapons, advancing menacingly towards Sun Yu and Lana. "Drop the money, and I'll let you go," Sun Yu declared with a grim expression. "Haraha." The robbers erupted in laughter, as if they had heard the most amusing joke. "Listen up, kid, you still don't get it, do you? There are 7 of us, all armed. Even if you manage to ambush Paul, so what?" One particularly burly bald robber stepped forward, cracking his knuckles. "Boss, don't waste your breath with them. Let me teach these 2 brats a lesson." The other robbers smirked and parted to allow the bald giant to approach Sun Yu, towering over him as he said, "Little one, if you can withstand a punch from me, all this money will be yours." Haraha. The other robbers erupted in raucous laughter, while the hostages nearby exchanged sympathetic glances. Sun Yu merely nodded calmly, and then the bald giant, fueled by his aspirations, swung his fist at Sun Yu. With a thud, the sound echoed. Contrary to what everyone had anticipated, Sun Yu did not go flying. Instead, the bald giant's fist struck him as if it had collided with an impenetrable wall, leaving him with a numbing sensation in his wrist. "This is impossible. My heavens." He didn't even react. Could this boy be made of iron? Sun Yu paid no heed to the murmurs of the crowd. He had no intention of engaging in any conflict with these petty criminals. What enjoyment could be derived from bullying those with a combat power barely exceeding 5? Had these ruffians shown even a modicum of cooperation, Sun Yu would have been more than willing to accept his payment and depart. However, since they insisted on causing a ruckus, a slight reprimand seemed in order. Thus, he resolved to proceed with his plan. Under the watchful gaze of onlookers, Sun Yu gently raised his right hand, extending his index finger slowly towards the burly bald man. The motion was excruciatingly slow, yet every eye was riveted upon his outstretched finger. It made contact with the bald man, and in the next instant, he was sent flying several meters away. Perhaps due to Sun Yu's careful restraint, the man, though thrown back, managed to stagger against the wall, spewing blood, far better off than the unfortunate Paul. At least he was still alive. Yet, The mere touch of Sun Yu's finger had instilled profound doubt in the remaining assailants regarding the very fabric of reality. This defied the laws of physics. But at this juncture, who cared about the laws of physics? They needed to regain their position of power. Thus, the remaining criminals brandished their most formidable weaponry, semi-automatic rifles, renowned for their capacity to eliminate anyone who dared to obstruct their path. Earlier, it was noted that Lana often lost her calm. Sun Yu furtively cast a glance at the East Capitol police officers, who were cowering in fear by the doorway, having already lost control of their bladders. With a resigned sigh, he turned to Lana, who was feigning innocence and vulnerability, and remarked, as a Saiyan, "You engage in acts of bullying against ordinary people. Isn't it rather shameful to admit?" Lana offered a sheepish smile, but suddenly a loud shout pierced the air. "Stay back, or I will kill this hostage." It seemed that Lana had overlooked a robber. One would think he could simply lie on the ground and pretend to be dead without drawing attention. Why must he choose this moment to make a scene? Sun Yu twitched his lips, turning to glance at the robber, who was theatrically coughing, only to discover that he had indeed taken a hostage. Pressing a machine gun against the captive's head while casting a cold gaze upon Sun Yu and Lana. Perhaps the robber naively believed that Sun Yu was a paragon of virtue, aiding the police. However, as Sun Yu scrutinized the hostage, a sense of familiarity washed over him. The hostage, youthful and somewhat frail, sported disheveled silver hair and thick glasses that framed a pair of slightly naive eyes, adorned with a prominent mustache. The resemblance struck him, though he could not immediately place it. Perhaps the hostage was a character from the Dragon Ball anime? If this hostage were indeed a figure from that universe, he could not simply turn a blind eye. Thus, Sun Yu mustered a congenial smile and addressed the theatrical robber with a grin. "Hey, buddy. Don't come any closer." The robber, startled and terrified, inadvertently discharged his weapon, the bullet narrowly missing the hostage's head. Even Lana's super speed would not suffice to intercept the bullet in time, and it was uncertain whether she would care about the hostage's fate. Alas, it seems I must be the one to save the world, Sun Yu mused, acknowledging that he might not match Lana's speed. Yet, he possessed the Sharingan. Over the course of a year aboard the spaceship, he had uncovered a new function of the Sharingan. It is well known that the Sharingan not only possesses the extraordinary ability to replicate techniques but also grants unparalleled insight, allowing one to perceive any move and discern high-speed objects. Through extensive research, Sun Yu stumbled upon an intriguing phenomenon. When activating the Sharingan, he noticed the spaceship's electronic clock appeared to slow down. This led him to ponder whether the Sharingan could influence the passage of time. Indeed, after numerous experiments, he concluded that activating the Sharingan could indeed affect the flow of time. By expending his energy, he could momentarily halt time in the vicinity of the spaceship for 2 seconds. This was, in essence, an upgraded version of the Sharingan. To an ordinary person, 2 seconds might seem fleeting and inconsequential. Yet for Sun Yu, it represented an entirely different realm of possibility. As the robber fired his gun, Sun Yu activated his Sharingan, creating a temporal stasis field within a radius of several meters. Everyone present was frozen in place, as if ensnared by a spell. As the 2 seconds of suspended time commenced, in that brief moment, Sun Yu darted forward in a mere 0.01 seconds, finding himself before the robber, who remained frozen in a comically terrified expression. Sun Yuka had little interest in observing the disheveled robber any longer. He delicately grasped the bullet that floated in midair and then adjusted its trajectory, aiming it precisely at the robber's knee. This would undoubtedly result in a bullet to the knee, although the notion of being shot in the knee had long since become a well-worn trope. Sun Yu could not help but imagine how this unfortunate criminal would reminisce about his tragic life, inevitably asserting, "I was once an exceptional robber. I had robbed the largest banks in the world, until a bullet struck my knee." As he visualized the expression on the robber's face while uttering those words, Sun Yu stifled a laugh, covering his mouth and even indulging in a brief bout of beatboxing. With the hostage now rescued, he pondered what to do with the remaining 5 seconds. Bored, he glanced at Lana, and this fleeting glance nearly caused an eruption of blood from his nose. One must admit, Sun Yu's Sharingan possessed an extraordinary ability to perceive. At that moment, it seemed as though the layer of soft armor that adorned Lana was transparent, allowing him to gaze unabashedly at her exquisite figure. Although what he beheld was a unique perspective afforded solely by his Sharingan, it was prudent to remember that one should not be excessively greedy. Signed to himself, he mused that Lana's physique had become increasingly alluring, and it would be wise to avert his gaze lest he become overwhelmed. He continued to stare unabashedly, his eyes burning with intrigue. Hey, Kyle, your gaze is rather lecherous. What are you thinking? Lana's sudden reprimand startled Sun Yu, causing his Sharingan to vanish in an instant. Sun Yu gazed at Lana in astonishment, his heart suddenly quivering. Was there not still a second of stasis? How had Lana regained her freedom already? A soul-piercing scream echoed through the hall, emanating from the robber. Yet Sun Yu felt no inclination to concern himself with the robber's plight. He tragically realized that the effects of his Sharingan stasis were significantly diminished against individuals more powerful than himself. Kyle, why are your eyes so red? It's quite frightening. Lana inquired as she approached Sun Yu. Haha, sometimes they just do that. I can't quite comprehend it myself. Sun Yu laughed awkwardly. Before Lana could press further, Sun Yu picked up a bag of cash from the ground, preparing to make his escape. At that moment, a police officer from God.God, mustering his courage, stepped inside and nervously addressed Sun Yu. Sir, oh no, esteemed hero, please leave the cash behind. We get lost. Sun Yu's gaze turned icy as he barked. For heaven's sake, understand that I am here to rob the bank too. We are the police of God.God. A few officers swallowed hard, then, emboldened by a sense of resolve, declared, if you insist on taking that bag of cash, we will have no choice but to. Their hands trembled so violently that they struggled to grip their weapons. Humph. Sun Yu scoffed, advancing towards the officers, who immediately crumbled in fear. Unable to utter a coherent sentence. Is it really necessary to be so terrified of me? Sun Yu thought to himself, 3 lines of frustration appearing on his forehead. Had I not preempted Lana's advance just now, you would all be lying in a hospital morgue. A faint voice emerged from behind Sun Yu. He turned to see a recently rescued hostage. Yes, what is it? The hostage evidently summoned immense courage and addressed Sun Yu and Lana. If you two are in need of money, I have some savings that I could lend you. Oh, with someone offering money so willingly, Sun Yu could hardly refuse. So, sir, you are quite wealthy? The hostage offered an embarrassed smile upon hearing Sun Yu's question. I run a small company and have earned some money over the past 2 years. If you wouldn't mind, could you grant me a small favor? Alas, it seemed that robbing the bank was not in the cards today. Without the thrill of smashing an ATM, Sun Yu felt quite cheated. All right, we are hungry. First, take us to eat something, then buy us a set of clean clothes. Would that be acceptable? Sun Yu casually tossed the cash he had seized from the robber to the God.God. Police officers and stated thus. Absolutely, absolutely. The hostage eagerly patted his satchel, indicating it contained plenty of funds. I am Griffith. May I ask how you two are called? Call SARS. If it's too much trouble, you may call me Sun Yu. This is my cousin, Lana. You may refer to her as Sunshine. Sun Yu casually revealed his true name, as he certainly did not wish to be addressed as Kale that's upon his arrival on Earth. In addition, he bestowed upon Lana an earthly name. Upon hearing the name Sun Yu had given her, Lana's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she pouted, saying, Hey, Kale, please refrain from randomly naming people. My esteemed name is Lana. Sun Yu feigned ignorance to Lana's protest as he exited the bank amidst the profuse gratitude of the Eastern Capital Police, followed closely by Lana and comrade Beerus, who was eager to treat them. Let us venture to the illustrious food street ahead. The Saiyan stomach is capable of accommodating food weighing 36 times their own body weight, and those youthful Saiyans in their developmental phase can further transcend this limit. The Na'vi Beerus, in his innocence, led Sun Yu and Lana to the most opulent hotel in the Eastern Capital. To display his hospitality, he ordered a lavish feast. And as he graciously invited Sun Yu and Lana to please help themselves, the 2 youths descended upon the banquet like famished spirits returned to life. What does it mean to have wind sweeping through remnants? In Beerus's memory, a table laden with food that would typically require the efforts of 10 adults to consume was devoured by the 2 youths in a mere 3 minutes. Every plate was licked clean, and if those dishes were to be presented to other patrons, none would suspect they had not been washed. Waiter, bring us 20 more of each dish. Sun Yu commanded, addressing the waiter, who was frozen in disbelief. Hey, don't forget about me. I want my share too. Lana elegantly dabbed at the grease on her lips, shyly addressing Sun Yu. Oh, then waiter, make that 40 of each. As soon as the words left his mouth, Beerus, clutching his chest, rolled his eyes and fainted. Oh no, this gentleman has fainted from hunger. Hey, waiter, hurry up with the food. Someone has collapsed from starvation. Thus began the darkest day in the culinary careers of the chefs at the Eastern Capital Grand Hotel, as they nearly exhausted their entire stock for the month. Overwhelmed, the chefs worked frantically for 3 hours before finally succumbing to the urge to call the police. Calling the police, what a novel idea. In response, the same few Eastern capital officers arrived. Upon sighting Sun Yu and Lana, they slapped the chef who had called for help and declared, "If you cannot serve these two, prepare to face imprisonment." 10 hours later, Sun Yu and Lana each let out a satisfied belch, signaling the conclusion of their feast. "Wait, Uncle Beerus, didn't we agree to go shopping afterward? Why are you taking us to your home instead?" Sun Yu inquired, puzzled by Beerus's invitation to his residence. Beerus discreetly patted his empty wallet, having previously withdrawn $2 million in cash from the bank, now entirely spent. With a forced smile, he explained, "Well, my wife has prepared a delightful dessert at home. I was wondering if you two would like to sample it." "Really? That sounds wonderful. Kyle, let us hurry. Just the name dessert suggests it will be delicious." Lana had completely succumbed to the culinary delights of Earth. Thus, it is said, to win a woman's heart, one must first conquer her appetite. There seems to be nothing amiss. In any case, Breve successfully resolved the impending financial crisis, comfortably reclining in Breve's spacious luxury vehicle. Lana leaned against Sun Yu's shoulder, quietly admiring the picturesque scenery along the street. This is truly the essence of life. Before long, they arrived at Breve's residence, where the servants attended to Sun Yu and Lana, preparing them for a bath. The servant assisting Sun Yu displayed no extraordinary curiosity upon noticing the tail behind him. Perhaps due to the existence of diverse species in the Dragon Ball world, where even pig-headed and tiger-headed beings are accepted, making the tail-bearing Saiyans hardly regarded as outcasts. Once they were cleansed, the servants thoughtfully selected the latest fashionable attire for Sun Yu and Lana. After everything was arranged, they were invited to the living room to indulge in some delightful pastries. As Sun Yu entered the living room, he was struck by the sight of Mrs. Beerus, a young and beautiful woman with golden curls, cradling a doll-like little girl with azure hair. A sudden flash of realization struck Sun Yu as he finally noticed the logo on Beerus' uniform. Capsule Corporation, the Universal Capsule Company. It dawned on him, "You are Bulma's father." Sun Yu looked at Uncle Beerus with newfound understanding. He was the brilliant scientist, the founder of Capsule Corporation, and the future world's wealthiest individual. "How does Mr. Sun know my little daughter?" Beerus exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. "Dr. Beerus, you are too kind." Sun Yu, now fully aware of Beerus' esteemed identity, felt compelled to show utmost respect. "Doctor, may I request a favor from you?" The sudden shift in Sun Yu's demeanor left everyone present utterly astonished. Particularly, Lana found herself increasingly perplexed by her cousin's behavior. "Mr. Sun, you are too kind. Please feel free to ask for anything you need." Beerus understood the formidable prowess of both Sun Yu and Lana, and being genuinely grateful for Sun Yu's life-saving intervention, he refrained from overstepping. Upon hearing Beerus' response, Sun Yu chuckled softly, then leaned in conspiratorially, saying, "Dr. Beerus, what I require is a training room where gravity can be adjusted at will, with the upper limit set at 100 times for now. Surely, you can manage that?" 100 times. Beerus exclaimed in astonishment. "Mr. Sun, creating the gravity training room you desire is not particularly difficult. However, do you comprehend what setting gravity to 100 times entails?" "Of course, I do," Sun Yu shrugged nonchalantly, then proceeded to quote from the original text. "A person weighing 60 kilograms would weigh 6 tons under 100 times the gravity. Am I mistaken?" Beerus mechanically nodded, recalling Sun Yu's previous displays of power, and after a moment's hesitation, he resolutely decided, "Very well, since it is your request, Mr. Sun, I shall give it a try. Please, make yourself comfortable while I head to the laboratory to work on this gravity training room." "Thank you, Doctor. Please do take your time," replied Sun Yu. As Dr. Beerus retreated into the laboratory, Mrs. Beerus departed to prepare more desserts for Lana, leaving the living room occupied solely by Lana, who was licking cake remnants from her hands, and Bulma and Sun Yu, who were exchanging curious glances. Sun Yu was taken aback. He never expected Bulma to have been so adorable as a child. The series of events left him feeling somewhat dazed as he stared blankly at Bulma. Then, almost instinctively, he reached out and gently pinched her rosy cheek. So soft was Sun Yu's initial impression of Bulma's face. Goodness, could he possibly be a latent loli enthusiast? No, he definitely was not. It had merely been a slip of the hand. Hey, some people can't even resist such a little girl. Lana regarded Sun Yu with a disdainful look, causing his cheeks to flush. It was just a slip of the hand, haha. Sun Yu defended himself. "Come here, little sister. Be careful of certain bad people who might do strange things to you." Lana transformed into a warm, protective older sister, opening her arms toward the little girl, Bulma. Lana inquired with curiosity, As I previously mentioned, in a gravity training chamber set to 100 times the normal gravitational force, a body weighing 60 kilograms would effectively become 6 tons. If we could acclimate to such an environment, our combat power could conservatively be estimated to reach 90,000. Sun Yu replied with indifference. 90,000. How is that possible? It is not that Lana is unwilling to believe Sun Yu, but this figure for combat power seems like an astronomical number to her at this moment. A combat power of 90,000. Could this really belong to a Saiyan? Sun Yu smiled faintly, rising to his feet and approaching the window. Sister Na, you must never underestimate the potential of our Saiyan race. A battle power of 90,000 merely signifies the initial stage of our combat capability development. It is only when one's battle power ascends to 3 million that one truly enters a realm of limits. At that juncture, conventional training methods become increasingly ineffective for further enhancement. To attain greater strength, one must transform into the legendary Golden Warrior, the Super Saiyan. Upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, one can directly amplify their battle power by 50-fold. This means that an initial battle power of 3 million would surge to an astonishing 150 million. Such a figure is truly formidable. The path ahead is both arduous and profound. Out of the corner of Sun Yu's eye, he inadvertently caught sight of a small black creature in the yard, and a smile instantly spread across his face. He recognized this little black creature as a pet beloved by the Beerus couple, one that had accompanied them throughout the entirety of the Dragon Ball anime. At that moment, it was playfully rolling around with a Dragon Ball. Wait, a Dragon Ball. Moreover, it was a 2-star ball. Sun Yu could no longer remain composed. He mentally cursed the Beerus ancestors for countless generations for allowing a Dragon Ball to become a mere toy for a pet. The world of the wealthy was beyond his comprehension. Without hesitation, he leapt out of the window, swiftly approaching the little black creature. Seizing the opportunity, he grasped the creature by its neck with one hand, while picking up the Dragon Ball with the other. Ah, little son, what brings you to the yard? Mrs. Beerus returned to the living room with a large plate of pastries, catching sight of Sun Yu in the yard. Lana also emerged from the house, casually taking a piece of dessert from Mrs. Beerus' tray, munching on it as she inquired, "Same question, Kyle. You aren't out here just to collect that glass ball, are you?" "Indeed, that is precisely the case. Mrs. Beerus, do you happen to know the origins of this object?" Sun Yu retorted. Mrs. Beerus pointed to Bulma, who was hiding behind Lana, and remarked, "Oh, that glass sphere was found by Bulma on the roadside. Scratch is particularly fond of it, so we kept it as a toy for him." Scratch was the name of the little black creature. This object is called a Dragon Ball, and there are a total of 7. When all 7 are gathered, one can summon the eternal dragon and have any wish fulfilled, Sun Yu succinctly explained. Mrs. Beerus, this item emits a stable wavelength. Could you possibly create a radar to detect its location? Such a remarkable item exists. I shall consult my husband about it. Please, enjoy the pastries in the meantime. Mrs. Beerus replied, taking the Dragon Ball Sun Yu offered her. The gravity training room can wait, if possible. Let us prioritize the creation of the Dragon Ball radar, Sun Yu suggested. Understood, Mrs. Beerus responded before hurriedly making her way to her husband's laboratory. Kyle, is it true that the Dragon Ball possesses such wondrous abilities? Lana inquired, evidently intrigued by the Dragon Ball. Are you familiar with Namek? Namek? You mean? Lana had indeed heard the legends of Namek, yet like most beings from the cosmos, they regarded it as mere exaggerated folklore. Sun Yu nodded, affirming that the legends of Namek were indeed true, as were the Dragon Balls of Earth, although the latter were somewhat inferior, akin to a counterfeit version of their Namekian counterparts. Wow, Kyle, you possess an abundance of knowledge. Lana exclaimed. Have you considered what wish you might make? Although she inquired about Sun Yu's desire, she harbored a wish of her own that she yearned to fulfill. Not yet. I'll think about it later. In truth, Sun Yu hoped to utilize the Dragon Ball radar to locate Karen Tower and train under the guidance of the God of Earth. Humph, you're such a dullard. Lana muttered in dissatisfaction. In the ensuing days, Sun Yu procured a set of weighted training gear for both Lana and himself, reminiscent of the attire worn by Son Goku in the original Dragon Ball series, each set weighing a staggering 900 kilograms. Even Lana, whose combat prowess exceeded 900, found it somewhat taxing upon her first wear. The following day, Dr. Beerus successfully crafted the Dragon Ball radar. Indeed, having someone so technologically adept in close proximity proved advantageous. With the radar in hand, Sun Yu prepared to bid farewell to the Beerus couple, who fervently attempted to dissuade him from leaving. However, Sun Yu remained resolute. prompting little Bulma to tear up upon hearing that her older brother was departing. If you were a bit older, I could take you on adventures with me. Sun Yu lamented. Kyle, you truly have intentions towards Bulma. Lana teased from the side. Ultimately, Sun Yu had to resort to the most effective tool for charming the young girl, a lollipop. As the old Chinese saying goes, there is no lowly you cannot conquer. Only lollipops you cannot afford. Having successfully appeased Bulma, Sun Yu and Lana set forth on their quest for the Dragon Balls. The initial stages of their search proved to be somewhat entertaining. Sun Yu quickly realized that, given their formidable strength, there was little on Earth that could impede their progress, resulting in an unexpectedly smooth pursuit of the Dragon Balls. Thus, the sole amusement during their travels became the indulgent feasting between the two, coupled with the delight of dining and then playfully evading payment, inciting the restaurant owners to chase them through the streets. Eventually, their pursuit of the Dragon Balls morphed into a culinary adventure where the location of the Dragon Balls became trivial. What mattered most was the availability of delectable food. In a certain highland, at Bowsy Mountain, Lana effusively praised Grandpa Gohan. This roasted earth dragon is exquisite, as she savored the delicious dish. Indeed, Sun Yu and Lana had arrived at Bowsy Mountain, where Son Gohan possessed a 4-star Dragon Ball. Upon learning of their intentions, Gohan not only readily presented the Dragon Ball, but also warmly treated the two to a sumptuous meal. Haha, I'm glad you enjoy it. Don't worry, there's plenty more. With a smile, Sun Wukong remarked. Having feasted to his heart's content, Sun Yusin stretched lazily, suddenly recalling something. He turned to his grandfather, Sun Wukong, and said, Grandfather Wukong, if I am not mistaken, you are a disciple of Master Roshi, are you not? Sun Yu's words astonished Son Gohan, but he readily admitted, how does Sun Shao know my master? That lecherous old man is known to anyone who has ever seen Dragon Ball. He continued, I have long admired his renowned name and wished to pay my respects, but fate has not allowed our meeting until now. Sun Yu sighed. I wonder if Gohan's grandfather could demonstrate the ultimate technique of the turtle school, the Kamehameha. You wish to learn the Kamehameha? Son Gohan discerned Sun Yu's intentions. Indeed, Sun Yu affirmed decisively, if possible, I would be grateful for your guidance in my training. Upon hearing this, Son Gohan's expression shifted slightly, and he responded, however, Sun Shao, if I am not mistaken, your power has far surpassed mine. Perhaps only my master can truly guide you. Nonetheless, I can certainly demonstrate the Kamehameha once. Excellent. I appreciate it. Sun Yu gazed at Gohan's grandfather with eager anticipation. Subsequently, Son Gohan stepped into the open area before the door, with Sun Yu and Lana following closely. Observing intently, Son Gohan clasped his hands together before his chest, his aura suddenly surging, and then he slowly drew his hands to his waist, exclaiming, Kamehameha? With a thunderous roar, a massive boulder was obliterated by Gohan's energy wave. Exhaling deeply, Son Gohan turned to Sun Yu with a delighted expression and asked, so, did you see it clearly? Sun Xiaoyu, would you like to give it a try? Having just retracted his Sharingan, Sun Yu smiled faintly at Gohan and replied, very well. Allow me to attempt it. Do not hesitate, young friend. If anything is amiss, I shall humbly point it out. Son Gohan stepped aside, watching alongside Lana as Sun Yu approached the courtyard. At last, he was about to learn this technique. Sun Yu felt a surge of excitement, recalling the countless times he had mimicked the Kamehameha in his childhood. Now, he truly had the opportunity to unleash this move, fulfilling a long-held dream. With his hands casually pressed together before his chest, Sun Yu's aura erupted dramatically. Me. Son Gohan's heart raced, his complexion turning pale. Despite his efforts to overestimate Sun Yu's strength, he realized he had still underestimated it. Damn that cauliflower, when did you become so strong? Lana gritted her teeth, unable to accurately gauge Sun Yu's power due to the absence of a battle power detector. Yet, she sensed that Sun Yu's strength was likely very close to hers, igniting a flicker of unease within her. Me. Sun Yu drew his hands back to his waist, suddenly emanating a terrifying light, his aura reaching a new pinnacle. His overwhelming presence caused the very earth around him to tremble. Suddenly, with a powerful thrust of his palms, a formidable wave of light surged forth, piercing the distant hills. The earth trembled violently, and in an instant, the hills erupted, transforming into countless fragments. Gazing at this spectacle, Sun Wukong was left utterly astonished, nearly popping his eyes out in disbelief. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Having just boasted about imparting wisdom to Sun Yu. My apologies. I may have exerted too much force, Sun Yu remarked sheepishly. scratching his head as he addressed his grandfather, Sun Wukong. Ah, indeed, heroes emerge from the youth. Young Sun's talent is truly astonishing. It seems I have grown old. Sun Wukong chuckled wryly at his own expense. Though the Kamehameha is a fundamental martial art, its potential for accumulation and subsequent secondary release grants it unparalleled power enhancement, which undoubtedly explains Sun Wukong's fervent enthusiasm for this technique. After exchanging a few more words, Sun Yu bid farewell to Sun Wukong and continued his quest for the Dragon Balls alongside Lana. With the recent acquisition of the 4-star ball, Sun Yu now possessed a total of 4 Dragon Balls, leaving just 3 remaining. Following the indications of the Dragon Ball radar, Sun Yu and Lana swiftly soared towards the tropical regions of the south. As they approached the location indicated by the radar, Sun Yu beheld a towering white spire rising majestically into the clouds. A grin spread across his face. He had finally discovered the legendary sacred place, Korin Tower, the abode of the divine. Korin Tower is situated atop the vast tropical plains of the southern world, safeguarded by generations of indigenous villagers. Revered as the birthplace of martial arts, countless martial artists have ventured here over the centuries, aspiring to ascend Korin Tower. Yet to this day, it appears that only Master Mateto has succeeded. Kai, look, it seems there's an army down below, Lana exclaimed, pointing towards a large gathering of people in the distance. Sun Yu followed the direction indicated by Lana and was indeed met with the sight of numerous armed soldiers stationed near the village by Corinta. However, their fierce expressions revealed their intent as they mercilessly assaulted innocent native villagers. Could it be that they too were in pursuit of the Dragon Balls? Sun Yu pondered this possibility, recalling that in the original Dragon Ball series, the Guardians of Corinta, the Bora father and son, possessed a Dragon Ball, apparently a 3-star ball. Let us go take a look, he suggested. Like all female beings across the universe, Lana possessed an innate curiosity for commotion, although she often vehemently denied it. It seemed they would have to wait a bit longer before paying their respects to the deity, and Sun Yu shook his head in resignation. After all, Corinta was right there. Arriving a little later would not be of great consequence. He replied, and the two of them leaped down from the air. Strolling leisurely towards the military encampment, the soldiers bore an insignia of a red bow tie, flanked on either side by a capital letter R. It was undoubtedly the Red Ribbon Army. Yet, in Sun Yu's memory, the Red Ribbon Army did not commence their search for the Dragon Balls until after Goku participated in the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. Why had they arrived at Corinta so soon? Could it be a result of the butterfly effect triggered by his own appearance? Hey, you two brats, stop right there. An officer, resembling a foreigner, blocked Sun Yu and Lana's path, hands on his hips as he boomed, "Wise up and get lost, or disobedient children might find themselves on the wrong end of a gun." Wait a moment before Sun Yu could devise a plan to deal with this insufferable officer. Another figure emerged. This individual wore a crisp military uniform, and his sapphire blue eyes accentuated his handsome features. Striding confidently towards Sun Yu, he sneered and remarked, "I never expected that you two would also be here for the Dragon Balls. General Blue, are you mistaken? They actually know about the Dragon Balls." The earlier officer exclaimed in astonishment. Sun Yu immediately recognized the individual as General Blue, the commander of the Red Silk Army, renowned for consistently defeating the Blue Team and endowed with extraordinary abilities. Furthermore, it was rumored that he was homosexual. "Ah, you have discovered my secret." Sun Yu smirked mischievously and inquired, "Might you enlighten me on how you came to know this?" It would be no trouble to share," General Blue replied, his expression cold and disdainful as he regarded Sun Yu. "We possess the Dragon Ball radar. Your possession of 4 Dragon Balls has been completely exposed. Quite commendable for you to have gathered so many for our army. Ha ha ha." The revelation that they, too, possessed a Dragon Ball radar astonished Sun Yu. However, upon reflection, it was not entirely unexpected. The Red Silk Army was home to the super genius Dr. Garo, who could easily construct a Dragon Ball radar. "How did you come to know about the Dragon Balls?" Sun Yu pondered, perplexed. Logically, there should not have been many who were aware of the Dragon Balls on Earth at this time, yet the enemy had access to the radar. "Youngster, you have many questions," General Blue remarked. "However, considering your contribution of 4 Dragon Balls to me, I shall indulge you. Our leader, General Hay, recently met the illustrious Dr. Briefs at a charity gala, where the topic of Dragon Balls was inadvertently broached during a drunken conversation. He even mentioned 2 remarkable young individuals. I presume those would be you too." The realization that he was indeed the subject of discussion left Sun Yu both amused and exasperated, recognizing that Dr. Briefs was indeed prone to indiscretions when inebriated. Nevertheless, what did it matter? With his own strength, annihilating the Red Silk Army would be as effortless as crushing an ant. Now then, young one, your questions have concluded. Hand over the Dragon Balls. General Blue commanded. Before he could finish his sentence, he used his powers to immobilize both Sun Yu and Lana, seemingly to prevent their escape. You cannot move now, can you, little ones? Sun Yu and Lana exchanged a glance, prompting the question, shall you go or shall I? Lana remarked, Kyle, did you not say that dealing with ordinary individuals is a rather disgraceful endeavor? Having been bullied, it is only natural to retaliate. Moreover, the Red Silk Army is hardly a noble entity. While Sun Yu abhors indiscriminate killing, it does not imply that he would allow wicked individuals to escape unscathed. General Brew, feeling disregarded, was instantly enraged, his fury boiling over. Without pondering why his superpowers proved ineffective against his adversaries, he charged towards Sun Yu, delivering a punch while bellowing. You insolent brat, how dare you ignore me? Do you seek death? Ha! These two youngsters are doomed, having provoked our General Brew. One soldier laughed. Indeed, the might of General Brew is unparalleled. The surrounding soldiers erupted in reckless laughter, while the subdued local Indian villagers huddled together, sorrowfully observing Sun Yu and Lana. The saying goes, when the rabbit dies, the fox grieves. They would soon follow in the footsteps of these two. As General Brew charged at him, Sun Yu's lips curled into a cold smirk. He seized the opportunity and delivered a swift strike to Brew's neck with the edge of his hand. Crack! As Sun Yu's palm struck General Brew's neck, a sharp, resounding crack echoed through the air, abruptly silencing the laughter of the soldiers who had been engaged in jovial banter moments before. They fixed their gaze on the general, his head contorted at an unnatural angle. The soldiers were clearly unable to fathom the reality that their revered general, whom they regarded as the mightiest, had been vanquished with a single blow. However, their shock was soon tempered as they witnessed General Brew, displaying remarkable resilience, stagger backward a few steps before ultimately collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Damn it! Perhaps fueled by a blend of fear and disbelief at Sun Yu's swift annihilation of their commander, the soldiers raised their rifles, preparing to fire at him. While these weapons posed no genuine threat to Sun Yu's life, the impact of the bullets would undoubtedly inflict pain, for even a Saiyan is made of flesh and blood. Thus, the fate of these soldiers was sealed the moment they aimed their weapons. Sun Yu transformed into a flash of lightning, his movements so swift that each strike was invariably lethal. The soldiers barely felt a modicum of pain before they were utterly extinguished. Stay back. Don't come any closer. The foreign officer, cowering in the rear, was rendered utterly disoriented by the spectacle. He scrambled into his vehicle and, with a sudden press of the accelerator, vanished in a cloud of dust. How swift he flees. Sun Yu scoffed, choosing to disregard the coward, for he was not a bloodthirsty individual. Such scum were hardly worth his pursuit. The remaining soldiers, perceiving Sun Yu's lack of intent to annihilate them completely, scattered in all directions like frightened birds. The local Indian villagers, witnessing the demise of the malevolent, felt a wave of relief wash over them as the remaining accomplices fled. Yet, when they turned their gaze upon Sun Yu, a palpable tension gripped their hearts. Their awareness of his formidable power instilled a deep-seated fear within them. Sun Yu and Lana leisurely approached the Native American villagers, who immediately knelt before them, expressing their profound gratitude. Thank you for saving our lives. Please, there is no need for such reverence. Rise, Sun Yu urged, mustering a warm smile. Addressing a venerable elder, he inquired, Dear sir, we have come in search of a transparent orb known as the Dragon Ball, the kind that contains a few stars. Surely, you have encountered it? Upon hearing Sun Yu's quest for the Dragon Ball, the elder's expression darkened, as he seemed to harbor concerns that Sun Yu might share the nefarious intentions of previous wrongdoers. What do you seek the Dragon Ball for? You cannot possibly be aligned with those scoundrels. Rest assured, dear elder. We are not villains and would never utilize the Dragon Ball for malevolent purposes, Sun Yu reassured him with a smile. I too believe you are not malevolent. Brah. Please retrieve the Dragon Ball, the elder instructed a robust young man beside him. The young man, who was tall and bare-chested, adorned with a necklace of bones and teeth, rose at the elder's request. As Sun Yu beheld him, his eyes sparkled with intrigue. This Bra was none other than the father of UPA, the young boy whom Sun Wukong encountered in the sacred land of Karen in the original Dragon Ball. However, it seemed that Bra had yet to marry, and thus UPA's existence was a mere fantasy. Bra swiftly retreated into the house to retrieve the Dragon Ball, the three-starred sphere, which he reluctantly placed into Sun Yu's hands. Having acquired the fifth Dragon Ball, Sun Yu bid farewell to the villagers and, alongside Lana, turned to depart. "Will you not stay for a cup of tea?" the elder implored, wishing to retain them, especially since Sun Yu had just saved the entire village. "Thank you, dear elder. But we must hasten to the summit of Korin Tower," Sun Yu replied without glancing back, waving his hand dismissively. "Are they truly embarking on the ascent of Korin Tower?" The villagers murmured among themselves. In the eyes of these indigenous villagers, only a true warrior could scale the heights of Korin Tower. And Sun Yu exemplified the essence of strength. Once they left the village, Sun Yu turned to Lana with a smile. "Sister Lana, atop Korin Tower resides the god of earth. Though his combat prowess may be modest, his insights into martial arts are profoundly unique. Do ensure you conduct yourself appropriately upon meeting him." "I understand. You are such a nag," Lana protested with mild annoyance. Upon reaching the base of Korin Tower, Sun Yu and Lana soared into the sky, ascending vertically into the lofty clouds. The palace of the god was said to be guarded by mysterious powers, rendering any flying object incapable of approaching. However, before the sheer force exhibited by Sun Yu and Lana, all such enigmatic defenses were rendered futile. They effortlessly breached the divine palace's protection and stood before the god himself. In truth, the god had been aware of their arrival the moment they set foot on Earth. Fortunately, Sun Yu and Lana had not engaged in any malevolent deeds since their arrival, which relieved the god slightly. Yet today, he found himself on high alert as these two extraordinarily powerful individuals unexpectedly appeared near the sacred land of Karen. Thus, when Sun Yu and Lana descended upon the divine palace, they were greeted by the god, who had been waiting at the entrance, accompanied by his servant, the ebony-skinned Bob, and the ancient Karen, who claimed to have lived for 8 centuries, also present to await the arrival of the two newcomers. "Greetings, God, and Mr. Bob. Oh, Karen, you two are here," Sun Yu exclaimed with palpable excitement, warmly greeting each of them in turn. In stark contrast to Sun Yu's relaxed demeanor, the god and his companions felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation. They were utterly bewildered by the sudden appearance of these two youths, knowing nothing of their intentions, yet sensing their immense power. Conversely, it appeared that the youths possessed a thorough understanding of their circumstances. How perplexing! The aged god cleared his throat, taking heavy steps towards Sun Yu, and spoke with gravity. "Might I inquire the purpose of your visit to my humble abode, esteemed guests?" "Your Excellency, you are too kind," Sun Yu replied graciously. Sun Yu stepped forward and bowed respectfully to the divine being. As a seeker of knowledge, it was imperative to maintain a proper demeanor. "I am Sun Yu, and this is my cousin, Lana. We have heard that the sacred land of Karlin is the birthplace of martial arts in the world, and we wish to inquire about the methods of cultivation." Upon hearing Sun Yu's words, the old deity scrutinized both Sun Yu and Lana, pondering for a moment before shaking his head and replying, "I fear that your strength far surpasses mine. Additionally, the burdens you carry are exceedingly heavy, thus, I am unable to impart my teachings to you. Indeed, Saiyans are notorious for their propensity for violence, often engaging in the annihilation of entire planets. Shortly after Sun Yu's arrival, they had eradicated the dwarven planet, thus rendering their burdens undeniably grave." "Hey, old man, what are you saying?" Lana interjected indignantly. She was indifferent to how others perceived her, but she could not tolerate a single disparaging word about Sun Yu. "Who are you calling burdened? Do you dare to challenge me?" "Nah, please don't be upset." Sun Yu quickly calmed Lana, then politely addressed the deity. "I sincerely apologize, great deity. Please do not take offense. My cousin is merely protective, but she has a kind heart." "An unfortunate start," chuckled Karen, who had harbored animosity towards Sun Yu from the outset, perhaps due to an innate intuition of the Saiyant's bloodthirsty nature. This time, Lana did not explode with anger, but shot a fierce glare at Karen, who, feeling the intensity of her gaze, hastily retreated behind the deity. "Enough of this commotion. Mr. Sun Yu, you are not welcome here, and I kindly ask you to leave." The old deity struck his staff upon the ground, delivering an unequivocal eviction order before turning to return to the divine temple. "Wait, great deity." Sun Yu was taken aback by the deity's overt rejection of Saiyans. After all, he had done nothing wrong. He had no desire to shoulder the blame for the burdens. In a moment of quick thinking, Sun Yu furrowed his brow as a clever idea struck him. With a mysterious smile, he said, "Great deity, do you not wish to return to your home planet?" The words of Sun Yu resonated like a torpedo detonating in water, leaving the celestial beings momentarily stunned. "What did you say about returning to your home planet? Please elucidate." The celestial being, no longer able to maintain his composure, demanded sternly. In an effort to alleviate the celestial being's hostility, Sun Yu invoked the name of the current universe's arch-villain, Frisia, as a common adversary. Although Frisia was currently unaware of the existence of the Namekians, it mattered not. Being a villain necessitated a certain mindset, one that required accepting the blame when the protagonist shifted the narrative. Surely, Lord Celestial, you have noticed that you do not resemble the inhabitants of this planet, Sun Yu continued. Like us, you hail from the cosmos. Within the coordinates 9035YX lies a planet known as Namek, which has suffered a drastic population decline due to environmental degradation. The Grand Elder dispatched a remarkable member of the Dragon Clan into the universe in search of other worlds. However, upon learning of Namek's mystical Dragon Balls, the cosmic tyrant Frisia became consumed with a desire for eternal life to conquer the infinite universe. He sought to harness the power of Namek's dragon to fulfill this ambition. Can you guess what his first act would be upon achieving this wish? Sun Yu's voice grew somber, and the expressions of those present grew grim. The celestial being swallowed hard, attempting to moisten his parched throat, and muttered he would utterly annihilate Namek to eliminate future threats, with Frisia as a shared scapegoat. The celestial being's demeanor shifted, just as Sun Yu had anticipated. Lord Celestial. Mr. Popo glanced nervously at the celestial being. The aged celestial now appeared even more frail. While discovering his heritage should have been a joyous occasion, the revelation of such a terrifying possibility weighed heavily upon him. He took a deep breath and inquired of Sun Yu. Does that mean my home planet is in grave danger? This matter can be put to rest for now. Lord Celestial, Sun Yu reassured him. Frisia fears the legend of our super Saiyans. Thus, before he annihilates the Saiyans, he will not take action against your home planet. Lana, who had remained silent until now, could no longer contain herself upon hearing Sun Yu's words. She grasped Sun Yu's arm urgently and exclaimed, "What nonsense are you spouting, Kale? Lord Frisia has always treated us Saiyans favorably. How could he possibly turn against us?" Sun Yu felt a headache coming on. How could he have forgotten this spirited girl? She was a pure Saiyan, and it was likely that many of her family and friends still resided on planet Vegeta. Naturally, she could not remain passive while he spoke of Frisia's plans to annihilate the Saiyans. Listen, Celestial, it appears they are in cahoots with that Frisia fellow. The mischievous Kaioken also made an appearance, harboring animosity towards Sun Yu. It's Frisia, you senile fool. Sun Yu cast an exasperated glance at the meddlesome Master Karen and solemnly addressed the celestial deity. I shall not conceal from you, esteemed ones, that due to certain circumstances, I have come to know some events of the future. I am aware of Frisia's ambitions and, moreover, that I can find the strength to oppose him here. Great deity, you possess the power of telepathy. You can discern whether I speak the truth. Upon hearing this, all present turned their attention to the celestial deity, eagerly anticipating his verdict. After a moment of contemplation, the deity slowly nodded and addressed the assembly. He speaks no falsehood. Therefore, I inquire, do you possess the capability to confront the Frisia you mention? Not at present, but once we thoroughly awaken the potential within us, we shall indeed possess the strength to overcome him. Could one truly assert that we are incapable of defeating him? Otherwise, the celestial deity would not squander his time mentoring us in our cultivation. Indeed, the celestial deity acknowledged, there lies immense potential within you. However, your auras are feeble, failing to manifest the strength you ought to possess. Let Master Karen first train you in the art of suppressing your aura. Once you have made some progress, I shall personally guide you. Thank you, great deity. Teacher, please allow me to pay my respects. Sun Yu stepped forward and reverently bowed deeply to the celestial deity. Not at all, not at all. The sweat began to beat on the celestial deity's brow. Sun Yu's actions left him perplexed regarding his true capabilities. Your strength surpasses mine by far. I am unworthy of such a title. Indeed, indeed. Sun Yu replied unabashedly, as the saying goes, the accomplished take precedence. Since I seek your guidance, you are my teacher. Sun Yu remarked that with the situation at hand, even the heavens could no longer afford to delay, lest it appear as a form of reluctance. Karen, esteemed sage, please escort Sun Yu and his companions below. Your guidance in their training is greatly appreciated. Despite the heavenly deity's assurance, Karen still harbored reservations within his heart. Nonetheless, compelled by the divine mandate, he reluctantly led Sun Yu and Lana to their training. Upon their return to the dwelling situated beneath the celestial palace, Bobo voiced his concerns to the heavenly deity. Is it truly wise to instruct them in cultivation? The heavenly deity sighed in resignation. As a divine being, I possess the ability to perceive the burdens they carry. However, to be fair, I do not sense any malevolence emanating from them. Perhaps by guiding them towards righteousness, we might cleanse their afflictions. That alone could be deemed a virtuous act. Following this exchange, the deity and Bobo retreated into the sanctum. Meanwhile, back in their quarters, Karen scrutinized Sun Yu and Lana with a skeptical expression. Though I am reluctant, the command of the heavenly deity must be obeyed. I trust you do not intend to conquer the world once your training here concludes? Sun Yu responded playfully. Do we truly need training to conquer the world? Lana chimed in. Indeed, with your pitiful combat prowess of under 200. It seemed she sought to avenge their earlier jests. How infuriating, Karen exclaimed, his frustration manifesting as he struck his staff against the ground, producing a resounding crack. Suddenly, a sardonic smile crossed his face as he declared, You dare to underestimate me? Now, I challenge you to seize the bell from your grasp without employing any energy. Sun Yu, with a mischievous glint in his eye, interrupted the fairy Kalen, who was about to produce a bell, by tapping his nose. How on earth did you know? Kalen exclaimed in astonishment, widening his eyes as much as possible, though his efforts were in vain. After all, Kalen's eyes, much like a certain person's height, were rife with flaws. I merely guessed, haha. If your sole intention was to snatch the bell from my hands, that would be easier than devouring 10 Big Macs in a mere second. Therefore, I surmise your true objective is to have us also don bells and attempt to seize your bell without making a sound. Am I correct? Sun Yu remarked, fixing his gaze on the perspiring Kalen. You, Kalen stammered, grappling with the revelation of his true intentions, casting doubt upon his life, no, rather, his cat life, over the course of his 800 years. Since you have already deduced my plan, let us commence, with no recourse but to concede. Kalen hoped to reclaim his dignity in the ensuing training. Who shall go first? I shall, Lana proclaimed, stepping forward first. Sun Yu, indifferent, stepped aside to observe as Lana took the bell and fastened it around her waist. Kalen too secured a bell to his staff, inhaling deeply before declaring, Begin. Due to the encumbrance of her excessively heavy armor weighing 900 kilograms, Lana's speed and precision were considerably hampered. Each time she almost grasped the bell on Kalen's staff, her own bell would inadvertently chime. Haha, what are you doing? Did you not have a proper meal? Hurry up. Seizing the rare opportunity to retaliate, Kalen unleashed a torrent of mockery upon Lana. That's too much. Unable to withstand Kalen's derision any longer, Lana swiftly removed her 2 heavy arm guards, which fell to the ground with a resounding thud, causing the very earth to tremble. Oh, Kalen gasped, having been momentarily stunned into silence by the spectacle before him after mercilessly mocking Lana just moments prior. After discarding her 2 pairs of heavy boots, Lana finally relented, though she still donned a lead alloy vest weighing approximately 400 kilograms. However, being a woman, she chose not to remove it. Yet, considering that Earth's gravity is but 1/10 that of Vegeta's planet, this weight posed little significant hindrance to Lana. Apologies for the weight, little kitty. With a swift motion of her wrists and ankles, Lana's figure vanished in an instant. Kalen instinctively repositioned his staff, but it was too late. As Lana snatched the bell from Kalen's staff, the bell affixed to her waist chimed, clearly indicating that her movements had surpassed the speed of sound. You wretched cheater! You are all monsters. You bully. Karen, filled with sudden fury, began to leap about in place, seemingly intent on jumping up to strike Lana's knee. Upon hearing Carlin's words, Sun Yu curled his lips in disdain, exclaiming, What does it have to do with me? How have I bullied you? Sister Na, please refrain from teasing him. It would be futile to proceed with training without donning the weighted gear. Understood. Generally speaking, Lana was receptive to advice, and she promptly adorned herself with the cumbersome protective equipment. This time, Carlin the Sage was completely subdued, refraining from any further mockery. Thus, Lana devoted herself to maintaining equilibrium in her body, striving to harmonize her breathing with her rhythm. Within a day, Lana successfully seized Carlin the Sage's bell while wearing the weighted gear, without disturbing her own bell. The renowned Earth champion, Witaido, had taken 3 years to wrest the bell from Carlin the Sage, while the young son Wukong had needed 3 days. Setting aside combat prowess, Lana's innate talent for martial arts was certainly on par with those two. Excellent. Sister Na, your aura has become more subdued and profound, creating an increasingly harmonious impression. Sun Yu remarked sincerely. Higi, your sister is a talented intermediate warrior. Lana proudly patted Sun Yu on the shoulder, reveling in her achievement. Carlin the Sage then produced a clay jar, from which he retrieved a mystical bean and tossed it to Lana, saying, This is called a divine being. Consuming it will swiftly replenish your energy, equating to a 10-day supply of food. Sun Yu's eyes sparkled with realization as he marveled inwardly. So this is the legendary Sinza bean. In the realm of Dragon Ball, as long as one draws breath, any grievous injury can be healed. This miraculous bean can be regarded as an unparalleled anomaly, second only to the wish-granting dragon. Regrettably, due to its scarce production and the fact that most have been squandered by that fool Yajirobe, the remaining supply is exceedingly limited. Consequently, in the ensuing battles, Goku and his fellow warriors often found themselves in dire straits due to the scarcity of Sinza beans, a thought that evokes tears and sorrow. With a swift motion, Lana eagerly chewed and swallowed the Sinza bean. In the blink of an eye, her vitality was rejuvenated. However, her complexion soon flushed a deep crimson. And after a few unsteady steps, her legs buckled, causing her to collapse. Sister Na, what has happened to you? Sun Yu noticed Lana's unusual behavior and immediately rushed over to embrace her tightly, calling her name with urgency. Kalchan. Lana suddenly opened her arms to wrap around Sun Yu's neck, her lips brushing against his ear, exhaling a fragrant breath. What on earth did you give my cousin? This fairy bean must surely be fake. Sun Yu exclaimed in frustration. Fool, this fairy bean is undoubtedly authentic. Master Carlin protested vehemently. Then why is my sister behaving like this? Before Sun Yu could finish his sentence, Lana's crimson lips had already pressed against his, passionately kissing him as she cradled his face in her hands. What kind of madness is this? It feels as though we are soaring to the heavens. Lana's delicate figure writhed in his embrace, each trace of her youthful fragrance igniting Sun Yu's senses, her ample and resilient bosom pressed firmly against his chest, causing warmth to spread through his abdomen, nearly overwhelming his reason. Activate the Sharingan. With a determined effort, Sun Yu activated his Sharingan, regaining a semblance of clarity. Although he relished the moment, he knew it was not truly Lana's intention. Therefore, he could not allow himself to be too indulgent in front of that foolish being. How infuriating that she doesn't even know to keep her distance. After delivering a swift chop to the nape of Lana's neck, she fell into unconsciousness. Seeing her peacefully asleep, Sun Yu finally exhaled in relief and shot a fierce glare. Sun Yu nearly choked on his own blood, exclaiming incredulously. Are you seriously telling me that plants undergo anaerobic respiration to produce alcohol? You must be joking. He continued with a sigh. If that were the case, wouldn't he adding a bit of water allow it to ferment naturally and create a fine brew of celestial bean wine? Without missing a beat, Carlin, the sage, smacked his forehead in realization and said, what a splendid idea. How did I not think of that? Upon hearing Carlin's words, Sun Yu felt a wave of despair wash over him, lamenting, this is what you get for being so irreverent and making foolish comments. Hey, the one called Sun Yu. Are you not interested in practicing to snatch my bell? If you want to practice, you'd better hurry. I still need to return to brew a batch of celestial bean wine, Carlin urged. I think I'll pass, Sun Yu replied, shaking his head resolutely. Earlier, when Lana had been fiercely attempting to seize Carlin's bell, Sun Yu had activated his Sharingan, aiming to thoroughly observe the flow of energy within Lana's body. He meticulously studied her method of breath control, intending to draw parallels and deepen his understanding through this observation, thus enhancing his own insights. This was the profound ability of the Sharingan. It was not limited to combat alone. Even in the realm of cultivation, when applied correctly, the Sharingan could yield unexpectedly remarkable results. What? You dare say you don't need it? Kid, are you perhaps frightened? Concerned that you might fall short in comparison to this girl, and thus unwilling to take on the challenge? Carlin squinted at Sun Yu. What a ridiculous notion. Sun Yu, fear nothing of the sort. It's simply unnecessary, he retorted. Sun Yu, eager to return and care for Lana, understood that she was currently intoxicated after consuming a high alcohol concentration elixir. As her younger brother, he felt compelled to assume the responsibility of looking after her, which entailed removing her clothing and gently wiping her body with a warm towel, as well as providing a soothing massage to alleviate her tense muscles. In essence, Lana was in dire need of someone to tend to her. Hey, young man, don't be so dull. Give it a try. I want to mock you. Carlin seemed convinced that Sun Yu lacked the courage to compete with him, and thus he unabashedly encouraged Sun Yu. However, Sun Yu had resolutely decided to ignore him. How about I share 2 jars of elixir with you? Carlin suggested. I want 3 jars. Sun Yu countered. Impossible. I spent centuries accumulating 5 jars of elixir. If I give you 3, what will I have left to brew? Carlin flatly refused. Then forget it, Sun Yu declared, lifting Lana and turning to leave. Wait. Fine. If you can seize my bell within the duration of a stick of incense, I will grant you 3 jars. With a firm resolve, Carlin made the proposition. believing that Lana's innate talent required nearly a full day to claim his bell. Thus, he was certain that this boy, even if slightly more gifted than Lana, could not possibly accomplish it in such a short time. "Oh, since you insist, I shall give it a try. I hope you keep your word," Sun Yu replied, feeling somewhat helpless at the prospect of receiving elixir so easily. "Humph, I am an immortal. How could I not keep my word? But you must not remove your cumbersome armor," Carlin emphasized sternly. "Rest assured, that won't be necessary." Sun Yu gently laid Lana down and approached Carlin, asking, "Shall we begin? Let the challenge commence." With Carlin's approval, Sun Yu took a moment to adjust his breathing. With his current understanding of qi, he began in stillness, acted with intention, and concluded with movement. Every inhalation and exhalation generates qi, and true masters can conceal their actions within their breath, creating and dissipating energy in harmony with their movements. Aligning his movements with his breath, Sun Yu extended his hand with effortless grace, not allowing a trace of energy to escape. As if he were one with the surrounding environment, Carlin sensed the harmonious energy emanating from Sun Yu, causing his nerves to momentarily relax. However, it was precisely this fleeting moment of relaxation that allowed Sun Yu's hand to reach out before Carlin. The seemingly slow motion now struck like lightning. "Ah, I got it. That wasn't too difficult. Carlin, I am taking these 3 jars of elixir with me." "Thank you." Sun Yu calmly tossed the bell to Master Karen, then opened a universal capsule to reveal a suitcase. He took out 3 jars of relatively fresh mystical beans and placed them inside. He certainly did not wish to find himself in battle later, needing to consume a highly concentrated alcoholic bean. That would be utterly foolish. Meanwhile, Master Karen remained dazed. Still immersed in the instant Sun Yu had just displayed his prowess, as clear as the sky and as swift as lightning. Who would have thought that this young prodigy could comprehend such profound essence? It was truly unexpected. "Hey, you fool, why are you still standing there in a daze? Can't you see my sister Lana is asleep? Hurry and find me a quiet room," Sun Yu exclaimed, cradling Lana once more in his arms, shouting at the still astonished Master Karen. Before Karen could respond, a sudden deep voice echoed nearby. "Miss Lana may rest in the temple first. Mr. Sun Yu, the deity summons you." "Damn it, Bobo, must you always appear so silently? You could scare someone to death, you know. And why does the deity appear now? Just to ruin my good fortune?" After settling Lana in a suitable spot, Sun Yu followed Mr. Bobo to meet the celestial deity. The deity stood at the edge of the temple, gazing down at the splendor of the mortal realm. Sun Yu approached respectfully, bowing as he spoke. "Great deity, have you called for me?" "Ah, Sun Yu, you've arrived." The deity turned, forcing a stiff smile as he said, "I have witnessed your training with Master Karen. It seems he intends to offer guidance on my cultivation," Sun Yu thought, suddenly invigorated. He laughed. "I apologize for any awkwardness. But might the esteemed deity offer some insights to a humble disciple?" "Huh, insights may be too grand a term. I see you have made some progress in your control over qi. But do you know how the ancients classified the realms of qi?" The deity introduced a concept not found in the original Dragon Ball text, instantly capturing Sun Yu's attention. "I am unaware. Please enlighten me, esteemed deity." Sun Yu bowed deeply, his sincere demeanor greatly pleasing the celestial being. The realms of qi are divided into 3 stages: subtle, awareness, and emptiness. You have reached the subtle stage, where you can merge your qi with your breath, manifesting and dissipating at will, the deity explained eloquently. "And what does the awareness stage entail? I humbly request your guidance." Sun Yu, eager for knowledge, felt as if the deity's words had unlocked a door to the world of martial arts, and he yearned to step through and explore its mysteries. The awareness stage is an elevation of the subtle stage. Realm refers to the essence of intent. "Let Bobo demonstrate for you. It will aid your understanding." The deity gestured towards Bobo. As Sun Yu cast his gaze upon Bobo, he noticed that at some point, Mr. Bobo had inexplicably grasped a wooden stick in his hand. Following the divine instructions he received, he began to wave the stick from a considerable distance in front of Sun Yu. The movement of the stick was extraordinarily slow, and after a moment of contemplation, Sun Yu could discern nothing particularly remarkable about it, just as he was about to inquire about the divine purpose. The originally short stick suddenly elongated and lunged fiercely towards Sun Yu. "I must evade." Sun Yu, quick-witted and agile, dodged to the side. However, after taking a step, he realized that the stick in Bobo's hand had not lengthened. Could it be that the previous occurrence was merely a figment of his imagination? "Sun Yu, do you understand now?" the deity inquired, observing Sun Yu's reaction. "What on earth do you mean? Why do you old fellows enjoy riddles so much? Can't you just say it plainly?" Sun Yu nearly wept. He recalled that in the Dragon Ball anime, The young Goku had also been frightened by Bobo wielding a simple stick during his training in the heavenly realm. Yet, due to the passage of time, he could not remember precisely how Bobo had accomplished that feat being a junior. I am rather dull. I humbly ask the deity to enlighten me directly. Knowledge is acquired in order. You are the master, and I must play the subordinate role. This is the essence of understanding. Every entity possesses its own attributes, such as length, speed, and temperature. Humans can perceive these attributes, which is the concept of E. When I guide you to experience these attributes, that is the realm of Jing. The concepts of E and Jing can transform into one another. Just as when Bobo swung the stick, his intent was to strike you with it. Thus his state of mind manifested. The deity elucidated. Sun Yu nodded thoughtfully and said, I understand now. The notion that the realm is born from the heart is precisely this principle, is it not? Indeed, it appears you truly comprehend. The celestial being exhibited a look of a mentor pleased with a promising pupil. And what of the realm of emptiness? Might you demonstrate it for me? Sun Yu inquired. Your impatience. You wish to run before you've even learned to walk? The celestial being chided with a chuckle, then instructed, Bobo, please show Sun Yu. Certainly. Esteemed celestial being. Before the words had fully escaped, Mr. Bobo became momentarily entranced, gazing blankly toward the horizon. Seemingly lost in the memory of a sunset's fleeting moments, a reminiscence of his lost youth. Hey, esteemed celestial being, Bobo is clearly daydreaming. I acknowledge that Mr. Bobo is adorably naive, but Sun Yu genuinely did not intend to ridicule Bobo. It was simply that he sensed nothing at all. And anyone observing would undoubtedly conclude that Bobo was indeed lost in thought. Silence. Close your eyes and feel with your heart. The celestial being reminded from the side. Well, to be honest, Sun Yu had long wished to close his eyes, for doing so would allow him to activate his Sharingan without revealing it to the celestial being. As the Sharingan awakened, Sun Yu's eyelids could no longer obscure his vision, though the celestial being noticed a slight anomaly in Sun Yu's aura. He did not dwell on it. Under the scrutiny of the Sharingan, Sun Yu was astonished to discover that he could not sense Bobo's presence at all. How could this be? While Bobo's combat prowess was indeed minimal, it was inconceivable that not even a trace of energy would be emitted. In Sun Yu's perception, Bobo's body seemed devoid of any energy whatsoever. If one were to suggest that he bore the essence of a mere stone, Sun Yu would readily agree. Even grass and trees possess a certain breath of life, let alone a human being. Well, have you sensed anything yet? The celestial being inquired. I have sensed nothing at all. If I weren't mindful of Mr. Bobo's position, I would completely fail to perceive his existence. Sun Yu replied candidly. The celestial being smiled and remarked, This is the realm of emptiness. All things are but illusions, originally devoid of substance. How then could one speak of perception? So that is it. Sun Yu seemed to grasp a glimmer of insight. It appeared that the cultivation of qi in this world bore a striking resemblance to the philosophies of Buddhist inner cultivation he had encountered on Earth, both aiming to enhance control over one's qi through direct connection with one's true self. In Sun Yu's recollections, after Sun Wukong had completed his training under 100-fold gravity and arrived on Namek, the members of the Jinyu force had employed a combat power detector to gauge his strength. Regardless of their observations, he consistently registered a mere 5,000 in combat power, while the reality was that Sun Wukong possessed an astounding 90,000. Reflecting upon this, it seemed that Sun Wukong had indeed reached the realm of emptiness at that time. He no longer felt the need to deliberately conceal his strength. The state of emptiness allowed his mind to be unburdened, and all his energy was seamlessly integrated into the universe around him. Perhaps one might question whether he could truly hide his combat power of 5,000. In truth, it was not a matter of concealment. He simply did not seek to mask it. Bobo's combat power was barely over 100. Thus, under the state of emptiness, he exhibited no trace of battle prowess. In contrast, Sun Wukong's inherent might was undeniable, transcending any veil of concealment, unless he intentionally suppressed it. A faint aura would inevitably escape. It is well you understand, the path of cultivation requires a methodical approach. One must not rush. As for you, I hold a measure of confidence, yet that Miss Lana possesses an overly competitive spirit. If she does not amend this, she may easily stray from the path of martial arts. The deity sighed. Rest assured, esteemed deity, I shall diligently oversee her progress. Very well. I have imparted all I can. The remainder rests upon your own efforts. Bobo has prepared 2 rooms for you within the palace, and you may stay for as long as you desire. Then we shall impose upon you. In the ensuing 3 months, Sun Yu and Lana remained in the Divine Palace for their training. Under Sun Yu's guidance, Lana adeptly advanced in her mastery of chi manipulation, successfully entering the subtle realm. Upon achieving this new level, her combat power surged dramatically, nearing the threshold of 10,000. Meanwhile, Sun Yu, engrossed in comprehending the essence of his craft, found his combat power temporarily diminished, hovering around 7,000 to 8,000. However, can strength ever be solely quantified by combat power? Among all in the Divine Palace, only Lana remained oblivious to the fact that Sun Yu's prowess had already surpassed hers, and this was without the aid of his Sharingan in battle. In the world of Dragon Ball, combat power values can easily overshadow martial arts realms. Yet, when two individuals possess comparable power levels, their martial arts mastery becomes pivotal in determining the outcome of their conflicts. Subsequently, believing herself to be in the lead, Lana resolved to break through the 10,000 combat power mark more swiftly, aiming to outpace Sun Yu significantly. To this end, she did not hesitate to expend an opportunity to enter the hyperbolic time chamber. There is no need to squander this chance so prematurely. You are not yet of age, and your combat power remains underdeveloped. Even with a year, your progress would be limited. One must adhere to a gradual and systematic approach. Sun Yu attempted to persuade Lana, yet regrettably, the young lady remained obstinate. Over the past 3 months, her combat prowess had surged dramatically, leading her to become quite conceited. Particularly, she was preoccupied with the notion of ascending to the role of Queen on Vegeta after achieving an overwhelming power level. She even jested that once she reigned, she might consider bestowing upon Sun Yu the title of a minor prince, which left him feeling rather awkward. Upon Lana's entry into the hyperbolic time chamber, the Supreme Kai revealed an intriguing matter to Sun Yu. Sun Yu, he began, in recent days, numerous patrol aircraft have been spotted near the temple, seemingly in search of something. However, the gravitational shield surrounding the temple renders us undetectable. As the Supreme Kai mentioned the search, Sun Yu instinctively thought of the Dragon Balls he possessed. Could it be the Red Ribbon Army? Such a possibility loomed large, especially since he had previously vanquished General Blue, a notable figure in their ranks, thus solidifying their enmity. Furthermore, his possession of the Dragon Balls made the Red Ribbon Army's interest entirely plausible. Not quite. The Supreme Kai swiftly dismissed Sun Yu's speculation. Those aircraft bear no insignia of the Red Ribbon Army. Instead, they are marked with the logo of Capsule Corporation. Oh? Sun Yu expressed his surprise upon hearing the name of Capsule Corporation. How could Dr. Briefs possibly send aircraft to this location? Even if he wished to inform Sun Yu about the completion of the gravity training chamber, such a commotion seemed unnecessary. There must be something amiss. It appears to be Capsule Corp, Supreme Kai. I suspect they are indeed looking for me. I shall investigate. Please exercise caution, the Supreme Kai advised. Bidding farewell to the Supreme Kai, Sun Yu swiftly exited the gravitational field of the temple and made his way toward the nearest aircraft. Meanwhile, the pilots of the patrol planes hovering near the sacred site of Karen suddenly noticed that the radar coordinates shared by their employer were shifting rapidly, prompting them to frantically report to their boss. Reporting to the boss, the target's location has changed. Repeat, the target's location has changed. Current coordinates: east longitude 2 degrees 17 minutes 47 seconds, north latitude 48 degrees 51 minutes 30 seconds. Reporting to the boss. The target's location has changed once more. Repeat, the target's location has changed again. Current coordinates are. Upon receiving this barrage of reports, Dr. Briefs, the president of Capsule Corp, abruptly silenced all communication devices with a decisive clap and then quietly observed the approaching figure in the distance. As Sun Yu approached the aircraft, he gazed through the cockpit's glass window and caught sight of Dr. Brief seated within. He cheerfully called out, "Hello, Doctor, it's truly you. May I inquire as to what brings you to the sacred land of Carlin so unexpectedly?" The side door of the plane swung open, and Dr. Briefs waved invitingly to Sun Yu, prompting him to enter for a conversation. "Well, certainly," Sun Yu replied. Sun Yufei boarded Brive's aircraft and immediately noticed that Mr. Brives appeared significantly haggard, his already slender frame growing even more frail. "Mr. Sun, I am truly at my wit's end. It is all my fault. Observing the near breaking point of Dr. Brives, Sun's heart tightened. He stepped forward, placing a reassuring hand on Dr. Brive's shoulder, and comforted him. "Doctor, please feel free to express what troubles you. I am at your service, ready to assist in any way I can." Upon hearing Sun's words, Dr. Brives revealed the predicament. It was revealed that the notorious Red Ribbon Army, led by the Black Marshal, had learned of the Dragon Ball's existence and was relentlessly seeking their whereabouts. Thanks to the assistance of Dr. Gero, who had ingeniously created a Dragon Ball radar, they had indeed located 2 of the Dragon Balls during this time. However, the Black Marshal soon found himself in despair upon discovering that the remaining 5 Dragon Balls had inexplicably congregated together. He quickly recalled the 2 young men Dr. Brives had mentioned inebriatedly that fateful night. According to reports from the remnants of the Blue Team, which Sun Yufei had vanquished, Sun's combat prowess was formidable. Thus, the Black Marshal concocted a nefarious scheme. Having heard that Sun Yufei was closely associated with Capsule Corporation, he resorted to kidnapping Bulma, intending to leverage her captivity to coerce Sun into surrendering the remaining 5 Dragon Balls. Mr. Sun, it is all my fault for my careless words while intoxicated. Dr. Bri's voice trembled with emotion. They have threatened that if the Dragon Balls are not handed over within 3 days, they will execute her. Per Bulma. Although Dr. Bri's was the wealthiest individual in the future world, he found himself in a burgeoning career that rendered him ill-equipped to confront the massive military might of the Red Ribbon Army. After much contemplation, he ultimately chose to seek the aid of the exceptionally powerful youth, Sun Yufei. Beasts! Those wretched beasts! How dare they lay a hand on Bulma? Sun seethed with fury. The dragon possesses a reverse scale. To touch it is to court death. While it may be premature to claim that Bulma was Sun's Achilles heel, it was undeniable that he deeply cared for her safety. Many can relate to Sun Yufei, as Bulma is undoubtedly the most beloved female character in the Dragon Ball series, an enchanting and spirited young woman who has captured the hearts of countless fans. Upon his arrival in this world, Sun Yufei felt an overwhelming joy at the mere sight of Bulma, eagerly anticipating her growth. However, the audacity of the Red Ribbon Army to kidnap Bulma was unforgivable. Sun silently condemned them all to death. After discerning the location of the Red Ribbon Army, he assured, "Do not worry, I will ensure Bulma's safe return," and with a thunderous crash, he burst through the wall. In the air, Sun Yufei chuckled coldly, silently vowing that if the Red Ribbon Army dared to lay a single hair on Bulma, he would ensure that their entire faction met with utter annihilation. To relieve the resentment in his heart, perhaps even if Bulma were to be slain, the Dragon Balls could resurrect her. However, Sunny was unwilling for her to experience the trials of life and death prematurely. If possible, he wished for Bulma to live her life under his protection henceforth, just as in the original narrative, where Bulma would wish for Goku's presence during dire crises. Sunny hoped that whether faced with the destruction of Earth or the impending slaughter of humanity by Majin Buu, Bulma would always smile inwardly, thinking, with Sun Yu around, everything will surely turn out well. Sun Yu's combat power, having been elevated to its zenith, swiftly traversed the distance of over 1,000 miles indicated by the Dragon Ball radar. He ultimately located the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army on a secluded island along the western coastline. Following the guidance of the radar, Sun Yu arrived above a magnificent palace adorned with fluttering flags. Utilizing the insight bestowed by his Sharingan, he promptly discovered the secret chamber where Bulma was imprisoned. She appeared to be unscathed, crouching in the corner of the chamber with her head bowed, emanating an air of vulnerability. "As long as you are unharmed, I shall avenge the injustices you have endured 100-fold." In his heart, Sun Yu silently recited a phrase, then aimed carefully before plunging vertically from several thousand meters above, resembling a deity descending from the heavens. In an instant, the magnificent palace's reinforced concrete floorboards disintegrated beneath his feet as if they were mere paper, and his figure materialized at the entrance of the secret chamber where Bulma was held captive. Boom! The drowsy guards, suddenly jolted awake by the thunderous noise, beheld a silhouette before the hostage's cell. They immediately raised their weapons in a threatening manner, exclaiming, "Who goes there? Do not move. If you take another step, I will shoot." Sun Yu cast a frigid glance at the few individuals, causing the young guards to tremble involuntarily. Upon catching sight of the gaping hole in the ceiling, their faces drained of color in sheer terror. "Get out." "Yes." "Understood." With a simple utterance of roll, Sun Yu rendered several guards as if granted a reprieve, bowing deeply in gratitude for his mercy before they scampered away in fright. Reacting to the commotion, the little girl Bulma raised her delicate head, her eyes glistening with tears that stirred an irresistible urge to embrace and cherish her. Indeed, Sun Yu did just that. With a creak, he forcefully pried open the thick iron bars of the cell door, causing Bulma's eyes to widen in astonishment as she exclaimed, "Brother Sun Yu, are you here to rescue me?" As he tore apart the iron bars and stepped into the room, Sun Yu lifted the little girl into his arms and gently reassured her, "Yes, not only will I rescue you, but I shall also help you punish the wicked." Before he could finish, tears brimmed in Bulma's eyes as she struggled to hold them back, sobbing, "Thank you, Brother Sun Yu. Bulma has been very obedient." The bad people wanted me to tell them where you are, but I said nothing. They tried to frighten me, but I did not cry. I was very brave. Boo-hoo. I was very, very brave. In Sun Yu's embrace, Bulma could no longer feign strength. Her tears flowed freely like a river breaking its dam. The sound of her weeping pierced Sun Yu's heart like a needle. Coldly, he declared, "How dare they intimidate my Bulma?" Humph. It seems we need not await the arrival of Sun Wukong to annihilate the Red Silk Army. For today, the Red Silk Army shall be utterly eradicated from this world. Sun Yu tore off a corner of his clothing to gently wipe away the tears from the corner of Bulma's eyes. Perhaps it was the first time she had been embraced by someone other than her parents. The little girl's cheeks were flushed with a rosy hue. If the situation were not so inappropriate, Sun Yu would have been unable to resist planting a couple of kisses on her. Ah, how revealing this is. How could he still claim he wasn't fond of Lolis? Come, dear sister, let me take you home. With that, Sun Yu effortlessly scooped Bulma into his arms. Soaring toward the heavens, Bulma clutched tightly to Sun Yu's collar, appearing somewhat apprehensive about the height. However, upon bursting out of the palace, Sun Yu noticed that numerous troops of the Red Silk Army had assembled around them. The sky was filled with battle planes poised for action, while the ground had mobilized an array of tanks and artillery. Perhaps Marshal He believed such a display would intimidate Sun Yu. How blissfully ignorant. Concerned that the swift descent would frighten little Bulma, he decided to land back on solid ground. From a distance, Marshal He mistakenly believed his forces had successfully intimidated Sun Yu. He gleefully commanded his armored vehicles to advance toward him while simultaneously opening the sunroof and brandishing a loudspeaker, shouting, "Ha! You are surrounded. Hurry and surrender the Dragon Balls. Perhaps I might spare your life." He slyly whispered to his aide, Vice Officer Black, "See? I told you so. This fool indeed came alone to rescue the little girl." Ha ha ha. Vice Officer Black, unable to suppress a grimace, reluctantly praised, "Marshal, your foresight is truly remarkable. I am in awe." Brother Sun Yu. Bulma tugged nervously at his clothing. Sun Yu smiled gently at her, ruffling her hair in a comforting gesture. "Don't worry, with your brother here, I will ensure that no harm comes to you, Bulma. Just wait a moment and enjoy the show." He then casually produced a lollipop and placed it in Bulma's hand. Bulma responded with a sense of reassurance, obediently retreating behind Sun Yu to savor her treat. After Sun Yu had pacified Bulma, he addressed the Black Marshal atop the armored vehicle with a commanding voice, "I advise you to cease your actions, or else with a single word from me, your life will be forfeit." As his words echoed, an eerie silence enveloped the scene, punctuated only by the roar of the mechanical engines. A full minute passed before an unprecedented wave of laughter erupted among the crowd. Some doubled over, clutching their bellies, tears and snot streaming down their faces. "What did you say?" The Black Marshal gasped, nearly choking on his laughter. He leaned in, incredulous, and queried Sun Yu, "Did you just assert that with a mere word I would meet my demise? Ha! Is it my hearing failing, or is it your intellect that is in question?" Beside the Marshal, his aide, the African Black, struggled to suppress his own mirth. Shaking his head at Sun Yu, he remarked, "Young man, we are well aware of your formidable skills. However, to claim that a single utterance could end the Marshal's life is rather far-fetched. If your intention was to amuse us, I must concede that you have succeeded splendidly. I had no intention of amusing you." Sun Yu felt a profound sense of injustice. For the means to vanquish the Black Marshal was merely a matter of uttering a single phrase. In the original narrative, the Black Marshal met his demise under tragic circumstances. He had rallied a multitude of ambitious warmongers under the pretext of world domination. He devoted all his efforts to compel his subordinates to seek the Dragon Balls on his behalf, instituting draconian military regulations that decreed death for any failure to complete their missions. This included the remnants of the Blue Team, who, after being defeated by Sun Yu, were executed en masse upon their return to the Red Ribbon Army headquarters. Such brutal and unforgiving military laws incited widespread discontent among the ranks. Ultimately, the true intention behind the Black Marshal's quest for the Dragon Balls was uncovered by his aide, Brack. It turned out that the Black Marshal sought the Dragon Balls not for the conquest of the world, but rather to remedy his insecurities regarding his height. This was his sole ambition. Heartbroken upon realizing that countless soldiers had perished for such a trivial desire, Brack deemed the Black Marshal unworthy of his command and took his life. Thus, had Sun Yu merely confided the Black Marshal's little secret to Brack beforehand, there would have been no need for him to act personally. After all, Sun Yu himself had previously remarked that dealing with ordinary individuals was a rather undignified endeavor. Ahem. Brack, let him speak. I am curious to see how he intends to slay the marshal with but a single utterance. The black marshal regarded Sun Yu with scorn, his expression one of disdain. If I must speak, Sun Yu hesitated, for it was unkind to point out another's shortcomings. He feared that the black marshal, in a fit of rage, might leap forward to strike him. Indeed, I implore you to speak. Those who remain silent are but little dogs. Upon hearing this, Sun Yu felt he had no choice but to comply, lest he be branded a little dog himself. Oh, he had never encountered someone so adept at courting disaster. If a competition for self-sabotage were ever held, the black marshal would surely emerge as the victor. In truth, setting aside the malevolence of the Red Ribbon Army, the black marshal could be considered a decent individual. Firstly, as a prominent figure in the early days of the Dragon Ball world. He never harbored ambitions to annihilate the government forces and unify the realm. With his military prowess, he was more than capable of achieving such a feat. Secondly, while it was true that his subordinates were nefarious, most of them met their end by the black marshal's own orders. Could this not be seen as an act of ridding the world of evil? Thus, from an alternative perspective, the black marshal of the Red Ribbon Army could indeed be regarded as a noble figure. He harbored a seemingly insignificant dream, to attain a height of 1.60 meters. Nothing more. Yet he toiled day and night to realize this aspiration, all the while eliminating numerous threats to the populace. The path he traversed was filled with heartache and complexity, truly not for the ears of outsiders. If one were to craft an inspirational novel based on this theme, it would undoubtedly achieve great success. Reflecting on this, Sun Yu found himself unable to deliver the fatal blow. Instead, he addressed the assembled soldiers, revealing that their black marshal's quest for the Dragon Balls was solely motivated by his desire to grow taller. As for world domination, that could wait for another time. Silence enveloped the room once more, punctuated solely by the sound of Bulma savoring her lollipop. All eyes were fixed upon the black marshal, creating an atmosphere laden with tension. "Marshal, please tell me this is not true," exclaimed Deputy Brack, veins prominently bulging on his forehead as he intently scrutinized the black marshal, yearning for a truthful response. "Of course, I have never cared about my height," the black marshal stammered, his earlier bravado dissipating as he shrank back, desperately attempting to mask his unease. At an indeterminate moment, Sun Yu retrieved a lollipop and began to lick it, simultaneously embellishing his words with a hint of sarcasm. "Hey, that little short-legged figure in black. Your explanation is nothing short of a clumsy cover-up." Upon hearing Sun Yu's remark, the black marshal immediately raised his voice in indignation, retorting, "You are the short-legged one. Your entire family consists of short legs." Though displeased by the black marshal's insult, Sun Yu opted not to stoop to the level of someone on the brink of death. As events unfolded, Vice Officer Brack wore a grim expression, drawing his sidearm and aiming it at the black marshal's head. He addressed the assembled troops with authority. "According to the regulations of the Red Silk Army, it is our solemn duty to conquer the world. Those who violate this decree shall face execution without mercy. Execution without mercy. Execution without mercy." The soldiers, having harbored their frustrations for far too long, erupted in a thunderous roar, spurred on by Vice Officer Brack. "Please, I beg you, do not kill me." The black marshal, stripped of any semblance of his former authority, gazed at Vice Officer Brack in terror, humbly pleading for his life. However, Brack remained unmoved, swiftly pulling the trigger. With a sharp crack, the black marshal fell lifelessly from the armored vehicle. Vice Officer Brack coldly regarded the fallen figure, a subtle, enigmatic smile gracing his lips. He then straightened up, addressing the exhilarated troops. "An army cannot function without a leader. Though I may not be the most capable, I hereby nominate myself as Frere. What say you?" As his words echoed, the soldiers erupted in a chorus, chanting Brack's name. "Brack! Brack! Brack!" Now elevated to his new position, Frere Brack smiled down at Sun Yu, declaring, "Indeed, Mr. Sun, heroes emerge from youth. I wonder if you would consider joining our Red Silk Army. If you are willing, I can offer you the position of Vice Marshal, and together we shall share dominion over the world. You've longed to eliminate the Black Marshal to take his place, haven't you?" Sun Yu casually remarked, licking his lollipop. Caught off guard by Sun Yu's revelation, a fleeting chill flickered in Brack's eyes. But he quickly masked it with a jovial facade. "Haha, Mr. Sun, you are quite the jester. Just hand over the Dragon Balls, and I shall grant you half of the world." Sun Yu raised his head to glance at Black, who replied coolly, "I appreciate your sentiments, but I desire not half of the world. I wish for your demise instead. The Red Silk Army must pay the blood price for daring to kidnap Bulma." Sun Yu is simply protective of his own. With a scoff, Black, infuriated, bellowed to those behind him, "Peach White, eliminate him." At that moment, a figure emerged from a stretched Lincoln sedan. His gaze was as cold as lightning, a thin mustache gracing his lips. Clad in a fuchsia cheapao adorned with the character "kill" inscribed in bold brush strokes across his chest, he was none other than the world's foremost assassin, Peach White. With Peach White's arrival, Black regained his composure. Perhaps he believed that once Peach White intervened, Sun Yu would be effortlessly subdued. The look he cast upon Sun Yu was rife with pity. "Young man, your aura is calm and reserved. You indeed possess extraordinary depth. Alas, you have crossed paths with me." Peach White appeared to commend Sun Yu, yet his intention was to elevate his own stature. Sensing Sun Yu's exceptional nature, the malevolent Peach White felt compelled to eliminate him swiftly, lest he become a rival in the future, though this was merely his own delusion. 3 moves. Peach White extended 4 fingers, and a trembling attendant hurried to press down the extra finger. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Peach White declared, "Only 3 moves. And I shall assuredly end your life." Sun Yu smiled bashfully and remarked, "Why do I feel it only takes 1 move?" Acknowledging his self-awareness, he added, "Here I come." With a cold chuckle, Tao Bai, filled with ambition, launched a flying kick towards Sun Yu. Just as Tao Bai was about to make contact, Sun Yu leisurely extracted a half-eaten lollipop from his mouth and casually poked it towards Tao Bai's forehead. These seemingly languid motions transpired in the blink of an eye. Tao Bai scarcely had a moment to react before the unassuming lollipop was firmly lodged in his forehead. The world's foremost assassin, defeated, vanquished by a half-eaten lollipop. The smiles of Barak and the others remained frozen on their faces, evidently unable to fathom such an absurdity. A mere plastic lollipop has slain the world's greatest assassin. Who would believe such a tale? Yet, disbelief was futile, for this astonishing event had undeniably unfolded before their very eyes. Sun Yu gazed at the lifeless form of Tao Bai on the ground and sighed, lamenting the loss, for there remained half uneaten. Bulma lifted her head. Her innocent eyes fixed on Sun Yu, and raised the lollipop in her hand, proclaiming, "Bulma wants you to have this." Nearby, Black and the others were on the verge of tears, reflecting on the trivial cost of a lollipop compared to the exorbitant sum of 100 million they had expended to procure Tao Bai, who had now met such a tragic end. What a grievous loss. "Hey, Black, do you have any secret weapons left? Use one." Sun Yu lazily yawned and inquired. In truth, Sun Yu was not merely indulging in their frivolity. He yearned to witness the artificial beings, like Android Number 9, that Dr. Gero had conceived. The original narrative had hinted at such creations, yet had not elaborated in detail. Given Sun Yu's inherently combative Saiyan nature, he naturally held expectations regarding the current state of androids, though it appeared to be a mere illusion. "And no, Master Sun," Black stammered, his legs trembling as he knelt. The realization that even someone like Tao Bai could be dispatched in an instant instilled a profound fear within him. He understood well that being in such close proximity to Sun Yu rendered him vulnerable to a swift demise. Thus, he ingratiatingly smiled, "Master Sun, I am willing to follow you, to serve you like a beast of burden. Whatever you desire from this world, I shall procure for you." Though his words were sweet, his hand stealthily reached for the handgun at his waist, intending to strike when Sun Yu's guard was down. However, Sun Yu did not even cast a glance in his direction. Instead, he crouched down and gently pinched Bulma's cheek, asking, "Bulma, would you like to see some fireworks?" Yes, Brother Sun Yu, Bulma wants to see fireworks." The little girl, Bulma, immediately brightened at the prospect of the fireworks, her sparkling eyes eagerly fixed on Sun Yu. Sun Yu gently hoisted Bulma onto his back, softly advising, "Soon, brother will soar into the sky, so hold on tight, Bulma." With that, Sun Yu tilted and ascended towards the front of the Red Ribbon Army. Seeing that Sun Yu disregarded him, Brack let out a sinister smile and picked up the communicator of the Black Marshal, issuing commands to all aircraft and tanks. "All units, heed my command. Once they exceed a safe distance, eliminate them and reduce them to dust." "Yes, understood." Upon receiving the orders, all fighter jets and tanks converged towards the base, aligning their sights on Sun Yu hovering in the sky ahead. Bulma, anxiously clutching Sun Yu's neck, felt no fear, her trust in him unwavering. Sun Yu stood quietly in the air, gazing down at the vast troops of the Red Silk Army. He silently mourned for them for 3 seconds. And as the time elapsed, it was time to send them on their way. Ha 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 ha. Sun Yu's aura erupted with a thunderous force, unleashing his full combat prowess, which soared to unprecedented heights. He clasped his hands before his chest, murmuring, "Ka, me, ha, me." As he intoned these words, his hands retracted to his waist, and the energy within him radiated a blinding blue light in all directions. The formidable energy surrounding him even caused the waters of the Western Ocean to tremble. A powerful Kamehameha surged forth, akin to a brilliant blue meteor streaking across the sky, leaving the soldiers of the Red Silk Army below utterly astonished. It was only when the blue orb of energy, imbued with cataclysmic power, neared the ground that they finally remembered to flee. In an instant, chaos ensued as the soldiers scattered in all directions. "Help!" they cried. "Run, run! Divine Spirit, please come to our rescue." Yet, the divine would not heed the pleas of those who had committed countless misdeeds. And even if the deity wished to intervene, it lacked the power to do so. With Sun Yu's combat strength at 8,000 and fully unleashed, the Kamehameha he compressed possessed a combat power of at least 16,000. Do not underestimate the fully charged Kamehameha. The twofold increase in combat power is far from its limit. As Sun Yu grows stronger, he could unleash it at 5 times, 10 times, or even 100 times its initial power. This is the terrifying potential of the technique. The greater the user, the more formidable the attack, and there is no upper limit. At this moment, Sun Yu's Kamehameha struck the ground, and the ethereal blue energy sphere swiftly penetrated deep beneath the surface, exploding within. The ground of the Red Silk Army's base began to crack, ethereal blue light illuminating the faces of all present like the gaze of death itself, and in the next instant, the earth trembled violently. A colossal mushroom cloud ascended, and the violent shockwave obliterated nearby, fleeing aircraft. The ground within dozens of miles evaporated instantaneously, creating a scene reminiscent of apocalyptic revelations, leaving behind a vast crater with a diameter of several dozen miles, into which the waters of the Western Ocean began to surge. This spectacle was indeed terrifying. The mushroom cloud lingered in the sky, and Bulma, clinging to Sun Yu's back, stared wide-eyed at the scene before her, rendered speechless by the enormity of it all. Sun Yu felt a twinge of regret, worried that he had frightened the little girl. Gently stroking Bulma's head, he softly reassured her, "Bulma, they are all just participating in a fireworks display for Big Brother. They understand that bullying you is wrong, so." Sun Yu found himself at a loss for words, and after a prolonged silence, he could not think of a suitable response. At that moment, Bulma turned to him with a sweet smile and said, "Actually, Brother Sun Yu, you don't need to coax me. I'm no longer a child. They are all villains, while you, Brother Sun Yu, are a good person. It is only natural for good people to confront bad ones." As Sun Yu watched Bulma defend him, warmth spread through his heart, and he silently praised her. Truly, Bulma was remarkable. Whether in this world or within the realm of Dragon Ball, she consistently exhibited intelligence, strength, and kindness. Lost in thought, Bulma suddenly leaned in and placed a gentle kiss on Sun Yu's cheek. Her soft, cool lips left an imprint on his skin, accompanied by a delicate fragrance that lingered in the air. The kiss was fleeting, and when Sun Yu looked at her in confusion, he found Bulma gazing back at him with a triumphant expression. Amused, he tapped her forehead and remarked, "You may be small, but your wits are sharp." With that, he took to the skies, carrying Bulma on his back as they flew towards Corin Tower. Once Sun Yu ceased to focus on her, Bulma finally exhaled, her face flushing a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple. Her heart raced as she buried her face into Sun Yu's back. After Sun Yu and Bulma had departed for quite some time, the previously tranquil sea erupted with the emergence of a figure. Suspended in midair, he scanned the surroundings, searching for something. Who is it? Who just released such a powerful energy? He pondered. After absorbing this energy, I feel utterly transformed. Ha ha ha, the foolish doctor. Jero thought severing the power to my reactor would render me powerless. How naive. No, I require more energy. I must absorb even greater power. This imposing figure stood around 2 meters tall, his muscular physique exposed, clad only in black athletic shorts. His hair was wild, and his eyes gleamed with avarice as he searched for a prolonged period before finally locking on to the direction in which Sun Yu had departed. He erupted into boisterous laughter, exclaiming, "At last, I have found it. There lies the energy I crave, my sustenance." With that, he pivoted and set off in pursuit of Sun Yu, revealing 2 large characters on his back, 9. That was the Roman numeral for 9, Android 9. At this moment, Sun Yu was soaring swiftly toward Corin Tower, and before long, he encountered an aircraft from the Capsule Corporation racing towards him. "Hey, Dr. Briefs." From a distance, Sun Yu waved at Dr. Briefs, while Bulma, nestled on his back, excitedly gazed at the airplane belonging to her family. "Mr. Sun, Bulma, I." Dr. Briefs opened the cabin door, his eyes welling with tears of joy as he beheld the approaching Sun Yu and Bulma. "Daddy!" Bulma leapt into Dr. Brives' arms, playfully seeking affection. Witnessing their heartfelt reunion warmed Sun Yu's heart. "Mr. Sun, I cannot express my gratitude for rescuing my daughter. If there is ever a time you require my assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. I am at your service without hesitation," Dr. Brives declared, patting his chest. Yet, concern creased his brow as he inquired, "Mr. Sun, what of the Red Silk Army? They have not caused you any trouble, have they?" "The Red Silk Army?" Sun Yu chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. "There is no longer a Red Silk Army in this world." "No Red Silk Army?" Dr. Brives appeared perplexed, repeating Sun Yu's words and casting a puzzled glance in his direction. "Literally," Sun Yu clarified, simultaneously gesturing across his throat. "Ah," Dr. Brives gasped in astonishment, a hint of admiration flickering in his gaze as he regarded Sun Yu. Seizing the rare opportunity to consult Dr. Brives, Sun Yu inquired about the progress of the gravity training room. "Dr. Brives, have you completed the gravity training room I requested?" Dr. Brives shook his head with a serious expression. "No, there remains a critical technical issue that has yet to be resolved." Taken aback by Dr. Brives' statement, Sun Yu initially froze. Then his lips twitched as he weakly asked, "Doctor, please don't tell me the technical issue pertains to the placement of the sound system." "My goodness, Mr. Sun, you truly have a gift for foresight." Dr. Brives gazed at Sun Yu with fervent admiration, exclaiming, "As expected of you, Mr. Sun, your passion for life and music is unparalleled." "Passion for what?" Sun Yu thought, his expression darkening. He was hardly displaying foresight. During the creation of the gravity training room in the Dragon Ball anime, Dr. Brives had spent nearly half the time obsessing over the sound system. Was this truly significant? Who would train under 100 times the normal gravity while playing the song Little Apple by Chopstick Brothers? Clearly, this was a trivial concern. Yet, it did sound somewhat appealing. Imagine Sun Yu in the gravity training room, drenched in sweat as he performed push-ups and sit-ups while the surround sound system played catchy tunes, including the earworm "You Are My Little Apple, No Matter How I Love You, It Is Never Too Much." The most alarming part was the synchronized rhythm on both sides. "Wow, this scene is so beautiful I cannot bear to look." Just as Sun Yu's imagination was running wild, the driver suddenly reported, "Boss, we have detected an unidentified object rapidly approaching from the rear. Please advise." An unidentified object approaching at high speed? Sun Yu paused to sense his surroundings, feeling no trace of energy. It was evidently not Lana. Her aura was far too recognizable. He inquired of the driver, "Is it an aircraft?" "Not an aircraft, Mr. Sunday. That object is quite small, unlike any plane," the driver replied respectfully. "Dr. Brives, Bulma, I will step outside to investigate. Please keep your distance." Sun Yu commanded. "Understood, Mr. Sun, brother Sun. Please be careful," they responded. Upon opening the cabin door, Sun Yu flew out, standing still as he gazed at the swiftly moving shadow in the distance. It was coming. Despite sensing no combat prowess emanating from the newcomer, Sun Yu felt an inexplicable pressure. A martial artist's training sharpens one's perceptions, granting an acute intuition for danger. It was clear this individual bore ill intent. Whoosh! The figure swiftly appeared before Sun Yu, their greedy eyes fixated on him for an extended moment. With excitement, they exclaimed, "It's you." "Yes, it's you. Ha ha. You are the one who set me free. To repay you for this kindness, allow me the honor of ending your life." "Excuse me, who are you?" Sun Yu asked, momentarily bewildered. "Remember, the one who will kill you is named Night." Before Sun Yu could react, Night via Sun Yu's fist collided with Night. It felt as though he had struck an indestructible alloy, rendering his hand numb. "Ah, I never anticipated that you are not human," Sun Yu exclaimed, eagerly rubbing his fist. With a newfound seriousness, he added, "If I am not mistaken, you are an android, correct? How intriguing. No wonder I couldn't sense your energy. It all makes sense now." "Android Knight, model number 9. Congratulations on your correct guess. But alas, there is no reward," replied Android number 9, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. He swiftly repositioned himself, launching a fresh wave of assault towards Sun Yu. "How fascinating," Sun Yu declared, no longer concealing his prowess. With a resounding shout, the energy within him surged violently, catapulting his combat power to an astonishing 8,000, causing the surrounding air to resonate with a haunting whistle. Bang! Bang! Sun Yu and the android number 9 were locked in a fierce battle amidst the skies, exchanging blows in a relentless back and forth. Due to the superalloy composition of the android's steel body, Sun Yu found himself predominantly on the defensive, and it wasn't long before his body bore numerous scars. Each wound heightened his senses, invigorating him further. From the onset of the confrontation, Sun Yu unleashed his full power, reaching an impressive combat strength of 8,000. Nevertheless, he realized that he was still outmatched by the android, estimating its combat prowess to be around 16,000. Haha, who would have thought this android would be so formidable? The gap between us is considerable. How fascinating. As a warrior of the Saiyan race, Sun Yu felt no fear when confronted by a mightier opponent. Rather, he was consumed by an overwhelming desire to fight, yearning for the challenge presented by a stronger adversary. With the activation of his Sharingan, time came to a standstill. As Sun Yu's injuries intensified, it became increasingly irrational to confront the superalloy android with mere flesh and blood, especially when facing an opponent whose strength was more than double his own. Seizing the opportune moment, he activated the time-stopping ability of his Sharingan, freezing time in an instant. Given the android's superior combat strength, Sun Yu's time freeze would not last long. He needed to deliver a devastating blow swiftly, or he would find himself in grave danger. Seize the moment and take your opponent's life. With a resounding shout, Sun Yu summoned all his strength and delivered a powerful punch aimed at the temple of Android 9. The impact echoed with a tremendous bang, creating a dent in half of the android's head, sending its body soaring into the air. Without a moment's hesitation, Sun Yu unleashed a formidable aura as time seemed to freeze for an instant. He extended his hands, intoning, "Ka, me, ha, me, ha." A swiftly charged Kamehameha surged forth, a cerulean sphere trailing a long tail as it hurtled towards the unsuspecting Android 9 above. "Ha, success." Sun Yu grinned, aware that his rapid charge Kamehameha possessed around 16,000 battle power. At such close range, even an android would be obliterated. However, his smile faded quickly. As his Kamehameha struck Android 9, the android suddenly extended its arms towards the attack, causing the energy blast that should have reduced it to mere particles to abruptly shrink and vanish into thin air, dissipating like a wisp of smoke. Sun Yu's lips twitched as he recalled the original Dragon Ball series, where Dr. Gero had created androids capable of absorbing energy. It appeared that Android 9 belonged to that category. Ha, such pure energy. I must thank you for bestowing upon me so much power. I almost feel reluctant to destroy you. Android 9 fixed a piercing gaze on Sun Yu, making him shiver with unease. It seemed he had not inflicted any harm on the android. Instead, he had inadvertently made it stronger. This was a troublesome predicament. Given the immense pressure Android 9 was now exerting, its battle power had risen to at least 20,000. Battling against such odds was bound to be a daunting challenge. Suddenly, Sun Yu instinctively recoiled, narrowly dodging a surge of energy that sliced past him. The cerulean energy sphere collided with the surface of the West Ocean, erupting in a violent explosion, sending towering waves hundreds of meters high crashing across the tranquil sea, which instantly turned tumultuous. That was close. Sun Yu patted his chest, still trembling from the near miss. The force of that energy surge was overwhelming. What was even more infuriating was that it had been his own energy, now absorbed by Android 9 to be used against him. Are you ready to meet your end? Artificial human number 9 materialized before Sun Yu in an instant, his face contorting into a sinister grin as he raised both fists high and brought them crashing down upon Sun Yu's head with devastating force. With a thunderous boom, the world seemed to spin violently around Sun Yu as a torrent of blood erupted from his mouth, his body plummeting limply through the air. Yet before he could descend far, number 9 flashed beneath him, coiling his body before delivering a brutal kick to Sun Yu's abdomen. Sun Yu coughed up another mouthful of crimson, his body sense soaring once more. It was as though 9 was exacting vengeance. Every strike mirrored the punishment Sun Yu had inflicted upon him earlier. From a distance, Dr. Briefs and his daughter Bulma watched in horror, their hearts seizing at the sight. They had witnessed Sun Yu's immense strength firsthand. Yet now the young warrior they revered as invincible was being mercilessly overwhelmed by this inexplicable assailant. "Brother Sun Yu," Bulma murmured, her luminous eyes glistening with unshed tears as she stared at his falling figure. "Don't worry, Bulma," Dr. Briefs reassured her, though his own voice trembled slightly. "Your brother Sun Yu won't be defeated so easily. You must have faith in him." Briefs knelt down and gently caressed Bulma's head, saying, "At this moment," Sun Yu was drenched in blood, his body possibly bearing countless fractures. The android number 9 grasped Sun Yu by the neck, a sinister smile playing on his lips, and remarked, "You little rascal, you're still alive. However, your time is short. There must still be a remnant of energy left within you. Ha, now it's all mine." As he spoke, A faint glow emanated from the artificial humanoid number nine's hand that was gripping Sun Yu. Sun Yu could only feel the last remnants of energy within his body becoming restless, surging uncontrollably toward number nine's palm. Damn it! Sun Yu desperately endeavored to break free from the control of the artificial being number nine. However, he found himself in a dire predicament, utterly unable to escape. If he allowed the artificial being to drain the energy from within him, his demise would be inevitable. Thus, he had to devise a means to thwart the energy absorption. Yet he was at a loss as to how to proceed. As the energy within his body gradually dwindled, Sun Yu's vision began to blur. His head weakly tilting to one side, and in his eyes, he could faintly perceive the setting sun slowly descending in the west. Is death approaching? Sun Yu silently mused. Ironically, that he had yet to remove the cumbersome armor that weighed him down, given that the combat capabilities of the artificial beings were undetectable. He had never anticipated that the battle would conclude so swiftly. Had he removed the heavy armor in advance, perhaps there would have been a glimmer of opportunity. Although life and death are natural aspects of human existence, who would wish to depart this world when granted the gift of additional time? Upon contemplating this, a faint bitter smile appeared at the corners of Sun Yu's mouth. Having traversed into this realm, he had already endured the experience of death once. To be frank, the sensation of dying was truly unpleasant. Especially at the moment of death, it feels as though one is cast into an endless abyss. Surrounded by silence and devoid of light, enveloped solely in darkness, devoid of any sound or sensation, he found himself enveloped in an overwhelming darkness, a darkness that instilled a profound sense of despair. Gradually, a dense aura of death surrounded Sun Yu. As the energy within him dissipated and his heartbeat ceased, how swiftly one meets their end, he mused. The synthetic human number 9 curled his lips in dissatisfaction, meticulously scanning Sun Yu's entire being before he was entirely certain that Sun Yu had indeed perished. With a casual flick of his wrist, he cast Sun Yu's lifeless body into the vast expanse of the Western Ocean. Brother Sun Yu. Upon witnessing this scene, Bulma was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down her face. Dr. Briefs embraced his daughter tightly and then, in a grave tone, commanded the pilot, "Open fire on that individual. Are there any missiles on this aircraft? Reduce him to ashes. Report to the boss. Our aircraft is not equipped with any weapons. Only the second team possesses weaponry. Our aircraft is for civilian use." The driver spoke cautiously, then summoned all the fighter jets from the second squadron. "That individual has slain Mr. Sun, and we must avenge him." Breves bellowed at the pilot with a hoarse voice. Swiftly, the pilot utilized the communication equipment to mobilize all fighter jets previously searching for Sun Yu's location. In no time, the airspace above this maritime region was swarming with various armed fighter aircraft. "Report to the commander. All fighter jets from Squadron 2 are in position, awaiting orders. Open fire. Unleash full firepower." Under the command of Dr. Breves, all weaponized aircraft unleashed a fierce assault on android number 9. However, how could the weaponry of ordinary humans affect an android whose combat capabilities exceeded 20,000? In the face of a barrage of missiles and Gatling guns, Android No. 9 let out a derisive laugh, then instantly dashed in front of a combat helicopter. With a single punch, he struck the helicopter's windshield, producing a resounding boom. Dark smoke billowed from within the aircraft, which then wobbled and plummeted towards the sea. After downing one aircraft, android number 9 appeared increasingly exhilarated, swiftly approaching the next fighter jet. With a powerful kick, he severed the tail and caused it to explode mid-air. Witnessing the devastating prowess with which android No. 9 obliterated the fighter jets, the pilot of Breeze was nearly overwhelmed with fear, exclaiming, "Boss, we must flee at once. Otherwise, we shall be killed." At this moment, Breeze stood in a state of bewilderment, perhaps adept in the realm of scientific research, yet utterly at a loss when confronted with matters of life and death. As the artificial being number 9 was on the verge of wreaking havoc upon Dr. Breeve's aircraft, a series of unusual bubbles emerged from the surface of the sea below. It was Sun Yu, who, in a previous brush with mortality, had touched upon the essence of life and death. Having experienced death, he found it significantly easier to grasp the profound nature of mortality upon his subsequent reflections. Thus, with a single thought of life and death, the realm was born from the mind. In a moment of dire peril, Sun Yu transcended the realm of knowledge boundary, entering a state of apparent death, successfully deceiving the probing of android number 9. At this juncture, the essence of life within Sun Yu began to revive, and his mind was inundated with fleeting images of various figures, including Lana, Bulma, and the scene of Frisia's annihilation of planet Vegeta, among others. Within Sun Yu's being, An unprecedented desire for survival erupted. He yearned to live, to grow stronger, and to seize control of his fate, safeguarding those who held significance in his life. Suddenly, his pupils dilated, and the edges of his eyes revealed two black tomo. The blood-red rings of his eyes each bore a black tomo, symmetrically aligned on either side of his pupils, manifesting the legendary double tomo Sharingan from Naruto. With the emergence of the double tomo Sharingan, Sun Yu's consciousness was fully restored. He reached into his robe and retrieved a prepared senzu bean, placing it in his mouth and crunching down upon it with urgency. A surge of life force coursed through his veins, revitalizing him as if he had been reborn, having previously teetered on the brink of death. The moment he regained his strength, the energy within him surged exponentially. This was the extraordinary constitution of a Saiyan. The more grievously one was injured, the stronger they became. Nearing death, their battle power would experience a dramatic increase upon revival. With a primal roar, beneath the surface of the sea, Sun Yu unleashed his formidable aura. As his power ascended, the entire ocean trembled in response, waves crashing violently over the rocks that dotted the shoreline. Bang! Sun Wukong surged forth from the depths of the sea, creating towering columns of water around him. His emergence perfectly obstructed the path of the artificial being number 9 in Beerus's aircraft. "Brother Sun Wukong," Bulma exclaimed, her tears instantly replaced by joy as she rushed to the window and called out loudly. Sun Yu, sensing a connection, turned around just in time to see the petite figure of Bulma perched by the window. He flashed a smile that he believed to be quite charming and raised his left hand to give a thumbs up. Upon seeing Sun Yu reappear, Beerus felt his tension ease. Although Sun Yu remained the same, the aura emanating from him was entirely different from before. Even an ordinary person like Beerus could perceive Sun Yu's astonishing presence. The current battle was no longer something mere mortals could involve themselves in. Thus, Dr. Beerus decisively commanded all combat units to retreat immediately, taking refuge at a distance to silently observe the unfolding conflict. Android number 9 watched Sun Yu with keen interest. To him, Sun Yu's life or death was inconsequential. What mattered was that Android number 9 sensed an abundance of the energy he craved within Sun Yu. So much energy, come to me quickly for absorption. Android No. 9 greedily gazed at Sun Yu, even extending his tongue to moisten his parched lips. Sun Yu smiled faintly without responding. In a fleeting moment, he launched the first strike. Android number 9's pupils contracted sharply, for he couldn't even perceive Sun Yu's movement, only sensing a gust of fierce wind rushing toward his face. By the time he regained clarity of Sun Yu's position, the latter's fist had already connected with his abdomen with a resounding thud. With a resounding thud, Android No. 9 was struck with a powerful punch from Sun Yu, causing his back to arch dramatically. He could scarcely believe that his superalloy body could not withstand the force of Sun Yu's flesh and blood. The ordeal was far from over. Sun Yu seized the synthetic humanoid number 9 by its disheveled hair and yanked downward with brutal force, simultaneously driving his right knee upward in a vicious strike. A sickening crack echoed as the android's cheekbone collapsed inward, compounding the earlier damage to its partially caved-in skull. What remained of synthetic No. 9 bore little resemblance to anything human. Though incapable of experiencing pain, the android seethed with unbridled fury at this desecration. Its body swelled ominously as tendrils of azure smoke coiled from its frame, jaws parting to unleash a torrent of cerulean energy blasts. Boom, boom, boom. The air trembled as number 9 spewed volleys of destructive orbs in frenzied succession. Yet to Sun Yu, whose twin Tomo Sharingan now blazed with awakened precision, the onslaught unfolded with the lethargic grace of a crawling snail. Every projectile's trajectory etched itself across his enhanced perception, rendering evasion effortless. In the space between heartbeats, Sun Yu's form flickered through the maelstrom, emerging unscathed above the chaos. Poised midair with hands resting defiantly on his hips, he gazed down impassively at the disoriented android still scouring the battlefield for its elusive prey. From their distant vantage, spectators erupted into exhilarated cheers. Even the untrained eye could discern the inevitable. Sun Yu had seized absolute dominance. The synthetic abomination's defeat was now merely a matter of time. Tell me. Sun Yu's voice cut through the tension like a blade. What exactly are you searching for? Sun Yu called out, and it was only then that Android No. 9 noticed his position. Cursing under his breath in frustration, he rushed towards Sun Yu at full speed, extending his palm in an attempt to absorb Sun Yu's energy. However, how could Sun Yu acquiesce to his desires? Under the scrutiny of the Sharingan, Android number 9's attacks were riddled with flaws, and Sun Yu effortlessly evaded them. Even after absorbing my energy, you possess a battle power of 20,000. Yet, that strength is not derived from your own cultivation. rendering you incapable of unleashing its full potential. All you can do is flail about aimlessly. It is truly disappointing. Sun Yu regarded android number 9 with resignation, having lost all desire to engage in combat. Upon hearing Sun Yu's words, android number 9 let out a sinister smile and retorted coldly, "What? Are you feeling proud? I am merely a failed specimen. The terror of androids is something you will one day experience." "The terror of androids? I cannot speak to that." Sun Yu replied with a slight curve of his lips, "But you can certainly experience the dread of us Scions right now." With that, Sun Yu thrust out both hands, seizing android number 9's wrists, then leaped into the air, driving his feet into android number 9's chest, exerting tremendous force with the intent of severing his arms. "How dare you? Stop. Please, stop." Although he felt no pain, android number 9 simulated human emotions, and as he watched Sun Yu prepare to tear off his arms, Sun Yu silently channeled the energy within his body, extending his hands towards his chest. "Ka. Me. Ha. Me." The Kamehameha was in a state of build-up, and the energy sphere in Sun Yu's hands erupted with a terrifying brilliance. As his combat power surged dramatically, the potency of the Kamehameha also escalated rapidly. At that moment, Sun Yu's combat power was approximately 24,000, allowing the fully charged Kamehameha to possess a combat power enhancement of twofold. Thus, the cerulean energy sphere, boasting an astonishing combat power of 48,000, trailed a long tail as it pursued the android. The android number 9, having lost both arms, swayed precariously in the air, and before long, it was overtaken. Boom. Ah. Sun Yu's Kamehameha erupted in the sky, causing the energy absorption apparatus of android 9 to be obliterated. With a horrendous explosion of energy, it screamed in agony before being reduced to ashes. The blinding light pierced the eyes of all present, lingering for what felt like an eternity before receding. At that moment, Sun Yu's figure, silhouetted against the setting sun, appeared extraordinarily majestic and imposing. After vanquishing android 9, Sun Yu returned to the aircraft of briefs. Upon seeing his return, Bulma disregarded the bloodstains covering him and rushed into his embrace, refusing to let go. "Mr. Sun, it is truly wonderful that you are unharmed." Briefs emerged from the plane, presenting a clean uniform to Sun Yu. "Please, change into this. I will go arrange a banquet. I hope you will do me the honor of attending." Understanding Sun Yu and Lana's undeniable fondness for exquisite cuisine, Briefs proposed this invitation, which Sun Yu could not decline. "Certainly, Dr. Briefs. However, my sister Lana is still in the temple practicing. I would prefer to wait for her to finish before we go together. Perhaps you could return first, and I will join you in Dongdu once she is out." Sun Yu dared not venture alone to indulge in solitary feasting. Should Lana emerge and find no one present, she would undoubtedly erupt in fury. Dr. Briefs, of course, complied with Sun Yu's arrangements, yet the young Bulma stubbornly refused to part from Sun Yu, clinging tenaciously to his clothing, impervious to any counsel. "Perhaps I should take her to the temple. Once Sister Na appears, we can return together to the eastern capital," Sun Yu proposed. "Very well," Dr. Briefs replied with a resigned gesture, remaining alongside Sun Yu, reassured of Bulma's safety, and thus readily acquiesced. "Dr. Briefs, remember to prepare the gravity training chamber upon your return." Sun Yu gave a brief instruction to Briefs before soaring towards the temple with Bulma on his back. Due to the burden of carrying Bulma, Sun Yu did not fly at a great speed. Fortunately, the distance to Karen's sacred land was not far, and he soon arrived at the temple. Upon his return, Sun Yu noticed the old Kai's serious expression and felt a sense of bewilderment. He inquired, "Lord Kai, what troubles you? You seem preoccupied. Is it because I eliminated those red ribbon soldiers?" Upon hearing Sun Yu's words, the old Kai shook his head and replied, "Those red ribbon soldiers committed numerous atrocities. Your actions in ridding the world of them are indeed a meritorious deed." After a brief pause, he approached the edge of the temple, gazing down below, and continued, "I witnessed your battle with Android 9. I never anticipated the existence of such malevolence in this world. I am aware of what Android 9 said, particularly the phrase about our kind being terrifying, a fate you shall eventually experience. His use of "we" indicates that there is more than one android. If such a failure is so formidable, how powerful might the successful specimens be? This uncertainty weighs heavily on me." "Fear not," Sun Yu replied cheerfully, patting the old Kai's shoulder. "Regardless of whether they are androids or any other entity, I shall defeat them. You can rest easy." Indeed, Brother Sun Yu is the strongest," Bulma chimed in, peering at the old Kai with her adorable face. The old Kai glanced at Bulma's charming features and then at Sun Yu, who exuded confidence. With a resigned sigh, he remarked, "Let us hope so. It seems the safety of Earth will rely on you from now on. To protect the Earth was once the duty of the Kai." And the fact that he now uttered such words revealed his inner turmoil. Nevertheless, there was no alternative, just as the original Dragon Ball series indicated. The current world no longer required a Kai. What people needed were warriors. At this moment, the heavenly realm overlooked the setting sun in the west. Sun Yu sat on the edge of the temple with Bulma, quietly watching the distant sunset, which symbolized twilight and hinted at the notion of demise. Having transcended the knowledge realm in martial arts, Sun Yu seized this opportunity to reflect on the essence of the waning sun as time passed gradually. Uncertain of how long had elapsed, dawn broke in the east once again, and Bulma nestled in his arms remained asleep. Suddenly, he was jolted awake by a surge of overwhelming power in the atmosphere, followed by a tumultuous energy. The old Kai and Bobo appeared beside him, both gazing in astonishment towards the direction of the spirit and time room within the temple. Before long, a striking figure emerged from the temple, the one who had trained for a year in the spirit and time room, Lana. However, in the real world, only a single day had passed. Now, Lana had blossomed into a 16-year-old maiden, her delicate form more graceful than ever. The tattered garments, a result of her rigorous training, subtly revealed her alabaster skin, while her long, graceful legs were laid bare to the air, leaving Sun Yu utterly captivated. Lana's presence surged like a tempest, brazenly sweeping over everyone in the temple. Sun Yu fared relatively well, having enhanced his strength through battle against the androids, but the Celestial and Bobo were less fortunate. They trembled under Lana's formidable aura, barely able to maintain their composure. After a year of cultivation, she had nearly perfected the realm of subtlety. However, her martial arts were not as restrained as Sun Yu's. Instead, they radiated flamboyance. In the realm of subtlety, one manifests at will and dissipates effortlessly. With her fiery temperament, Lana's martial prowess was equally exuberant. "Hey, Kyle, it's been a year," she exclaimed. "Oh, isn't that the little girl named Bulma? What is she doing here?" Lana immediately spotted Bulma nestled in Sun Yu's arms and swiftly restrained her aura, wary of startling the girl. Having been roused by the recent commotion, Bulma smiled brightly upon seeing Lana. "This is quite a tale." Sun Yu scrutinized Lana, estimating her combat power to be well above 40,000. If she unleashed her full potential, it could even reach 50,000. He silently marveled at the wonders of the spirit and time room and recounted everything that had transpired since Lana's entrance into that realm, including the visit from Dr. Briefs, the annihilation of the Red Ribbon Army headquarters, the rescue of Bulma, and encounters with the androids. Upon hearing Sun Yu's account, Lana regarded him with an unusual expression before uttering a statement that left him astounded. "So, where are the 2 Dragon Balls that were originally in the hands of the Red Ribbon Army?" "Oh right, where are the Dragon Balls?" Sun Yu pondered. "Kyle, aren't you supposed to be training in the spirit and time room first?" Lana questioned, perplexed. In her eyes, upon realizing her formidable strength, Sun Yu would surely be eager to train. However, Sun Yu had not elaborated on the combat powers involved in the battles against the androids, leaving Lana unaware of the true circumstances. Additionally, with Sun Yu's elevation in martial arts, his ability to suppress his own aura had matured, making it difficult for others to perceive his full combat power without him engaging directly. Thus, Lana assumed Sun Yu's power remained around 8,000. If he wished not to be forever left behind, he should be impatiently rushing to train. Moreover, Lana had previously expressed her disdain for those weaker than herself. Therefore, if Sun Yu truly harbored feelings for her, he would strive to surpass her. Why then was he so indifferent? Did he not truly care for her? If he didn't, why had he acted as he did before? With these thoughts, Lana felt a mix of anger and embarrassment. She glared at Sun Yu, wishing to confront him physically. "That would be unnecessary," he replied. Sun Yu was completely unaware of Lana's thoughts and casually remarked, "The air inside the Temple of Spirit and Time is thin, and the temperature is quite high. Merely standing still can be quite exhausting. If one were to practice there, it would easily lead to feelings of irritation." Sun Yu is currently focused on cultivating his inner state. Thus, maintaining tranquility within is his foremost task. If he were to solely pursue combat strength, he could certainly achieve rapid advancement. However, what significance would that hold? The cultivation of one's inner state serves as a foundation. The sturdier the foundation, the greater the potential for future growth. This is vividly illustrated in the experiences of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. In the Dragon Ball anime, aside from their initial encounter, Sun Wukong consistently outperformed Vegeta in combat prowess, owing to his superior martial realm. By the time he reached planet Namek, he had already entered the state of emptiness. even during his battle with Cell. Both Sun Wukong and his son, Sun Gohan, touch upon the essence of the way. As the saying goes, the laws of nature prevail. They seamlessly integrated the Super Saiyan state into their daily lives, where eating, sleeping, and fishing became forms of cultivation. In contrast, Vegeta, who relentlessly trains in isolation, appears somewhat inferior when measured against their realms. However, this is not to suggest that Vegeta's training methods are flawed. After all, martial arts are highly individualistic, and what suits one best is indeed the most effective. Moreover, the most efficacious way to enhance combat strength remains through battle itself. The battle between Sun Yu and the artificial being number 9 serves as a striking illustration. Under the relentless pressure of a formidable foe, Sun Yu found himself on the brink of death, which catalyzed an unprecedented surge of combat prowess within him. He even awakened the second stage of the Sharingan, the double Tomo Sharingan. The Saiyans are a warrior race. It is only through life and death struggles and the oppression of powerful adversaries that one can elevate their strength most swiftly. I see you merely seek to evade effort, unwilling to enhance your abilities. Lana turned her head away in frustration, her heart heavy with disappointment. Uncertain whether it stemmed from Sun Yu's lack of ambition or her concern that he did not value her enough. Sun Yu appeared perplexed by Lana's sudden anger. With a resigned gesture, he said, "Not at all. My combat power has reached 24,000. I believe it won't be long before." "What?" Lana interrupted, her astonishment palpable. "You claim your combat power has already reached 24,000? It has only been a day, you. Indeed," Sun Yu continued. "I mentioned before that during my battle with android number 9, I was on the brink of death. However, after consuming a Senzu bean, I recovered from that near-fatal state, and my combat power surged threefold." Understanding dawned upon her. She was aware that Saiyans could significantly increase their combat power after experiencing near-death situations. It was indeed fortunate for him to have the miraculous Senzu beans. Without them, such severe injuries would have surely been fatal, let alone leading to a spike in combat power. The inability to recover promptly from injuries was one reason why Saiyans often faced life-threatening battles, yet rarely produced exceptionally powerful warriors. There was a saying that echoed in her mind: near-death Saiyans are perfectly complemented by Senzu beans. Nevertheless, Lana was still quite frustrated. She recalled the arduous year she spent training in the hyperbolic time chamber, intending to emerge and mock Sun Yu for his lack of progress. Yet, he had achieved in a single day what had taken her half a year of dedicated effort. She felt as though her entire year's worth of training had been wasted. "Ah, now you've soured my mood entirely," Lana exclaimed, plopping down onto the ground, pouting petulantly. Sun Yu immediately smiled and said, "At least you are still stronger than I am. Furthermore, Dr. Briefs has invented a gravity training chamber, training in that will significantly enhance our abilities." "Really?" Lana's interest peaked at the mention of the gravity training chamber. "I don't care. I want to use that chamber first." "Huh." Sun Yu was taken aback. "Sister Lana, isn't that a bit unreasonable? You're already so much stronger than I am. There's no need to compete with me." I don't care. If you don't let me use it first, I will ignore you forever." Lana insisted, her emotions in turmoil. While she felt joy at Sun Yu's progress, she was also anxious about the possibility of him catching up to her. The thought of him surpassing her sent a flush to her cheeks. All right. I can't argue with you." Sun Yu, oblivious to Lana's agitation, turned to the obedient Bulma standing behind him and gently said, "Let's head to Bulma's house. I can hardly wait for a feast." "Sure. I'm hungry too." Bulma, the little girl, playfully leaped into Sun Yu's arms. Lana, observing from the side, narrowed her eyes and pouted, feeling a twinge of jealousy. Even this little girl isn't spared. "You creep. You're a Lilicon." Thus, Sun Yu, cradling Bulma, bid farewell to the god and Bobo, and together they flew towards Dr. Brief's home in East City. To Sun Yu's surprise, Mrs. Briefs greeted them with a warm smile upon seeing Bulma, showing no signs of concern for her recent abduction. It was as if Bulma had simply returned from a long journey. If he didn't know Mrs. Brief's character, Sun Yu might have thought Bulma was adopted. In the spacious courtyard of the Briefs' residence, a grand banquet was laid out, despite the attendees being only Sun Yu, Lana, and the Briefs family. They had summoned over 25-star chefs, transporting several truckloads of ingredients for the feast. As if that weren't enough, Dr. Briefs had also purchased several luxurious restaurants in East City, promising to gather a team to prepare the most exquisite dishes whenever Sun Yu and Lana desired. "Kale, after we finish eating, go fetch the last 2 Dragon Balls for me." Sun Yujing was energetically gnawing on a whole roasted cow when Lana suddenly spoke up. There's no need to rush. I still want to have a good sleep. Sun Yu looked at Lana with a reluctant expression. Humph. I've done you a favor by not making you search for it before returning for a meal. Enough chatter. Finish eating and go. Lana commanded sternly. Thus, before Sun Yu could satiate his hunger, he was hastily ushered out by Lana. As he soared through the sky, he reminisced about the unfinished feast of roasted steak, grilled earth dragon, shark burger, whale baleen, and colossal squid, instantly feeling as if his life had turned bleak. In his haste to retrieve the Dragon Balls, Sun Yu flew with remarkable speed, like a silver streak cutting through the heavens, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Even those who occasionally looked up could scarcely discern the true form of that silver flash. Drawing from prior experience, Sun Yu quickly located the remnants of the Red Ribbon Army's stronghold. Now, this place had transformed into a sea. The land long obliterated to the point of leaving no trace, and he wondered where the Dragon Balls might have fallen. Taking out the Dragon Ball radar, Sun Yu meticulously searched for their locations. Indeed, the radar indicated that 2 Dragon Balls were scattered on the ocean floor. Sun Yu pinpointed one that was relatively close and, steeling himself, dove headfirst into the water, plunging into the depths in search. At the ocean floor, he could vaguely see the remnants of the former Red Ribbon Army headquarters. Sun Yu reached the location indicated by the radar and began to dig fervently through the rubble. As Sun Yu surfaced intermittently to catch his breath, he harbored a sense of grievance, yet he could hardly blame anyone but himself. Had he been more astute initially and seized the Dragon Ball before annihilating the Red Ribbon Army, he would not have found himself in such a predicament today. At long last, through relentless effort, he unearthed the Dragon Ball, handling it with utmost care, fearful of losing it once more. Now, with only the final 6-star ball remaining, he could summon the Eternal Dragon after gathering all 7. Nevertheless, Sun Yu felt little fascination for the Earth's Eternal Dragon. He was well aware that beyond this world existed the Namekian Eternal Dragon and even a super dragon spanning the entire cosmos. Before his transcendence, Sun Yu had often fantasized about collecting the 7 Dragon Balls to summon the Eternal Dragon and fulfill his wish for immortality. Achieving a body akin to that of Majin Buu, impervious to death, would have been the pinnacle of perfection. However, as Sun Yu's horizons broadened, he recognized that in the face of absolute power, nothing is truly immortal. Be it Cell, Majin Buu, or even Zamasu, who possessed an indestructible body in the Dragon Ball Super Universe, all could be vanquished, and it was the Saiyans who triumphed over them. Perhaps the Saiyans were not innately powerful, but when confronted with overwhelming pressure and the trials of life and death, they invariably shattered their limits, unleashing unprecedented potential, an attribute even the exalted Zamasu coveted. Thus, Sun Yu currently refrained from relying on the Dragon Ball's power, at least until he reached the divine realm. Should he one day attain a stature akin to that of the god of destruction, Beerus, it would then seem rather absurd to depend solely on his own strength. For mortals remain mortals. If he wished to progress further in the martial arts, there was no doubt he would need to harness the power of the super dragon. Moreover, Lana had previously expressed her desire to fulfill a wish. Therefore, the opportunity to summon the Eternal Dragon would be bestowed upon her. Following the Dragon Radar's guidance, Sun Yu arrived at an immense rock formation on the ocean floor. It appeared that the elusive 6-star ball was concealed beneath a massive stone, which posed a dilemma. Should he obliterate the rock with the Kamehameha wave? After some deliberation, he resolved to indeed shatter the rock with the Kamehameha wave. Sun Yu staggered backward for several meters before beginning to channel his energy. Since he merely needed to shatter a rock, he did not require an overwhelming display of power. A force of around 10,000 would suffice, perhaps even 7 or 8,000. Ultimately, he decided to restrain his strength to a mere 1,000, lest he inadvertently flatten the area and be left searching for the Dragon Balls again. Once he had calibrated his force, Sun Yu unleashed the Kamehameha, its azure radiance illuminating the depths of the ocean. Upon striking the rock, the energy beam penetrated the stone and detonated at its core, generating a formidable shockwave. In that instant, a vacuum formed where the massive boulder once stood, and torrents of seawater surged outward. At the base of the rock, Sun Yu spotted a yellow glass sphere, precisely the 6-star Dragon Ball he sought. With urgency, Sun Yu soared towards the 6-star Dragon Ball, intent on retrieving it before the returning tide could engulf it. He cleared the mud surrounding the sphere and grasped it in his hand, finally assembling all 7 Dragon Balls. Although these were merely Earth's Dragon Balls, he found himself intrigued by what wish Lana might conjure. He fervently hoped it would not be a desire for the Eternal Dragon to grant her the title of Queen of Vegeta. As the sea began to ebb, Sun Yu prepared to depart. However, his gaze inadvertently fell upon a heavy iron door that had materialized beneath a massive boulder. Infuriatingly, the door bore an inscription forbidding entry to unauthorized personnel. Ironically, Sun Yu was precisely the type to be drawn in by such warnings. His curiosity piqued to explore further. Given that this was the site of the Red Ribbon Army's remnants, it was likely concealing some clandestine laboratory. The prospect of uncovering a facility conducting experiments on living subjects was particularly enticing, especially following the emergence of Android 9, which fortified his resolve to investigate. Could it be that the unfinished Android 18 awaited him? She was undoubtedly a stunning beauty. With this thought in mind, Sun Yu forcefully smashed through the heavy iron door. Striding boldly inside, once within, he closed the door behind him, the ocean's surface returning to its tranquil state above. He ventured deeper into the dimly lit corridor, illuminated by an eerie glow. The rust-streaked walls would serve as a perfect backdrop for a horror film, requiring no artificial enhancement. One could simply bring a camera and capture the essence of dread, without exaggeration. Yet, Sun Yu felt no trepidation in such an environment. For those who had attained his level of strength, the supernatural was but a fleeting illusion. Should any unwelcome specter dare to confront him, he would not hesitate to send it fleeing in terror. Thus, this declaration was not mere bravado. It was a testament to his unwavering confidence. Sun Yu entered the depths of the laboratory, traversing a lengthy corridor flanked by numerous transparent walled chambers. Within these laboratories lay an array of intricate instruments and an assortment of chemical substances, which Sun Yu found perplexing and thus chose to disregard. Ultimately, after navigating a series of twists and turns, he arrived at a room that resembled a library. However, instead of books, the shelves were densely populated with miniature spy robots. Sun Yu recognized these robots from the Dragon Ball anime. They were designed to gather combat intelligence on warriors such as Goku and Vegeta, and, of course, to collect various cellular samples from the field. Sun Yu pushed open the door and entered the room, where a colossal supercomputer was aglow at the center. The screen displayed an array of dense text in black and white. Captivated, Sun Yu was drawn closer, his eyes catching the opening lines of an article that read, "The Final X Plan." He couldn't help but exclaim in frustration. What on earth are these myriad miniature spy robots? And what the devil is this Final X Plan? While the emergence of miniature spy robots did not surprise him, after all, they had appeared in the Dragon Ball anime, he found the mention of the X Plan rather dubious. At that moment, a torrent of thoughts surged through his mind. Approaching the computer, he began to scrutinize the text. The article was overly lengthy, but a cursory glance revealed it discussed artificial beings and biological modification technology. It turned out that Dr. Gero had commenced his research on human-based androids long ago, akin to the existence of Android 18. If it were merely that, Sun Yu would not have been overly concerned. In the original Dragon Ball series, the combat data on androids was derived from warriors like Goku, and at present, Earth's mightiest combatants were merely the likes of Tao Pai Pai. The creation of an energy-absorbing android like Android 9 was already the pinnacle of achievement, so there was little cause for alarm. However, in the next moment, Sun Yu felt a burning sensation on his face. As he discovered his own battle information cataloged in the computer's database, it became evident that the Red Ribbon Army had taken notice of him and Lana as soon as they set foot on Earth. Though their time on the planet was brief, the Army's spy robots were omnipresent, gathering a wealth of valuable intelligence, including samples of Sun Yu's cells. In the absence of Goku, Sun Yu had become Dr. Gero's primary target. Thus, one must not underestimate those obsessed with research. Who knows what peculiar inventions they might concoct. Next came the X Plan. The spy robots had captured footage of Sun Yu battling Android 8, and upon uploading this video, Dr. Gero immediately began to analyze Sun Yu's cellular samples. He intended to transplant a specific chromosome from Sun Yu's cells into a bioengineered android, aiming to create the ultimate weapon for the Red Ribbon Army to exact revenge on Sun Yu, and incidentally, to conquer the world. My goodness, has my arrival completely disrupted the narrative? Could it be that Cell is set to emerge prematurely? Sun Yu felt a cold sweat forming, even in its initial state. Cell possessed the strength to contend with a Super Saiyan. If Cell were to manifest ahead of time, his battle power, just above 20,000, would be utterly obliterated. Earth seemed terrifying. Perhaps returning to planet Vegeta as a prince would be more prudent. Joking aside, the so-called X Plan likely had nothing to do with Cell. Based on Sun Yu's conjecture, Dr. Gero probably lacked the capability to create formidable androids. If he truly possessed such power, he would not have allowed his own army to face annihilation. Sun Yu is now contemplating whether he should follow the trail to locate Dr. Garo and eliminate him before he develops formidable artificial beings. The laboratory before him appears to be a center for data collection and research, where all information is uploaded to Dr. Garo's private headquarters. If he could harness the transmission signals from this computer, discovering Dr. Garo's whereabouts would not pose a significant challenge. However, at present, Sun Yu embodies the essence of a pure Saiyan, an insatiable yearning for powerful adversaries deeply ingrained within him. Should he indeed vanquish Dr. Garo, he would effectively diminish the presence of numerous formidable antagonists. Without those adversaries to engage with, the narrative would lack the substance necessary for compelling storytelling. Sun Yu suddenly felt overwhelmed, as every decision he made bore significant consequences. With great power comes great responsibility, he lamented, before shattering the computer before him with a swift blow and turning to leave. As he exited the room, he unleashed an energy sphere that obliterated all the miniature robots within. Although Sun Yu was not afraid of androids, the old adage held true: while one may not fear a thief, one should be wary of their watchful eye. Being surveilled daily by a swarm of fly-sized espionage robots was hardly a pleasant experience. With the matter settled, Sun Yu soared back, where Dr. Beerus was tending to the flowers in the garden. Upon seeing Sun Yu's return, he set down his watering can and approached to greet him. Lana was training in the gravity chamber, and Sun Yu instructed a servant to summon her before proceeding to the living room with Dr. Beerus. In the living room, the group gathered as Sun Yu recounted the discovery of the mysterious research facility beneath the Red Silk Army ruins, revealing Dr. Garo's X-project. Dr. Beerus displayed a look of concern upon hearing this, while Lana waved dismissively. As a pure Saiyan, Lana wholeheartedly supported Sun Yu's actions and declared that she intended to utilize the gravity chamber until she could acclimate to 100 times the normal gravity. Dr. Beerus, I believe it would be prudent for you to construct a separate gravity chamber for me, one devoid of sound equipment, Sun Yu remarked to Dr. Beerus, who appeared disheartened at the suggestion. Nevertheless, he dared not defy Sun Yu's request and replied, if that is your wish, I shall require 5 days to complete it. Kyle, how do you intend to handle the Dragon Balls? In truth, Lana was more concerned about the Dragon Balls than any schemes devised by Dr. Garo. Sun Yu produced a universal capsule and opened it, resulting in a small plastic box appearing with a resounding bang. Inside the box lay 7 neatly arranged Dragon Balls. Well, let me see, Lana exclaimed, snatching the plastic box from Sun Yu's hands. How do I make my wish come true? Do I just silently recite it in my heart? Like when I make a birthday wish? Of course not. To realize your wish, you must first loudly chant the incantation to summon the dragon, Sun Yu explained, animatedly gesturing as he spoke. Then, you can make your wish to the dragon, and it will be granted. Why does it have to be so complicated? Lana seemed dissatisfied with this method and inquired, isn't there a way to do it more discreetly? Discreetly? Sun Yu was momentarily taken aback, as this was clearly at odds with Lana's character. It's impossible to be subtle, as the appearance of the dragon will cause a cosmic spectacle, the sky will darken, and thunder will roar. Honestly, I would love to witness such a scene myself. Dr. Beerus, standing nearby, adjusted his glasses and cleared his throat, eager to assert his presence, indicating his interest in the spectacle as well. By the way, Lana, what exactly do you wish to wish for? There's no time like the present. Let us summon the dragon together, Sun Yu suggested. You all go ahead. At the thought of having to voice her wish before everyone, Lana's face flushed crimson. Yes. Both Sun Yu and Dr. Beerus fervently nodded in agreement. You guys are too much. I'm not making a wish anymore. Here, take the Dragon Balls back. Lana huffed, angrily throwing the plastic box at Sun Yu before storming out. Sun Yu gazed in bewilderment at the scattered Dragon Balls and inquired of Dr. Beerus, what could have caused her to become so upset? His confusion regarding women was palpable. Dr. Beerus shrugged his shoulders, looking at Sun Yu with a charmingly naive expression. The matters concerning the Red Ribbon Army had reached a temporary conclusion, although Sun Yu still had to remain vigilant against Dr. Garo's X plan. Meanwhile, Lana seemed to be bewitched, spending her days entirely ensconced in the gravity training room, showing no intention of relinquishing it for Sun Yu's use. Fortunately, Dr. Beerus assured him that a new gravity training room would be completed within 5 days, alleviating Sun Yu's urgency. In the following 2 days, Sun Yu seized the opportunity to venture into the sea, locating the Kame House. After all, being a super-rich individual allowed him to effortlessly utilize satellites for a search of the island archipelago, and he quickly found the residence of Master Roshi. Master Roshi was not surprised by Sun Yu's visit. He had sensed the formidable aura of Sun Yu during battle from a great distance. an unforgettable sensation that sent chills down one's spine. Sun Yu's intention in seeking out Master Roshi was to discuss martial arts. However, Master Roshi feigned ignorance, unwilling to divulge much information. Fortunately, Sun Yu was well prepared. He tossed out a universal capsule, which revealed 2 towering stacks of books, entirely composed of the latest swimwear fashion magazines. Upon seeing the alluring covers, Master Roshi was instantly exhilarated, blood rushing from his nose as he lunged forward to grab one, engrossing himself in its pages. With the swimwear magazines acting as a bridge, the relationship between Master Roshi and Sun Yu rapidly deepened. As Master Roshi himself remarked, it was a case of meeting too late. While Master Roshi reveled in the magazines, Sun Yu seized the moment to seek his counsel on various training issues. Master Roshi, a venerable warrior with over 3 centuries of experience, generously shared his profound insights into martial arts, leaving Sun Yu feeling immensely enriched by their exchange. Sun Wukong resided at Kame House for several days until he received word from Dr. Briefs that the gravity training chamber, specially constructed for him, was complete. After bidding farewell to Master Roshi, Sun Wukong swiftly returned to East City, where Dr. Briefs awaited him. Bulma had been eagerly anticipating his arrival at the door and, upon seeing him, she rushed forward. "Brother Sun Wukong, where have you been these past few days? You didn't even take Bulma out to play." She pouted, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Sun Yu gently lifted the adorable little Bulma and said, "Brother is going out to meet a friend. How about I take you along next time?" He pondered what kind of scene would unfold when Bulma met Master Roshi. Sure. Bulma exclaimed joyfully, wrapping her arms around Sun Yu's neck. As long as she was going out with Sun Yu, she was delighted, no matter whom they were going to meet. "Where is your father? I heard that the new gravity training room has been completed." Sun Yu carried Bulma as he walked towards the house. Bulma pointed towards the direction of the basement and said, "This way. I also contributed to the construction of the new gravity training room for you, Brother Sun Yu." "Really? Bulma, you are amazing." Sun Yu, filled with joy, playfully pinched Bulma's cheek. Although he was unaware of what Bulma meant by putting in effort, it was evident that her extraordinary talent for scientific research was beginning to manifest. Under Bulma's guidance, Sun Yu arrived at the entrance of the gravity training chamber. Due to the need to experiment within the chamber, he instructed Bulma to stay outside while he ventured in alone. The gravity training chamber was expansive, covering over 200 square meters, with its thick walls constructed of titanium alloy. At the center stood the gravity control console, which permitted the adjustment of gravitational intensity. Upon closing the door, Sun Yu approached the console and activated the gravity amplification device according to the displayed icons. Considering the material's capacity for endurance, it was impossible to create a chamber capable of withstanding gravitational forces exceeding 100 times that of Earth in such a short time. Thus, the maximum amplification limit was set to 100 times. Sun Yu initially selected a multiplier of 20. Almost immediately, a profound downward force enveloped him, making him feel as though his body were filled with lead. With the added weight of the heavy protective gear he wore, the gravity he experienced equated to an astonishing 45 times that of Earth. Even with a combat power reaching 24,000, Sun Yu found this weight to be quite formidable. However, the thought of Lana tirelessly training motivated him to persevere. Training was not a matter of haste. It required a gradual and methodical approach. He set a modest goal for himself, to eventually endure a gravity force of 100 times, despite feeling as if he were encased in lead. Each step demanded immense effort. Yet, Sun Yu was not one to surrender easily. He began with simple walking, transitioning to a light jog. Once his leg muscles acclimated to the weight, he shifted his focus to strengthening his arms through push-ups and stances. As he grew more comfortable under the 20-fold gravity, he steadily increased the intensity of the amplification. Unbeknownst to him, the sinister plot of Dr. Gero could emerge at any moment. Thus, both Sun Yu and Lana devoted themselves to their training, spending the majority of their time in their respective gravity chambers, sometimes even eating and sleeping within them. In contrast to Lana, Sun Yu allocated a portion of each day to meditation, refining his state of mind. Time passed quietly, and 4 months slipped by in an instant. Dr. Gero seemed to have vanished without a trace, with no news emerging. Bulma remained displeased with Sun Yu's constant seclusion in the gravity chamber, often peering through the window with an expression of deep longing. "Brother Sun Yu, you promised to take me shopping." One day, when Bulma noticed Sun Yu exiting the chamber, she disregarded his sweaty appearance and leaped into his arms. "Weren't we supposed to go in 2 weeks?" Sun Yu lifted the little girl Bulma into his arms and playfully pinched her small face. Bulma pouted, expressing her displeasure. It's been a whole month, and you still haven't taken me out to play? Sun Yu chuckled awkwardly, surprised at how much time had passed. Since entering the gravity training chamber, his combat prowess had soared remarkably. He had now adapted to an astonishing 80 times the normal gravity, and without the burden of his heavy armor. His ultimate fighting capacity could reach an impressive 95,000. In contrast, Lana, having previously entered the mind and time room, along with her not needing to meditate for extensive hours like Sun Yu, had completely acclimatized to the 100-fold gravity, similarly unencumbered by heavy gear. Lana's peak combat strength could attain a staggering 120,000, an elevation she had once only dared to dream about. As the saying goes, there is a time for both exertion and relaxation. After months of intense training, it was indeed time to unwind, and thus Sun Yu acquiesced to Bulma's request. How about we go out together today? Sun Yu smiled. Today? That sounds wonderful. You're the best, brother Sun Yu, Bulma exclaimed, tilting her head to plant a kiss on his cheek. Just then, Lana happened to walk by and, upon witnessing Bulma's exuberance, inquired, "What has got you so cheerful?" Bulma? Bulma looked at Lana with innocence and replied, "Brother Sun Yu promised to take me shopping. You should come along, sister Lana." "Shopping?" Lana murmured, casting an unhappy glance at Sun Yu. "I say, Kai, you haven't even adapted to the 100-fold gravity yet, and you're already thinking of slacking off?" Lana had been eagerly anticipating the day when Sun Yu would adjust to the 100-fold gravity so they could return to Vegeta as formidable beings. A dream she had long nurtured regarding the throne of Vegeta. However, Sun Yu was not concerned that Lana would genuinely be upset. There were two things in this world that Lana could never refuse. The first was delectable food, and the second was shopping. This is easily understood. Shopping could be deemed a universal talent among women, for there is no female creature that does not adore it. Initially, as a warrior of the Saiyan race, Lana had been quite resistant to what she considered the mundane activity of shopping. Yet, when Mrs. Brief brought her into the bustling department store of East Capital, Lana found herself awestruck by the dazzling array of products. Particularly, when she witnessed Mrs. Brief's extraordinary bargaining skills, she was left utterly amazed. It turned out that purchasing items could be imbued with the exhilarating sense of victory akin to battle. Thus, one could observe a wealthy matriarch and a Saiyan warrior, whose strength would enable her to rob the largest bank in the universe without a hint of difficulty, fiercely haggling over a coat priced at merely 200 yuan, an utterly mind-boggling scene. "Sister Lana, I heard that the East Capital department store is having an anniversary celebration with everything at half price." Sun Yu winked at Lana, dropping this bombshell. "Half price?" Lana stared at Sun Yu in astonishment, and in the blink of an eye, she vanished without a trace. When she reappeared, Lana had shed her training attire in favor of a vibrant and elegant casual outfit. "Wow, that was fast," Sun Yu remarked, scratching his head in astonishment. Indeed. It seemed that for women, discounted items held an allure surpassing even that of free goods. "Haha, brother Sun Yu, you should hurry and change too. Sister Lana and I will wait for you in the lobby," Bulma urged, playfully nudging him toward the changing room. "All right." Sun Yu briefly washed away the sweat from his body and donned a fresh t-shirt to fully immerse themselves in earthly life. Both he and Lana often took the Brief's family's aircraft to the mall. Upon their arrival, Bulma took Sun Yu's hand in one and Lana's in the other, the trio resembling a blissful family of three. The mall was teeming with people. As soon as they entered, the cacophony enveloped them. A broad avenue, wide enough for 10 burly men to stand side by side, connected numerous shops stretching for hundreds of meters. Looking up, the 7-story building buzzed with a sea of heads. A constant flow of humanity. The first floor was lined with an array of clothing stores, complemented by stalls offering delectable snacks. Pedestrians surged through the streets, their voices blending into a vibrant chorus of shouts, haggling, and laughter. To pass the time, Sun Yu indulged in a large assortment of snacks as he walked. If it weren't for the presence of the unique, beast-like beings from Dragon Ball's Earth, he might have momentarily believed he had returned to his original world. "Ouch!" Bulma's playful exclamation broke through the din as she dashed ahead. Sun Yu was savoring the delicacies in his hands, leisurely surveying the shops around him. At that moment, he heard Bulma's exclamation and looked up to see her sitting on the ground, her shopping bags scattered about, her expression one of utter dismay. Not far in front of Bulma stood a burly wolf-like creature, gnawing on a beef leg, swaying as it walked, showing no regard for the crowd ahead. After helping the fallen Bulma to her feet, Sun Yu guided her to Lana's side before swiftly appearing behind the wolf-like creature. He extended his right hand and firmly pressed it on the creature's shoulder. The wolf-man halted momentarily, taken aback by Sun Yu's grip. In an instant, he spun around in a fit of rage, only to find no one behind him. Ahem. Sun Yu's face flushed slightly as he cleared his throat. And it was only then that the wolf-man noticed the diminutive figure of Sun Yu, who seemed small not due to his stature, but because the creature towered at least 2.5 meters tall. At that moment, Sun Yu barely managed to reach the creature's shoulder. The wolfman glanced down at Sun Yu, tearing off a chunk of meat from the beef leg as he chewed and inquired, "Little one, are you seeking death?" Sun Yu pointed at the tearful Buma and coldly remarked, "You bumped into my sister and left without a word? Surely you do not expect me to apologize?" The wolf-like figure gazed at Sun Yu with an expression of bewilderment, as if he had just heard the most amusing joke. Buma, concerned, looked at Sun Yu, hoping he would let the matter go, for she had not been injured, merely having stumbled. However, Lana interjected, cautioning Buma. Despite the wolf-like man's imposing stature, this world does not equate height with strength. It would be wise to offer an apology. I am quite reasonable, and should you adopt a sincere demeanor, perhaps I might grant you forgiveness. Buma was Sun Yu's Achilles heel. Should anyone dare to offend her, he would not hesitate to illustrate the consequences with vivid clarity. The wolf-like man widened his eyes, seemingly on the verge of laughter, suppressing it as he spoke with a slight tremor in his voice. "You want me to apologize?" My apologies, but while you may be accommodating, I am not so easily appeased. I will count to 3, and if you do not leave, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." By this time, a crowd had gathered, drawn by the spectacle. Their eyes riveted on the striking contrast between the two figures, one towering at 2.5 meters, the other a mere 1.7. No one could fathom that this confrontation held any suspense, and thus, the onlookers cast sympathetic glances towards Sun Yu. Sun Yu felt that while it would be disgraceful for a Saiyan to bully an ordinary earthling, he could not overlook the fact that this insolent creature had targeted Bulma. The crowd around them began to murmur, and the wolf-like figure, observing Sun Yu, showed no intention of retreating. With a sinister grin, he sneered, "Ignorance brings no consequence. It seems that unless I teach you a lesson today, you will remain oblivious to your own limitations." With that, the wolf-like man hurled the remaining portion of a beef leg high into the air and, with fists clenched as if wielding a baseball bat, he struck forcefully at Sun Yu's abdomen. The sheer explosive power of his muscles elicited gasps from the onlookers. Initially, Sun Yu remained composed, awaiting the wolf-man's attack. But when those formidable fists collided with his midsection, his expression shifted dramatically. A thunderous bang echoed as Sun Yu was propelled backward 4 steps. Astonishment etched upon his face. Lana, equally astonished, gazed at the staggering Sun Yu and inquired, "Kyle, what act are you putting on?" After all, Sun Yu's combat prowess reached an impressive 95,000 without the aid of heavy armor. With such strength, not even a missile could pose a threat, let alone an ordinary earthling. What Lana thought mattered little to Sun Yu. He was acutely aware that the force he had just encountered was far beyond what any earth creature could possess. This individual was a genuine threat. Well, kid. I underestimated your resilience. You managed to remain standing," the wolf-like man boasted, pride radiating from his demeanor as he deftly caught the half-eaten beef leg he had thrown moments earlier, reveling in his own arrogance. "Ah, how delightfully boastful you are." Sun Yu muttered to himself, brushing off the dust from his attire, feeling a sense of dissatisfaction. What a ridiculous situation. Who is the protagonist here, you or I? According to the script, I should be the one delivering a resounding defeat to this villainous wolf-like creature. Why is the narrative deviating from its course? Kyle, step aside. Let your sister avenge you, Lana declared, gently ruffling Sun Yu's hair before positioning herself protectively in front of him. Hey sis, what kind of look was that? I merely let my guard down momentarily. You don't think I was being bullied, do you? Sun Yu retorted loudly, casting a pleading glance around for support. The crowd collectively nodded in agreement, with Bulma sweetly assuring him, "It's all right, brother Sun Yu. You will always be my great hero." Ugh. Sun Yu nearly choked on his own disbelief. Are you trying to provoke me, girl? You know my capabilities. Have you forgotten who defeated the Red Ribbon Army and Android 9? Sis, please don't interfere. Let me handle this scoundrel, Sun Yu declared, rolling up his sleeves. Ready to engage in a life-or-death struggle, Lana, sticking out her adorable little tongue, stepped aside to grant him passage. Hey, beast, come here and meet your demise. Sun Yu stood before the wolf-like figure, pointing an accusatory finger at his nose and berating him. Upon hearing Sun Yu call him a vile creature, The wolf-like man's expression turned icy, his gaze betraying a palpable aura of murderous intent as he coldly remarked, "Heh. There was once another who dared to insult me in such a manner. Would you care to guess what became of him? The grass atop his grave has already grown 2 meters high. Oh, what a remarkable coincidence." Sun Yu, sensing the lethal intent emanating from the wolf-like man, felt an inexplicable thrill and responded, "There were also those who dared to show disrespect towards my Buma. Care to guess what happened to them? They lie in unmarked graves, for they have perished without a trace." The surrounding crowd, witnessing their exchange, initially assumed it to be mere jest and erupted into raucous laughter. However, Lana felt a sudden jolt of apprehension, instinctively clutching Buma tighter, as she sensed that the wolf-like man was far from benign. "Remember, the one who will take your life is named Yax," the wolf-like man declared, revealing his identity before suddenly launching himself at Sun Yu with a powerful punch. The force of his blow was thunderous, prompting Sun Yu to raise his hand in defense, creating a clash that resonated through the air. The onlookers were momentarily stunned, unable to fathom that this seemingly frail youth possessed such formidable strength. Sun Yu and the wolf-like being named Yax both caught a fleeting glimpse of shock in each other's eyes, prompting Sun Yu to abandon any thoughts of underestimating his opponent. Although he could not gauge the full extent of Yak's combat prowess, Sun Yu was acutely aware that the other's strength was no lesser than his own. "I admit I previously underestimated you. Now let us display our true abilities." Sun Yu was filled with curiosity about Yak's identity. However, as a warrior of the Saiyan race, he believed that any problem solvable with fists should not be dilly-dallied over. "Just as I wish," Yax echoed, and in perfect synchronization, both leapt, eliciting gasps from the onlookers. Landing upon the rooftop of the East City Grand Department Store, Lana, holding Bulma, followed closely behind, quietly observing the two. Standing face to face, Sun Yu vanished in an instant, reappearing with a swift strike aimed at Yak's chest. Yax wore a cold expression, betraying no emotion. He crossed his massive wolf claws defensively over his chest. Sun Yu's seemingly casual strike concealed a hidden force that struck Yax as if he had collided with a mountain. Summoning all his strength to resist, the two were forced to retreat a few steps after a resounding impact. "His combat power exceeds mine," Sun Yu thought, astonished by the emergence of such a formidable opponent on Earth. Yet, this was precisely what he desired, a means to test the results of his recent training. With a resounding roar, the two ascended and engaged in combat. Sun Yu, mindful of the innocent bystanders, refrained from using energy attacks, while Yax appeared to rely solely on brute force, engaging in a visceral melee. The two exchanged blows with great intensity, moving at such high speeds that the ordinary people below could scarcely perceive their shadows. After several rounds of fierce exchange, they paused mid-air, panting heavily, exhilarated by the exhilarating clash. Despite the wounds adorning their bodies, excitement gleamed in their eyes as they regarded one another. "At this point, are you still holding back?" Sun Yu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled at Yax. "Oomph, how dare you accuse me? Don't think I haven't noticed. You haven't been fighting seriously." Yax spat out blood, twisting his neck with a cracking sound. "I was afraid that unleashing my full power at once might frighten you." Sun Yu replied with a chuckle. "Well then, let me see it. Don't let it just be empty bravado." Yax observed Sun Yu with a playful expression. "As you wish." With that, Sun Yu bent his arms across his chest, arching his back to unleash his full aura. Ha! As the power within him surged forth, a faint golden aura began to envelop his body, and the surrounding air grew heavy, emitting a low hum. "Damn it, you." Though Yax could not accurately perceive the existence of Qi, he could still sense a breathtaking power emanating from Sun Yu's being. From a distance, Lana, atop the Grand East Capital Department Store, observed the formidable aura radiating from Sun Yu, a knowing smile gracing her lips. After a prolonged moment, Sun Yu unleashed his combat power, soaring to an astonishing 95,000. The pale golden aura surrounding him coalesced, emanating a gentle luminescence. "Be careful, I am about to strike." Sun Yu flashed a mysterious smile at Yax before vanishing from sight. Damn it, Yax failed to catch a glimpse of Sun Yu's movement, for his speed was simply too swift. Frantically, Yax searched the vicinity, yet could find no trace. Where the hell is he? Right here. Before he could finish his thought, Sun Yu materialized before Yax, delivering a resounding blow. Yax was sent hurtling through the air, crashing through the building behind him, creating a massive crater in the ground. Fortunately, the location was a greenbelt, sparing any casualties. "Hey, if you don't show your true abilities soon, I might actually take you down." Sun Yu flexed his wrist, calmly hovering and gazing down at Yax. As anticipated, Yax struggled to rise. However, his eyes now burned a fierce crimson, resembling a bloodthirsty beast devoid of reason. His powerful claws dug into the ground as his body began to swell before the astonished onlookers. Roar! A thunderous roar echoed as Yak's fangs, which should have regressed, grew back with ferocity. His physique expanded at a visible rate, tearing through his clothing to reveal robust limbs, akin to a savage wolf of the jungle. In the world of Dragon Ball, beastmen had long since evolved into distinctly humanoid forms, their fangs and claws having vanished centuries ago. Yet the creature before them could no longer be deemed human. It was a wolf, a clear regression to a primal beastly form, devoid of any rational thought. This is impossible. Beastmen on Earth cannot transform into wild beasts. Sun Yu felt a jolt of alarm and called out to the stunned crowd below. He is dangerous. Run. At the sound of his voice, the dazed crowd finally snapped back to reality. Run. That beast will eat us. This primal fear surged through many minds, prompting the entire assembly to scream and scatter in frantic flight. The cacophony of screams, cries for help, and calls for loved ones ignited the instincts of the wolf-like Yaks, who zeroed in on a solitary girl, his gaze sharpening as he lunged forward. Watch out. A flash of crimson light flickered in Sun Yu's eyes as his Sharingan activated in an instant. In a moment of desperation, he fixed his gaze firmly on Ike's and unleashed the technique of time stasis. Had Sun Yu continued to employ time stasis as he had before, sealing the flow of time within this realm, such a measure would have proven ineffective against the immensely powerful Ike's. However, perhaps due to the evolution of his Sharingan into the double Tomo form, Sun Yu's control over time stasis had significantly improved, its effects unintentionally focusing solely on Ike's. Consequently, the once lightning-fast Ike's now appeared as if ensnared within a quagmire, rendered utterly immobile. Sun Yu felt a surge of joy in his heart as he swiftly carried away the solitary maiden, then turned his cold gaze towards the beastly form of Ike's, which had already escaped the confines of time stagnation. Woo, woo. A menacing growl emanated from Ike's throat, its crimson wolf eyes fixed warily on Sun Yu. Intentionally, Sun Yu feigned a vulnerability. As anticipated, Ike's forepaw curled, and like a flash of lightning, it lunged fiercely towards him. Though Ike's attack was as swift as lightning, it was rendered transparent under the discerning gaze of Sun Yu's double Tomo Sharingan. With a deft twist of his body, he evaded Ike's assault, extending his left hand to firmly grasp the wolf's head, while his right hand formed a fist that came crashing down. A series of muffled thuds echoed as Sun Yu's strikes caused blood to flow profusely from Ike's head. In pain, Ike's twisted its body, its tail, as thick as a bowl, looked towards Sun Yu with ferocity. In the midst of evading, Ike's broke free from Sun Yu's grip and swiftly raised its massive paw to strike. Although the Sharingan had already detected Ike's impending attack, Sun Yu, having narrowly escaped the Iron Tail moments before, found his speed had reached its limit. He could only watch helplessly as the colossal wolf paw slammed into his chest. Bang! Sun Yu was struck into the cracked earth by a claw of X, and just as he managed to free himself from the ground, he was confronted by the sudden appearance of Lana. Red card. Kyle is taking my place. You can rest for now. Lana's unexpected arrival startled Sun Yu, while the beastly form of X assumed a defensive stance, warily observing the two individuals ahead. Sun Yu's eyes returned to normal as he reluctantly said, "Hey, Sister Na. I haven't lost yet. Why do you have to take my place?" He then inquired, "And where did you throw Bulma?" Lana flexed her wrist and pointed to the rooftop of the East Capital Grand Department Store, saying, "Bulma is on the roof. Watching you fight for so long has made me a bit restless. If you don't want to be on the receiving end of my wrath, you'd better hurry and leave." All right. You're my sister, and you're formidable," Sun Yu responded with a helpless shrug, cautioning her to be careful before he soared to the rooftop to find Bulma. As Sun Yu flew away, Lana looked at the vigilant Yaks beside her and smiled faintly, saying, "Little wolf, you should be careful. I want to show mercy like that foolish, wooden doll-loving idiot." The smile on Lana's face appeared to Sun Yu as terrifying as a demon from the depths of hell. Foolish wooden doll-loving idiot? Where does she harbor such resentment? Sensing the immense pressure emanating from Lana, Yaks, in his beastly form, decided to take the initiative and lunged at her with a swipe of his claw. Lana, observing Yak's approach, curled her lips into a scornful smirk and delivered a powerful punch aimed at his head. The impact was thunderous. Yak's massive body crashed as if colliding with an impenetrable wall, rebounding to the ground. Ignoring the pain in his head, Yaks attempted to counter, twisting his body to strike Lana with his iron tail. Yet, it seemed as though Lana was oblivious to Yak's assault, remaining motionless in her stance. Sister Na, quickly dodge. Sun Yu watched the unfolding scene from the rooftop, his heart racing. If that tail were to strike him directly, Even a Saiyan's physical prowess would be insufficient to withstand it. In Sun Yu's embrace, the creature, named Buma, instinctively covered its eyes, unable to bear witnessing the harm that might befall her beloved sister, Lana. Just as the iron tail of Ix was about to strike Lana, she casually raised her hand to block it. Miraculously, the forceful tail seemed to be ensnared by an invisible hand, abruptly halting in midair, caught effortlessly by Lana. With a smirk, she declared, "A tail, you say? I have one too." Lana was now completely engulfed in exhilaration. Pivoting sharply around her right foot, she unleashed the tail that had been coiled around her waist. A sharp crack resonated through the commercial district as her tail, akin to a steel whip, lashed against Ix's wolfish visage, leaving a gory mark that brought forth an unprecedented glimmer of fear in its bloodthirsty eyes. Sun Yu watched from a distance, inhaling sharply. He couldn't help but think that in the future, one should avoid provoking Lana. Her strikes were undeniably fierce. Despite Ix's body quivering slightly, Lana had no intention of letting it off the hook. Having finally found a worthy target, she was determined to make the most of it. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura erupted from Lana, reminiscent of a mountain collapsing or a river reversing its flow, casting a terrifying presence over the area. Her combat prowess, soaring to an astounding 12,000, manifested as a tempest sweeping through the vacant streets. With a resounding declaration of blazing fist, a vibrant surge of energy coalesced around her, creating an illusion of being engulfed in flames. Sun Yu marveled, is this blazing fist a technique of her own invention? As Lana stood amidst the searing energy, the intense heat radiated palpable warmth to all present. This technique bore resemblance to the Kamehameha's condensed energy, yet Lana uniquely harnessed her limbs as conduits, making the concentration of power more manageable and tripling its usual potency. Little wolf, if you have any last words, now is the time to speak, or you shall miss your chance. Lana's voice, sweet yet chilling, sent shivers down the spines of Sun Yu and Ix alike. With her fist radiating scorching energy, she propelled herself forward with a sudden burst of force, leaving poor Ix with no opportunity to react before being sent flying by her punch. Ix's massive form tumbled through the air, struggling to regain stability. However, it soon felt an intense heat emanating from behind. Panic surged within as it turned. A mournful howl echoed through the air, as Yax was nearly beaten to a pulp by Lana. Sun Yu hurriedly covered Bulma's eyes. This gruesome scene was truly inappropriate for children. Sun Yu has begun to doubt whether bringing Lana to Earth for training was indeed a prudent decision. At this moment, he even finds himself feeling sympathy for the wolf-like being named Ix. If fortune smiles upon Ix today, allowing him to escape calamity, it is likely that he will be left with a lifelong psychological scar. Speaking of this, many middle school mathematics teachers might chime in, pondering the question of what the psychological shadow area of this wolf-like creature is at this moment. Hey, Sister Na, that's enough. If you keep this up, he might meet his demise. Sun Yu shouted loudly towards Lana, not out of a sense of mercy, but rather with the hope of leaving a witness to inquire about the formidable strength of this wolf-like creature. After all, anyone who could still breathe amidst Lana's tempestuous assault was certainly not a typical being, at least not one from Earth. Kyle, how about we feast on roasted wolf today? He began, but suddenly, Lana froze, her expression vacant, the flames around her abruptly dissipating, and her previously raised arms fell limply to her sides. Lana? Sun Yu was taken aback by this scene, but he seemed to realize something and turned to Bulma in his arms, asking, Bulma, could you check the sky for me? Is there a full moon? Bulma nodded obediently at Sun Yu's request, then looked up, pointing behind him with her finger. Yes, there is a full moon right behind you. Brother Sun Yu, why are you asking about this all of a sudden? Panic surged through Sun Yu as he felt a chill run down his spine. In the excitement of the day, he had momentarily lost track of time, and, as fate would have it, today was indeed a full moon. The full moon triggers the primal instincts of the Saiyans. When they behold the full moon, their tails absorb the 17 million Brutz waves emitted by it, transforming them into great apes. In this form, their power multiplies tenfold, yet they lose their rationality. In the Dragon Ball anime, only Vegeta retains his sanity after transforming into a great ape. Therefore, it was likely that both Lana and Sun Yu belonged to the category of Saiyans who could not retain their original consciousness after such a transformation. Damn it, I can't let Lana transform here. Sun Yu had no time to waste. He leaped from the building in a desperate attempt to sever her tail before she could fully transform into a great ape. However, he was too late. Just as he flew away from her, Lana began to grow larger, her clothes tearing apart before his eyes. Pink. Sun Yu inadvertently caught a glimpse of something he shouldn't have, astonished that a fierce Saiyan girl like Lana would choose such a girlish color. Yet, it was evidently not the time for such distractions. Shaking his head, he turned to fly behind Lana, adhering to a principle of what is indecent should not be seen. Perhaps feeling exposed under Sun Yu's unwavering gaze, Lana, in the throes of her transformation, exhibited a flicker of annoyance and angrily swatted at him. Well, Sun Yu was caught off guard, his mind solely focused on severing Lana's tail, unaware of the impending strike. Under normal circumstances, Lana's maximum combat power was 120,000, and with the tenfold increase from her transformation, that power would exceed 1 million. The force of her blow struck Sun Yu, sending him reeling in a whirlwind, nearly leaving him breathless. I'm done for. Sun Yu felt as if many bones in his body had shattered. Fortunately, he had always carried a few magical beans with him, and hastily consumed one to save his life. At this moment, he dared not recklessly gaze at the sky. After carefully rising to his feet, he was astonished to behold two enormous figures looming before him. Sun Yu rubbed his eyes vigorously, and after confirming that his vision was not impaired, he finally discerned the two enormous figures that had suddenly appeared before him. The one closer to him was none other than Lana, transformed into a colossal ape, her familiar brown fur and massive simian form unmistakable. However, what was the other creature? The more distant beast was crouched on the ground, seemingly in great agony. This posture did not last long, as Sun Yu soon witnessed it raising its head abruptly and letting out a resonant and prolonged howl directed at the full moon. Oh, it was the wolf-like humanoid, Yax. Suddenly, as if a bolt of lightning had struck his mind, Sun Yu realized that Yax's name phonetically resembled the letter X. Could it be the X Project? He recalled the documents he had seen in the underground archive of the Red Silk Army, which detailed the so-called X Project, a sophisticated synthetic human developed through DNA grafting technology combined with bioengineering. If this were the case, then the DNA fragments integrated into Yax must have been derived from his own cellular samples, thereby elucidating why Yax transformed into a beast upon witnessing the full moon. So it was. You are indeed a synthetic being, rather than a mere artificial wolf. After piecing together this revelation, Sun Yu found it somewhat astonishing. However, given the current situation, it seemed that Dr. Gero had yet to develop a perpetual energy device akin to that used by the androids 17 and 18 in the original Dragon Ball series. If Yax were to possess such an eternal energy source, then unless Sun Yu could ascend to the pinnacle of a first-level Super Saiyan, he would stand no chance against him. He could only wonder if severing Yax's wolf tail would revert him back to his original humanoid form. After consuming the mystical being, Sun Yu instantaneously healed his injuries, with his combat power surging by 5,000 points, allowing him to surpass the significant threshold of 100,000. In comparison to his previous experience of battling the android number 9, where his power tripled upon a near-death revival, this increase seemed somewhat modest. Yet it was not entirely without reason. During that earlier confrontation, Sun Yu faced the harrowing brush with death for the first time in his life. It is no exaggeration to say that he was gravely wounded, teetering on the brink of the afterlife. Consequently, the revival triggered a dramatic surge of the latent energy within him. This time, however, although he was grievously injured by the giant ape transformation of Lana, his life was not in jeopardy. Thus, the restoration of his combat power lacked the previous astonishing escalation. Nevertheless, it was still commendable that his combat power had reached 100,000. Yet, upon gazing at the two ferocious beasts before him, a chill enveloped his heart. The giant wolf incarnation of Yax was a separate concern. But merely Lana's giant ape form boasted a staggering combat power of 120,000, a figure far beyond his reach. Life was indeed proving to be arduous. Fortunately, the situation had yet to escalate into a catastrophic scenario where the two beasts would unite to obliterate the world. Should such a calamity arise, Sun Yu could only resort to launching a Kamehameha at the moon. However, considering the moon's distance of 380,000 kilometers from Earth, one might question the efficacy of a single Kamehameha. As the saying goes, two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. After exchanging glances, Lana's giant ape and Yax's giant wolf began to engage in a fierce confrontation, creating tremors that rendered Sun Yu unable to approach within 10 paces. Their dialogue likely went something like this. Foolish wolf, what are you staring at? What of it? Dare you challenge me? Try me, and see what happens. Thus, the battle commenced. Sun Yu made several attempts to sneak up behind them, hoping to sever their tails. Yet, the animated portrayals had deceived him. The supposed decline in intelligence and reflexes post-transformation was far from the truth. Sun Yu quickly realized that Lana's speed, strength, and reflexes were a staggering tenfold of her normal capabilities. With one hand, she grasped Yak's wolf head and pounded it against the ground, while her other hand flicked at Sun Yu with the ease of swatting a fly, showing no signs of strain whatsoever. It was not that Sun Yu was inherently weak. The disparity in their combat powers was evident, unless he could exploit a moment of surprise, akin to Krillin's energy blade attack. It would be exceedingly difficult for him to sever Lana's tail. Frustrated, he lamented, wishing he could transform into a giant ape like Vegeta without losing his wits. Standing at a distance, he muttered a curse under his breath, but mid-thought, an idea struck him, and he exclaimed with newfound joy, "I can do this. I found a solution." Without delay, Sun Yu swiftly made his way towards Bulma's location. Upon finding her perched on the rooftop, peeking at the distant chaos, he inquired, "Bulma, where are the Dragon Balls? What have you done with the ones I previously collected?" After contemplating for a moment, Bulma raised her head and remarked, "In Little Black's nest. He cuddles the Dragon Balls to sleep every night." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong felt utterly disheartened, even if he had not wished upon them at that time. It was irresponsible to carelessly toss them to a creature, for they were, after all, the Dragon Balls. The Dragon Balls, capable of summoning the eternal dragon. They were not mere toys. "Never mind, I shall escort you home for now. To bear with it for a moment," he thought. Feeling utterly drained of the will to complain, with a sudden surge of energy, Sun Wukong cradled Bulma in his arms and soared at full speed toward the brief's residence. The East City department store was already swarmed with reporters, and it was only a matter of time before the military arrived. He needed to resolve this matter before those who sought their demise arrived. In no time, Sun Wukong reached the courtyard of the brief's home, gently placing Bulma down before swiftly darting to Little Black's wooden hut. He abruptly tore off the roof, startling Little Black, who darted away in fright. Fortunately, the 7 Dragon Balls lay quietly within Little Black's nest. Sun Wukong retrieved them all and arranged them in the courtyard, taking a deep breath before loudly proclaiming the incantation to summon the Eternal Dragon. "Arise, Eternal Dragon." With his summons, the 7 Dragon Balls emitted a brilliant light. The brief's couple approached Bulma, observing Sun Wukong's intense focus without interruption, merely watching the unfolding spectacle in silence. "Arise, Eternal Dragon. Grant my wish." As Sun Wukong's fervent voice resonated, dark clouds suddenly enveloped the sky, accompanied by thunder and lightning. Fortunately, it was nighttime, and this extraordinary phenomenon drew little attention from others. Suddenly, the 7 Dragon Balls radiated blinding brilliance, and a golden bolt of lightning shot forth from them, twisting and spiraling in the air before gradually morphing into a colossal figure. Sun Yu stood silently, observing the unfolding scene before him. The appearance of the true dragon was infinitely more astonishing than its animated counterpart. The towering and majestic figure evoked a profound sense of insignificance within Sun Yu. "Speak your wish," the dragon intoned, its voice resonating like a deep bell. Sun Yu spoke with a serious demeanor. "I am a Saiyan. When I gaze upon the full moon, I transform into a gigantic ape and lose all reason. My desire is to master the power of this transformation, enabling me to change at will without succumbing to madness." If Sun Yu could harness the ability to transform into a great ape at his discretion, it would undoubtedly add a formidable weapon to his arsenal before he ascends to Super Saiyan. Moreover, it is said that the legendary Super Saiyan 4 is achieved through the transformation into a golden great ape. In truth, Sun Yu could easily enlist the help of the dragon to sever the tails of Lana and Ix. Such a task would pose no challenge for the dragon. However, being a Saiyan, his innate warrior instincts dictate that he would rather resolve matters with his fists than engage in endless negotiations. "Apologies, what you propose counts as 2 wishes," the dragon proclaimed, releasing a puff of mist with an air of authority. "You must either master the ability to transform at will or choose to retain your sanity." "Damn it," Sun Yu growled in frustration, unleashing a surge of battle power that soared into the heavens. With a fierce roar directed at the dragon, he declared, "Do not dare to haggle with me. Believe me, I could easily destroy you. If it comes to that, I can simply have the god recreate another dragon. I have a very good relationship with the god." Sensing the sudden eruption of Sun Yu's immense energy, the mighty dragon instinctively recoiled slightly, a bead of cold sweat forming on its brow as it spoke. "I did not expect you to know the name of the god. Speak plainly. Spare me the archaic language. I cannot comprehend it." Sun Yu retorted sharply at the dragon. "Very well, I understand," the dragon replied, its massive head lowering slightly, shedding its previous haughty demeanor. It was clear that the dragon recognized its life was at the mercy of another and thus had to yield to this formidable force. Dear sir, it is truly not that I am unwilling to grant your wish. My limitations are set as such. Even if you were to kill me, I would be powerless to change it. The dragon exclaimed, panic evident as sweat trickled down its forehead. With a frigid glare, Sun Yu conjured a small sphere of light, declaring, then you shall perish. Wait. The dragon, terrified, had shrunk into a ball. He believed he had lived long enough. Why? In the presence of such a being, was he not treated with the utmost reverence? Encountering a creature so monstrous, who immediately resorted to violence, stripped him of his dignity as a divine dragon, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of psychological trauma. Do you have any last words? Sun Yu inquired. And no. My dear sir, your ocular talents are extraordinary. With a slight modification, perhaps your desires could indeed be realized. Oh, are you speaking the truth? Sun Yu understood that the dragon's reference to extraordinary talent pertained to his Sharingan, the most formidable ocular technique within the realm of Naruto, endowed with myriad peculiar abilities. Perhaps there truly existed a method to control the transformation into a great ape. Indeed, it is true. The dragon sighed in relief, embodying the essence of one who had narrowly escaped disaster. The transformation of the Saiyan into a great ape was triggered by the moon's reflection of sunlight, emitting 17 million Bruz waves. As long as your eyes capture this wavelength, the transformation is inevitable. I believe your eyes possess the capability to extract Bruz waves from sunlight, thereby granting you control over the transformation. After absorbing the dragon's words, Sun Yu nodded in agreement but then expressed his concern. While I may have the ability to control the transformation, what of the restoration of my sanity? If I cannot retain my reason after transforming, what use is it? The dragon's lips twitched as he weakly replied, Sir, if my perception is accurate, your eyes can assist in restoring your sanity. This is something you should be more aware of than I. Very well, swiftly grant my wish. Sun Yu urged impatiently. Understood. With that, the dragon's immense eye radiated a scarlet glow, and Sun Yu's Sharingan abruptly activated. An ancient incantation resonated within his mind as the tomo of his eyes spun around the crimson circle before reverting to normalcy. Is that all? Sun Yu inquired. Indeed, sir. Your wish has been fulfilled. Farewell. Before Sun Yu could respond, the dragon ascended into the air, transforming into a radiant golden light that hovered in the sky. After silently repeating to himself countless times, he yearned never to behold such a fearsome creature again. As the golden light faded, 7 white orbs appeared. For once a wish was granted, the Dragon Balls would petrify, requiring a year to regain their former luster. Just as the orbs were about to disperse in all directions, Sun Yu leapt into the air, extending his hands to seize the 7 Dragon Balls, then forcefully smashed them into the ground, creating a series of small craters. Do you still wish to flee? Not a chance. After removing all 7 petrified Dragon Balls, Sun Yu triumphantly descended to the ground. He briefly explained the current situation to the Briefs couple, urging them to safeguard the Dragon Balls and not to misplace them. He then soared towards the East Capital department store. Along the way, Sun Yu activated his Sharingan and attempted to gaze at the full moon above. A sudden surge of restlessness coursed through him, yet he harnessed the unique power bestowed upon his Sharingan by the dragon to forcibly suppress this tumultuous sensation. Haha. It seems that the great mudfish did not deceive me. I might truly possess the ability to transform into a giant ape at will. Elated, Sun Yu accelerated to his utmost speed and quickly returned to the East Capital department store. At this moment, the store lay in ruins, with the giant ape-like Lana and the giant wolf-like Ike still locked in battle. Despite Lana's overwhelming advantage, Ike's persevered with unwavering determination, managing to hold out until now. The battlefield extended for several dozen miles, affecting the surrounding area, and the residents had long since evacuated. It was rumored that military units from the nation were en route and would likely arrive shortly. Sun Yu observed several police cars racing along the ground. He descended to match their speed and called out, Hey, you lot. If you wish to live, do not proceed further. That area is beyond your capacity to handle. Sun Yu kindly reminded them as the windows of several police cars rolled down. It was none other than the very officers he had encountered at the entrance of the East Capital Bank. What a coincidence to see you here, exclaimed the officers upon recognizing Sun Yu. They halted their vehicles and began to speak in unison. It is the great hero. What brings you here? Could it be? You guessed correctly, Sun Yu replied. Leave the situation over there to me. You should maintain a safe distance to avoid any unintended harm. Furthermore, it would be prudent to establish a perimeter, as I see numerous journalists recklessly rushing in. Upon hearing Sun Yu's words, the East Capital officers stood at attention as if receiving a royal decree, saluting sharply and then assuring him with fervent promises that they would fulfill their duties. With a resigned smile, Sun Yu bid farewell to the charming police officers of Dongdu and soared towards Lana. Approaching the heart of the battlefield, he descended from the heights, awakening his Sharingan. Under the moonlight, the radiance of the bruise converged into his gaze, and he let out a thunderous roar. Transformation. Roar. Sun Yu felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his being, as if he could obliterate the very heavens and earth with a mere gesture. His form swelled rapidly, causing his garments to tear asunder. Just before he descended to the ground, his transformation into a colossal creature was complete. His immense body crushed an abandoned building beneath him, sending tremors through the earth. The gigantic ape-like Lana seized the transformed Yax and discarded him carelessly, her gaze now fixed on Sun Yu, radiating a fierce intent to kill. The hulking wolf-like Yax, thrown aside, appeared apprehensive of the sudden emergence of Sun Yu, fearing he might ally with Lana to launch an attack against him. Consequently, he resolved, with the remnants of his consciousness, to strike first at the gigantic Sun Yu. Thus, Lana and Yax flanked Sun Yu from either side. He slowly raised his immense ape-like head, his eyes retaining the vivid crimson of the Sharingan, with two pairs of tomo swirling within. Two adversaries, coming together? A smirk graced Sun Yu's lips as he bellowed, Flame Fist. Indeed, this was Sun Yu utilizing his Sharingan to replicate Lana's technique, Flame Fist. As his voice echoed, searing waves of heat radiated from him, with fiery crimson flames enveloping his hands. Let us engage in a thrilling battle. Sun Yu threw a punch towards Lana, only to see her leap into the air effortlessly. As Sun Yu was about to rise and pursue, X suddenly lunged forward, its razor-sharp claws swiping towards Sun Yu's chest. Damn it. You two were just locked in a life-and-death struggle moments ago, and now you're coordinating with such seamless harmony. What kind of twisted game is this? Though he grumbled, Sun Yu swiftly ducked to evade Yak's leap, extending his long arms to lift Yax and execute a powerful shoulder throw. With the formidable X in his grasp yet to be thrown, Sun Yu found himself beset by Lana's onslaught. In a moment of desperation, he twisted his body, wielding X as a living shield. A whoop! X let out a pitiful cry as it endured a blow. Sun Yu leapt behind it, swinging X's tail with all his might and hurling it towards Lana. Confronted by the colossal form of the wolf, Lana summoned her strength and delivered a powerful punch. The sound of cracking bones resonating ominously, most likely a few of X's bones had shattered. Per X, Sun Yu offered a silent eulogy for 3 seconds. But the urgency of battle demanded his focus. He swung X's tail once more, aiming for Lana. The outcome was predictable. X, reduced to a mere weapon in Sun Yu's hands, was mercilessly battered by Lana, leaving its body in a state of disarray, with scarcely any intact bones remaining. This scene depicted the struggle of the transformed Sun Yu against Lana, yet it appeared more as a grim spectacle of Sun Yu, and Sun Yu cast a brief glance at him. Unwilling to let such a fine specimen of wolf meat perish, he reached into his pocket for a magic bean, but then recalled that he was in his gigantic ape form. Where could he possibly have a pocket? Sighing, he resolved to let the creature fend for itself, silently wishing it well. In his heart, Sun Yu prayed for its survival, dismissing it from his thoughts. Regarding Lana, who had also transformed into a giant ape, Sun Yu could not bring himself to engage in battle. His solitary aim was to sever Lana's tail to regain control of the situation. For him, also in his giant ape form, this task was not particularly daunting. With a fierce roar, he charged at Lana, attempting to clasp her around the waist and grasp her tail. However, the transformed Lana was acutely aware of his intentions. She firmly gripped his wrists and leaped, using her weight to press down on him. In truth, it was less about pressing and more akin to sitting upon him. Given the unique anatomy of giant apes, long arms coupled with relatively short torsos and legs, Lana found herself positioned atop Sun Yu's abdomen, inevitably leading to some rather intimate contact. Sun Yu merely felt a warmth in his lower belly. Though Lana was in her giant ape state, she was still, undeniably, Lana. Furthermore, he too was currently a formidable gorilla. This left Sun Yu in a state of internal conflict. Yet, considering that this narrative is intended to be literary, wholesome, and refreshingly pure, he resolved to embody the virtue of restraint, maintaining his composure in this unexpected predicament. Sun Yu extended his powerful arms to grasp Lana's thigh, while his hands ventured behind her. However, Lana, seated upon him, was anything but compliant, incessantly striking his chest with her raised fists. The formidable muscles of the giant ape were remarkably developed, rendering her efforts largely ineffective. He barely felt any pain at all. Yet, could she not refrain from such erratic movements? With her incessant fidgeting, Sun Yu felt as though he were on the verge of explosion, a restless energy surging through him with no outlet. Just as this sensation reached its zenith, he seized Lana's tail. With a decisive tug, the tail snapped off in response, causing her assaults to cease abruptly. A look of bewilderment crossed her face as her form began to shrink, her fur gradually fading away to reveal her porcelain skin and delicate figure. As Sunyu perceived the crisis had subsided, he gently closed his eyes. Upon reopening them, he had reverted to his human form. He lifted the bare Lana into his arms, his heart racing to the brink of his throat. Fortunately, Lana remained unconscious, sparing him from the awkwardness he had envisioned. Seizing this moment, Sunyu unabashedly gazed upon Lana's physique. Her skin was exquisite, tight yet supple, devoid of any excess fat. At this moment, Lana lay cradled in Sunyu's embrace, her head resting upon his chest, her delicate cheeks flushed with a deep crimson hue. Wait a moment. Had she not been unconscious? How could her face still be blushing? Sunyu suddenly realized that Lana's unconsciousness might be feigned. Coughing discreetly, he nervously stammered, There should be a clothing store nearby. We can find some clothes there. After uttering those words, he cast a furtive glance at Lana, noticing she was still pretending to be asleep, which emboldened him. His embrace around her became increasingly audacious. During their flight, he intentionally caused the vehicle to jolt up and down, relishing the astonishing sensations coursing through his hands, all the while humming a carefree tune, thoroughly at ease. After circling the chaotic Dongdu Grand Department Store a dozen or so times, Sunyu reluctantly entered a casual clothing shop. He gently placed Lana on the ground, still feigning ignorance of her awakening, and purposefully addressed her, Sister Na, I'll go find you a few outfits. Just lie here comfortably. As long as Sunyu remained nearby, Lana was certain to keep her facade intact. Thus, he pretended to leave, granting her a moment of solitude, convinced that otherwise she would continue to feign sleep. True to his expectations, no sooner had Sunyu departed than Lana sprang up with a swift motion, her gaze fixed on the door through which he had exited, her teeth clenched in frustration. With a fierce stomp, she began searching for suitable clothes to wear. By the time Sunyu reappeared, Lana was already dressed and ready. Ah, Sister Na, you're awake. Sunyu feigned surprise with a broad smile. Lana approached, casting a sharp glare at him, and then lifted her foot to stomp down on him. The sudden pain made Sunyu grimace. Sister Na, how could you repay kindness with malice? You're committing fratricide. Speak another word, and I'll tear your mouth apart. Lana retorted, for reasons unknown. She harbored a vague recollection of her transformation into a giant ape. As a Saiyan warrior, she ought to be indifferent to her appearance, yet, for some inexplicable reason, she felt a deep aversion to confronting Sunyu in her monstrous form. That version of herself was simply too grotesque. In that moment, her heart was a tempest, fearing that Sunyu might perceive her as a monster. Though they were both Saiyans, a girl always yearns to maintain her beauty. The two flew through the skies, with Sunyu carrying the barely conscious Yaks. He knew keeping this creature around would surely bring trouble, yet he felt it was a pity to kill it. So he decided to take it back first. Upon exiting the battlefield surrounding the Dongdu Grand Department Store, Sunyu unexpectedly spotted Beerus and Bulma, held back by several Dongdu police officers beyond the barricade, accompanied by a throng of journalists. Sunyu greeted Lana as they descended to the ground. The police of Dongdu immediately recognized both Sunyu and Lana, the heroes who had vanquished the bank robbers. Upon seeing them approach, several young officers from Dongdu hurried over, their faces beaming with smiles, and exclaimed, Esteemed heroes, have you already dealt with the monsters inside? Sunyu noncommittally nodded, then disregarded a few police officers as he approached Beerus and Bulma. Brother Sunyu, Bulma exclaimed, throwing herself into his embrace. Sunyu lifted Bulma and gently ruffled her hair, smiling as he said, Bulma, Doctor, the matters inside have been resolved. I apologize for causing you concern. Doctor. Beerus wore a serene smile, his hands tucked into the pockets of his white coat. He shrugged and remarked, It is a relief to hear that you are well, Mr. Sunday. I presume you and Miss Lana must be quite hungry. I have reserved a luxurious private room at the Dongdu Grand Hotel. Upon hearing that there would be a meal provided, both Sunyu and Lana's stomachs audibly grumbled in unison, eliciting laughter from the crowd. Noticing the pleasant atmosphere, several officers from Dongdu timidly edged closer to Sunyu, rubbing their hands together as they inquired, Mr. Sun, could you possibly disclose some information about what transpired? We received reports of a colossal monster rampaging. Was it you who vanquished it? As soon as the police officer posed the question, the surrounding reporters sprang into action, armed with various cameras and microphones aimed at Sunyu, a spectacle that left him momentarily overwhelmed. Well, sort of. Sunyu chuckled, recognizing that he too was part of the monster narrative. so there was no need for concern. The monster issue had been resolved. Mr. Sun, I am a reporter from the Dongdu Blue Sky newspaper. Could you please share how you defeated that monster? Of course, I am not questioning your strength. But the monster appeared taller than a building. Suddenly, another reporter raised a query, to which the crowd nodded in agreement, eager for answers. Before Sun Yu could respond, Bulma, beaming with pride, wrapped her arms around his neck and sweetly declared, "Humph, what's a monster? My brother Sun Yu is the strongest person in history. The strongest in history." The reporters hastily scribbled those words in their notebooks, bombarding him with countless inquiries. "Mr. Sun, where did you learn your martial arts? Mr. Sun, how old are you? Mr. Sun, is the person behind you your girlfriend?" Such fervent questioning left Sun Yu quite flustered, while Lana's cheeks, already flushed, burned even more at the mention of her relationship with Sun Yu. She occasionally stole glances at his reaction, but he seemed unfazed, which only fueled her irritation. Dr. Brives, noticing Sun Yu's discomfort in handling the situation, stepped forward to shield him from the reporters. "Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Sun Yu and Miss Lana have just defeated a monster and are quite exhausted. They require rest. Our Universal Capsule Company will hold a press conference regarding this matter. Furthermore, I am pleased to announce that we will be acquiring the Dongdu Grand Department Store and the surrounding areas to establish a new technology park. This technology park will feature a landmark building, which we shall name the Sunlana Tower. Due to the fierce battle between Sun Yulan and Yax, the East Capital Grand Department Store has nearly been reduced to ruins. Therefore, when Sun Yu heard that Dr. Breeze had purchased this piece of land, warmth filled his heart, and he quietly expressed his gratitude to the doctor, saying, "Thank you, doctor." Dr. Breeze turned slightly and replied softly, "No need to mention it. I was planning to expand my new company anyway, although I initially intended to head towards the West Capital." Hee. Sun Yu chuckled lightly, having grown accustomed to the disruption of the original plot in the Dragon Ball world. After successfully dismissing the throng of reporters, Dr. Breeze led Sun Yu and his companions to the East Capital Grand Hotel. As for Yax, who still clung to life, it seemed he would not perish anytime soon. Thus, Sun Yu decided to toss him into the airplane's trunk, intending to return after their meal to feed him the senzu beans for healing. Sun Yu gazed at the figure of Ike's lying in the trunk, and in order to prevent himself from forgetting about him in a flamboyant manner, he turned to Lana and said, "Sister Lana, please remind me after dinner that there is a barely alive person in the trunk of our plane." Lana nodded in agreement, crouched down, and solemnly looked at Bulma, saying, "Sister Bulma, after we finish eating, please remind me to remind Sun Yu that there is someone in the trunk of our plane." Upon hearing this, Bulma pondered for a moment, then quickly lifted her little head, her adorable big eyes sparkling as she sweetly said to Sun Yu, "Brother Sun Yu, after we finish eating, please remember to remind me to remind Sister Lana to remind you that there is a person in the trunk of our plane." Poof! As soon as Bulma finished speaking, Ike's body twitched violently, his wolf-like eyes rolling back in despair. "You must be doing this on purpose. Alas, may God bless you," Sun Yu exclaimed, slamming the trunk shut with a grave expression. The following hours marked a nightmare for the chefs at the East Capital Hotel. After a hearty meal, Sun Yu explained to Lana that he could transform at will, considering this ability to be second only to becoming a Super Saiyan. He hoped that Lana would share this ability, but was met with an emphatic refusal. Lana expressed her desire to use the Dragon Balls to ensure her tail would never grow back. Although Sun Yu did not understand her perspective, he informed her that the Kaioshin had the means to seal a Scion's tail. Without delay, Lana set off for the Korin Tower in search of the Kaioshin, leaving with a parting remark, "You stubborn fool." Feeling rather dejected by Lana's inexplicable insult, Sun Yu returned home and released Ike from the trunk, using a senzu bean to revive him. Perhaps due to the replication of Sun Yu's genetic material, Ike experienced a slight increase in power upon revival. In the moment he laid eyes on Sun Yu, he yearned for vengeance. However, in a fit of displeasure, Sun Yu retaliated with a blazing fist, leaving Ike battered and incapacitated, a truly fitting wolfish punching bag. After being revived once more with a senzu bean, Ike expressed his defiance and challenged Sun Yu to a duel, only to find himself kneeling on the ground, repeatedly proclaiming, "Daddy, I was wrong," before Sun Yu finally ceased his assault. Sun Yu was quite pleased with Yak's attitude of admitting his mistake and declared that he was adept at dealing with any form of defiance. Consequently, he proceeded to give Yax another beating. Yax was on the verge of tears, exclaiming, "I have already conceded. Why do you still strike me?" Sun Yu helplessly shrugged and remarked, "Since you already call me father, does a father need a reason to discipline his son?" It appears you have yet to embrace your role as my child. With that, he proceeded to administer yet another round of rigorous punishment. While conversing with Yax, Sun Yu learned of a rather amusing predicament. It seemed that in the foreseeable future, classmate Clin would likely remain single. This stemmed from Yak's earlier revelation that a man who had insulted him as a beast had met his demise at Yak's hands. That unfortunate soul was none other than Dr. Gero. The untimely demise of Dr. Gero directly precluded the emergence of Android 17 and Android 18, along with the absence of Cell. Whether classmate Clin would succeed in his quest for companionship without Android 18 remained a mystery to Sun Yu. For an extended period thereafter, life for Sun Yu and Lana returned to a tranquil state. Dr. Briefs had developed a gravity training chamber with 300 times Earth's gravity, and both Sun Yu and Lana eagerly immersed themselves in this new phase of training. A year later, a spacecraft descended upon Bowsy Mountain. In the year 740 of the Aiki calendar, Mr. Sun Briefs had just received imagery transmitted from our company's satellite, revealing an unidentified spacecraft approaching Earth. Expected to arrive in 2 hours, Dr. Briefs handed a tablet-like device to Sun Yu. Lana and Bulma leaned in to glimpse the screen, while Yax, now reduced to being Dr. Briefs' bodyguard, curiously edged closer. On the screen, a single capsule spacecraft was visible, remarkably similar to the vessel that Sun Yu and Lana had taken upon their arrival on Earth. Saiyans, Sun Yu and Lana simultaneously gasped, exchanging a glance before falling into silence. They attempted to gauge the intruder's combat prowess through their perception of each other's aura, yet no matter how hard they tried, they gleaned nothing. Observing their quietude, Bulma curiously inquired, "Is this person a kin of brother Sun Yu and sister Lana? Has he come to escort you away?" Sun Yu smiled as he gently ruffled Bulma's hair and said, "It must be one of our kin, although it's unclear what brings him here. Who could the visitor be?" Sun Yu pondered, recalling that in the original tale, Sun Wukong arrived on Earth in the year 743 of the Eiji calendar. Thus, he speculated that the likelihood of this person being Sun Wukong was slim. Could it be Vegeta? However, if it were Vegeta, the 2-year-old prince would presumably possess a battle power of around 2,000, making it improbable for Sun Yu and Lana to be oblivious to his energy signature. After much contemplation, Sun Yu found himself at a loss and decided it would be best to investigate. "Sister Lana, let us go see together," he declared confidently, aware that their current strength was formidable. Aside from Frieza, there were few in the universe capable of posing a threat to them now. Indeed, over the course of a year, Sun Yu's battle power had reached parity with Lana's, both achieving a formidable strength of 300,000. Although Lana had engaged in frenzied training after Sun Yu matched her, the foundational martial arts skills Sun Yu had developed began to bear fruit. This year, Sun Yu had mastered the knowledge realm in martial arts, leading to a significant surge in his battle power, all while dedicating only half the time to training compared to Lana. Yet, his strength was subtly beginning to surpass hers, prompting her to nearly rush back to the hyperbolic time chamber. With a battle power of 300,000 and 3 million in grade 8 form, Sun Yu believed that unless Frieza transformed into his final form, he might not even be a match for him. "If you want to go, then go by yourself. I need to train this afternoon." Lana decisively refused, still grappling with the reality of Sun Yu's newfound superiority. "Sister Lana, one must balance work and rest. If you force yourself to train constantly, your body will not endure," Sun Yu remarked with a gentle smile. "Mind your own business," Lana retorted, her cheeks flushing as she turned and dashed towards the gravity training room. Sun Yu gazed at Lana's retreating figure, gently shaking his head. He then turned to the companion leaning against him, Bulma, and inquired, "Bulma, will you join us?" Upon hearing that Sun Yu intended to take her out, Bulma joyfully planted a kiss on his cheek and exclaimed, Of course, of course. Bulma is eager to have some fun." Sun Wukong smiled, and Dr. Briefs shot a disapproving glare at Bulma. "All you ever do is play. Mr. Sun, I must trouble you to take care of Bulma. Rest assured, I shall look after her," Sun Wukong assured, waving dismissively at Dr. Briefs. "Honestly, Dad, you are so tedious," Bulma remarked, sticking her tongue out at her father. After deciding to venture outside, Sun Wukong lifted Bulma into the air, patiently awaiting the arrival of the spaceship. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye as they gazed at the sky, where a spherical fireball emerged in their line of sight. "Brother Sun, look over there." "A spaceship," Bulma exclaimed excitedly, pointing at the fiery apparition. "Let us follow it," Sun Wukong replied, cradling Bulma securely as they pursued the trajectory of the blazing object. The spaceship streaked across the heavens like a comet, ultimately descending upon a mountain range familiar to Sun Wukong Baozi Mountain. Could it truly be Sun Wukong? His thoughts became muddled. If it was indeed him, it would explain why his combat power was imperceptible. As an infant, Sun Wukong's battle strength was merely 2, making it quite challenging to sense from a distance. The spaceship finally landed in a valley of Baozi Mountain, and Sun Wukong gently set Bulma down. Bulma, stay here and do not wander off. I will retrieve the spaceship. Due to the massive crater the spacecraft had created upon landing, Sun Wukong planned to move it to level ground first. Once he descended, he peered through the transparent window, discovering an infant with a distinctly unique hairstyle weeping within the spacecraft. Such a hairstyle belonged to only one individual across the globe, Kakarot, a low-ranking warrior of the Saiyan race, also known as Sun Wukong. It truly is you. Alas, the entire narrative of the Dragon Clan is thrown into disarray. What brings you to Earth at such an early stage? Sun Wukong sighed, resting his forehead in his hand, realizing that the butterfly effect he had unleashed was now in motion, leaving him uncertain of what unforeseen developments might arise in the future. Sunny lifted the spaceship out of the large pit and set it down on the flat ground beside Bulma. As the hatch opened, Bulma's eyes widened as she gazed at the infant inside, involuntarily exclaiming, "Wow, what an adorable baby." This marked the first encounter between Bulma and Sun Wukong in this world. "My dear, he is not nearly as charming as you," Sun Yu silently mused. Suddenly, the spaceship emitted a peculiar ZZ sound, projecting a hologram of a middle-aged man clad in a cape with a striking red hairstyle. It was King Vegeta. Sun Yu looked at the holographic figure of King Vegeta with a belly full of questions, while Bulma seemed frightened by the king's gaze, retreating behind Sun Yu. Soon, the hologram of King Vegeta spoke in Saiyan. "To my scattered kin at the edge of the galaxy, I now require your strength. Cease your invasion of Earth immediately and report to planet Vegeta. Otherwise, you shall face my wrath." "Brother Sun Yu, what is this person babbling about?" Bulma, unable to comprehend the Saiyan language, curiously inquired. Sun Yu chuckled helplessly, replying, "Pay him no mind. He is just a fool talking to himself." From the words of King Vegeta, Sun Yu gleaned the following insights. Firstly, he realized that King Vegeta had long been aware of his and Lana's arrival on Earth, although he mistakenly believed it was for the purpose of invading the planet. Secondly, it was evident that King Vegeta was in dire need of assistance, indicating that he had commenced plotting a rebellion against Frieza. Lastly, the early dispatch of Sun Wukong might have been a mere means to relay a message, casually assigning him the task of invading Earth. As Sun Yu pondered how to navigate this situation, a distant voice called out, "Hey, is that Sun Xiaoyu ahead?" The speaker was an elderly man with white whiskers, clad in a vest adorned with yellow circular patterns, none other than Sun Wufan's grandfather. "Grandpa Wufan." Sun Yu waved at him, feeling no surprise at Sun Wufan's appearance. "Xiaoyu, I didn't expect to find you here as well. Where is Miss Lana?" Grandpa Wufan glanced around, his gaze landing on the infant in the spaceship. He noticed that the baby, like Sun Yu, possessed a long tail. "Xiaoyu, could this little one be your and Miss Lana's?" "Not at all." Before Sun Yu could explain, Bulma peeked out from behind him, puffing her cheeks in irritation as she glared at Grandpa Wufan, saying, "You mischievous old man." Sun Yu smiled as he gently patted Bulma's head, briefly explaining the infant's circumstances to Grandpa Sun Wukong. However, he refrained from disclosing the child's true intent to bring about the destruction of Earth. It turned out that this child was a member of the Sun Xiaoyu clan. His parents must have had compelling reasons to abandon him. Grandpa Sun Wukong looked at Sun Wukong with a tender gaze and reached out to embrace him. Unexpectedly, the previously wailing Sun Wukong suddenly turned cold, leaping up and crashing his head into Grandpa Wukong, who was caught off guard and fell to the ground. Immediately after, Sun Wukong, now on all fours, charged towards Bulma in a rather terrifying manner. "Wow, Brother Sun Yu, this baby is quite frightening," Bulma exclaimed, instinctively diving into Sun Yu's arms upon witnessing Sun Wukong's alarming demeanor. Sun Yu cast a displeased glance at the fierce and intimidating Sun Wukong, suddenly lifting his foot to kick him away. "You better behave yourself." Yet, unexpectedly, he kicked Sun Wukong down the slope with a force that was neither too light nor too heavy. "Sun Xiaoyu, why are you losing your temper with the child?" Grandfather Sun Wufan hurried down the slope, his heart aching, and shortly after, he returned, cradling the bloodied and bruised Sun Wukong in his arms. The once boisterous Sun Wukong seemed to have transformed completely. He lay quietly in Grandfather Wufan's embrace, tears glistening in his eyes, evoking a deep sense of pity. "Ah, it dawns on me now. In the Dragon Ball anime, Sun Wukong was a little bully, But after falling off a cliff and injuring his head, his personality changed dramatically. How did it come to pass that I am the one who kicked him down the slope? Sun Yu pondered, rationalizing that sooner or later, Sun Wukong would have fallen anyway, and whether he plunged down or was kicked, there should be little distinction. With this thought, Sun Yu's guilt diminished considerably. Poor child, such a grievous wound on his head. What if something worse happens? Grandfather Wufan's face was etched with concern. Do not worry, Grandfather Wufan. Saiyans are not so easily defeated. Without waiting for Grandfather Wufan's response, he snatched Sun Wukong from his arms, crushed a magical bean, and placed it in Sun Wukong's mouth. Be good, just swallow it. And you will be fine. Glug. Sun Wukong obediently swallowed the celestial bean handed to him by Sun Yu, and in an instant, his injuries healed, revitalizing him as he opened his large eyes to examine both Sun Yu and Grandpa Gohan. Sun Xiaoyu, could this possibly be the celestial bean mentioned by my master? Grandpa Gohan inquired in astonishment, taking in the scene before him. Indeed. Do you wish to partake as well? Sun Yu casually produced another celestial bean and offered it to Grandpa Gohan. No, no, no. Grandpa Gohan declined, saying, such a precious elixir is far too valuable for an old man like me to squander. Oh, it's quite all right. I still have a few left, around tens of thousands, perhaps. Sun Yu remarked nonchalantly. Tens of thousands. Grandpa Gohan's eyes widened in disbelief. Subsequently, he invited Sun Yu and Bulma to his humble abode for a visit. Observing the scene of Grandpa Gohan bustling about to care for Sun Wukong, Sun Yu felt a deep sense of nostalgia. It was evident that Grandpa Gohan, in his secluded meditation, experienced a certain loneliness. Thus, Sun Wukong's arrival brought a glimmer of warmth reminiscent of home. Sun Wukong effortlessly conjured a simple crib, paper diapers, and even a baby bottle, as if performing magic. My, how fond you are of children. Your deafness suggests you've indulged in such crafts quite frequently, Sun Yu silently mused. Sun Xiaoyu, may I inquire if this child has been bestowed with a name? Grandfather Sun Wukong asked while cradling Sun Wukong. Sun Yu gently shook his head and remarked, not just yet. How about Grandpa bestows a name upon him? If Sun Wukong were to name him, he would undoubtedly choose Sun Wukong. As it was portrayed in the original narrative, a notion Sun Yu had no doubt about. Well, since this child seems to share a bond with the two of us, being of the Sun's surname, let us name him. Sun Yu nodded, cradling Bulma in his arms as he quietly awaited the arrival of a familiar name. Let us call him Sun Daitu. Splendid, splendid. Suddenly, Sun Yu froze, turning mechanically to inquire. What did you say? Brother Sun Yu. Grandpa Wufan said this little baby should be named Sun Daitu. Bulma's voice chimed in, crisp and clear. No, wait a moment. What did you say? Sun Yu looked bewilderedly at Grandpa Wufan, his expression seemingly asking, surely, you jest. Sun Daitu, Grandpa Wufan replied with utmost seriousness, casually raising the figure of Sun Wukong in his hand and bringing its head close to his own as he compared, look how large this little one's head is. He will undoubtedly be intelligent in the future. Sun Yu slapped his face in disbelief, drenched in sweat. Are you joking with me? This is utterly ridiculous. The original story is nothing but deceit, he exclaimed, turning to Grandpa Sun Gohan. If you don't consider giving him a more respectable name, Sun Big Head feels rather unrefined. In a bid to prevent the illustrious Sun Goku from being reduced to Sun Big Head, Sun Yu earnestly persuaded Grandpa Gohan. No, no. No, Grandpa Gohan immediately waved his hand, solemnly stating, it's better to give a child a humble name. It's settled. Goku. Kakarot. Brother, I've done my best. Who would have thought you'd end up with such an unreliable grandfather? Just the thought of Son Goku introducing himself as Sun Big Head in formal settings made Sun Yu shudder. The imagery was too absurd to bear. Haha, Big Head? Give Grandpa a kiss. Grandpa Gohan joyfully scooped up Son Goku, or rather, Sun Big Head, and twirled around the room in delight. Grandpa Gohan, how about you let me take Son Goku, Sun Big Head home? Sister Na would surely be thrilled to meet a new member of the family. Sun Yu was torn between the concern that Son Goku might inadvertently harm Grandpa Gohan during a full moon transformation and the desire to provide him with the best environment for cultivation, as they were both Saiyans. Upon hearing Sun Yu's words, Grandpa Gohan's expression grew somber. After a moment's contemplation, he resolutely replied, young son, although you are related, I must bravely decline your request. After all, you and Miss Lana are still quite young and may struggle to care for a child brother's son. I don't want that fierce little baby at my house. I don't like him. Bulma seldom opposed Sun Yu's views. Fear not, dear young friend. Though my martial prowess pales in comparison to yours, I shall impart all my knowledge to our little big head. I have even decided on his martial name. Let him inherit my legacy and be called Wukong. Grandpa Gohan proclaimed with great enthusiasm, seeming to regain 100 years of youth. As a side note, Grandpa Gohan, much like Master Roshi, was a venerable elder, boasting an age of over 200 years. Sun Datu, also known as Wukong, found himself slightly returning to the original narrative. Sun Yu chuckled helplessly and acquiesced to Sun Wukong's grandfather's request. Although a mere hint of Sun Yu's aura could reveal the disparity between them, compelling Wukong's grandfather to relinquish his affection for the sake of Wukong's future. Sun Yu held deep respect for the martial artist before him. Moreover, the principles of the Turtle School had provided Sun Wukong with a solid foundation in martial arts, laying the groundwork for his future ascension, something Sun Yu knew he could not offer. Very well, Grandpa Wufan, I shall entrust Data to your care. I will frequently bring Naji to visit him, Sun Yu said, winking at Bulma. Suddenly struck by a thought, he added, I must sever Wukong's tail. As Saiyans, we transform into frenzied beasts upon witnessing the full moon. However, once the tail is removed, all will be well. With that, Sun Yu swiftly detached Wukong's tail, reminding Wufan to exercise caution. For your safety, Grandpa Wufan, it is imperative that I mention this. The revelation was astonishing. Yet Wufan accepted it with little more than mild surprise. His views on Science remained unchanged, exemplifying the magnanimity of a true martial artist. After bidding farewell to Wufan, Sun Yu returned to the site where the spaceship had landed with Bulma. He intended to bring the vessel back to the Brief's family, feeling a sense of urgency given the impending crisis facing the Saiyan race. Next, Sun Yu journeyed to the southern outskirts of East City, locating the spaceship he and Lana had used 2 years prior. Thus, he returned to the Brief's household, carrying the single-pod spacecraft. Lana was still in the gravity training chamber, and upon informing her of the situation, she displayed rare concern upon learning of King Vegeta's scheme, primarily worrying about her parents back on Vegeta. Kale. I wish to return and see how my mother and father are faring, Lana expressed, her thoughts weighing heavily upon her. I share that sentiment. Sun Yu responded with a smile. The two conveyed their plans to the Brief's couple, who, upon hearing of their impending interstellar journey, eagerly prepared an abundance of earthly provisions, packing them into a universal capsule for their voyage. As for the freeloader, Yax, who had been lounging at the Brief's home, Sun Yu initially felt uneasy about leaving him on Earth. However, he gradually realized Yax bore no ill will and lacked ambition. Especially after the Briefs purchased a Western steakhouse for him to indulge at will, Yax quickly came to regard them as his benefactors, nearly wagging his tail in gratitude. Truly a low-maintenance companion. This indeed brought considerable reassurance to Sun Yu. As the day of departure drew near, the melancholy of parting weighed heavily on everyone. Little lowly Bulma wept inconsolably, compelling Sun Yu to make various solemn vows to ensure his return. She declared that, if need be, she would construct a spaceship herself to venture into space in search of him. Sun Yu believed her without a shred of doubt. After all, she was a technological queen capable of creating devices as outlandish as a time machine in the future. Thus, Sun Yu and Lana reclined in their spacecraft, slowly ascending under the watchful gaze of the Brief's family. Eventually, they pressed the flight button, locking in their course with the destination set for planet Vegeta. Gazing down as the Earth gradually transformed into a cerulean orb, Sun Yu found himself reminiscing about his arrival on Earth, when he had shared the same spaceship with Lana. That memory lingered sweetly in his mind. Back then, he had been quite feeble, lacking any real capacity for self-preservation. However, the present was markedly different. Both Sun Yu and Lana now possessed combat prowess that ranked among the upper echelons of the cosmic hierarchy, although formidable beings like Frieza were abundant. In the grand scheme of the universe, Sun Yu's current strength was seldom matched. Furthermore, he held in reserve the powers of the Sharingan and the Great Ape transformation, which equipped him to contend even with the mightiest foes. After a year of traversing the cosmos, they finally beheld the dark red planet Vegeta, originally known as Planet Plant. It had once been home to a diminutive yet highly intelligent race of Plantarians. However, as history unfolded, the Plantarians were eradicated by the Saiyans, who appropriated their advanced technology. Subsequently, the Saiyan ruler, King Vegeta, named the planet in honor of its new dominion, establishing it as the stronghold of the Saiyan race. As Sun Wukong and Lana descended, they occasionally caught sight of other spacecraft returning to planet Vegeta, mirroring their own journey. More were returning than departing. It seemed that King Vegeta had indeed enacted stringent policies, secretly rallying forces in an attempt to resist Frisia's tyranny. To this, Sun Wukong could only exclaim, "If you seek your own demise, please do not involve all the Saiyans." Upon landing at the spaceport, Lana hurriedly emerged, inhaling the air of her home planet deeply, causing a momentary surge of energy to escape within her. "Hey, Sister Na, do rein in your power a bit," Sun Wukong quickly advised, for both of them possessed a battle power of 300,000. To appear so brazenly on planet Vegeta would be akin to leaping directly before Frisia and challenging him. "Hey, grandson, let us engage in mutual destruction." Given that the entire planet was under Frisia's surveillance, it was prudent for both Sun Wukong and Lana to exercise caution until they could confront him directly. "All right, I hear you. I have suppressed my power to 2,000,000, Lana replied, sticking out her tongue at Sun Wukong. Due to Sun Wukong's younger age and his status as a lower-class warrior, he needed to restrict his power even further to a mere 1,200. The two of them walked out of the spaceport, where planet Vegeta was bustling with activity. In addition to Saiyans, numerous extraterrestrials could be seen, some of whom were subordinates dispatched by Frisia's army, most serving as Frisia's eyes and ears on planet Vegeta. Others were individuals from different star systems engaged in business dealings with planet Vegeta. Sun Yu accompanied Lana as they traversed the familiar yet foreign streets. The familiarity stemmed from the fact that these locales were, in his memories, the hometown where he was born and raised. The strangeness, however, was due to Sun Yu being a time traveler. Today marked his inaugural visit to Vegeta. In his recollections, he had always resided with Lana's family, where his uncle and aunt, Lana's parents, were seasoned intermediate warriors, well regarded in the lower echelons of Vegeta. Lana's father, Ali, held the esteemed position of captain in a mid-level combat team. Her mother, Hill, was a striking Saiyan woman and also a member of Uncle Ali's squad, possessing a fiery temperament and combat prowess that rivaled her male counterparts. Once a delicate blood rose upon the battlefield, she remained just as formidable, thanks to the unique genetics of the Saiyan warrior race, which ensured that their appearance did not fade with time. Thus, even approaching her 40s, Aunt Hill retained an enchanting allure, often mistaken for Lana's sister when they strolled together. As they meandered through the residential area adorned with mid-rise buildings, Lana radiated exuberance. The neighborhood featured a wide thoroughfare lined with diverse eateries and quaint shops. Although the Saiyans of Vegeta utilized advanced technological devices, many shopkeepers struggled to master these high-tech products due to their own intellectual limitations. This juxtaposition led to a harmonious blend of advanced technology and a palpable postmodern aesthetic, devoid of any sense of dissonance. To put it simply, it was akin to a Ferrari owner selling sweet potatoes from a mobile oil drum, a delightfully absurd contrast that Sun Yu found utterly charming. Upon finally arriving at Lana's home, Sun Yu felt a wave of apprehension wash over him, unsure of how to face the very adults who had raised him. Although they appeared to be of a similar age, their status and standing placed them in a realm of luxury far beyond that of the neighboring residences, residing in a standalone villa. At that moment, the villa's doors stood wide open, with a crowd gathered outside, observing with curiosity. "What is going on, Kyle? Let us hurry over and see why there are so many people at our doorstep." Lana sensed something amiss and tugged Sun Yu along as they hastened toward her home. Sun Yu silently followed, as Lana stepped forward to address the crowd. "Uncle Risen, why are you standing at my doorstep? Has something happened?" She pushed aside a burly man blocking her path, only to discover he was her neighbor, prompting her to ask in confusion. Upon seeing Lana, Uncle Risen appeared slightly taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, his tone tinged with sympathy as he replied, "Ah, Miss Lana, it has been several years since we last met. You are not yet aware of the situation?" Lana's heart sank at his words, and she nervously responded, "Aware of what? Please clarify." Do not rush, Miss Lana," Uncle Risen urged. "During the years you have been away, your family has encountered some trouble. Recently, your father's team suffered devastating losses during a mission, with only a few severely injured members returning." "What?" Lana's eyes widened in disbelief. Though injuries and fatalities among the Saiyans during missions were not uncommon, this was her father they were discussing. How could she remain composed upon hearing such news? "I need to go in. Please step aside." In a state of turmoil, Lana attempted to push through the crowd, but Uncle Risen blocked her path. "Ah, Miss Lana, it would be best if you did not return just yet. Please leave," he implored. "Move aside." Lana's gaze turned icy, Had it not been for their long-standing neighborly ties, she would have relished the opportunity to strike him. At this moment, Sun Yuma, who had been silent, placed a hand gently on Lana's shoulder, speaking softly, "Sister Lana, please do not act in anger. Let us hear Uncle Rizen's reasoning. I am certain he would not impede you without cause. Indeed, you are Kyle, right? It has been a while, and you seem to have grown quite a bit." Uncle Rizen chuckled, but when faced with Lana's fierce glare, he quickly ceased his laughter and spoke earnestly. "Miss Lana, there is no need to worry about your parents' safety. Your mother did not participate in that mission, so she is unharmed. Although your father sustained severe injuries, as you are aware, our medical technology is advanced, and he is recovering well." What is the situation then? Upon hearing her parents were safe, Lana finally exhaled in relief and scanned the surroundings. Uncle Rizen sighed heavily, a note of regret in his voice as he continued, "Unfortunately, your father's team has become virtually non-existent. Consequently, the Frisia force has redistributed the remaining combatants of your father's team to other squads. Your father is now affiliated with a unit known as the Reap Team." At this point, Uncle Rizen leaned closer, whispering to Lana and Sun Yuma, "I have heard that this unit is fiercely loyal to Frisia, and they are about to undertake a perilous mission. They intend to send your parents to the front lines as expendable assets. Hurry and leave. If they see you two little ones, they will undoubtedly forcefully conscript you under the guise of family, and you'll be sent off to become cannon fodder." After Uncle Rizen's explanation, a cold smile curled at the corners of Lana's lips, a smile that made the burly uncle shudder. Sunyu understood that Lana was genuinely furious, and it seemed someone was about to face dire consequences. With a swift motion, Lana brushed Uncle Rizen aside and strode purposefully towards her courtyard. "Miss Lana, you truly cannot go in there," Uncle Rizen shouted from behind. Sunyu followed Lana closely, reaching Uncle Rizen's side, and reassuringly patted his shoulder, saying, "Don't worry, Uncle Rizen. You should be more concerned about that so-called Thunder Team." Before Uncle Rizen could retort, Lana had already entered her home's courtyard. Suddenly, two figures appeared, seemingly members of the Thunder Team, attempting to block her path and prevent her entry. However, before they could even engage, Lana sent one of them flying with a single slap, rendering him unconscious. When Lana reappeared at her familiar doorstep, she was met with the sight of utter chaos within her home. The expansive living room was a wreck, with broken furniture strewn across the floor. With a grim expression, Lana stepped inside, followed closely by Sunyu. Upon entering, they beheld a muscular man clad in a cloak and armor, gripping a battered man with one hand. Sunyu recognized him as his uncle, Ali. Meanwhile, his aunt, Hill, was being menaced by an armed assailant, who seemed poised to execute her at the slightest provocation. "Father! Mother!" Upon seeing her parents in peril, Lana's fury ignited, her breath quickening as she teetered on the edge of losing control. Lana, the muscular man, holding Uncle Ali, glanced at his daughter's return with a mixture of relief and concern. While he was grateful to see her safe, he recognized that this was hardly the time for a family reunion, and he desperately wished to shield his wife and child from becoming mere pawns in the enemy's game. Struggling, he called out to Lana, "Lana, listen to me. Quickly, leave and don't worry about us." Well, who do we have here?" The muscular man turned to scrutinize Lana, then glanced back at the Ali couple with a wicked grin. "Is she your daughter? Quite the innocent little thing. Try touching my daughter, and I dare you." Anthill stepped forward in a panic, but the armed man raised his weapon, threatening, "Take another step, and I'll shoot." Lana, incensed and ready to retaliate, was halted by Sun Yu's entrance. He positioned himself in front of her and whispered, "Sister Lana, restrain your power. Let me handle these minions. Engaging them yourself might reveal our true capabilities." After all, these individuals were staunch loyalists of Frisia, and if Lana were to teach them a lesson, her own strength would inevitably be exposed. Once Frisia learns of Lana's battle power reaching 300,000, he will undoubtedly regard her as the foremost candidate for a Super Saiyan and personally come to eradicate her. Although Lana acts impulsively, she is quite obedient to Sun Yu. When Sun Yu instructed her to control her aura, she immediately took a deep breath to calm her emotions and then pointed at the individuals ahead, declaring, "I want them all dead." "All right, I will heed your command," Sun Yu nodded. Even if Lana had not spoken, he certainly would not spare these individuals. Given their unwavering allegiance to Frisia, they were already dead in Sun Yu's eyes. "You are Kale?" Ali and Hill, the couple, looked incredulously at Sun Yu, who was strolling towards them with an air of confidence, for the timid little boy they remembered was not like this at all. "Hello, Uncle Ali, Aunt Hill. How are you? Sun Yu feigned familiarity as he greeted the elderly couple, yet Uncle Ali and Aunt Hill's expressions darkened. With what eyes do you see us in good spirits? Does this situation seem pleasant to you? Uncle Ali urged. Kyle, you and Lana should leave quickly. They are not foes you can handle. With a steely gaze, Uncle Ali prepared to confront the muscular man, determined to create an opportunity for Sun Yu and Lana to escape. Unexpectedly, Sun Yu waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing, Uncle Ali, you needn't worry. I don't regard these individuals at all. Ha ha ha, little brat. Do you comprehend your own words? The others in the room regarded Sun Yu with a look of incredulity. The leader of the muscular men poked at the combat power detector perched on his forehead. Soon, the device emitted a series of sharp beeps, revealing a number, combat power 1200. Huh, I expected more from him, yet he possesses merely 1200 combat power. What a letdown. The muscular man laughed loudly, pointing at Sun Yu. However, it is quite impressive for such a young lad to possess a combat power of 1200, someone chimed in. Realton, why not give this kid a chance to pledge allegiance to our REAP combat team? The peculiar inflection in his voice when mentioning pledge allegiance elicited hearty laughter from the crowd. Upon hearing that Sun Yu's combat power had reached 1200, Uncle Ali and Aunt Hill felt a surge of joy. It seemed that little Kyle had grown considerably over the years. With just a bit more time for growth, he might even surpass them. This strengthened their resolve to protect Sun Yu and Lana at all costs as they fled. Kid, did you hear that? To be honest, I possess a combat power of 4,800. Be wise and join our REAP combat team. And you, young lady over there, if you behave, you shall endure less suffering. This muscular man was none other than Realton, the captain of the REAP combat team. Sun Yu shrugged and smiled. Thank you. But I believe I have little interest in your pathetic team. What did you say? The muscular man, Railton, growled, his voice dripping with menace. Upon hearing Sun Yu's derisive comment about their team, those in the hall were incensed, their faces contorted with fury as they contemplated confronting him. Uncle Ali's expression darkened. He silently cursed Sun Yu for his ignorance, wondering how he could provoke such ire in this situation. Was he not aware that he had made himself a target? With his injuries, even a surprise attack on Railton would not guarantee Sun Yu's escape. He had already drawn the wrath of the crowd. Railton took a cold step forward, a sinister smile creeping across his face. You little brat, what did you just say? Have the courage to repeat it. Are you deaf, or just foolish? Sun Yu regarded the muscular Railton with disdain as he enunciated clearly. I am not singling anyone out. I merely wish to state that everyone present is nothing but garbage. Lana's complexion darkened at his words, and she muttered under her breath, Hey, Kyle, you're mocking them. I'm still here. Uncle Ali felt a sense of despair wash over him. With such words, there was no way these individuals would let Sun Yu off the hook. They would undoubtedly seek to exact swift vengeance. Very well. Railton's muscles tensed in rage, and he suddenly swung a powerful fist towards Sun Yu, the force of it palpable, igniting excitement among those present, who erupted into cheers. Oh no. Uncle Ali's heart sank. It was too late for a surprise attack. At this close range, Railton's thunderous strike left Sun Yu with no hope of survival. Sun Yu found himself in a rather absurd situation as he faced the formidable punch of the muscular Railton. Through the subtle perception of his breath, he had long since discerned that this individual's combat power was indeed, as he claimed, a staggering 4,800. Yet, what of it? Even if his power were to soar to 48,000, Sun Yu would remain unfazed. However, as the blow was already upon him, he could not simply allow it to land. With a gentle lift of his right hand, he raised a solitary index finger to intercept the incoming fist, his body remaining as steadfast as a mountain. Suddenly, the atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. What on earth is going on, you little brat? Railton exclaimed, feeling as though his fist had struck not a mere finger, but rather an impenetrable wall. He staggered back a step and promptly activated his combat power detector once more. The reading remained at 1200. Curse it. Is my detector malfunctioning? Why, check your device and see what this little rascal's combat power truly is. Railton barked at a smaller man behind him. Pwai, the vice captain of the Railton team, though diminutive in stature, was astute and possessed commendable combat prowess, serving as the brain of the team. Upon hearing Railton's request, he activated the combat power detector affixed to his ear, and unsurprisingly, it too registered a combat power of 1200. His combat power is indeed only 1200, but I sense something unusual about him. Railton, you should temper your arrogance, lest you find yourself in a precarious position. Pwai cautioned, sensing Sun Yu's extraordinary nature. Yet, in his eyes, a child remained merely a child. incapable of standing against seasoned warriors like themselves. Humph. Rielton scoffed, seemingly insulted by Puai's words. He glared menacingly at Sun Yu. Kid, I don't know what trick you just pulled, but it was merely because I held back. This time, you shall experience the pain of a fate worse than death. With that, Rielton's aura surged with ferocious intensity. In his furious state, Sun Yu felt a slight increase in his combat power. 4,852, 4,923, 5,000. Once Rielton unleashed his full combat potential, his figure vanished from sight, leaving the onlookers momentarily unable to track his speed. When he reappeared before Sun Yu, the crowd erupted in cheers. Go, boss. Crush his bones. Teach him a lesson for daring to look down on us. Rielton, exuding the confidence of a victor, disdainfully regarded Sun Yu, convinced that the suddenness of his as Sun Yu faced Riordan, he unleashed a punch infused with 5,000 units of combat power. He gently tilted his body, as if he had been standing still for too long and needed to stretch slightly. This minimal movement, almost serendipitous, allowed him to evade Riordan's lethal strike. The onlookers were momentarily frozen in disbelief, pondering whether it was mere coincidence, a deliberate maneuver by Captain Riordan, or something else entirely. In that fleeting moment of astonishment, Sun Yu raised his right hand and, like a dragonfly touching the water's surface, made contact with Riordan's chest. The entire motion appeared excruciatingly slow, yet it transpired in the blink of an eye, a manifestation of Sun Yu's profound understanding of the interplay between speed and slowness. Before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, Riordan's imposing, muscular frame shuddered violently. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and, unable to control himself, collapsed backward with a thud. The individuals present appeared as though they were ensnared in a dream, utterly bewildered by the extraordinary events unfolding before them. A brawny man with a combat power of 5,000 had been effortlessly struck down by a slight child possessing a mere combat power of 1,200. Uncle Ollie gazed at Sun Yu, who still wore an innocuous smile, and then glanced at Lana, who leaned casually against the doorframe. Suddenly, a wild and audacious thought took root in his mind. Could it be that Kyle has concealed his true abilities? How has he managed to achieve this? Uncle Ollie could conceive of this, and naturally, Vice Captain Puai could as well. With a stern expression, he refrained from casting even a glance at Rielton's lifeless body and commanded the remaining team members, "Two of you keep a close watch on Ollie and Hill, while the rest advance together and subdue this little rascal." Understood. Upon the demise of Rielton, Puai naturally ascended to become the most powerful figure within the team. They exhibited no semblance of compassion for the deceased, treating him as if he were a mere heap of decaying flesh, not sparing a glance. Shortly thereafter, the remaining individuals, adhering to Puai's command, encircled Sun Yu. Calm and composed, Sun Yu stood in place, his gaze sweeping over the several Saiyans gathered around him. With a mere thought, he discerned their energy signatures, battle powers of 3,700, 2670, 3021, and 3421. Such levels of combat prowess could be deemed moderate on planet Vegeta. However, they proved to be of little consequence. Shaking his shoulders, Sun Yu adopted a posture indicative of impending action. Suddenly, a teammate surged forward, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes, while the others moved in synchrony at the same instant, demonstrating a remarkable degree of coordination. Sun Yu gently stepped back with his left foot, twisting his waist as he raised his right elbow, exuding no trace of energy fluctuations, as if merely performing a gymnastic routine. Suddenly, the first attacker from behind found his smile frozen in an instant. Sun Yu's elbow strike, seemingly slow, struck his abdomen with the speed of lightning, causing the attacker to arch his back dramatically, his eyes nearly popping out. Without a moment's pause after landing the blow, Sun Yu pivoted and delivered a powerful palm strike to another individual nearby. Terror flashed in the man's eyes as he attempted to retreat. Yet, Sun Yu's palm had already struck his chest. A spurt of blood erupted forth, leaving the attacker bewildered, devoid of any vitality. In the fleeting moment since the battle commenced, the Reap team had already suffered 2 casualties, dispatched with an ease reminiscent of slaughtering livestock, amplifying the fear in the remaining 5 team members to an extreme. Flee. Run quickly. However, Sun Yu had no intention of sparing the remaining 5. The nearest Reap member turned to escape, but Sun Yu swiftly closed the distance and struck the man's back. A sharp crack echoed as the individual crumpled, collapsing heavily to the ground, lifeless. Sun Yu did not spare a glance at the individual before him and continued forward, his sights set on the vice-captain of the Reap team, Puai. "Wait, hold on. I have something to say," Puai exclaimed, incredulous at the unfolding scene. Yet, internally, he trembled, aware that should he fail to halt Sun Yu's impending action, he would undoubtedly meet the same fate as Captain Realton. As the words left his mouth, Puyi was momentarily blinded. A fist, swift as a shadow, halted mere inches from his face, the gust from its motion tousling his hair and enveloping him in an overwhelming sense of peril. He realized that had he delayed even a moment longer, he would now be a corpse. "Oh, speak quickly." Sun Yu turned his head to regard Puyi, exuding the impatience of one pressed for time. No, please, esteemed one, spare my life." Fear radiated from Puyi's eyes, and he altered his address, striving to project an air of humility. "As long as you spare me, I am willing to offer the REAP team to you. You shall be our leader from this day forth." Upon hearing this, Sun Yu retracted his fist and, with a cold gaze, inquired, "First, tell me how many members the REAP team has. Are they loyal to Frisia, to King B, or merely to the strongest? Be thorough. Perhaps I shall consider sparing you." Sun Yu had come to planet Vegeta with the intent of rescuing a faction of the Saiyans. If this so-called REAP team consisted solely of Frisia's diehard followers, he would have no choice but to eradicate them without exception. However, if their allegiance lay only with the strong, then he had other plans. Puyi, upon being asked about the REAP team, felt as if he had been granted a reprieve. He promptly began detailing the team as composition. "Our team consists of over 30 members, of which only a little more than 10 are core members, all boasting combat powers exceeding 2,500. As for the non-core members..." He paused, sheepishly smiling at Sun Yu, who could easily discern the nature of these so-called non-core members. Just moments ago, while Realton was still alive, he had attempted to recruit Sun Yu as a non-core member. Waving his hand, Sun Yu gestured for Puyi to continue. "Regarding loyalty, only Realton advocated loyalty to Frisia. As you know, he was the former captain. We only serve the strong," Puyi answered cleverly, shifting the responsibility of the REAP team's allegiance to Frisia solely onto a deceased individual, while simultaneously asserting that they followed the captain's orders, declaring their fealty only to the strong, who, at present, was none other than Sun Yu himself. Following this, Sun Yu inquired further about the details of the team members, and Puyi shared every piece of information without reservation. "Kair, you truly intend to accept this REAP team, do you not?" Uncle Ali interjected, observing the growing camaraderie between Sun Yu and Puyi. His concern was palpable. He feared Sun Yu, being inexperienced in the world, might fall prey to deceitful individuals. Why not accept them? Sun Yu offered a faint smile to Uncle Ali, for the commoners had begun to address him as Sir, and the other members of the REAP team dared not cross Uncle Ali and Hill. However, Ka was another matter entirely. Uncle Ali appeared visibly perturbed by Sun Yu's interaction with someone like Puyi and sought to dissuade him from this notion. Yet, Puyi was not one to let Uncle Ali continue his counsel unchallenged. He swiftly approached Uncle Ali with a sycophantic demeanor, saying, "My dear brother Ali, I apologize for any offense just now. We are all on the same side now." Before Puyi could finish his sentence, Sun Yu clapped a hand firmly on his shoulder and declared in a low voice, "While I have consented to accept the REAP team, I never agreed to spare you." With a sudden crack, the sound of a bone breaking echoed as Puyi crumpled to the ground, utterly bewildered by the turn of events. The other team members, who had thought they had narrowly escaped disaster, now looked at Sun Yu in sheer terror. It was not that they lacked the will to resist, rather, Sun Yu's formidable presence had sapped their resolve to fight back. Uncle Ali, witnessing this scene, was drenched in cold sweat. Sun Yu's sudden aggression had taken him completely off guard. He realized he could no longer decipher Sun Yu. Despite his youth and seemingly amiable demeanor, he exhibited a ruthless decisiveness. "Should we eliminate the rest, Uncle Ali?" Sun Yu inquired, flashing what he believed to be a cheerful smile. Although Saiyans were known for their bloodthirsty nature, this was typically a manifestation of exhilaration during battle, and not all Saiyans were vicious. It was clear that Uncle Ali belonged to the latter category. Let it be, he thought, based on the intelligence shared by Puyi. The true instigator had already been dealt with. These individuals were merely following Relton's orders. Noticing that Uncle Ali showed no inclination to pursue the matter further, Sun Yu nodded, retracting his murderous aura, and addressed the group. "Did you hear that? You need not fear for your lives, for the time being. From this moment onward, I accept your REAP team, though it shall require a new name, which is a matter for another time. Now, I command you to restore Uncle Ali's living room to its former state, or else." Sun Yu's gaze turned icy, causing several individuals to immediately kneel, fervently expressing their loyalty. "What is your name?" Sun Yu inquired, pointing at a relatively young team member who, based on prior knowledge, was a non-core member and merely present to assist today. Upon realizing Sun Yu was asking for his name, the young man quickly responded, in response to your inquiry. My name is Awakens, and I am a non-core member. Before Awakens could finish his sentence, Sun Yu interrupted him. So you are Awakens, is it? I am not concerned with your current combat power, nor do I care about core or non-core distinctions. What I require is your unwavering loyalty. Your task is to keep a watchful eye on these individuals and report any developments immediately. Once this area is tidied up, you shall summon all members of the REAP squad to convene here for a discussion. If anyone is reluctant to attend, do not press them. Simply remove their names from the list. Do you understand? Yes, I understand, my lord. Awakens replied, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. Having been marginalized due to his lower combat capability, he suddenly felt a surge of loyalty akin to a soldier's devotion to a worthy leader upon being entrusted with such an important responsibility. Uncle Ali and Hill, let us ascend to discuss matters. After addressing the REAP squad issues, Sun Yu invited Ali and Hill to join him upstairs, with Lana following closely behind. The four ascended the spacious staircase together, and Lana silently approached Sun Yu from behind, pinching him sharply on the back, eliciting a pained reaction that nearly brought tears to his eyes. Sister Na, why did you pinch me? Sun Yu inquired, rubbing his sore back with a mournful expression. My hand was itching. Why shouldn't I? Lana replied, blinking her adorable eyes innocently at Sun Yu. Uncle Ali and Aunt Hill, still absorbed in the earlier situation, felt their spirits lift upon witnessing the playful banter between the two, exchanging relieved smiles. Upon entering Uncle Ali's quarters, Aunt Hill approached Sun Yu, scrutinizing him from head to toe before asking, Are you truly my Kyle? Without a doubt, Sun Yu promptly asserted, patting his chest to convey his sincerity. Kyle. Uncle Ali hesitated momentarily before resolutely asking, Kyle, if I'm not mistaken, your current combat power must exceed 1200, correct? Would you be so kind as to share your actual combat power with us, along with Lana's? Given the previous events, it was evident even to the most Navi that Sun Yu's combat power surpassed 1200. However, Uncle Ali refrained from producing a combat power detector, knowing that Realton and his team had already attempted to measure it without success. Well, Sun Yu and Lana exchanged a glance, feeling grateful towards the couple. Sun Yu decided to be forthcoming about their true combat power. Currently, both Lana and I possess a combat power of 300,000. Yes, you heard correctly. It is indeed 300,000. Upon hearing this astonishing figure, Uncle Ali and Aunt Hill's eyes widened in disbelief. If the previous matters still fall within the realm of acceptance, then this news is undeniably a bolt from the blue. A combat power of 300,000. Are they truly Saiyans? If so, why is it that the power detector fails to discern your true capabilities? After a considerable time, Uncle Ali and Aunt Hill gradually emerged from their astonishment, finally voicing the questions that plagued their minds. Sun Yu smiled gently and explained to the couple, We have mastered a technique to control our aura, allowing us to elude detection by battle power scouters. Moreover, with effective learning, you too can acquire this skill. Upon hearing Sun Yu's words, Ali and Hill were taken aback. However, after Sun Yu elaborated on the application of Ki, the couple listened in astonishment. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Yu shared numerous insights about Earth and various methods to enhance combat prowess. Amidst their conversation, he retrieved 2 sets of pre-prepared heavy armors from his multifunctional capsule. Is this what you refer to as the multifunctional capsule and heavy armor? Upon witnessing Sun Yu toss a small capsule, a resounding boom echoed as a massive cabinet materialized on the ground. This cabinet contained an array of heavy armors, from which Sun Yu presented 2 sets to Ali and Hill. Aunt Hill, this is the heavy vest, weighing 400 kilograms, and the combined weight of the shoes and wrist guards is 500 kilograms. Lana and I wear these regularly. They are immensely beneficial for training. Thank you, Kyle. Ali and Hill joyfully accepted the heavy armors, fascinated by their appearance. As elders, they felt a tinge of embarrassment at being surpassed by their younger counterpart. They had long admired the heavy armors and gravity training rooms that Sun Yu and Lana utilized. Now, equipped with the heavy gear, they donned it and moved about, feeling the strain. After all, the gravity on planet Vegeta was 10 times that of Earth, making their 900-kilogram armors feel as if they weighed 9,000 kilograms. It is truly hard to fathom how you 2 youngsters can wear such gear and remain unfazed. Uncle Ali exclaimed in amazement. My dear, we must double our efforts. We cannot allow young Kyle to think less of us. And Hill regarded her husband with a determined glint in her eyes. After a brief conversation, Sun Yu's expression turned serious as he asked Uncle Ali, "What are your thoughts on the relationship between Frieza and King Vegeta?" Upon hearing this question, Uncle Ali's demeanor darkened. After a prolonged pause, he sighed and replied, "Frieza commands the most formidable army in the universe. Even proud Saiyans like us must now heed his orders. In recent years, King Vegeta's clandestine activities have increased. He believes he is concealing his ambitions well, yet his schemes are common knowledge among us. I have heard whispers about Frieza placing spies among the Saiyans. I initially wished to remain uninvolved in the intrigues of the elite, but, in a collapsing nest, how can there be intact eggs? Indeed, you are a perceptive man, Uncle." Sun Yu smiled broadly, yet even without King Vegeta's subtle maneuvers, Frieza harbors no affection for us Saiyans. He had already installed listening devices on the power scouters allocated to us, keeping a vigilant watch over our every move. What could be the reason for such actions? Does this imply that King Vegeta's schemes have been laid bare before Frieza all along? If so, why has Frieza not taken any decisive action? The answer lies in the lack of necessity. Sun Yu remarked calmly that no matter how many forces King Vegeta amasses, they would still be unable to withstand Frieza's overwhelming power. Defeat is inevitable. Unable to prevail? What if the two of you join forces? Uncle Ali abruptly stood up. For in his heart, King Vegeta represented immense strength, and yet, Sun Yu claimed he could not triumph over Frieza. Reluctantly acknowledging the truth, Sun Yu confessed, "At this moment, I am not his match." A pall of silence fell over the room, and sensing the tension, Ant Hill interjected to lighten the mood. "Kale, what are your thoughts? Surely you must have your own perspective by now." Sun Yu nodded, deciding to take one step at a time. He resolved to find an opportunity to escape from Vegeta and then hide away to diligently cultivate his skills. Once his strength surpassed that of Frieza, they would impart a well-deserved lesson to that scoundrel. This thought amused Uncle Ali. Although, as a member of the warrior race, the Saiyans, fleeing was considered a disgraceful act, Uncle Ali was not a narrow-minded individual. He understood the wisdom in preserving one's strength for future endeavors. "Very well. We must strive to train hard and aim to surpass Frieza as soon as possible," Uncle Ali proclaimed with great confidence. Sun Yu couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, feeling reluctant to disclose the true combat power of Frieza. The idea of someone with a power level just above 4,000 ambitiously seeking to surpass a monstrous foe with a staggering power level of 120 million was indeed a rather inspirational tale. As Sun Yu was lost in his thoughts, silently critiquing Uncle Ali, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed from outside. The chatter between Lana and her daughter, Hill, abruptly ceased, and all four individuals turned their gazes toward the door. Knock, knock, knock. Accompanied by 3 rhythmic knocks, a timid voice emerged from outside. "Sir, the living room downstairs has been tidied up, and I have arranged for new furniture to replace the broken ones, identical to the originals. Furthermore, the members of the rep team have also arrived, and they are all waiting in the hall." Sun Yu opened the door and beheld a young Saiyan standing at the threshold, his gaze towards Sun Yu filled with awe and admiration. "Ah, you must be Alikes. I am Arankus, my lord." Sun Yu's face flushed with embarrassment, and he cleared his throat before saying, "Let us descend and take a look." Previously, Uncle Ali had harbored some reservations regarding Sun Yu's intention to recruit the Reaper team, but upon learning of the discord between Frieza and King Vegeta, he no longer opposed the matter. After all, having more companions equated to enhanced self-preservation. Consequently, Alankus guided Sun Yu and Uncle Ali downstairs, while Lana and Hill chose to refrain from joining, as there was much to discuss in their mother-daughter reunion. In the living room below, over a dozen individuals stood neatly arranged in 4 rows. At the forefront stood the very individuals who had caused a disturbance at Uncle Ali's residence. They were the most formidable fighters among the group, their eyes gleaming with barely contained pride. The subsequent rows exhibited weaker auras, with some casting fearful glances at Sun Yu, as though he were a fearsome beast ready to devour them. Sun Yu was utterly perplexed by their actions. Noticing the discrepancy in numbers, he inquired, "Didn't you say there were over 30? Why have only these few arrived?" Stepping forward from the crowd was a bald man with a prominent mustache, who regarded Sun Yu with a hint of obsequiousness. He replied, "In response to your esteemed inquiry, the remaining individuals proved to be rather unruly. Upon hearing of Captain Layton's demise, they expressed a desire to abandon us and establish their own faction. Consequently, in accordance with your directive, we have executed them all." Sun Yu's expression was one of bewilderment. If they wish to break away, why not let them? When did I ever command their execution? It became clear to him why the others had been regarding him with such unusual glances. It was this fool who had misrepresented his intentions. Sun Yu was on the verge of anger when Alank's weakly remarked, "My lord, you said that those who do not wish to come should be crossed off the list. Isn't it simply about eliminating them?" Upon hearing this, Sun Yu smacked his forehead in exasperation. He had grown utterly disheartened by this group of Saiyans, whose minds seemed solely consumed by violence and bloodshed. What a lack of comprehension. Noticing the shift in Sun Yu's expression, Alanx and the bald man with a prominent mustache shrank their necks, exchanging glances, and quietly inquired, "My lord, have we erred in some way?" Sun Yu sighed softly and remarked, "When I say to strike off names, I mean to expel them from our team. Why do you all persistently think of nothing but fighting? We are all Saiyans. We should cherish and love one another. Do you understand?" He directed his gaze at the bald man with a mustache, who, terrified, immediately knelt down with a thud. He was on the verge of tears, genuinely unable to comprehend the thoughts of the young man before him. Although Sun Yu appeared gentle and harmless when it came to killing, he did so without a flicker of emotion in his eyes. Just when everyone assumed his temperament was cruel, he urged them to love one another. This was not how one exhibited a split personality. "Yes, we understand," the astute Arlankus interjected, regardless of Sun Yu's true intentions. It was prudent to acknowledge his words at that moment. The mustachioed bald man quickly bowed his head in contrition, vowing never to err again. "That is more like it." Sun Yu gestured for the two to return to their ranks, pausing thoughtfully as if he had an announcement to make. The 20 or so individuals present held their breath, anxiously awaiting Sun Yu's next words. Uncle Ollie's courtyard was also filled with neighbors gathered to witness the spectacle. "I believe you are all aware." Sun Yu's resonant voice echoed through Uncle Ollie's living room. "I, Kelsas, have assumed command of the remaining members of the former REAP team. To be frank, I do not care about your current combat power. Here, we do not distinguish between core and non-core members. What truly matters to me is your loyalty. Due to previous misunderstandings, many of those present were coerced into coming here, for which I sincerely apologize. If anyone is unwilling to join my team, you may leave now without fear of retribution. I have made this declaration clear, and the neighbors outside have heard it as well. Those who wish to depart are free to do so. I will not obstruct you." Having resolved to establish his own faction, Sun Yu understood that he must ensure the unwavering loyalty of those who chose to follow him. Such devotion is a quality that requires time to manifest. However, at this juncture, all Sun Yu could do was to expel those whose allegiance was superficial. Upon hearing his words, a fervent discussion erupted among the crowd. After a considerable pause, a young man at the back mustered his courage and raised his hand, signaling, "Lord Kyle, I have a question." Upon hearing that someone wished to pose a question, Sun Yu turned slightly and smiled warmly, encouragingly saying, "Please, feel free to ask any questions you may have." Observing Sun Yu's approachable demeanor, the young man gathered his courage, straightened his posture, and inquired, "Lord Kyle, I would like to know what sorts of tasks you would allocate to us should we join your battle team?" This query resonated with other less formidable members, who had long harbored similar concerns. Since their induction into the Ripu battle team, they had often found themselves relegated to the role of mere cannon fodder, frequently assigned to perilous missions. Even when they managed to survive these treacherous undertakings, they were seldom rewarded with valuable resources, hindering their ability to enhance their combat prowess. Sun Yu naturally understood their concerns and, with a serious expression, spoke, "I comprehend your intentions. Rest assured, I will not employ you as mere cannon fodder like Realton did. I shall provide you with abundant cultivation resources, and if any among you possess exceptional talent, I can personally guide your training. You are already aware of my capabilities." Upon hearing Sun Yu's offer of personal guidance, those like Alanx, who had witnessed his prowess firsthand, gazed at him with fervent admiration, as if he were an exquisite beauty. The others, who had not yet experienced Sun Yu's strength, remained indifferent. However, the prospect of avoiding the role of cannon fodder and gaining ample cultivation resources made joining Sun Yu's team an appealing option. After a brief moment, Sun Yu casually adjusted his ear and addressed the group. "Is there no one wishing to withdraw? You must ponder carefully, for any betrayal in the future will result in dire consequences." The phrase "dire consequences" sent a shiver through the crowd, yet no one chose to withdraw. "Very well. Since that is the case, I hereby announce the establishment of our team. As for the name," Sun Yu furrowed his brow and declared, "Let us call it the Urban Management Squad." The Urban Management Squad. The crowd was taken aback and inquired, "Lord Kyle, what does urban management signify?" It was no surprise that the Saiyans were unfamiliar with the term urban management, as it was a concept rooted in Chinese culture. Sun Yu flashed a charming smile and replied gravely, "As for the urban management, it is indeed remarkable. It originates from an ancient realm's elite combat unit. They are the ultimate aspiration for all warriors, the Armée de la Armée, the mightiest among the strong. They bear the noble responsibility of uplifting their nation. A wise man once proclaimed, 'Give me 3,000 urban managers, and I will restore my grand celestial kingdom.'" Sun Yu's voice rose increasingly in pitch, reverberating throughout the hall, captivating all who listened. They were reminded of the current plight of the Saiyans, a proud warrior race now subjugated by Frisia. A fervent desire to overthrow Frisia's reign and reclaim their autonomy surged within them. Sun Yu's impassioned words ignited the flames of ambition within their hearts. Each Saiyan revered strength, yearned for greatness, and aspired to become elite warriors. They rejected the notion of being ruled and aspired to be the strongest guardians of their domain. Suddenly, one individual in the front snapped back to reality, collapsing to the ground and exclaiming loudly, "We pledge to follow Lord Kale to the death." This proclamation awakened the others from their stupor, and they too fell to their knees, chanting in unison, "We pledge to follow Lord Kale to the death. We pledge to follow Lord Kale to the death." As Sun Yu listened to the fervent cheers, he was momentarily taken aback, pondering whether these individuals were quite all right. After all, he had merely jested about the urban management officers on Earth, yet these people reacted as if invigorated by some elixir. Thus, the urban management team was established on Vegeta, with Sun Yu appointing Uncle Ali as the captain, overseeing the entire operation, while awakens was designated as the vice-captain to assist in the management. For the currently less formidable members, Sun Yu instructed awakens to mobilize all resources from the former Reaper team for their training. This gesture alone left the lower-ranked members profoundly grateful, eager to demonstrate their loyalty to Sun Yu by risking their lives. Sun Yu merely smiled, aware that the true loyalty of these individuals remained to be evaluated. Only those genuinely devoted to his cause would be entrusted with the exemplary principles he had learned on Earth. Although Uncle Ali repeatedly declined the captaincy of the urban management team, citing the current low combat abilities as a hindrance, Sun Yu was clearly more adept at instigating battles than managing a team. Ultimately, with no other options, Uncle Ali consented to lead the urban management team. In the subsequent weeks, following Sun Yu's directives, Uncle Ali distributed the heavy protective gear he had brought from Earth to the well-performing members and offered guidance in their training. Consequently, many members of the urban management team experienced dramatic transformations in their combat abilities during this period. However, the term dramatic transformation applied solely to these individuals. For Sun Yu did not find it particularly remarkable that someone with a combat power of 2,500 could elevate to 3,500 in merely half a month. After all, differing levels of achievement corresponded to distinct perspectives. Sun Yu regarded the modest increase in combat power with indifference, yet the local populace was quite the opposite. Many Saiyans, familiar with the Ali family, were eager to join the city management team upon witnessing the rapid enhancement of its members' abilities. In this regard, Sun Yu entrusted all responsibilities to Uncle Ali, establishing that the criteria for recruitment would not focus on current combat prowess, but rather on a clear lineage and commendable talent for candidates to become reserve members. One day, while Sun Yu was instructing Uncle Ali in the gravity training chamber he had brought from Earth, a message suddenly arrived from awakens. "Lord Kyle, a mid-level commander from the Frisia force requests an audience. Shall we grant it?" Although awakens and the others could distinctly sense Sun Yu's unfriendly disposition towards Frisia, the visitor was nonetheless a mid-ranking commander of the Frisia force. A hasty refusal could easily provoke trouble, so they decided to seek Sun Yu's counsel. "Damn it. I know this person. He is the one who assigned tasks to Relton. Kyle, let us drive them away." Uncle Ali exclaimed urgently upon seeing the situation outside through the holographic screen in the gravity training chamber. "There's no need for concern, Uncle Ali. Let us first ascertain the circumstances," Sun Yu replied with his customary calmness. Uncertain of Sun Yu's intentions, Uncle Ali reluctantly followed him out of the gravity training room. Upon entering the living room, they found awakens bustling about, serving tea, but neither Lana nor Aunt Hill was in sight. It was evident that the mother-daughter duo was either out shopping or engaged in some form of retail therapy. It is often said that shopping is an innate talent among women, especially after mastering the art of bargaining from Mrs. Briefs. The duo had become a formidable force on the commercial streets of Vegeta, instilling fear in countless small vendors. In the living room, the so-called mid-level commander of the Frisia force lounged on the spacious sofa, flanked by two burly aliens. casting a disdainful gaze at Sun Yu and Uncle Ali as they approached. "So, you are the Scion who killed that waste, Relton? You don't appear very formidable," he sneered. Hearing this, Uncle Ali and Alank's expressions hardened, while Sun Yu merely smiled lightly, refraining from responding. The Frisia Force commander, mistaking Sun Yu's lack of anger for fear, grew even more contemptuous. "Don't think that just because you've assembled some pathetic team, you can act with impunity. Understand your current predicament, Science. I am here to convey Lord Frisia's orders, and if you are wise, you will know how to respond." With that, the commander carelessly tossed a document onto the table, his attitude dripping with arrogance. Uncle Ali and Alank struggled to contain their fury, veins throbbing at their temples, wishing to strike down the commander on the spot. Sun Yu gently patted the shoulders of the two individuals and quietly advised, "What worth is there in squabbling with such sycophants? It tarnishes one's dignity." He then took several steps forward and began to meticulously examine the documents on the table. Among them was a conscription order. Frisia intended to enlist a substantial army to assault a technologically advanced planet located on the periphery of the northern universe, known as Planet Vibran. This planet was at the forefront of technological advancement, recently focusing on the development of large combat robots. Sun Yu couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, recognizing that such a planet did not exist in the original Dragon Ball canon. It seemed apparent that Planet Vibran had been annihilated by Frisia's decree. This was not difficult to comprehend, as Frisia would opt to obliterate any civilization that posed a potential threat to his dominion, much like the destruction of planet Vegeta, which could give rise to super science. Furrowing his brow, Sun Yu conceived a plan. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Perhaps he could exploit the pretense of attacking Planet Vibran to first evacuate a contingent of Scions. Given Frisia's apprehension regarding the technological prowess of Planet Vibran, Sun Yu might endeavor to reclaim the planet. Even maintaining a cooperative relationship would be advantageous. After all, there was little over a year remaining before the annihilation of planet Vegeta at Frisia's hands, and opportunities were dwindling. Moreover, the planet lay at the edge of the northern universe, countless light years away from Frisia's stronghold. As the old adage goes, the higher the heavens, the farther the emperor. And Sun Yu perceived this as a chance for survival. Understood, he replied, "I will rally my subordinates as per the timeline indicated in the documents. If there is nothing further, you may take your leave." Sun Yu regarded the haughty commander with a demeanor that was neither servile nor rebellious, which irked the commander considerably. However, despite his irritation, the commander found himself at a loss regarding Sun Yu. Should Sun Yu defy the orders, the commander could easily seize the opportunity to apprehend him and his associates, proceeding to act without prior notice. Although he believed capturing Sun Yu and his group would be straightforward, the reality was that Sun Yu's attitude was unexpectedly cooperative, presenting himself as remarkably astute. Yet his tone was laced with arrogance, which incensed the commander to the point of gritting his teeth. "We shall see," he declared, casting aside a dismissive threat before departing with his companions. "Gather all active members of the urban management team in the conference hall. I have significant matters to announce." Upon hearing Sun Yu's words, Ali and Alankus immediately displayed expressions of disbelief. "Kyle, you can't seriously consider becoming Frisia's lapdog, can you? How could you not trust me?" Sun Yu replied with a grin, "I have a bold plan. If it succeeds, we could gain a formidable ally, though I do hope this ally is indeed powerful." Uncle Ali, being well-versed in matters, was intrigued by this statement. "Kyle, are you suggesting?" "Alankus, go summon everyone. We shall discuss this in the conference hall." "Yes, my Lord Kyle." Responding to Sun Yu's call, all active members of the city management team gathered at Uncle Ali's residence, except for the team responsible for locating Lana and her daughter, Hill, who reported that they had scoured every corner of the streets without finding any trace of them. "I hope they haven't encountered any trouble." Although Sun Yu was aware that no threats existed on this planet that could endanger Lana's safety, the concern of a brother for his sister was, nonetheless, inescapable. Setting aside his worries for Lana and Hill, Sun Yu observed the 30 or so individuals gathered in Uncle Ali's living room. Among them were both men and women, primarily adults, alongside a small group of youths approximately his age. All present regarded Sun Yu with unwavering admiration, their eyes reflecting an uncontrollable fervor akin to dedicated fans gazing upon their idol. Sun Yu attributed this to his personal charisma. Without further ado, he candidly articulated the essence of his plan. It is noteworthy that everyone in the city management team was aware of Frisia's use of combat power detectors to monitor the movements of the Scions, and thus, in context involving sensitive information, they consciously concealed the devices distributed by Frisia. knowing that a confrontation between Frieza and King Vegeta was inevitable. With little hope for King Vegeta's victory, the attendees unanimously endorsed Sun Yu's plan, though they all wished to include their families, a request to which Sun Yu readily acquiesced. Subsequently, the group deliberated on the expedition, which would nominally deploy an exploration-class strategic void ship, a relatively common military spacecraft within Frieza's army. Unlike the majority of the saucer-shaped ships employed by Frieza's forces, the exploration-class strategic void ship featured a conical shape with a long, pointed nose and a broad rear equipped with various propulsion engines, attributes that significantly enhanced its speed of travel. It is evident that the internal space of such vessels is limited, accommodating no more than 2,000 individuals. Furthermore, aside from the essential medical facilities, the majority of the interior comprises sleep pods, leaving scant room for free movement. In other words, the maximum number of individuals that Sun Yu can take with him is 2,000, considering the 30 or so members of the urban management team and their families. Sun Yu hopes that Ali can identify more dependable candidates. After all, no one knows if there will be another opportunity to return. Consequently, in the ensuing days, the urban management team brazenly initiated a covert selection plan under the guise of an expedition to the Veblen planet. Sun Yu and Ali waited until dusk. Yet Lana and Ant Hill had not returned. Although the mother and daughter duo were not strangers to such wild escapades, today held significant matters that required their attention. Thus, Sun Yu resolved to search for them. While Lana's presence was relatively easy to discern, the bustling streets made it challenging for even Sun Yu to pinpoint her location accurately. As he strolled through the crowded commercial district, perhaps drawn by an aroma reminiscent of melodious tunes, he unconsciously wandered into a food street. Saiyans were renowned throughout the cosmos for their prodigious appetites, prompting vendors from various planets to showcase their local delicacies. As Sun Yu traversed this food street, barely 1,000 meters in length, he encountered an array of culinary delights from the northern cosmos, the scorpion-tailed dragons from Pandelstar, the colossal crocodiles from Giant Star, and even humanoid exoskeletal insects from Jita Star. However, Sun Yu recoiled at the sight of the grotesque, exoskeletal beings, their J8, like faces making them utterly unappetizing to him. He may have been a glutton, but he held an aversion towards humanoid creatures, feeling a distinct repulsion. Observing the other Saiyans indulging in their meals with grease dripping from their lips, his appetite swiftly vanished. Just as he contemplated leaving, a sudden commotion caught his attention. The law enforcement on Vegeta Star was notoriously lax, adhering to a principle of non-interference in matters that could be resolved by brute force. Consequently, brawls were a common occurrence. Sun Yu had no desire to involve himself, and thus began to walk away. "Cal, don't go. I'm being bullied," a familiar voice called from a distance, causing Sun Yu to halt abruptly, nearly convinced he had misheard. However, within a second, reality dawned on him. The ruckus likely involved the very Lana and Hill he sought. He was not particularly concerned for Lana's safety. Her formidable combat prowess ensured that no one on this planet could pose a genuine threat to her. What worried him was the possibility of Lana losing control in the face of unforeseen circumstances, which would undoubtedly disrupt his carefully laid plans. This was not the ideal scenario for her to intervene. Thus, the responsibility of heroically rescuing her fell squarely upon Sun Yu's shoulders. He felt a surge of relief at having encountered Lana. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. "How dare you bully my sister Lana? Just watch what I'll do to you." As Sun Yulong strode into the crowd with a confident demeanor, his gaze immediately fell upon the disgruntled Lana, alongside the elegantly poised Ant Hill, who was linked arm in arm with her. Following the direction of Lana's eyes, Sun Yu turned towards the two individuals who had clashed with her, and his heart suddenly lurched. There sat one of them on a bench, nonchalantly crossing his legs and absent-mindedly picking at his ear. This individual, adorned with purple skin and possessing a raccoon-like visage, appeared fragile and was clad in bizarre attire reminiscent of a theatrical performer. Standing behind him was another figure, tall and slender, leaning on a slender cane, sporting a tuft of white hair styled like an aircraft wing. His countenance was striking, with skin so flawless it seemed almost ethereal, inciting envy among many women. It was none other than the god of destruction, Beerus, accompanied by his master and attendant, Whis. Sun Yu felt an overwhelming urge to weep, thinking, "Lana, you have truly doomed me." Unconsciously swallowing hard, he silently prayed. "He didn't hear what I just said. He didn't see me. He has discovered my presence." "Hey kid, what was it you said about wanting to hit my mother?" Beerus casually inquired, flicking a lump of earwax from his finger, his attention drifting towards Sun Yu. With that single glance, Sun Yu's soul plunged into an icy desolation, a chill that transcended mere temperature, tapping into the deepest recesses of human fear. The atmosphere grew suddenly hushed, as onlookers curiously scrutinized Sun Yu, who had initially approached with such bravado, but now found himself rendered speechless upon encountering the seated deity. Lana, equally perplexed, had summoned Sun Yu to exact her vengeance, sensing his presence nearby, yet she was bewildered by his frozen state. In frustration, she pinched Sun Yu sharply at the waist, asserting, "You must confront this individual for me, or else you will regret it. My dear aunt, I implore you to cease." Sun Yu felt tears welling up, contemplating the absurdity of confronting Beerus. It was laughable to think that, even with a battle power of 300,000, he could stand against Beerus, who could effortlessly toy with a Super Saiyan 3 Goku using just a finger. As the mightiest deity of the seventh universe, Beerus existed in harmony with the Supreme Kai, the embodiment of creation, while he, the god of destruction, reveled in annihilation. With but a thought, Lord Beerus could obliterate countless galaxies, pure innocence could be malevolent, and eternal destruction could embody compassion. At the divine level, their actions transcended mundane moral standards, and this unmeasurable nature evoked profound dread. "I seem to have mistaken you for someone else. Perhaps you two should converse while I attend to other matters." Sun Yu chuckled nervously, attempting to mask his prior folly. "Hey, Kale, what is your situation? You're not actually afraid of this fool, are you?" Lana leaned closer to Sun Yu and whispered softly, prompting him to hurriedly cover her mouth. "Dear lady, let us cease this commotion, shall we? I shall explain everything to you later." Quickly apologized to Lord Beerus. Upon hearing that Sun Yu wanted her to apologize, Lana was instantly infuriated. "How dare you ask me to apologize to this fool? Oh, Kyle, have you grown wings or something? Do you even comprehend how outrageous this imbecile is? This stall sells only 100 special desserts each day. My mother and I have queued here for an entire day. That last portion was meant for us, yet this shameless fool snatched it away. Is he not detestable?" Lana glared at Sun Yu, her expression conveying that if he dared to defend the fool, he would face dire consequences. Sun Yu, maintaining his composure, observed Beerus, whose gaze was increasingly filled with murderous intent under Lana's relentless verbal assault. The air around them thickened, as if the very fabric of reality were on the verge of unraveling. "Very well," Beerus declared, "I am, by nature, a benevolent deity. Yet your repeated provocations leave me no choice but to obliterate you all. If you intend to attack, do so now. Otherwise, when I strike, you shall have no opportunity left." As he slowly rose, he raised his left hand, conjuring a dark red energy sphere. While the onlookers may have felt indifferent towards this egg-sized orb, both Sun Yu and Lana could distinctly sense the terrifying energy it contained. In that instant, Lana understood precisely why Sun Yu feared this individual. Hill grasped Lana's arm tightly, recognizing the unprecedented fear reflected in their eyes. This egg-sized energy sphere represented Lord Beerus's erasure sphere. Should it be unleashed, planet Vegeta would meet its end without Frieza's intervention, and this tale could conclude prematurely. However, even a cornered rabbit may bite, and Sun Yu would not allow Beerus to annihilate planet Vegeta without resistance. The thought of their demise and the image of Bulma waiting for his return ignited a furious resolve within him. With unrestrained anger, he pointed at Beerus and exclaimed, "Hey, my lord, I have tolerated you for long enough. Dare you accept my challenge?" The crowd gasped in disbelief, and Beerus, amused by Sun Yu's audacious remark, chuckled. Whis covered his mouth, stifling laughter. This lad is truly entertaining, even while hurling insults with such formality. Beerus smirked disdainfully, flicking his finger to dissipate the terrifying erasure sphere into a wisp of smoke. Instantly, Sun Yu and Lana felt as though they had shed an immense burden. Beerus, gazing coldly at Sun Yu, inquired, "How many years has it been since anyone dared to challenge me?" "Ha ha ha, young man. Do not say I have not granted you this opportunity. If you can defeat me, this matter shall be forgotten, but should you lose, you shall all perish." As the audience absorbed the gravity of their exchange, it escalated into a life-or-death wager. They erupted into a frenzy, unaware of the true stakes at hand. Once Sun Wukong is defeated, not only will he perish, but the entire planet Vegeta will meet its doom. Will they still be so exhilarated then? In order to prevent anyone from accusing me of bullying you, I shall grant you 3 moves. Beerus, with arms crossed and a calm demeanor, awaited Sun Wukong's attack. Humph, under the bright sun and clear skies, why must there be violence? Only a savage monkey would relish in incessant brawls. Today, We shall not engage in combat. Sun Wukong, pointing an accusatory finger at Beerus, exclaimed with an air of superiority. Hey, Caulifla, you've gone and mocked him again. Lana's face darkened, prompting Kale to swiftly apologize to the surrounding, outraged Saiyans. Sun Yu turned his head and softly murmured, why bother with so much now? I have my own methods. With that, he pulled out a handful of universal capsules from his pocket and tossed them out with a resounding clap. Instantly, the spacious food street was piled high with delectable dishes resembling small hills. These culinary delights were brought by Sun Yu from Earth, preserved in the universal capsules, ensuring they remained as fresh and enticing as if just out of the oven. Not only were the onlookers around him astounded, but even the ancient beings Beerus and Whis were taken aback. They prided themselves on having tasted various delicacies throughout the universe. Yet the mountainous food before them was unlike anything they had ever seen or smelled. The most crucial aspect was that just a mere glance ignited a fervent desire to taste. At this moment, Sun Yu had tied on an apron and sat down confidently to the side. With a disdainful glance at Beerus, he declared, Are you afraid? I challenge you to a contest of devouring this feast, to see who can eat more and faster. If you're too timid to compete, you might as well concede now. Kid, what did you say? Do you believe I won't obliterate you right now? Beerus exclaimed, wiping the drool from his mouth and glaring fiercely at Sun Yu. Unexpectedly, a light laughter emanated from behind Beerus. Oh ho ho, this soft and fluffy treat is simply delightful. It melts in the mouth and leaves a lingering fragrance. What is this called? Whis inquired, already indulging in the delicacy. That's called pudding, Sun Yu replied, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead and forcing a smile. Pudding? What a delicious name, Whis remarked, taking another piece to savor. Beerus, visibly displeased, retorted, Hey, Whis, those are for my contest with that brat. You can't eat them. With that, Beerus pushed Whis aside and lunged toward the mountainous earth delicacies. Kid, bring out the utensils. I accept your challenge. When Sun Yu proposed this culinary competition, Lana felt as though the world was spinning. She thought Sun Yu was merely jesting, although she was unsure of the true nature of this being. The overwhelming aura he exuded suggested he was undoubtedly one of the rare powerhouses in the universe. Would a being of such caliber truly agree to such a trivial contest? To her astonishment, he had indeed accepted. Lana felt her worldview shatter and 3 dark lines appeared on her forehead as she muttered softly. That fool would forsake all dignity for food. Sil quietly tugged at Lana's sleeve, signaling her to remain silent. Thus, the mother and daughter duo prepared to cut a watermelon in half, intending to quietly observe the unfolding drama as bewildered spectators. However, just as Beerus, equipped with utensils and a white apron, took notice of them, his nose twitched. He suddenly turned to Lana, his gaze icy, and with a swift motion, he appeared directly in front of her, looming over her. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Did you not accept Kale's challenge? What brings you here? Lana was taken aback by Beerus's sudden appearance, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. Sun Yu's heart, which he had finally managed to set at ease, suddenly quivered with concern as he cast a worried glance towards Lana and her daughter. Hill. Young lady, what is that you are holding? Please tell me. Beerus, maintaining a facade of composure, discreetly wiped his mouth, his eyes still ablaze with menace. It appeared he was coveting the watermelon in Lana's grasp. With a faint smile, Lana presented the watermelon and explained, Esteemed sir, this is called a watermelon. It is a type of fruit. Upon hearing this, the fury in Beerus's eyes intensified. He turned to glare at Sun Yu and bellowed, Hey kid, why is there no such fruit in our provisions? Are you hiding some delightful treasure from me? Hurry and produce it. I would not wish for our contest to be marred by unfairness. God of destruction, your dignity lies in ruins. Do you not intend to reclaim it? Beerus nonchalantly accepted the watermelon Lana offered, opened his mouth wide, and swallowed the half-basketball-sized fruit whole, crunching it noisily. As he chewed, he commented, Not bad, not bad. However, the outer rind is somewhat tough, and the seeds inside are rather obtrusive, detracting from the overall aesthetic of this delicacy. Whis, in contrast, discreetly took the watermelon from Hill's hands. Unlike Beerus, he produced a spoon from seemingly nowhere, gently scooping out a piece of the fruit and elegantly placing it in his mouth. Oh ho ho! This fruit is fragrant and delightful, sweet upon the palate, and exceedingly refreshing. A perfect treat for such sweltering weather. Ugh, what a hassle! Beerus exclaimed, lifting his head with disdain as he returned to his own table. That is utterly misguided. Sun Yu looked at Beerus with an expression of exasperation. At Sun Yu's words, Beerus immediately erupted in anger, Kid, say that again, and believe me, I shall obliterate you right now. Sun Yu let out a slow, disdainful snort, exclaiming, you truly comprehend nothing. As a genuine connoisseur of cuisine, one must cultivate an appreciation for the culinary arts. Particularly when indulging in gastronomic delights, it is imperative to approach the experience with a pilgrim's heart. Do not hastily judge the merits of a dish based on its unremarkable appearance, nor harbor resentment over its intricate preparation. A true Epicurean can always savor the essence of food with a tranquil disposition. Upon hearing these words, the crowd was stirred, and Beerus stood in stunned silence. Throughout his endless existence, he had never encountered such wisdom, or rather, no one had ever dared to convey such truths to him. Meanwhile, Whis discreetly accepted a small box of universal capsules that Lana had handed him, his eyes sparkling with delight as they crinkled into a crescent moon shape. Sun Yu gazed skyward, his eyes fixed at a melancholic yet radiant 45-degree angle. With his hands clasped behind his back, he spoke in a tone imbued with profound solitude. This world is not lacking in delicacies. It merely suffers from a scarcity of discerning eyes to perceive them. My dear friend, do not allow your impatient heart to obscure your vision. Lana, upon hearing this, scoffed derisively. I've never encountered a gourmand who articulated such sentiments with such elegance. A gentle breeze caressed Sun Yu's attire, causing his hair to flutter gracefully, striking a pose reminiscent of an ethereal sage. Surprisingly, Beerus refrained from retorting Sun Yu's words, merely huffing in irritation as he turned his head away. Despite his inner dissatisfaction, his body betrayed him, as he eagerly seized a turkey leg from the table and voraciously stuffed it into his mouth. Hey, we haven't even started yet. How can you begin feasting already? Referee, I protest. Sun Yu exclaimed loudly, but his cries fell on deaf ears. When he glanced over, he noticed Whis, along with Lana and her daughter, seated together, joyfully indulging in watermelon. How infuriating. Sun Yu muttered under his breath, unwilling to be outdone, and he launched his own offensive against the food before him. As time trickled by, the crowd of onlookers gradually dispersed. A few misguided souls attempted to interrupt the contest between Sun Yu and Beerus, but were swiftly dispatched by Whis' staff. As the sun began its descent, the mounds of delectable treats before Sun Yu and Beerus were gradually obliterated. Naturally, Sun Yu knew he could not truly challenge a deity's capacity for consumption with a mere mortal's appetite. Yet, with a glimmer of cunning in his eye, he quietly lifted a small dish of peas, ready to employ his own strategy. Sun Yu's actions captivated Beerus, as he delicately pinched a pea between his fingers and tossed it into his mouth. The delightful crunching sounds echoed, and Sun Yu displayed an expression of sheer ecstasy, exclaiming, delicious, absolutely delicious. Beerus cast a glance at the chaos strewn across his own table and finally noticed a small dish of dark green, shriveled beans tucked away in the corner near Sun Yu's table. What is this curious item? How did I overlook it earlier? Beerus inquired, mimicking Sun Yu's gesture as he picked up a shriveled bean and brought it to his nose for a sniff, driven by curiosity. Sun Yu cast a lascivious glance at Beerus, a faint smile gracing his lips as he mused. Of course, you have never encountered such a thing. This is an exquisite dish I discreetly added to your meal while your attention was elsewhere. A 300-year-old high-concentration alcohol-infused bean, guaranteed to overwhelm you. With this thought lingering in his mind, Sun Yu picked up a regular bean from his bowl and tossed it into his mouth. One of these mystical beans could sustain an ordinary person for 10 days, and this small plate of beans represented Sun Yu's ultimate trump card, complemented by the food he had consumed earlier. Even the god of destruction, Beerus, would eventually reach his limits. To secure victory in this contest, Sun Yu spared no expense. If he could triumph over Beerus, not only would the crisis on planet Vegeta be averted, but he could also cultivate a rapport with Beerus, achieving a remarkable feat. There was no need to worry about Beerus turning against him in defeat. As a connoisseur as a deity of integrity, he would surely honor his word. Beerus sensed that the seemingly ordinary bean before him was anything but typical. He picked one up and popped it into his mouth, crunching down on it. His eyes widened in surprise. It was indeed delightful, rich in flavor, and wonderfully chewy. Without hesitation, he poured the entire small plate of mystical beans into his mouth. Witnessing this, Sun Yu raised an eyebrow, feeling an overwhelming sense of pride. Look at that, the god of destruction has fallen under my spell. The two continued their indulgent feast, but Sun Yu was now nearing his limit. Fortunately for him, Beerus's condition appeared even more dire. It was evident that the effects of the mystical beans had already taken hold, Beerus's belly was protruding significantly, and he was relying solely on sheer willpower to endure, preventing his imminent defeat. Sun Yu glanced at Beerus, whose throat was nearly overflowing with food, raising an eyebrow. If you can't handle it, just concede quickly. If mere glances could kill, Beerus would have annihilated Sun Yu 1,000,000 times over in his mind. Despite being a creature as insignificant as an ant, Sun Yu repeatedly dared to challenge his authority. Yet, if given another chance, Beerus would unhesitatingly accept Sun Yu's challenge once more, for the food was simply too delectable. At that moment, on the table before them lay a plate of takoyaki, each containing 12 pieces. This meant that whoever finished the 12 takoyaki first would be crowned the victor of this culinary contest. Kid, I see you're struggling too. If you lose, I will ensure you find no rest in death. Beerus growled menacingly, his voice rumbling from deep within. He then extended a trembling hand, using a skewer to pick up a piece of takoyaki. The golden, glistening balls of octopus were fragrant enough to be detected from afar. Yet, even in the face of such an unprecedented delicacy, Beerus found himself devoid of the strength to open his mouth, fearing that doing so would cause him to regurgitate everything he had previously consumed. I cannot lose when I finally have the chance to savor such deliciousness. A glint of determination flashed in Beerus's eyes as he abruptly shoved the takoyaki into his mouth, tilting his head back in a concerted effort to swallow it. Sun Yu, unwilling to be outdone, simultaneously skewered 2 octopus balls and swallowed them whole. Both individuals reclined in their chairs, breath becoming exceptionally labored. Kid, if you concede now, I promise not to annihilate you. What do you say? Beerus gazed feebly at Sun Yu, feeling as though the food in his stomach was nearly lodged in his throat. Humph. Without victory, I would rather perish. This challenge is not a matter of life and death, but rather the honor of a gourmet. Upon finishing his declaration, Sun Yu abruptly straightened, seizing the remaining plate of octopus balls and forcefully shoving them into his mouth. You scoundrel! Beerus exclaimed, witnessing Sun Yu devour the last of the octopus balls. Unwilling to accept defeat, he suddenly unleashed a formidable aura that caused the very heavens to tremble. A purplish-red energy enveloped Beerus, and Sun Yu's heart jolted. He sensed not a trace of his opponent's presence. Yet the overwhelming sense of impending doom rendered his breath nearly suspended. The divine aura of a god is imperceptible to mortals, yet the majesty of such power reverberated throughout the cosmos. Goodness, is it truly necessary to unleash such overwhelming force over a mere handful of octopus balls? Thoughts raced through Sun Yu's mind, and he suddenly perceived that the plate in Beerus's hands was indeed worthy of reverence. For it was about to be consumed by a deity, one who would unleash all his might to partake in them. This situation aptly illustrates the notion of using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. In an instant, as Beerus unleashed his full power, Sun Yu also raised his plate, pouring the remaining octopus balls into his mouth. He paid no heed to chewing, swallowing 10 balls in one go. Gulp, gulp. The surrounding crowd had nearly dispersed. After all, watching others indulge in delicious food could easily incite hunger. They returned to their respective homes, leaving only a few, along with Whis and the mother-daughter duo of Lenaxel. Their eyes were fixated on Sun Yu and Beerus, for the outcome of this contest was on the verge of revelation. Would the fate of planet Vegeta be mere survival or premature annihilation? Gulp, gulp. Both competitors swallowed the final octopus balls simultaneously, and Sun Yu slumped wearily in his chair, contemplating the divine physique of a god. Thankfully, he had discreetly provided Beerus with a plate of senza beans, or else he would have been thoroughly defeated long ago. Now, a tie seemed to be a splendid outcome. Beerus also relinquished his divine aura, collapsing onto a chair and gently rubbing his belly as he silently digested the food within. At that moment, Whis approached, gazing gently at the two, and announced, "It appears the results of the competition are in. Therefore, congratulations to this gentleman, for you are the victor of this contest." Hey Whis, did you accept a bribe from them? It was clearly a tie, yet you declare him the winner. You must clarify this. Beerus bellowed in exasperation. Indeed, I did accept their bribe. Whis extracted a small box of universal capsules from his pocket and waved it before Beerus. To his astonishment, he shamelessly admitted it. Nonetheless, the verdict remained just. Whis elucidated, "Have you forgotten? I initially consumed 2 puddings from your food stash. Hence your provisions are fewer than those of this gentleman. How infuriating. I also devoured half a watermelon. Why do you not mention that?" Beerus erupted in fury. "No one compelled you to eat. It was your own desire. Am I to be blamed?" Sun Wukong spread his hands, feigning innocence. "Humph. This deity shall not lower himself to the level of mere mortals. Beerus turned his face away, his demeanor radiating an air of superiority. Sun Wukong discovered that after his recent provocation of the god of destruction, Beerus, the latter displayed no sign of anger. It seemed that the allure of exquisite cuisine had indeed fostered a slight familiarity between them. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Wukong summoned his courage and approached Beerus, resting a hand upon his shoulder. With a playful glint in his eye, he exclaimed, "Today's feast was delightful. Let us schedule a time to indulge in another sumptuous meal. Fear not, my friend, for the treat shall be on me." Initially, Beerus felt a wave of distaste at Sun Wukong's casual display of camaraderie, as the fragile rapport they had built crumbled in an instant. However, upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, Beerus's ears perked up, and he turned to him, softly inquiring, "Do you truly mean that?" "Indeed," Sun Wukong replied earnestly, "let us speak plainly. I am aware of a place that boasts the finest culinary ingredients and unparalleled cooking techniques in the universe. The mere morsels we savored earlier were but a fraction of the myriad delicacies that await us on that distant planet. Next time, I shall take you there, and you may feast to your heart's content." Sun Yu abruptly patted Beerus on the shoulder, causing a fleeting moment of bewilderment to flicker across the latter's eyes. The delicacy he had just savored was but a mere fraction of the countless culinary delights that the planet had to offer. What sort of place was it? A veritable paradise of gastronomy? Whis, too, gazed upon Sun Yu with a look of yearning, offering him a benevolent smile. "Let us forge a friendship. I am Sun Yu, and my Saiyan name is Kelsis," Sun Yu proclaimed earnestly, extending his hand towards Beerus. Beerus paused momentarily, only to swiftly grasp Sun Yu's intention. How amusing, he mused, that this fellow sought to befriend him. Did a god of destruction truly require companions? "Withdraw your hand," he commanded, his tone dripping with disdain. "I am Beerus, the god of destruction of this universe, and this is my attendant, Whis." Beerus raised his chin, looking down upon Sun Yu with a haughty air. "Do not mistake my earlier words about your annihilation as mere jest. I wield the power of destruction across the cosmos. With but a thought, I could obliterate countless stars." At that moment, Lana and Hill finally comprehended Beerus's true identity, gasping in astonishment. Although Sun Yu had long known the identities of Beerus and Whis, his heart inevitably raced a little faster when Beerus spoke so solemnly. "Therefore, do not foolishly entertain the notion of getting close to this deity. We exist on different planes." Having said this, Beerus yawned, turned, and departed, leaving Whis behind. Sun Yu gazed at the suddenly serious Beerus, his emotions a tangle of complexities. He had anticipated numerous scenarios, yet he overlooked a crucial detail in the original Dragon Ball narrative. The reason Son Goku could forge a friendship with Beerus was that after transforming into a Super Saiyan God, he possessed the strength to challenge deities, earning their recognition. However, Sun Yu's current meager combat power appeared to Beerus as nothing more than that of an insignificant insect. Indeed, differences in stature can preclude friendship. Yet, I shall one day ascend to your realm and boldly challenge you, Lord Beerus. Sun Yu silently watched the retreating figures of Beerus and Whis, a fierce determination igniting within his heart. Once Beerus and Whis had departed, Lana and her daughter Hill approached Sun Yu, expressing their concern. "Kale, are you all right? That fellow truly is a deity? He seemed more like a ravenous ghost returned to life." Sun Yu chuckled awkwardly, explaining, "He is indeed a deity, albeit one with a particular fondness for gourmet food. Were it not for the delicacies presented to him earlier, everything on planet Vegeta would have been reduced to cosmic dust." A shudder of apprehension swept through the group upon hearing this. Since Sun Yu still needed to discuss the expedition plans with Lana and Hill, they quickly returned to Uncle Ollie's abode. In the sky, Beerus sat cross-legged in a meditative posture, while Whis stood beside him, a smile gracing his face as he remarked, "Lord Beerus, that fellow named Sun Yu is quite an amusing character." "Humph." Beerus raised his head, displaying a disdainful expression. "I understand what you imply. His combat power is indeed superior to many. Yet, what does that matter? Before me, he is ultimately but an insect. Are you attempting to mask the embarrassment of having lost to him earlier?" Whis stifled a laugh. "Hey, Whis, what nonsense are you spouting? How could I possibly care about such trivial matters? Not in the slightest." Beerus bellowed. With a swift motion, the two arrived at the royal palace of planet Vegeta, striding confidently inside without drawing the attention of the guards. Having ascended to the level of deities, should they wish to remain concealed from mortals, not even the most diligent search would yield any results. Within the palace of Vegeta, the structure was grand, with every 5 steps leading to a level. and every 10 steps to a corridor, adorned with towering walls intricately carved with various majestic beasts and exotic birds. In the grand hall, a lavish banquet table overflowed with exquisite delicacies. At that moment, King Vegeta sat leisurely on his throne, enjoying refreshments, when a cold voice suddenly pierced the silence of the vast hall. King Vegeta, long time no see. Who goes there? An assassin. Accompanying the abrupt proclamation were two indistinct shadows. King Vegeta's heart raced. His first instinct was to perceive an assassin attempting to strike him down. The ability to approach him undetected was a mark of an exceptionally rare and powerful individual. He abruptly sprang from his chair, and the surrounding guards swiftly encircled him, displaying a resolute determination to protect King Vegeta. However, when King Vegeta fixed his gaze upon the nonchalantly seated Beerus and Whis, his legs weakened in terror. "Your Excellency Beerus, I pay my respects." King Vegeta reluctantly approached and knelt on one knee. The guards stood in stunned silence. They had never witnessed the proud King Vegeta kneeling before anyone, not even the formidable Frieza. "Why are you still here? Depart at once." King Vegeta signaled to the guards, who, as if awakening from a dream, promptly dispersed. Once they vacated the hall, an oppressive silence enveloped the space. King Vegeta, eyeing the indifferent Beerus, strained to muster a smile and inquired, "Might I ask what brings your Excellency to my humble abode? It happens to be dinner time. I wonder if your Excellency would graciously allow me to extend my hospitality?" Upon hearing King Vegeta's words, Beerus cast a cold glance at the exquisite delicacies laid out on the table, then suddenly lifted his foot and stomped it onto King Vegeta's face, exclaiming in fury, "Do you intend to serve this refuse to a beggar? Is this fit for human consumption? I doubt even pigs would eat such slop." Having recently indulged in the gourmet delicacies brought by Son Goku from Earth, Beerus held the culinary offerings of other civilizations in utter disdain, deeming what King Vegeta considered lavish to be no better than swine fodder. With Beerus's foot pressing down on him like an imposing mountain, King Vegeta strained against the ground, yet no amount of effort could liberate him from the weight upon him. "Do you understand why I have come to seek you today? King Vegeta, you have audacity. The last time I requested you procure for me the most comfortable pillow in the universe, you delivered it, only to keep it for yourself, presenting me with the second, most comfortable one instead. Do you realize the consequences of your actions? I have suffered from insomnia ever since." Upon hearing Beerus's words, sweat poured from King Vegeta's brow as he hastily pleaded, "Your Excellency Beerus, I acknowledge my fault and implore you for another chance." Beerus's eyes glimmered with cold fury, causing King Vegeta to tremble, his garments soaked with cold sweat. After a prolonged silence, Beerus let out a disdainful huff. "Pray for mercy. Today you are fortunate to encounter me in a benevolent mood. I shall grant you another opportunity. Present me with the most comfortable pillow in the entire universe. Otherwise, there will be no need for the existence of Planet Vegeta." After speaking, Beerus forcefully stamped his foot, driving King Vegeta's entire face into the ground before he ceased his actions. Standing up, Beerus brushed off non-existent dust from his attire and was about to depart with Whis when he noticed a figure hiding behind a stone pillar in the corner of the hall. Before the peeping individual could react, Whis swiftly moved behind the pillar and looked down to find a child, approximately 4 to 5 years old, whom he effortlessly lifted. "Let go of me. How dare you underestimate me? I will kill you." The child was none other than Prince Vegeta, the prodigious son of King Vegeta, known as a once-in-a-century genius. At that moment, he was being pinched by Whis by the collar, struggling to strike back with his tiny arms. "Vegeta, do not be disrespectful to this esteemed gentleman." King Vegeta reprimanded his son sternly, fearing that Vegeta might provoke the wrath of Lord Beerus's attendant, which could spell disaster for their planet. "Oh ho ho, so it is the noble Prince Vegeta. A pleasure to meet you." Whis gently set Vegeta down and floated back to Beerus's side. The scene of Beerus trampling over King Vegeta had not escaped the young prince's notice, and for the first time, his innocent heart was profoundly shaken by such a display of power. Anger surged within him, fueled by the realization that someone dared to bully his father. Now released by Whis, Vegeta hung his head low, tears of humiliation welling in his eyes, unable to comprehend how a noble Saiyan king could be so feeble. In that moment, he harbored a deep-seated hatred for his ineffectual father and a loathing for his own inability to resist. A seed of vengeance was quietly sown in his heart. Beerus yawned widely, his drowsy gaze falling on King Vegeta as he remarked, "I hope you prove to be a wise man." With that, he settled cross-legged behind Whis, resting a hand on his shoulder. Suddenly, a flash of white light enveloped them, and the master and servant vanished without a trace. As the radiant light dissipated, King Vegeta collapsed onto the ground, haunted by the chilling aura that Beerus exuded, which left him feeling as though he had plunged into a bottomless abyss of despair. Humph. Useless. Vegeta coldly glared at his father before turning away without a backward glance. The vast hall was left with only the fallen King Vegeta, his countenance ashen, lost in contemplation, seemingly unaffected by his son's departure. Upon returning to Uncle Ollie's home, son Wukong recounted the recent encounter to Uncle Ollie, who listened with a sigh of dismay. Just recently, he had come to understand the terrifying nature of Frieza, and now, another formidable being, the god of destruction Beerus, had emerged, rendering the world increasingly perilous. As one's strength grows, so too does their perspective, allowing glimpses into realms beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. This is both a blessing and a curse, Sun Yu couldn't help but exclaim. Uncle Ollie nodded in agreement, stating, indeed, for many ordinary individuals, simply living a stable life is sufficient. The plethora of experiences can easily overwhelm them. However, as Saiyans, a warrior race, upon realizing the existence of so many formidable beings in the universe, I genuinely feel elated. In the past, due to limited perspective, Uncle Ollie believed that a combat power of 4,000 to 5,000 was the pinnacle. The 10,000 combat power of King Vegeta seemed an insurmountable barrier. Yet, Sun Yu's emergence made him understand that he had consistently underestimated the potential of the Saiyans. Through these days of intense and effective training, both Uncle Ollie and Aunt Hill have surpassed the significant threshold of 10,000 in combat power. They possess abundant combat experience and profound foundations. Under Sun Yu's meticulous guidance, they swiftly mastered the control of Ki, resulting in an explosive growth in their combat abilities. Such growth was previously unimaginable for them. Subsequently, Sun Yu explained the expedition plan to Ranna and Hill. Ranna expressed her willingness to follow Sun Yu wherever he went, and Hill also agreed to abide by her husband's arrangements. Thus, the expedition plan was firmly established. With a few days left for preparations before departure, Sun Yu idly reclined on the sofa in Uncle Ollie's home, casually picking up a personnel list sent by Alanx for this journey. He considered the delicate relationship between King Vegeta and Frieza. Consequently, Vegeta Planet was subtly divided into two factions. One faction, predominantly composed of the upper and middle tiers, leaned towards King Vegeta. Most of them were dissatisfied with Frieza's rule and yearned for the Saiyans to reclaim their autonomy. Since Uncle Ollie's family could be considered mid-tier warriors of Vegeta Planet, Sun Yu and Ranna were summoned back from Earth by King Vegeta, a tactic employed by the king to attract more mid-tier warriors. The other faction mainly comprised lower-tier individuals who, due to their status in the lower echelons of Vegeta Planet society, were often overlooked by the so-called elite. Coupled with the Saiyan admiration for strength, Frieza's presence provided them with an opportunity to prove their worth. Thus, many uninformed lower-tier Saiyans firmly supported Frieza's legion. Consequently, the personnel list in Sun Yu's hands predominantly consisted of members from this second faction. Sun Yu was not concerned that these individuals would betray him in favor of Frieza, as the list had been meticulously screened, excluding those staunch loyalists favored by Frieza's army. The remaining individuals were cast aside by the upper elite of Vegeta Planet, merely striving to survive through their own efforts. In comparison to the aloof King Vegeta, they revered those who could directly lead them. It was precisely for this reason that Sun Yu allowed them to join his faction. After casually browsing through the list for a while, he was suddenly captivated by a name, Bardock. Sun Yu rubbed his eyes vigorously. The name Bardock was certainly not unfamiliar to him. Renowned as the father of the legendary son Wukong, Bardock, a low-ranking warrior himself, had ascended to become one of the few formidable fighters on planet Vegeta through sheer determination. In the Dragon Ball anime, Bardock was injured by a native of Kanasa with the mystical fist, after which he foresaw the annihilation of the Saiyan race. He was also the first Saiyan to resist the Frieza Force, and Sun Yu vividly recalled the scene where Bardock bravely confronted Frieza alone. To his astonishment, Bardock now possessed a battle power of 6,000. Sun Yu gazed in disbelief at the supplementary information on the list, which indicated Bardock's current battle power was 6,000, a level typically seen only among the elite families of planet Vegeta. Yet, this lowly warrior had achieved such heights through his relentless effort. Of course, Bardock's wife, Jine, and his eldest son, Raditz, were also mentioned in the list. Son Wukong did not appear as he had been sent to Earth prematurely. The thought of Son Wukong, far away on Earth, brought a smile to Sun Yu's face. He wondered how the young Wukong was faring now, although he had already alerted Grandpa Gohan. He still couldn't shake off the worry that Grandpa Gohan might not have timely removed Wukong's tail, and he hoped that when he returned to Earth, he wouldn't find himself trampled by the little one. Having learned a considerable amount about the martial philosophy of the Turtle School, Sun Yu considered himself a friend across generations with Gohan. Therefore, he could awkwardly claim to be a senior to little Wukong, which meant he would have to address Bardock as brother. Although Bardock was not a disciple of the Turtle School, he was, after all, Wukong's biological father, which established a familial hierarchy that could not be overlooked. Sun Yu chuckled self-deprecatingly, realizing that he had unwittingly opened such an expansive train of thought. He shook his head and called out towards the door, awakens. Shortly thereafter, the eager young Saiyan, who was always willing to run errands for Sun Yu, entered. He stood respectfully before Sun Yu, bowing slightly to show his reverence, and inquired, "My Lord Kyle, how may I assist you?" Sun Yu handed over the list, pointing to the Bedak family, and said, "I wish to meet this individual. Can you fetch him for me?" Alex glanced at the name Sun Yu indicated, contemplated for a moment, and replied, "Of course, my lord. I shall find him immediately." "Wait." Sun Yu waved his hand and abruptly stood up from the sofa. "Never mind. I shall go to see him myself. Please lead the way." "Yes, Lord Kyle." Alex was somewhat bewildered, unable to fathom why Sun Yu felt the need to meet this person in person. "If I may be so bold, my lord, what is your purpose in visiting him? Has he offended you in some manner?" No, Sun Yu casually explained. "It is merely that his child and I share a connection, and I am compelled by curiosity to meet him." Having regarded Alex as his confidant, Sun Yu felt little need to conceal his thoughts. "I see. Very well, Lord Kyle. Let us proceed." Alex wisely refrained from pressing further, understanding that it was best to respect his master's discretion. Due to his humble origins as a low-ranking warrior, Bedak resided in a modest neighborhood on the outskirts of the royal city. Alex had previously lived in that area as well. However, since aligning himself with Sun Yu, he had secured a rental in a middle-class residential district, arranged by Uncle Ali. Sun Yu and Alex flew together to the civilian district. Gazing down at the crowded streets and the dire ecological conditions below, Alex felt a wave of emotion wash over him. He once again realized that his unwavering decision to follow Sun Yu was the wisest choice he had ever made in life. "Lord Kyle, the small house ahead is Bedak's residence. Let us prepare for our descent." Sun Yu followed the direction pointed out by Alex and indeed spotted an old, low house. Though somewhat dilapidated, it was immaculately clean both inside and out. It was evident that this was the handiwork of Bedak's virtuous wife, Jine. According to the information available, Jine was merely an ordinary Saiyan woman, lacking prowess in battle. Thus, she had secured a position in the city that involved handling logistical duties. Sun Yu and Alex descended from the sky, arriving at Bedak's doorstep. Before Sun Yu could knock on the door, Bedak had already sensed his approach through the combat power detector. With a creaking sound, the door swung open, and Bedak stepped out. His arms crossed over his chest as he regarded Sun Yu coldly. "What brings you two here uninvited?" he inquired. Sun Yu scrutinized the person before him, and indeed, the hairstyle resembled that of the young Wukong. However, this Bardock had yet to endure the battle on planet Kinesa, and his visage appeared remarkably youthful. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Kelses, but you may also refer to me as Sun Yu. This is my attendant, Aranxis." Sun Yu stated with a faint smile. Upon hearing Sun Yu's introduction, Bardock furrowed his brow, recalling that just a few days prior, he had received an invitation from a team called the Urban Management Brigade to participate in an expedition. Even his wife, Jine, had been recruited as a logistical staff member. The generous remuneration offered compelled him to accept. "I have heard of you. You are the one who killed the original leader of the rep team, Rielton, and subsequently took over his squad, correct? So, it is you who has extended the invitation to me?" Bardock inquired, studying the seemingly youthful figure before him, struggling to associate this individual with the formidable warrior rumored to have slain Rielton. Habitually, he pressed the button on his power-level scouter, which still displayed a meager reading of 1200. Bardock gently removed the scouter from his ear and crushed it with a swift motion, chuckling. "Indeed, as the rumors suggest. Nearly 1,200 in battle power, who would believe that? Hey, even if that gadget was a gift from Frisia, you shouldn't treat it so dismissively." Bardock stepped forward, his eyes ablaze with combat fervor. Since the scouter could not discern Sun Yu's true strength, he decided to engage personally. For it is often said that Saiyans are fervent warriors at heart. "How dare you show such disrespect to Lord Kelses?" Aranxis interjected, recognizing Bardock's intent to challenge Sun Yu and moving to thwart him. At that moment, Jine, alerted by the commotion outside, hurried out, her eyes filled with concern. Followed closely by Bardock's eldest son, Raditz. "My dear, what is happening?" Jine inquired, peeking out with a gentle gaze. Her petite figure starkly contrasting with the imposing presence of Bardock. Bardock suddenly retracted his proud demeanor, turning to regard his wife with tenderness. "It's nothing, just an acquaintance." Uncertain of Sun Yu's true intentions, Bardock hesitated to reveal his identity, not wanting to cause Jine unnecessary worry. "Then why not invite them in for a seat?" Jine suggested, offering a sweet smile to Sun Yu and Aranxus. In truth, Sun Yu was rather inclined to accept the invitation for tea. However, he noticed Bardock's predatory gaze fixated upon him, as if agreeing to Jine's invitation would lead to mutual destruction. "No, it is unnecessary." Sun Yu offered an awkward smile as Bardock abruptly seized him and soared into the sky. He waved at Jine, saying, "I have something to attend to momentarily. I'll take my leave now, goodbye." Before his words could fully dissipate, he whisked Sun Yu away towards the distant suburbs. Acknowledging Bardock's intentions, Alanx bowed respectfully to Mrs. Jine before pursuing them. Jine, displeased, pouted and turned to the young Raditz behind her, lamenting, "Your father truly is something else, perpetually a source of worry." Before long, the trio arrived at a desolate wilderness where the civilian district melded with the distant horizon. Surrounding them was an expanse of barren yellow earth. A fierce wind swept through, stirring a cloud of dust across the wasteland. Bardock and Sun Yu stood facing each other, while Alanx positioned himself a short distance behind Sun Yu. "There's no reason to visit unless there's a purpose. Speak. What brings you here today?" Bardock clenched his fists, the intensity of his battle spirit growing ever more palpable. Sun Yu smiled faintly and inquired, "If I were to say that I came to discuss life and ideals with you, would you believe me?" He continued, "Spare me the trivialities. Will you speak the truth or not?" Bardock's agitation was palpable, revealing his impatience for any verbal sparring with Sun Yu. Truly a dull individual. Sun Yu casually cleaned his ears and remarked with an air of composure, "In truth, I have indeed come to discuss life with you. However, it pertains to your life. Before you lies two paths. The first path is to follow me." Before Sun Yu could articulate the second option, Bardock promptly interrupted, exclaiming, "I choose the second path." Sun Yu smiled, casting a knowing glance at Bardock, and said, "Aren't you curious about what the second option entails before hastily making your choice? That second path is one where I will continue to strike until you yield." "Ha." Bardock chuckled heartily at Sun Yu's words, clutching his belly in amusement. "I must admit, you possess quite the sense of humor. However, I advise you not to regard me as a worthless fool like Laird Tun, or you shall find yourself in a world of trouble." No sooner had he spoken than Bardock surged forward like a bolt of lightning, lunging at Sun Yu. Yet, Sun Yu appeared unfazed, standing his ground without flinching. Alanx, watching from behind, felt a surge of anxiety. "Lord Kale, danger." "Ha, got you, you fool." As Bardock closed in within a mere yard of Sun Yu, he conjured a fist-sized energy sphere in his right hand and hurled it towards him. Swish. A sharp sound sliced through the air as Bardock's hand penetrated what he thought was Sun Yu's body, only to discover that he was staring into an empty space. "What? This is impossible." Bardock could hardly believe his eyes. He had distinctly seen his energy sphere strike Sun Yu. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Sun Yu had vanished. "After Image Fist," Alanx exclaimed excitedly, recognizing the technique. He recalled witnessing Sun Yu utilize it during a practice session with Uncle Ollie, which had left him in awe of Sun Yu's prowess. "Damn, where are you?" Bardock searched frantically, but found no trace of Sun Yu. Drawing upon his years of combat experience, he suddenly looked up, only to be met with a flying kick aimed directly at him. Bang! A muffled thud echoed as Bardock was sent sprawling several dozen meters away, kicking up a cloud of dust upon impact with the ground. Sun Yu gracefully landed on one foot, placing his hands on his hips as he called out to the distance, "Hey, Bardock, couldn't you take this a bit more seriously? Otherwise, it loses all meaning." Bardock struggled to rise, brushing off the dust from his body, and with a self-deprecating smile, remarked, "Ha, to think I was underestimated by a mere child. How embarrassing. So, does this mean you are finally going to take it seriously?" Sun Yu observed Bardock with intrigue, genuinely curious about his true combat prowess, wondering if there might be an unexpected surprise. "Indeed, just don't wet your pants in fear." With that, Bardock clenched his fists tightly, his entire body trembling, as a terrifying aura began to brew around him. Although Sun Yu lacked a combat power detector, he had already achieved a profound understanding of martial realms, allowing him to keenly perceive the combat prowess of others. Before him stood Bardock, whose battle strength was escalating with astonishing velocity 6,200, 6,680, 7,000. As Bardock's power surged past 7,000, it eventually steadied at a formidable 7,650. It was truly unexpected. As a lowly warrior born from humble beginnings, he had attained a combat power that rivaled even the esteemed noble families within the royal city. Sun Yu regarded Bardock with a look of genuine admiration. Humph! Bardock felt a tremor within, for Sun Yu had accurately proclaimed his battle strength without the aid of any detector. The sensation of being so thoroughly seen was rather unsettling. Enough talk, prepare yourself. With that, he resolved to engage Sun Yu, who, in turn, suppressed his own energy to a strength of 6,000. Sun Yu genuinely wished to spar with this legendary figure, eager to discern who would prevail in a contest of similar power levels. To earn Bardock's respect, it was imperative to confront him on equal footing. Overwhelming him with superior strength would only incite rebellion rather than genuine loyalty. As Sun Yu emitted an aura of 6,000, Bardock's gaze sharpened. Years of combat experience alerted him that this youth was far more formidable than he appeared, like a treasured sword sheath, poised to unleash devastation upon drawing forth its blade. Yet, what did it matter? Engaging with a strong opponent was the lifelong ambition of the warrior race, the Saiyans. Thus, Sun Yu and Bardock became mere phantoms in motion, while a Lanx could only hear the cacophony of battle echoing from the skies and the ground, as their movements were too swift for the eye to capture. After a moment of astonishment, a smile grazed a Lanx's lips, his eyes shimmering with unrestrained longing. Was this the essence of combat among the powerful? The scorching sun blazed down upon the earth, stirring unrelenting winds across the vast wilderness outside the city. The ground trembled intermittently as two fleeting shadows danced in intricate patterns, the very figures of Sun Yu and Bardock. Their clash transcended the earth, soaring into the heavens, only to crash back down again. The once pristine expanse of the wilderness had become a chaotic landscape, riddled with craters and ravines. It was as if he had just endured the bombardment of a meteor shower. Throughout the confrontation, Sun Yu had yet to gain the upper hand, primarily due to his combat power of merely 6,000, which was utterly insufficient to support his frame clad in 900 kilograms of cumbersome armor during extreme combat. His speed was severely constrained, barely surpassing that of Bardock. Initially, Sun Yu managed to leverage this slight speed advantage to dominate the battle. However, Bardock, a figure of legendary status, possessed combat prowess comparable to that of the future Sun Wukong. Upon recognizing Sun Yu's fleeting speed advantage, Bardock swiftly adapted his combat strategy, employing his vast experience to anticipate Sun Yu's moves. While predicting one or two isolated maneuvers might be achievable even for an average individual after specific training, the true challenge lay in the frenetic pace of high-speed combat, a feat Bardock executed with remarkable finesse. Once more, Bardock executed a well-timed sidekick, striking Sun Yu, who had attempted a lateral assault. Kid, with such grandiose declarations at the outset, I expected you to be formidable. In response to Bardock's taunt, Sun Yu stepped back, brushing off the dust from his chest, and replied solemnly, "What is there to be proud of? It is merely that my physical limitations hinder my movements from keeping pace with my thoughts." Greatly limited? Movements unable to match thoughts? Bardock echoed Sun Yu's words, momentarily taken aback before laughing mockingly. I fail to see what is restricting you. Please, if you're going to make excuses, at least make them credible. Sun Yu remained silent, hovering in the air with an air of tranquility. He gently removed the heavy wrist guards from both arms, releasing them to plummet freely to the ground. With two successive thunderous crashes, the wrist guards struck the earth, sending up clouds of dust as if what he had discarded were not mere wrist guards, but rather explosive devices. How infuriating. What on earth are those? Bardock could hardly conceal his astonishment, realizing the immense weight of the object Sun Yu had just cast aside. He stared at Sun Yu as if he were a monstrous being, incredulous that he had fought alongside such formidable weights. Sun Yu chuckled softly yet remained silent, gracefully curling his legs in the air and casting his two boots downwards. The resulting thunderous crashes reverberated, leaving Bardock parched and breathless. Had it merely been two gauntlets, he might have entertained a flicker of hope, believing himself to still possess a significant advantage. However, as Sun Yu shed the burdensome boots, Bardock felt as though a ferocious beast had been unshackled from its chains. And it did not end there. Sun Yu unfastened the soft armor he had worn, revealing a black vest beneath. The moment Bardock laid eyes upon this vest, his heart trembled violently as if struck by lightning. Sun Yu crossed his arms and removed the exceedingly heavy vest, a staggering 400 kilograms. Under the tenfold gravitational pull of planet Vegeta, It struck the ground with the force of a celestial meteor, creating a crater with a radius of 5 meters. What an astonishing feat! Bardock's eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. He could scarcely fathom that Sun Yu had been battling him while encumbered by such weight. Well, it has been ages since I last shed this cumbersome armor. I feel remarkably lighter now. Sun Yu was engaged in vigorous movements, alternating between throwing punches and executing kicks. However, regardless of whether it was a punch or a kick, Bardock found it impossible to fully discern Sun Yu's actions. The speed was utterly breathtaking. After a while, Sun Yu came to a halt, his gaze shifting to Bardock. With a subtle smile, he inquired, "Have you ever experienced despair?" "What?" Bardock was taken aback, clearly at a loss regarding Sun Yu's intentions. Before he could gather his wits, Sun Yu, who had been 50 meters away, suddenly materialized before him. Bardock's instinctive reaction was to retreat. Yet, before he could even attempt to flee, he felt a sudden sweetness in his throat, and blood gushed forth violently. Glancing down at his abdomen, he noticed that his ribs were caved in on both sides, suggesting they had likely fractured. It was only then that a searing pain surged through Bardock's cerebral cortex. The speed of Sun Wukong's recent strike had surpassed even the transmission of pain. The surrounding scenery swiftly receded, and Bardock, gritting his teeth against the agony, descended to the ground. Bowing his head, he violently expelled another mouthful of blood, only to be met with a voice ahead of him. "Are you prepared to face despair?" It was Sun Wukong. Sun Yu found himself standing before Bardock, hands on his hips, a smile adorning his face. "Damn it, you shall perish." Enraged beyond measure, Bardock unleashed a furious punch, only for Sun Yu to effortlessly intercept it with a graceful lift of his hand, seizing Bardock's wrist. With a fluid twist, a series of sickening cracks echoed through the air as Bardock's arm contorted into a grotesque spiral. Blood sprayed from his lips once more, his vision growing dim and unfocused. "Damn it all! Damn it to hell!" he roared in impotent fury. Despite the excruciating pain that nearly caused him to faint, Bardock persevered with remarkable willpower. He staggered backward a few steps, struggling to regain his balance. "You now face two choices. First, submit to me. Second, kneel and sing of your conquest." As Sun Yu approached Bardock, he spoke, "Then go ahead and kill me. Ha ha, how I despise this. I am now devoid of any strength. The bones in my hands feel as though they have shattered. How I long to surpass you, you wretched being." Bardock's figure swayed unsteadily before he collapsed to the ground with a thud, his blood having thoroughly soaked his garments, a sight of utmost misery. Sun Yu approached Bardock, leaning down to whisper in his ear, "What if I could grant you power? A direct enhancement of threefold combat strength, without any side effects." Upon hearing this, Bardock's eyes sparkled with an extraordinary brilliance, fixated on Sun Yu, his mouth opening and closing soundlessly. "I shall take that as your agreement," Sun Yu chuckled, then seized Bardock's head and struck him with a powerful punch. Bardock was knocked to the ground, and Sun Yu advanced, delivering a relentless barrage of blows. The scene so bloody that it made the distant ranks shudder with apprehension. After a considerable time, when Bardock was nearly on the brink of death, Sun Yu finally ceased his assault. Observing the near-lifeless Bardock, he reached into his pocket and retrieved a mystical bean. Noticing that the battle had concluded, the ranks flew over, and upon seeing Bardock lying on the ground, battered and broken, he felt a wave of dread wash over him. "Lord Kale, has he perished?" Sun Yu cast a sidelong glance at Awakens and then spoke with a grave demeanor. "Awakens, whatever you witness shortly, refrain from asking questions or divulging information indiscriminately. Do you understand? The matter of the celestial beings is known only to Uncle Ollie's family for now, and the other members of the city management team have yet to earn my complete trust. However, I hold this young Saiyan in high regard, and I intend to treat Bardock in his presence." Awakens appeared taken aback by Sun Yu's words, unable to fathom what might transpire soon. If it were merely a matter of taking a life or disposing of a body, there would be no need for secrecy. Such occurrences were far too commonplace on Vegeta. Nonetheless, Awakens possessed a notable trait. When confronted with matters beyond his comprehension, he chose to cease his contemplation. Since Sun Yu was willing to place his trust in him, he resolved to remain a discreet bystander. "Indeed, my lord, my loyalty to you is as steadfast as the sun and moon," Awakens asserted with conviction. Sun Wukong nodded, bending down to crush the miraculous beans, which he then placed into Bardock's mouth. Gently lifting Bardock's chin, he assisted him in the act of swallowing. As Bardock's Adam's apple bobbed up and down, Sun Wukong laid him flat on the ground and stepped aside, waiting in silence. Arlinx glanced at the nearly lifeless Bardock on the ground, then at the expectant expression on Sun Wukong's face, and suddenly seemed to grasp something. Could it be that his master had administered some extraordinary elixir? If so, it certainly warranted secrecy. Suddenly, Bardock, who had been in a state of near death, abruptly opened his eyes, gasping for air as though he were a drowning man who had just been rescued. Once his breathing steadied, Bardock sprang up from his position, landing several meters away from Sun Wukong. He warily scrutinized Sun Wukong while examining his own injuries. Strangely, the bones that had just been shattered by Sun Wukong's attack had miraculously healed in that instant. Arlinx, taken aback by this scene, stumbled backward, covering his mouth in disbelief as his heart raced. He was acutely aware of the Saiyan physiology. Injuries that brought one to the brink of death could be instantly healed. And the more severe the injury, the greater the subsequent increase in combat power. The power you desired has been granted. Now, release your energy and observe for yourself, Sun Wukong said, crossing his arms and smiling at Bardock from a distance. Skeptically, Bardock began to move his body, and upon realizing that his injuries had genuinely healed, he started to unleash his energy. Although he no longer possessed a battle power scouter and could not ascertain his exact fighting capability, he distinctly felt a profound transformation within him. His combat power had undeniably surpassed his previous limits, reaching an unprecedented height. In such dire circumstances, I alone possess the means to revive you. Since this is your first encounter with death, your combat power has surged threefold upon instant recovery. Thus, your current battle power stands at approximately 22,900, Sun Wukong remarked, having discerned Bardock's thoughts. Are you saying that if one can recover instantly, there exists a shortcut to enhance combat power in the future? Bardock inquired, gazing at Sun Wukong with skepticism. There are no shortcuts in this world, Sun Wukong retorted coldly. The Saiyan physique is already an extraordinary gift. However, such explosive growth only occurs upon truly facing death. Future recoveries will not yield such drastic increases, though there will still be significant improvements. Indeed, the Saiyans, known as a warrior race, found that battle was the very path to enhancing their strength. A cold smile crept across Bardock's lips. I am grateful for the boost in my power. As repayment, I could ensure your demise is most painful. Curse be you, ungrateful wretch, Arlinx interjected, positioning himself defiantly in front of Sun Wukong without a moment's hesitation. Sun Yu extended his hand and patted him on the shoulder, stating, this level of combat prowess is hardly worthy of my attention. Hardly worthy of attention? Arlinx felt somewhat bewildered. He never anticipated that someone as formidable as Bardock, with a combat power of 22,900, could be dismissed so casually by Sun Yu. However, since it was Sun Yu who spoke, it had to be true. Arlinx excitedly nodded and retreated to the side. You may attack now, Bardock-san. Sun Yu's gaze was as tranquil as still water. Bardock glared at Sun Yu, visibly displeased, and spat. Keep talking big. Even without those heavy armors, the disparity in our combat power is evident. You are truly courting death. With that, Bardock unleashed his full aura, transforming into a flash of lightning as he hurled a punch towards Sun Yu, accompanied by the sound of roaring tigers and rumbling thunder. What's wrong? Are you too scared to move? Upon hearing Bardock's words, Sun Yu let out a light chuckle and, in an instant, opened his palm and slowly raised it. Rumbling. A tangible shockwave emanated from the center of Sun Yu's palm, abruptly halting Bardock's rushing figure as if he had collided with an impenetrable wall. Sun Yu remained utterly unmoved, as if he had simply caught a child's playful ball with effortless grace. This is impossible. This cannot be. Bardock gazed at Sun Yu in terror, feeling that despite possessing such formidable power, he remained utterly defenseless before this youth. There is nothing impossible. Are you truly foolish? If I could not subdue you, would I dare stand here and allow you to strike me? Sun Yu regarded Bardock with an expression of condescension, asking if he was now ready to submit. My patience is limited. Should you continue to resist, I might indeed be compelled to end your existence. TCH. Bardock involuntarily took a step back, his gaze fixed intently on Sun Yu, his eyes betraying a tumult of uncertainty. Upon observing the situation, Sun Yu felt a glimmer of hope and embellished his words. By the way, as you are aware, our organization has only recently been established. It is still in its infancy. However, youth begets opportunity. As long as you diligently follow my lead, the organization will undoubtedly reward your efforts. And both the party and the people will remember your contributions, in line with our revolutionary traditions. Your Excellency, Arlinx interjected, drenched in sweat. If you continue in this manner, those who were initially inclined to join will be frightened away. Is that so? I believe my words are quite compelling. Sun Yu glanced at Bardock in front of him, genuinely sweating profusely. He cleared his throat and continued, "In any case, should you choose to join us, I will guide you in your cultivation. You are also welcome to challenge me at any time, provided you possess the strength to do so." Sun Yu cleared his throat, his voice resonating with authority. "In any case, should you choose to join us, I shall guide you in your cultivation. Moreover, you are always welcome to challenge me, provided you possess the strength to do so." The notion of offering free enhancement of power while simultaneously inviting adversaries to surpass him seemed surreal to Alanx and Bardock. "My Lord Kyle, is this truly advisable?" Alanx inquired, beads of perspiration forming upon his brow in anxiousness. Bardock, who had remained silent, suddenly seemed to grasp the underlying sentiment. A wry smile crossed his lips as he remarked, "I presume you speak with such confidence due to your unwavering belief in your own abilities?" "Indeed, that is part of it," Sun Yu acknowledged. "Yet more crucially, I seek to cultivate a sense of urgency within myself. As you know, pressure can be a powerful motivator. I understand now. However, before I join your ranks, may I daringly request a demonstration of your true prowess?" Bardock's previously haughty demeanor had vanished, replaced by earnestness. Alanx, equally intrigued, turned his gaze towards Sun Yu. Although he had followed Sun Yu for some time, he had yet to witness the full extent of his abilities. "Very well. As you wish," Sun Yu acquiesced, his mind focusing as he levitated effortlessly into the air. "Prepare yourselves. I hope you do not soil yourselves in fear." With that, Sun Yu unleashed a thunderous roar, and Bardock and Alanx felt as if they had heard the sound of chains binding a ferocious beast being shattered. Instantly, an overwhelming force descended upon them, one capable of toppling mountains and shattering the heavens. Bardock and Alanx stared, entranced, at the figure suspended in the sky, which appeared far more imposing in this moment. The earth trembled beneath their feet, and the air was filled with a resounding roar, as if the very fabric of reality quaked in response to Sun Yu's might. It was as though an invisible hand gripped their throats, leaving them breathless. As Sun Yu unleashed the full force of his 300,000 combat power, a veil of faint golden energy enveloped his body, illuminating him as if he were ablaze with celestial flames, resembling a deity descending from the heavens. Sun Yu, with his gaze directed downwards, uttered 2 words, "Kneel." This command resounded as if it had descended from the heavens, sending a tremor through the hearts of Bedak and Yalanxis. Without a moment's hesitation, Yalanxis collapsed to the ground. Bedak, gritting his teeth, valiantly resisted the oppressive force emanating from Sun Yu. As Sun Yu unleashed the essence of life and death, Bedak felt as though he had plunged into the depths of a hellish abyss, a chilling dread creeping from the depths of his soul. "Kneel." With a sudden loss of composure, Bedak's legs gave way, and he fell to his knees before Sun Yu, this legendary Saiyan finally bowing his noble head. "Kneel, and sing me a song of conquest," Sun Yu commanded once more. "Huh?" Both Bedak and Yalanxis lifted their heads abruptly, bewildered and staring at Sun Yu in confusion. What on earth did he mean by singing a song of conquest? Sun Yu wished to further elucidate to the two that the song conquer was not an ominous entity, but rather a melody. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, drifting towards the rear. A sense of alarm surged within him. "We have been detected. We must depart swiftly," he exclaimed, hastily reining in his aura. He quickly retrieved his cumbersome protective gear and urged Bedak and Alanxis to leave the area at once. The trio held their breaths, leaping swiftly across the terrain, and before long, they vanished into the vast wilderness. Shortly after Sun Yu and Bardock Yalanx departed, 3 figures appeared in the sky, each distinct in appearance and not native scions of this planet. They hovered in the void, gazing quietly at the uneven terrain below. A power level of 300,000. How could such beings exist on this planet? One scoffed derisively, "I suspect your power level detector is malfunctioning. Observe the battle scene beneath us." If true powerhouses with a level of 300,000 were engaged in combat, this land would have long been reduced to ruins. The final individual concurred, indeed. Judging by the traces of the skirmish, it appears to be merely 2 fighters with power levels below 10,000. What a pity we did not heed your advice to report to Lord Frisia sooner. Do you understand the consequences of misrepresenting military intelligence? After enduring a string of mocking remarks from his companions, the one in the lead, his face flushed, crushed his power detector in frustration, exclaiming, "Cursed device! How it has embarrassed me so." With that, the trio transformed into streaks of light and soared into the sky, having evaded Frisia's spies stationed on planet Vegeta. Sun Yu and Yalanx visited Bardock's home for a brief respite. Bardock, now considered a subordinate of Sun Yu, naturally introduced him to his wife, Jine. Subsequently, Sun Yu casually mentioned the Saiyan he had encountered on Earth. Indeed, Bardock and Jine's second son, Kakarot, also known as Sun Wukong. To his surprise, Bardock had long been acquainted with his son. He addressed Sun Yu with a tone of formality, while Jine looked on with deep concern. Eager to learn about her child's well-being, Sun Yu discerned Jine's thoughts and smiled as he said, "Your child is thriving on Earth, under the tutelage of an old friend of mine in martial arts. If the opportunity arises, I shall take you to visit him." However, when the name of Bardock's second son, Sun Wukong, was mentioned, Bardock's expression darkened. A newborn with a battle power of merely 2 to 3 could be deemed as utterly worthless. Sun Yu gently patted Bardock's shoulder and spoke solemnly. "That child is the most gifted individual I have ever encountered. His future achievements are boundless, and as a father, you must strive diligently. Otherwise, it would be quite embarrassing if your son were to surpass you." Bardock was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend why Sun Yu held such high regard for his youngest son. However, given Sun Yu's words, he chose not to question them. After all, no formidable warrior would casually commend another unless that individual truly earned their respect. "Yes, I shall endeavor to cultivate my strength, and one day I will surpass you," Bardock declared resolutely. Leitais, who had been hiding behind Jine, leaped forward, his thick black hair dancing in the wind. "I too shall train hard and strive to surpass father." Observing the 5 or 6-year-old Leitais, everyone erupted into laughter. Having successfully won over Bardock, Sun Yu casually left his heavy protective gear with Bardock before returning home with awakens. As the day of the great expedition drew near, the city management team busily confirmed the final details with the individuals listed, everyone bustling with activity. Strangely, Sun Yu appeared to be the only one without a task at hand. Since Uncle Ollie and Awakens were managing all affairs, Sun Yu, the aloof overseer, found himself quite at leisure. The day of the expedition finally arrived, and Sun Yu led the entire city management team, along with nearly 2,000 hired personnel, toward the spaceport. As a cosmic transit hub for planet Vegeta, the spaceport's foot traffic had long since surpassed 1 million. It was said that the spaceport covered hundreds of thousands of square meters, with a massive transparent dome resembling a bird's nest encircling the outermost area. In the central zone, a variety of military spacecraft were docked, including the single-pod spacecraft that Sun Yu had previously piloted in Frisia's favored flagship military fortress, among others. The exploratory-class strategic void ship that Sun Yu was about to board measured over 800 meters in length and featured 3 embarkation corridors. Thus, he divided the 2,000 individuals into 3 groups. The first he would lead himself, the second would be led by Lana and her family, and the third entrusted to Bardock. Given that Lana's family and Bardock possessed combat capabilities far exceeding those of the Saiyans on planet Vegeta, Sun Yu felt no concern regarding potential troubles. After outlining several precautions, the 3 groups navigated through the throngs of people toward their respective embarkation corridors. This was Sun Yu's first experience in the military terminal of the spaceport during his previous return to planet Vegeta. He had landed via the civilian passage at the far edge of the spaceport. This time, however, he was truly immersed in the advanced technology of the cosmos. Unlike the outdated technology of the urban areas on planet Vegeta, this facility boasted fully automated equipment, with conveyor belts lining the ground. Simply standing upon them would instantly transport individuals to their desired destinations. Sun Yu intended to lead his team to the conveyor belt, but he noticed a gathering of no fewer than 100 individuals approaching with ill intentions. Lord Kyle, Alankas also observed their movements and cast a worried glance at Sun Yu. "Yes, I am aware," Sun Yu replied casually, instantly sensing the aura of the approaching crowd. To his astonishment, he discovered that none among them were weaklings. Their combat power exceeded 4,000. Suddenly, a tall man emerged from the throng, sporting a fiery hairstyle and a ring of facial hair, clad in standard Saiyan battle armor. However, he draped himself in a cape, exuding an air of majesty. Could this be the legendary King Vegeta? Sun Yu raised an eyebrow regarding the newcomer. King Vegeta, taken aback by Sun Yu's audacity in addressing him directly, darkened his expression and remarked, "You must be Kale, that's the adopted son of the Ali family. As a member of the middle class of planet Vegeta, you should have a glorious future ahead. Why do you willingly choose to be a pawn of Frisia?" It was evident that King Vegeta harbored deep discontent towards Sun Yu for responding to Frisia's summons, especially at a moment when he was poised to resist Frisia. He naturally sought to eliminate any dissenters. Unbeknownst to him, however, his combat prowess was insignificant in Frisia's eyes. "I believe you may be mistaken." Sun Yu stepped closer to King Vegeta. "Truth be told, The proximity to Vegeta's father stirred a sense of excitement within him. In a certain sense, those who allow others to dictate their fate are akin to dogs, subject to the whims of their masters. They can be slain at will or spared merely for amusement. I advise you, do not act unless necessary. Despite the inevitability of Frisia's destruction of planet Vegeta, King Vegeta's foolishness hastened this grim fate. Sun Yu was reluctant to witness the annihilation of the Saiyan race, which already constituted a minority. The notion that a mere 2,000 individuals could sustain the development of a nation was utterly implausible. Humph, how dare you speak to me in such a manner? King Vegeta's gaze turned icy, signaling several individuals behind him to step forward. You are a disgrace to my Saiyan lineage, and today I shall ensure you experience the consequences of your insolence. Receiving King Vegeta's silent command, the 100 or so individuals behind him eagerly advanced. Their eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty glimmer, their fingers cracking, ominous Vegeta, with an air of arrogance, proclaimed that he had brought forth the elite warriors of the mid-tier. Those whose mere names could instill fear in the hearts of many. Upon hearing his words, the individuals hired by Sun Wukong erupted into a flurry of discussions. Most among them were familiar with the esteemed reputation of the Nasi family. On Vegeta's planet, numerous noble houses existed, their members born into superiority, with combat prowess far beyond that of ordinary beings. Alas, we are truly doomed this time. How could that ignorant Kale that's dare to speak to King Vegeta in such a manner? Does he not comprehend the king's formidable strength? What shall we do? Perhaps we should seize the opportunity to flee amidst the chaos, for if a battle ensues, our demise is inevitable. Indeed, let us hasten our escape. Even if we number in the hundreds, combining our forces to 2,000 would hardly suffice against them. Sun Yu cast a casual glance over his shoulder at the crowd, waving his hand as he spoke. Hey, those who wish to leave may do so now. Otherwise, you may find it difficult to escape when the fighting begins. Arinx and several members of the urban management team attempted to voice their thoughts, but upon meeting Sun Yu's gaze, they fell silent, observing the crowd behind them with quiet apprehension. Before long, the majority of those behind Sun Yu dispersed in a hurried manner. What had once been a gathering of over 600 had dwindled to fewer than 200. Well, this is a bit more than I anticipated. What do you think, Arinx? Sun Yu remarked with a smile, patting Arinx on the shoulder. Arinx offered an awkward smile in response, saying, My lord, I believe having 200 remaining is already quite substantial. In such a situation, anyone with even a hint of timidity would have fled. Heh, Sun Yu chuckled awkwardly. King Vegeta, observing the significantly reduced ranks, proclaimed with a sense of assured victory, I say, young man, it is time for you to surrender. Do not tell me you still harbor thoughts of resistance. Sun Yu gestured towards King Vegeta and corrected him, saying, No, it is not resistance, but rather slaughter, unilateral slaughter. With that, a devilish smile crept across Sun Yu's lips. However, it is we who will be slaughtering you. To my friends behind me, I am pleased you have taken your rightful positions. As a reward, allow me to demonstrate the terror of our urban management team. First Division of the Urban Management Team. Heed my command, shut the gates, unleash the hounds, and attack. At the command shut the gates and unleash the hounds, the eager members of the urban management team stumbled. Bewildered. Unleash the hounds. Who are the hounds? Lord Kyle, please clarify. Otherwise, we might just cry in front of you. King Vegeta had previously assessed the combat capabilities of Sun Yu and his companions. There was no doubt about Sun Yu's combat power. It stood at a formidable 1,200, as confirmed by any scanner. Among the group, Awakens boasted the highest power at 4,000, while the hired hands trailing behind Sun Yu barely reached 1,000, with the younger ones not even close. The crowd surrounding King Vegeta erupted in laughter, gazing at Sun Yu as if he were a fool. Are you out of your mind? Can't you grasp the situation? Even without a combat power scanner, you should at least inquire with those around you. A Saiyan, of a similar age to Awakens, timidly tapped Sun Yu on the shoulder and said, My lord, although my battle power is quite low, we are Saiyans, and we are willing to follow you into glorious battle. Glorious battle, indeed. Sun Yu retorted with a swift strike to the back of the head. He turned to the others behind him and asked, Is this what all of you think? Upon hearing Sun Yu's question, the other Saiyans nodded in agreement, leaving Sun Yu both amused and exasperated. All right then, there is no need for you to take action. City management team, why are you standing there in a daze? Move. Sun Yu was perplexed by the sudden change in demeanor of his previously spirited team members, each now gazing at him with expressions of grievance. Could it be that he had grown more handsome? Alas, beauty often attracts trouble. Under the leadership of Awakens, The 10 members of the urban management team promptly removed the heavy protective gear that Sun Yu had distributed to them. The ground reverberated with the cacophony of the cumbersome equipment crashing down. The onlookers behind Sun Yu stood in stunned silence, as did the group led by King Vegeta, their foreheads glistening with cold sweat as they involuntarily activated their power level detectors. Beep, beep, beep. A mechanical sound reverberated through the air, leaving King Vegeta and his companions utterly petrified. The combat power of Sun Yu's 10 team members experienced an astonishing transformation. Individuals who initially boasted a power level of just over 3,000 surged to more than 7,000 upon shedding their cumbersome armor. Most astonishing of all was the attendant standing beside Sun Yu, whose power skyrocketed from 4,000 to an incredible 11,000. Impressive. Sun Yu cast a commendatory glance at Alanx, acknowledging the youth's remarkable comprehension. After just one session of guidance on martial philosophy, he had swiftly grasped the concepts, bolstered by his diligent efforts. His regular combat power had now surpassed 10,000. The atmosphere shifted dramatically, instilling a sense of unreality within the crowd behind Sun Yu. They finally comprehended the source of his confidence. He commanded an extraordinary team of warriors. If his subordinates were this formidable, how powerful must he be? Suddenly, they felt their decision to stay was undeniably correct, glancing around to see those who had retreated in search of mere entertainment, now filled with regret. They likely yearned to return and cling to Sun Yu's coattails. But was that even feasible? The 10 team members swiftly encircled King Vegeta and his 100-strong entourage, their eyes gleaming with an unmistakable thirst for battle. Vegeta's subordinates were ruthless killers, yet Sun Yu's warriors were no different. Each Saiyan was a born fighter. After a brief moment of shock, King Vegeta gradually regained his composure, forcing a smile as he remarked, "Even if your collective combat power is slightly higher, do you truly believe that 10 of you can defeat us, 100 strong?" It seemed he was resorting to a strategy of overwhelming numbers. Sun Yu regarded King Vegeta with sympathy and addressed his team. "Let us engage, swiftly. We still need to board the ship." In an instant, the 100 men surrounding King Vegeta were left bewildered as the 10 team members vanished from their sight, only to reappear as 10 streaks of lightning darting into the fray. Like hungry tigers pouncing on unsuspecting sheep, they unleashed their prowess upon King Vegeta's group. They were astounded by the speed of their assailants. How could they be so powerful? Were they truly Saiyans? Within mere moments of the battle's commencement, King Vegeta's forces had already collapsed in droves. Only a handful of elite warriors could barely withstand the relentless assault from the Urban Enforcement Brigade. Sun Yu observed the battlefield with satisfaction. His troops, having undergone specialized training, had begun mastering the manipulation of ki. Their combat instincts and reaction speeds far surpassed those of Vegeta's brutish warriors. On one side stood disciplined martial artists, while the other consisted of savage brutes relying solely on raw strength without finesse. The outcome was as predictable as it was brutal. Limbs flew, bones shattered, and teeth scattered across the bloody ground in a grotesque spectacle of carnage. In the face of overwhelming strength, quantity proves to be futile. The current situation has become quite evident. Despite Sun Yu commanding merely 10 warriors, their combat prowess far exceeds that of their peers. The subordinates of King Vegeta are being thoroughly overwhelmed, gradually losing their fighting spirit. When a power level of 10,000 faces off against 11,000, King Vegeta finds himself battered and bruised, searching for his lost teeth. Aranx harbors an evident and extreme animosity toward the affluent. Initially, when confronted by the once mighty ruler of planet Vegeta, he exhibited a hesitance, refraining from unleashing his full potential. However, as time progressed, he discerned that the once imposing King Vegeta was not as formidable as he had imagined. Consequently, Aranx summoned all his might to unleash a relentless assault upon King Vegeta. To the amusement and bemusement of onlookers, Aranx grew increasingly exhilarated with each strike, as an inherent power within him seemed to awaken suddenly. During this brutal onslaught against King Vegeta, Aranx's combat prowess surged astonishingly, reaching a staggering 16,000. Is this truly possible? Sun Yu was utterly dumbfounded. In his perception, Saiyans possessed a submissive nature, only experiencing a surge in combat power when subjected to blows. Yet, this young man astonishingly exhibited an ability to unleash his potential even while inflicting torment upon others. So, you are indeed a sadist at heart. Sun Yu suddenly comprehended something, a chill coursing through his heart. Once King Vegeta was thoroughly defeated, the 10 team members finally withdrew their hands, gazing at Sun Yu as if seeking praise, only to be met with his merciless rebuke. What is this expression on your faces? Do you find satisfaction in bullying a group of weaklings? For heaven's sake, aim higher. You are following me, aspiring to become the most formidable team in the universe. Do you understand? Instead of feeling disheartened by Sun Yu's scolding, the 10 team members grew even more exhilarated. Once mere weaklings, they now stood atop those powerful beings they had once looked up to, igniting within each of them a fervent ambition to follow Sun Yu in unifying the universe. King Vegeta, clutching his wound, rose and coldly gazed at Sun Yu, venomously declaring, "Enjoy your triumph while it lasts. I admit you are strong, but what of your other members? Humph, I wager they are currently facing difficulties." Upon hearing King Vegeta's words, Sun Yu and Alanx exchanged glances, both bursting into laughter. Alanx pointed to the battle power detector he wore as he remarked, "We just received messages from the other two groups, King Vegeta. I have some unfortunate news to share with you. You must brace yourself. It is well known that the battle power detector possesses communication capabilities, and team members of the city management squad do not wear them during internal discussions. However, while executing missions, they carry them for ease of communication. Both groups reported that they encountered an ambush, and the assailants have been completely subdued." What? King Vegeta's heart jolted violently. He could hardly believe that the elite subordinates he had dispatched to locate those two teams had all perished. He was aware of the fighting capabilities of the Ali family and Bardock, both of which were below average. Could it be that each of them donned heavy armor? King Vegeta suddenly felt as if the world was spinning. How could this be? Was he not the strongest Saiyan? Why was this so-called city management squad so overwhelmingly powerful? Who are you really? King Vegeta angrily demanded of Sun Yu. "My name is Sun Yu, an ordinary Saiyan," Sun Yu replied, stepping forward to pat King Vegeta on the shoulder, leaving the bewildered king behind as he strode towards the ship's gangway. The members of the city management squad were well aware that their Lord Kale was also known as Sun Yu, and thus found nothing unusual about it. Alanx hurried over to Sun Yu's side, respectfully inquiring, "My lord, how shall we deal with these individuals? Should we?" He gestured towards his neck, miming a beheading motion. Sun Yu gazed at King Vegeta with a look of pity and remarked, "Enough is enough. I believe there are fewer than 10 warriors of intermediate rank or above among them now. You must admit that Lana and Bardock are quite ruthless. They are all Saiyans. Yet they can so easily take a life." The members of the city management team, upon hearing this, broke into a cold sweat, thinking to themselves that when he had dispatched Relton and his gang, he had been even more merciless. "I suggest, King Vegeta, that you and your subordinates leave promptly. It's time to cease your reckless endeavors," Sun Yu declared, gesturing grandly as he led his entourage toward the boarding passage. King Vegeta surveyed the scattered bodies of his subordinates strewn across the ground, surrounded by a throng of onlookers. It would not be long before the events of the day spread like wildfire, and his reputation on planet Vegeta would plummet irretrievably. Perhaps by significantly reducing the number of his so-called elite warriors, he might come to recognize his own folly, and in doing so, abandon any foolish aspirations of rebelling against the Frieza Force, thereby allowing planet Vegeta to endure a while longer. Of course, all of this was of little concern to Sun Yu at this moment. Disregarding what fate awaited King Vegeta, Sun Yu and his group successfully boarded the exploratory-class strategic void ship. Upon entering the vessel, they were greeted by an extraordinarily spacious corridor that stretched horizontally before them, reminiscent of the passageway of a train. As they gazed ahead, they spotted the Ali family, who were responsible for coordinating the boarding process. They, too, noticed Sun Yu, and Lana soared through the air towards him, exclaiming, "Hey, Kyle, why are there so few of you?" She curiously eyed the more than 200 individuals following Sun Yu. "I trimmed the numbers a bit. I just saw King Vegeta. He sent someone to obstruct your boarding, but you didn't take action, did you?" Sun Yu replied. As long as Lana did not reveal her true combat capabilities, their expedition plan would be halfway to success. Ah, so those individuals were sent by King Vegeta. No wonder they were so weak. Lana mused thoughtfully. Never mind him. Let us hasten to the captain's chamber. I am quite eager to see what it looks like and perhaps even take the helm for a moment. I have never piloted a warship. You think this is akin to driving a tricycle? Sun Yu responded, drenched in cold sweat as Lana forcibly propelled him towards the captain's chamber. After discreetly advising Uncle Ali to promote the 200 individuals who had previously remained by his side to active members of the city management team, Sun Yu stealthily sought a secluded place to engage in cultivation. Bardock and Aranx presided over the arrangement of a portion of the group to enter dormancy. Meanwhile, Lana exuberantly dashed into the captain's chamber, resembling an inquisitive child as she explored every nook and cranny. Fortunately, the more advanced the equipment, the more user-friendly its design. The majority of the battleship's functions could be executed automatically, devoid of overly complex buttons. The captain and the pilots were merely required to monitor the ship's operational status throughout the journey. Upon her arrival in the captain's chamber, Lana spent an entire half-hour exchanging glances with the ship's AI. Only when all personnel were in position did the AI timidly inquire, "All personnel ready? Shall we initiate the pre-scheduled course?" "What is this nonsense? Is there not a single button to press?" Lana exclaimed at the captain. "I mean one of those where you count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and then I simply press it to launch." "My lady," the captain, a diminutive green creature with 4 eyes, sweat beading on his brow, struggled to utter a few words. "The kind of thing you mentioned was obsolete for us 400 years ago. Perhaps you could just slap the AI instead." In a moment of impulsive enthusiasm, Lana indeed struck the AI's projection device, causing the entire projection table to cave in with a resounding crash, releasing wisps of smoke. Unfazed, she bellowed with fervor, "Set sail." The crowd fell into a stupor. The launch speed of the exploration-class strategic void ship was astonishingly swift, and its internal structural stability was remarkable. Lana felt no hint of acceleration as her surroundings blurred, and they swiftly ascended beyond the atmosphere of planet Vegeta. Contrary to her expectations, there was no sensation of rapid transit, nor the jarring turbulence often associated with atmospheric entry, which left Lana somewhat disillusioned. The interstellar battleship movies she had watched on Earth seemed to have deceived her. This experience paled in comparison to the exhilarating rides aboard the single-pod spacecraft favored by the Saiyans. Embarking on this exploration-class strategic vessel, Sun Yu and his companions set forth from planet Vegeta towards planet Veblen, situated at the edge of the northern universe. A journey anticipated to take approximately 8 months, 3 months ahead of Frisia's summoned army. This indicated that Sun Yu and his companions had a mere 3 months to either forge an alliance with the indigenous people of Veblen or to forcibly reclaim it through military might. However, Sun Yu was reluctant to establish adversaries at such a critical juncture. According to available data, the combat capabilities of Veblen's advanced combat-type robots averaged over 500,000. Although combat power does not equate to actual strength, diligent training is invariably beneficial. Thus, Sun Yu set himself a modest goal: to fully adapt to the 300 times gravity during the 8 months of their journey to planet Veblen. 8 months, neither excessively long nor exceedingly short. The northern universe of the 7th universe lagged significantly behind other star domains in terms of interstellar navigation. During their voyage, the exploratory strategic void ship, piloted by Sun Yu and his fellow Saiyans, encountered numerous meteor showers. Upon hearing that they were about to collide with a massive asteroid field, a palpable tension gripped the hearts of the crew, filled with trepidation over the potential destruction of their vessel. However, Sun Yu felt a blend of anxiety and anticipation, as images from various Hollywood blockbusters raced through his mind. In nearly every cinematic narrative, the protagonists adeptly navigated their spaceships through dense asteroid fields, executing intricate maneuvers with grace, emerging unscathed and eliciting gasps of astonishment. If not for the diminutive green captain's repeated assurances regarding the ship's energy shield, which could withstand occasional asteroid impacts without issue, Sun Yu might have been tempted to take the controls himself, staging a feat only a cinematic hero could achieve. Yet, as previously mentioned, the portrayals on television were mere fabrications. In the grand context of the universe, no matter how dense the asteroid field, the distances between individual asteroids were vast, often measured in kilometers. Of course, there were small fragments that had separated from the larger rocks, yet even these minor fragments boasted diameters of several dozen meters. Upon contact with the ship's energy shield, these minuscule stones would disintegrate instantaneously. The approaching asteroid field barely lingered in Sun Yu's line of sight for a moment. All he could perceive was the colossal holographic display in the captain's quarters, where flickering points of light sporadically pierced the infinite darkness. Traveling at speeds exceeding that of light, the ship swiftly bypassed the vast asteroid field, leaving only a fleeting shadow in its wake. In the captain's chamber, Sun Yu gazed, bewildered, at the flickering points of light on the screen, a representation of the genuine meteor shower in the vastness of space, symbolizing the collapse of his former worldview. This realization reinforced his belief that television often deceives. After a brief period of contemplation of the nebulous lights, Sun Yu began to experience a headache, perhaps a manifestation of the growing pains following the reconstruction of his beliefs. Eventually, he silently exited the captain's chamber. Currently, only a few days' journey remained to Veblen Star, and Sun Yu had concluded his rigorous training. The experience of enduring 300 times the gravity was far more challenging than he had anticipated. Reflecting on the original Dragon Ball series, he recalled that Vegeta, in his normal state, possessed a battle power of at least 3 million. Even with such formidable strength, training under 300 times the gravity left him drenched in sweat. Only when Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan, achieving a battle power of 150 million, did he completely disregard the effects of the intense gravity. Sun Yu understood that he had a long way to go. However, the past 8 months of training were not without their rewards. Without facing life-or-death battles, he had managed to elevate his battle power to 800,000, largely due to his current martial arts mastery. In contrast, Lana's martial arts level remained at the subtle stage, causing her battle power to rise slowly in the absence of combat, reaching only 600,000. Despite her deep-seated dissatisfaction, there was little she could do. After all, Sun Yu had a knack for overcoming challenges. Then there was God.God, whose strength had surged remarkably over the past 8 months. With just a slight nudge from Sun Yu, God.God quickly mastered the manipulation of ki, achieving the subtle state in merely 2 months, with his battle power skyrocketing to an impressive 120,000. This was the result of his diligent preparation. Uncle Ollie and Aunt Hill had just surpassed 90,000 in battle power and were striving toward the 100,000 mark. The other members of the city management team also experienced significant improvements. As the spaceship approached Veblen planet, 3 light-years away, it began to decelerate. Finally, through the ship's external screen, they could behold the distant stars, no longer fixating on the sporadic lights. According to the captain's explanation, a distant planet shrouded in a grayish mist was Veblen planet. Data indicated that Veblen planet was only 2/3 the size of Earth, with gravity 15 times greater. The ecological environment had been nearly obliterated. In order to adapt to the harsh living conditions, the indigenous inhabitants gradually used advanced technology to transform themselves into hybrid beings, part human and part machine, reminiscent of Dr. Gero's transformation into an android. In the captain's chamber, Sun Yu and other key members of the city management team gathered around the control console. The holographic AI projection device, previously damaged by Lana, had been repaired, and at that moment, they awaited Sun Yu's report on the upcoming voyage arrangements. Lord Kyle, we are set to arrive at our destination at cosmic time 135 hours and 78 minutes. Shall we proceed to land on the planet? Sun Yu tapped his ears and addressed the crowd with an air of certainty. Of course we cannot land. If an armed aircraft suddenly appeared at your doorstep, would you allow it to touch down? First, let us attempt to establish communication with them. True to Sun Yu's usual style, he would have disregarded the risks and flown straight in, believing that if they could engage in civil discourse, all would be well. However, should they encounter a more formidable opponent, he would adhere to the age-old adage, matters solvable by force need not be debated. Yet, circumstances had changed. Sun Yu was now responsible for a contingent of individuals, and while he might disregard his own safety, he must consider the welfare of his compatriots, the ordinary Saiyans. A hasty confrontation with the natives of Veblen could spell disaster for these unassuming followers. After the captain persistently dispatched communication requests to Veblen, they finally received permission to engage. Soon, the vast screen mounted on the captain's quarters illuminated with the images of several blue-skinned figures. Good heavens, is that Avatar? Sun Yu exclaimed, unable to suppress his astonishment upon recognizing the silhouettes on the screen. It was no wonder that he reacted this way, for the figures bore a striking resemblance to those from the film. However, upon closer inspection, significant differences emerged. These blue beings appeared to stand nearly 2 meters tall. Yet their postures were hunched, reminiscent of frail, elderly individuals. Their muscular forms were marred by visible mechanical augmentations, with many metallic structures protruding grotesquely into the open air, evoking a sense of unease. The leader among them bore 3 jagged scars above his right eye, lending his gaze an unsettling ferocity that chilled the bones. In a voice that resonated with the harshness of metal scraping against metal, he inquired, "Who are you? From whence do you come? And where do you intend to go?" His words were articulated in the universal language of the cosmos, clear to Sun Yu and his companions. Sun Yu gazed into the menacing eyes of the avatar before him, unable to fathom that the very first words spoken would echo the 3 profound questions that have plagued the annals of human philosophy. Who are you? Where do you come from? Where are you headed? Truly, as an avatar, even a seemingly simple inquiry carries such depth, leaving me in a quandary. Sun Yu stroked his chin, feigning seriousness. The onlookers appeared utterly bewildered, and the few avatars beyond the screen were equally perplexed. Had it not been for their unwavering confidence in their communication devices, they might have assumed Sun Yu had failed to receive their queries. After a prolonged silence, beads of cold sweat, possibly oil, began to form on the foreheads of the avatars. They cleared their throats, interrupting Sun Yu's fanciful musings, and with their raspy, unpleasant voices declared, "Stranger, state your intentions, or do not blame us for unleashing our wrath upon you." The threatening tone of their words pierced through the screen like a sharp blade, striking fear into the hearts of those in the captain's chamber. With a forced chuckle, Sun Yu boldly met the gaze of what seemed to be their leader and replied, "Do not be so impatient. We harbor no animosity towards you. On the contrary, we are here to assist you." Humph. The leader scoffed at Sun Yu's assertion, retorting, "Assistance? My people do not require your aid. The great god Ignaz shall protect us." Ignaz? Sun Yu seized upon the unfamiliar term, racking his memory for any mention of such a deity within the Dragon Ball universe. Regrettably, he found no reference to a god named Ignaz. "I happen to know a few deities from this cosmos, yet none go by the name Ignaz. At least not among the 5 supreme kings of our northern universe." Foolish. The leader seemed infuriated, extending his long, sharp finger towards Sun Yu as he bellowed, "How could the flickering flame of a king compare to the radiant brilliance of our divine sun and moon? Depart at once. My people do not welcome you." Sun Yu was taken aback. He genuinely did not anticipate that those avatars were aware of the king of the realm. Could it be that there truly exists a deity named Ignaz? However, this was not the moment to debate the existence of gods. "Hold on, I ask you, have you ever heard of Frisia?" The words of Sun Yu resonate with the same weight as the phrase, "Have you heard of Amway?" On Earth, anyone familiar with both will feel a sudden jolt upon hearing these topics brought up with such earnestness. The terror embodied by Frisia surpasses that of Amway, if only by a hair's breadth. Naturally, Avatar has heard of Frisia, the preeminent figure of the northern universe, a descendant of the ancient, frozen demons, synonymous with warfare and dread. "Why do you mention him?" Avatar glared at Sun Yu and inquired. The situation unfolded as follows. Sun Yu selectively recounted the tales of Frisia's fear of the technological prowess of planet Veblen and his intentions to amass an army to annihilate it to a few of the Avatar group. Upon hearing this, their already fearsome visages were etched with fury, embodying the essence of avaricious conquerors. "Then why do you share this information with me?" With a sense of resignation, Sun Yu settled into the captain's chair and spoke slowly, "Because once Frisia has annihilated you, the Saiyans will be next in line. There is a saying you may have heard, 'The enemy of my enemy is my friend.' In simpler terms, I have come to seek a partnership." The group of avatars appeared intrigued by Sun Yu's assertion about the enemy of one's enemy, seemingly in agreement. "If you genuinely seek collaboration, please demonstrate your sincerity by leaving your army outside. Come alone to discuss matters with us in detail." Without waiting for Sun Yu's response, Lana, Arankus, and others immediately slammed their hands on the table, exclaiming in unison, "Absolutely not." Bardock, remaining calm, approached the holographic screen and addressed the group in standard galactic language. "We do not permit our leader to venture alone into unfamiliar territories. The army may remain, but we must send a few individuals to accompany him. This is our utmost sincerity." Bardock, having dealt with extraterrestrial beings for years, was well versed in diplomatic tactics. Although he seldom needed such skills, it was undeniable that his words carried weight. After a moment of contemplation, the leader of the avatars nodded solemnly, "Then we can only send 5 individuals, no more. This is also our greatest sincerity." Thus, both parties reached an agreement, and Sun Yu expressed indifference regarding the accompanying personnel. Despite the considerable distance to Veblen Star, Sun Yu sensed that its maximum combat power was merely 1 million. While this level of combat strength posed a challenge, it was not insurmountable, even if negotiations fell through. Sun Yu was confident that the opposing side would not be able to pose any significant threat to him. The accompanying personnel were decided upon through discussion among the others. Lana and Bardock, as the second and third strongest fighters present, were certainly to accompany him. The remaining 3 included Uncle Ali, Arankus, and another city enforcement member named Vister. Vister, akin in age to Arankus, possessed thick eyebrows and large eyes, with a somewhat portly figure, making him a rather restless Saiyan. Once the accompanying personnel were determined, Sun Yu led the 5 towards the launch pad for the single capsule spacecraft. The launch pad was equipped on both wings of the exploration-class strategic void ship. Sun Yu instinctively veered left, traversing a long corridor. Upon seeing Sun Yu and his companions, the patrolling Saiyans immediately bowed in respect. their eyes reflecting fervent admiration for the strong. As the corridor narrowed, they eventually reached a set of 15 steps. The group ascended and beheld rows of open single-capsule spacecraft, nestled within the grooves of the ground, resembling a comical plastic tray designed to cradle eggs. You two must not hinder Lord Sunyu, understood? Bardock, walking ahead of Arankis and Vistor, coldly admonished. The two stiffened at his words and lowered their heads. Sunyu turned back with a smile and said, "It's all right. Just take good care of yourselves. Honestly, I could manage on my own." Huh? Do you really think we would allow you to venture out alone while we stayed cooped up in this spacecraft? Lana remarked, discreetly pinching Sunyu with a look of triumph. Ah, so this is your true intention. The group nodded in agreement. Their feigned concern for safety was merely a facade, as their real desire was to have some adventure. Sunyu felt a twinge of regret for bringing them along. I will distribute 10 magical beans to each of you. You should be familiar with them, as they can save your lives in critical moments. I need not emphasize the dangers of Vebulon. You wouldn't heed my warnings anyway. In any case, prioritize your safety. Do you understand? The group nodded vigorously. Though Uncle Ali and Lana had already received plenty of magical beans from Sunyu, they gladly accepted more, appreciating that abundance is always beneficial. Once the beans were dispensed, they each boarded their individual spacecraft, engaged manual controls, and a row of 6 vessels slowly sealed their hatches. Beneath the massive wing of the exploration vessel, a small passage opened, resembling a hen laying eggs, from which 6 white, spherical flying objects emerged. These were the ships carrying Sunyu and his companions. As the 6 spacecraft detached from the mothership, they began to hum, suddenly transforming into streaks of light, racing towards the dimly lit Vebulon planet. If Sunyu's first descent to Earth revealed a breathtaking expanse of blue, this arrival at Vebulon unveiled a landscape of charred scars and ruins, casting an impressive atmosphere upon the Saiyans visiting this planet for the first time. Observing from above, the imaging sensors within the ship displayed a terrain riddled with craters and debris, as if the planet had recently endured a brutal conflict. In stark contrast to the ruins stood towering, cloud-piercing pyramidal structures. While most celestial bodies possess gravitational forces far exceeding that of Earth, leading to predominantly rounded architectural designs, this planet uniquely showcased pointed pyramid structures. If not for the dimensional differences, Sunyu might have believed these edifices were constructed by the same hands that built the pyramids of Egypt. The spacecraft formed a straight line as they plunged into the atmosphere. Shortly after entering Vebulon's airspace, they observed several flying objects resembling yellow caterpillars emerging from the pyramid-like structures on the surface. These yellow caterpillar-shaped vessels disregarded gravitational forces and air resistance, soaring directly towards Sunyu's ships. They then executed a sharp 90-degree turn in midair, aligning themselves to signal Sunyu and his companions to follow. One could only imagine the expressions of Newton and the Wright brothers witnessing such a spectacle. The spacecraft of Sunyu and his companions followed a peculiar flying yellow caterpillar-like object, traversing a vast expanse of pyramid structures, ultimately entering the tallest pyramid ahead. The height of this grand edifice eluded Sunyu's estimation. They had previously caught a glimpse of it while in outer space. The pyramid exhibited a silvery gray hue, with the upper quarter supported by 12 soaring copper columns. This silver pyramid was oriented north-south, featuring a vertical staircase positioned centrally on its southern facade. The spacecraft of Sunyu and his companions descended directly beneath the immense silver-gray pyramid. As they cautiously emerged from their vessel, they beheld several blue avatars approaching them, figures previously glimpsed through the luminous screen. However, the leader, marked by a scar above his eye, was conspicuously absent. As the avatars approached Sunyu, they placed their right hands over their hearts and inclined their bodies slightly in a gesture of respect, their voices gravelly as they intoned, "Blessings of the god Ignatz upon you, esteemed guests from afar. Please, follow me." With that, they soared upwards towards the apex of the imposing silver-gray pyramid. Sunyu and Lana exchanged glances, each puzzled by the other's thoughts, and ultimately chose to follow the avatars in silence. Upon reaching the 12 towering bronze pillars, Sunyu finally spotted the scarred-eyed leader. The escorting guardians stood respectfully to the side, and the leader, with a cough, addressed them, "Esteemed avatars, I mean, this distinguished individual." Suddenly, Sunyu found himself at a loss for how to address the other party. He had been silently mocking them as avatars in his mind, and nearly let that slip. Turning to seek help from Lana and the others, he was met with their averted gazes. The leader seemed to perceive Sunyu's awkwardness. Rather than exploiting the situation, He placed his right hand over his heart and bowed slightly, speaking in a deep voice. In the presence of Ignaz, I am Taser, the chieftain of the survivors of planet Veblen. Survivors? The group echoed Taser's words, seemingly attempting to glean the history of planet Veblen from the term survivors. Greetings, chieftain. I am Sun Yu, a Saiyan. With that, the two engaged in a historic handshake. Subsequently, Sun Yu relayed the detailed report of Frisia's expeditionary force to Chieftain Taser, expressing a desire for collaboration. However, he was met with a refusal. I do not comprehend, Chieftain Taser, why you would decline to cooperate with us. Do you harbor distrust towards us? Sun Yu's patience began to wear thin as he had earnestly appealed to reason and emotion. Unfortunately, the half-human, half-mechanical leader appeared completely unmoved. Are you saying that despite our demonstration of sincerity, it is still insufficient? Lana, known for her fiery temper, would have launched an attack had Sun Yu not repeatedly cautioned her against acting impulsively. The others accompanying them wore grim expressions, prepared for a confrontation should negotiations collapse. However, Taser calmly elucidated, I believe you misunderstand, Mr. Sun Yu. Our refusal to collaborate is not rooted in distrust. Rather, it is a tradition of my people that any who wish to ally with us must first triumph over our finest warriors. Upon hearing this, Sun Yu and his companions were elated. As a warrior race, the Saiyans thrived on the challenge of facing formidable opponents from various tribes. Lord Sun Yu, please grant me permission to challenge their warriors, Bardock exclaimed, mimicking Taser's tone. Lana stealthily positioned herself behind Sun Yu and suddenly pinched his waist. Kai, don't you think I should go? Uncle Ollie cleared his throat. Though I wish to join, perhaps it is best to allow the youth this opportunity. Yalinx and Vistor also appeared eager. Yet, in light of their comparatively low combat prowess, they refrained from voicing their desires. Hey, could you all settle down? Usually, when I ask you to do something, you all act lethargic, yet now that a fight is on the horizon, you're all so excited. Sun Yu shot a disapproving glare at Lana and Bardock, as he too longed for the chance to spar with the native warriors of Veblen. Seeing the spirited debate among Sun Yu and the others, Taser interjected, in truth, it would be more prudent for Mr. Sun Yu to engage in battle, for only he possesses the combat strength that may indeed surpass that of our warriors. Upon hearing this, Sun Yu and his companions were somewhat taken aback, not due to concern over the prowess of their adversaries, but rather astonished that they could discern their combat capabilities. You can perceive our battle strength? Indeed, Tarsal nodded, his voice gravelly as he explained. Within us resides a formidable energy detection apparatus, capable of sensing the energy intensity of all living beings, regardless of how adeptly you conceal it. Oh, how intriguing. Sun Yu observed Tarsal with keen interest, particularly because the latter was a cyborg. Sun Yu found himself unable to gauge Tarsal's combat strength, while his own was now laid bare before them, seemingly underestimated. Nonetheless, I must caution you. Do not underestimate the Saiyans. Seeing Sun Yu's unequivocal agreement, Tarsal signaled to one of his companions, who then stepped forward and knelt before Tarsal on one knee. This is our sacred warrior. If there are no further questions from either side, let the contest commence, Tarsal stated calmly. Sun Yu flexed his wrist, his excitement palpable as he exclaimed, the Templar warriors? The name bears a striking resemblance to the Jedi Knights from Star Wars, and it sounds rather formidable. I can hardly contain my anticipation. The gazes of the others converged upon Sun Yu, as he typically concealed his true aura so well that they were entirely unaware of his genuine prowess. Now, they were finally poised to witness it. The Templar warrior turned calmly, his eyes steady and devoid of any emotion, and nodded slightly at Sun Yu, saying, Please, follow me. They could not engage in battle here, as it might jeopardize the architecture of the pyramid. Therefore, the group soared several kilometers away to a desolate area. This region, devoid of any human presence, was littered with barren mountains and ruins. Even a fierce clash would pose little concern. This shall suffice, Tarsal declared, hovering in midair, flanked by several tribesmen. Rudd, keep your blows restrained. Do not take his life. As you command, Chief, replied Rudd, the Templar warrior, bowing deeply to Tarsal. Lana and Ollie ascended into the sky, whispering amongst themselves. Sun Yu positioned himself opposite Rudd, casting a resigned glance at Tarsal, whose demeanor resembled that of a quintessential villain. Tarsal consistently spoke with such courtesy that it bewildered Sun Yu. I must say, Chief Tarsal, your character somewhat belies your countenance. The indigenous Veblen present exchanged puzzled glances, unable to grasp Sun Yu's meaning. Tarsal paused momentarily, touching his own face, mistakenly believing Sun Yu inquired about the origin of his scar. He responded earnestly, "This scar is a badge of honor. Do you not understand? My clan venerates glory and the spirit of the warrior. Reflecting on yesteryears, I endured a..." "Enough." Sun Yu interjected, recognizing Tarsal's tendency to ramble. He simply could not reconcile the notion of this potential Hollywood antagonist waxing lyrical about honor and warrior spirit. Could you believe it? This was no mere annoyance. It was akin to a complete and utter breakdown. Through this brief encounter, Sun Yu gleaned a semblance of understanding regarding the avatars. Though they were half-human, half-machine beings, they exhibited an honor code reminiscent of the Western Knights. As you wish. Rudd did not pursue the matter of Sun Yu's slight against their chief, albeit due to their complete misinterpretation of his words. Indeed, Sun Yu responded with a nod, then spread his feet apart, positioning his hands in a preparatory stance. In an instant, he retracted his playful demeanor, his gaze turning icy, and an overwhelming aura erupted from him, revealing a combat power of 800,000. The members of Bardock's group felt a moment of disorientation, their eyes fixed upon Sun Yu's figure as if gazing up at an insurmountable peak, instilling within them a profound sense of helplessness. Tarsal and the others remained composed, fully aware of Sun Yu's true combat prowess. The energy detectors implanted within them could precisely measure an individual's energy intensity, no matter how skillfully concealed. Rude maintained a stoic expression, standing immobile as a mountain, towering over Sun Yu with a height that exceeded his by half a body length, quietly looking down upon him. How infuriating it was to be underestimated. Sun Yu felt a surge of irritation at Rude's demeanor, prompting him to take the initiative. Eager to personally experience the might of these half-human, half-machine beings. "Prepare yourself, Flame Fist." Sun Yu unleashed a powerful roar, enveloped by a torrent of scorching energy that clung to his hands and feet, resembling a war deity treading upon flames. Observing Sun Yu's fiery fist technique, Lana proudly patted her ample chest and exclaimed to those nearby, "Did you see that? That move was invented by yours truly. Impressive, isn't it?" However, Bardock barely acknowledged her, while only Uncle Ollie and Alenka's Vist offered perfunctory compliments, much to Lana's delight. Fortunately, she had eliminated her tail with the divine slash. Otherwise, it would have been standing on end in her current state of pride. In the arena, after Sun Yu executed his fiery fist, Rudd and the others were momentarily astonished. Yet, they quickly regained their composure. Sun Yu's figure flickered, and he suddenly appeared before Rudd, delivering a punch with tremendous force. Rudd did not flinch or evade, but raised his right hand. With a resounding bang, their fists collided, creating a shockwave of sound. Remarkable. In that fleeting moment, he sensed Rudd's battle power to be approximately 900,000. Nevertheless, they possessed the ability to compress their strength to a singular point at the moment of impact, conserving every ounce of energy to withstand his assault, such as the advantage of their mechanical bodies. In that instant, myriad thoughts raced through Sun Yu's mind, and Rudd seized the opportunity, launching a whip-like kick towards Sun Yu's abdomen. Despite their imposing size, their speed was anything but slow, particularly in extreme reflexes. They could make the most precise judgments. When they struck, it was guaranteed to connect. Faced with the lightning-fast kick, Sun Yu felt a sense of urgency. He knew that if struck, the ensuing battle would become exceedingly disadvantageous. Cursing these half-constructed beings for their calculative prowess, he felt a surge of crimson energy flash in his eyes, his pupils transforming into a sea of red. The Sharingan, time suspended. As Sun Yu activated the Sharingan, an indescribable force of temporal energy enveloped Rudd, rendering his once nimble body burdened, as though time itself had slowed around him. What is happening? Including Rudd, the indigenous inhabitants of Vibrant Star found themselves in a daze. They had mentally rehearsed the entire battle, yet an unknown power had interfered with the flow of combat. Kale's eyes. Uncle Ollie seemed to perceive something dreadfully alarming. Fixating on Sun Yu's gaze, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Noticing her father's unusual demeanor, Lana curiously turned to him and asked, "Dad, what's wrong?" Kale's eyes can change color. That appears to be his special ability. There's no need for concern, she reassured him. Yet, Uncle Ollie seemed oblivious to Lana's words, his gaze still locked on his Sun Yu, murmuring, "Just like that person's eyes. That person." A cryptic statement that left others bewildered, though Lana understood that her father's reference to that person was his unique designation for Sun Yu's father, the specifics of which remained unclear to her. Due to the fact that his father seldom mentioned Kyle's father, on the battlefield, Sun Yu unleashed the long-dormant Sharingan. imposing a momentary stillness upon Rude, causing his movements to freeze for an instant. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Yu delivered a powerful punch, generating a visible shockwave in the air. Boom! Rude was struck down from the sky by Sun Yu's explosive blow, crashing heavily onto the ground and creating a large crater. God.God and the others cheered for Sun Yu, while Tarsal maintained an expression as calm as the tranquil sea. Heh, now you recognize my prowess, Sun Yu exclaimed triumphantly, gazing at the ground. As the dust settled, a transparent protective shield became visible. What is this? God.God, Lana, and the others exclaimed in astonishment. Their eyes fixed on the unharmed Rude within the shield, their hearts filled with shock. Tarsal, perceiving their bewilderment, explained in his deep, gravelly voice, "This is a protective barrier, capable of withstanding a certain degree of attack." "Ah, a protective barrier, is it?" Sun Yu remarked coldly, his Sharingan fixated on Rude below, his aura intensifying once more. "Then let me see how many of my attacks you can endure." With that, he vanished from his position, and in the next moment, Rude felt a wave of heat rush towards his face. Sun Yuling unleashed a relentless assault upon Rude's protective shield, each punch reverberating against its surface, creating ripples that echoed through the air, causing the very ground to tremble. The spectators, witnessing the spectacle from a distance, were left in awe. Within the confines of the shield, Rude felt a jolt of fear from Sun Yu's formidable aura. Yet, bolstered by his confidence in the shield's integrity, he grinned, revealing his menacing fangs. "There's no need to waste your efforts. I can see that your offensive power is indeed impressive. However, unless you can shatter my shield in an instant, the energy within me will continuously replenish the shield's wear and tear. Eventually, you will tire, while my energy is boundless. It's a perpetual energy device." Suddenly, Sun Yu recalled this concept, astonished that even after Dr. Gero's demise, other civilizations had managed to develop such a phenomenon, truly a flaw in the system. Yet, what difference did it make? Perhaps for artificial beings, their combat prowess was intrinsically linked to their initial energy settings, resulting in limited growth potential. However, Sun Yu was not constrained in such a manner. An explosive surge of battle power was as effortless and casual for him as plucking a flower from the ground. "Oh, it seems you possess great confidence in your shield." Sun Yu ceased his assault, leaping back to stand 5 meters before Rude, and declared, "Let us hope your shield is indeed as resilient as you claim, or you shall face a most dire fate." Rude merely chuckled non-committally in response. Sun Yu took a deep breath, then crossed his hands and chanted, "Ka, me." Streams of ethereal blue light surged forth from his palms, and the surrounding air appeared to thicken, while the stones beneath him quivered restlessly like a swarm of locusts. Me. Sun Yu had retracted his hands to his waist, and the ground trembled slightly beneath him. Taser and the others could naturally sense the surge of energy in Sun Yu's hands, which had doubled in intensity. In their astonishment, they immediately called out, "Rud, retreat quickly, do not resist." With a thunderous shout, Sun Yu thrust his palms forward, unleashing a torrent of blue light akin to a high-pressure water jet towards Rud. Rud was taken aback by the scene unfolding before him. After a brief moment of dazed shock, he leapt into the air, attempting to evade Sun Yu's Kamehameha wave. However, if the Kamehameha could be so easily dodged, then Sun Wukong would not have been so devoted to mastering this technique. Sun Yu shook his hands vigorously, sending rippling waves of energy surging forward, causing the Kamehameha wave to alter its trajectory and pursue Rud's airborne position. What? It can do that? The onlookers were left in a state of disbelief. Only moments ago, they had lamented how easily Rud might evade Sun Yu's prolonged charge. Now, they could hardly fathom that this technique possessed the ability to change course, clearly indicating it was no ordinary skill. Rud, initially relieved to have evaded Sun Yu's formidable strike, suddenly found himself glancing down instinctively, only to discover that the enigmatic beam of light had inexplicably turned sharply in place, hurtling directly towards him. Shield. In a moment of desperation, Rud was unable to evade. He crossed his robust arms defensively over his chest, summoning a shimmering barrier. Boom. As the Kamehameha collided with Rud's shield, a thunderous sound erupted, and the transparent barrier was riddled with deep cracks. Rud's gaze hardened as he shouted, "System overload, triple shield." With a crackle, Rud's once blue skin turned a fierce crimson, wisps of smoke emanating from his body. The shield before him thickened considerably, instantly restoring the barrier that had been shattered by the Kamehameha. Upon witnessing this scene, Sun Yu felt a surge of displeasure within him. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed with indignation, "Humph, Do you think you are the only one capable of overloading? I can do it too. Prepare yourself for the fourfold Kamehameha. With a mighty roar, he unleashed his full combat power, causing the ground beneath him to fracture into numerous cracks that spread outward. The fierce currents of energy propelled debris into the air, shattering it into fragments. Whoosh! Sun Yu's hands emanated a surge of energy, doubling in intensity. A colossal sphere of light soared forward along the trajectory of the original Kamehameha. Upon its collision with Rude's triple-layered shield, the seemingly indestructible barrier crumbled as if made of mere paper. Boom! As the quadruple Kamehameha pierced through Rude's defenses. Sun Yu immediately tempered his power, leaving Rude merely battered by the residual force of the attack. Despite this, his body was drenched in crimson as he plummeted from the sky. Rude's injuries were a consequence of both Sun Yu's assault and the repercussions of overexertion. Rude. Tasers swiftly teleported to catch the falling Rude, and the others hurried to assess the situation. Sun Yu, having exhausted his energy, felt as though his body had been completely drained, and he stumbled before collapsing to the ground. At that moment, Lana soared to Sun Yu's side, reaching into her bosom to retrieve a magical bean, which she promptly placed into his mouth. You truly act recklessly, she admonished. With your current strength, even executing a quadrupled Kamehameha is still quite a stretch. Sun Yu consumed the celestial bean offered by Lana, instantly transforming back into a vigorous youth. With a hearty laugh, he declared, With the celestial beans at our disposal, there shall be no grave concerns. Moreover, I sense that after this expenditure of energy, my combat prowess has significantly increased. Setting aside his musings, he continued, Rude must be gravely injured. Let us proceed to check on him. With that, the two soared towards Tarsal. Upon arrival, they beheld Rude, his right side a gruesome sight, though fortunately, his life remained intact. Uncle Ollie promptly retrieved a celestial bean and administered it to Rude. Thankfully, the Veblen natives had not transformed themselves entirely into mechanical beings. Otherwise, even celestial beings would be of no assistance to them. As Rude ingested the celestial bean, his wounds miraculously healed before Tarsal and the others' astonished eyes. Rising to his feet, he disregarded the circumstances surrounding him and knelt before Tarsal, exclaiming, Chieftain, I have brought shame upon our clan. Tarsal assisted Rude to his feet, his voice deep and resonant as he replied, Defeat is not to be feared. What is truly frightful is the inability to confront one's failures. Hone your martial skills well, my warrior. Unlike Sun Yu, whose combat abilities could continuously evolve, the half-mechanical beings possessed a constant energy level. Their only means of strengthening lay in the relentless refinement of their combat techniques, inputting vast amounts of battle data into the intelligent chip within their minds. This reverence for the warrior spirit was precisely why they held such values. At your command, esteemed chieftain, Rude responded, stepping aside. In that moment, the Veblen natives gazed upon Sun Yu and his companions not with the coldness of their initial meeting, but with a newfound respect. Much like the Saiyans, they revered the strong. It is a pleasure to collaborate with you, Mr. Sun Yu. Tarsal respectfully inclined his body slightly, expressing his esteem for his companions. Sun Yu had not anticipated achieving an alliance with the Vebelnites so seamlessly, although their capacity for growth was quite limited. Sun Yu placed greater value on the advanced technology they possessed. Well said, chieftain. Since you have consented to cooperate, let us discuss the matters that lie ahead. The formidable battle power of Frisia, amounting to 120 million, remained a persistent thorn in Sun Yu's mind. Should he fail to reach the critical threshold between his ordinary form and that of a Super Saiyan, essentially the physical limit of 3 million battle power, even transforming into a Super Saiyan would render him no match for Frisia. A Super Saiyan only amplifies one's inherent abilities by 50 times. Ordinary Saiyans, through rigorous training, can unlock their latent potential through the fury of anger, enabling their transformation into Super Saiyans. However, exceptions do exist, such as the offspring of Super Saiyans, the so-called Super Saiyan 2, exemplified by Goku's young son, Goten. With no Super Saiyan parent to rely upon, he had no choice but to strive for greatness on his own. Sun Yu sighed, resolving to set aside thoughts of Frisia as he planned to return to the silver-gray pyramid with Tarsal and the others. Suddenly, faint yet discernible presences flitted through the air, prompting both Sun Yu and God.God to sharply scan their surroundings, exclaiming, Who goes there? Lana and Uncle Ollie also sensed a slight, elusive aura, but chose not to dwell on it. Perhaps mere insects. This planet, besides us, is home to some resilient pests, Tarsal remarked, his voice tinged with a hint of melancholy, as if lamenting the fate of the planet. Bardock scoffed derisively, retorting, "You lot, who rely solely on scanners. Surely your device fails to inform you of the dreadful murderous intent concealed within those auras." "What?" Tarsal and his companions gazed at Bardock incredulously, attempting to discern whether he spoke truthfully. "Indeed," Sun Yu replied, casting a wary glance around. The presence felt eerily similar to the overwhelming battle power he had sensed in outer space. Given the uncertainty surrounding the Vebel Knights, he had refrained from further inquiry. But it was now evident that this aura was decidedly hostile. "Chieftain, we are unfamiliar with the circumstances here. However, I hope you can align with us." It was not that Sun Yu was unwilling to trust Tarsal. For in unfamiliar territory, it was wise to remain vigilant. Lana, Uncle Ollie, and her ranks placed their unconditional faith in Sun Yu. Upon witnessing his alert demeanor, they too adopted a defensive posture around him. Only Tarsal and his companions exchanged glances, not out of distrust towards Sun Yu, but rather adhering to their own warrior pride. "You are engaging in fruitless endeavors." Tarsal exhibited rare impatience, casting a cold glance at Sun Yu before preparing to take flight. "Danger, you fool." Sun Yu suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, a stark warning of impending danger. Indeed, several figures surged forth from the ruins several hundred meters away, causing his heart to race violently. Powerful auras descended upon Sun Yu and his companions like towering mountains. Each of these figures possessed combat prowess exceeding 500,000, and leading the charge was the very entity whose presence Sun Yu had sensed in space, boasting a staggering combat strength of 1 million. "Patriarch, quickly take cover." Indeed, this formidable being with 1 million in combat strength had targeted the leader of the Veblen race, Tarsal. The newly emerged powerhouse bore striking resemblance to Tarsal's kin, yet their skin was ebony and devoid of any mechanized features. Most importantly, Sun Yu could perceive their combat strength, provided they did not deliberately conceal it. Sun Yulia's flame fist erupted with an intensity that reached its zenith, aiming to push aside the unprepared clan leader, Tarsal. However, he was a moment too late. The shadowy assailant struck with both palms, one aimed at Sun Yu's chest, while the other transformed into a claw that pierced through Tarsal's heart. Sun Yu was struck by the black assailant, his insides churning with pain. Yet, he persevered, delivering a powerful punch infused with a scorching wave of energy towards his adversary. The black assailant was forced to retreat several paces, while Lana and Rude, along with others, swiftly countered the initial onslaught from the assailants. "Could someone elucidate the situation for me?" Sun Yu endured the blow, sustaining significant injury. After all, the opponent's formidable battle power of 1 million was no trifling matter. He quickly consumed a healing bean, restoring himself to optimal condition. The group of black assailants encircled Sun Yu and his allies, their cold gazes sweeping over them as if they were nothing more than insignificant insects. "Hey, you are the leader. If your subordinates are this capable, you should be even stronger." Lana inquired with a furrowed brow, clearly dissatisfied with Tarsal's recent performance. Had Tarsal offered better support to Sun Yu, he would not have suffered such severe injuries. Tarsal's visage seemed to age considerably in an instant. He cleared his throat and explained, "This is my negligence. I had not anticipated their existence on this planet. In the universal language, the pronunciation of they and them differs, and Sun Yu and the others noted this distinction." Listening intently as Tarsal continued, "They are known as the infected, once our kin. Thousands of years ago, our planet was a beautiful sphere. However, at some unknown point, certain tribesmen fell victim to a demonic curse, transforming into the terrifying infected, the very ones responsible for our current plight." As Tarsal spoke, his stooped figure trembled with distress. Upon hearing the term infected, Sun Yu's mind immediately recalled the parasitic life form, Cotton Vine, from Dragon Ball Super. However, noting the absence of distinctive traits atop the foes' heads, he concluded that Cotton Vine was not involved. Exercising caution, Sun Yu activated his Sharingan, employing its insight to probe the group of infected. When his gaze fell upon Tarsal, his expression hardened. With a swift motion, he plunged his right hand into Tarsal's heart, the pale blue blood of the vibrant alien spilling forth onto the ground. Sun Yu's actions instilled considerable fear among the onlookers. Rude reacted swiftly, furiously raising his massive palm to strike at Sun Yu, while Lana, Bardock, and the others unleashed their full might, staunchly guarding Sun Yu's side. The outermost infected individuals watched the scene with keen interest, as if waiting for an opportunity to pounce as soon as a conflict erupted within, ready to ensnare Sun Yu and Tarsal's group in one fell swoop. The atmosphere was tense and peculiar, charged with impending confrontation. After a moment of shock, Chief Tarsal gestured for Rude to step back. At that instant, Sun Yu withdrew his hand from Tarsal's chest, lifting it triumphantly to reveal it smeared with blue blood. To the astonishment of the crowd, Sun Yu's fingers clutched a writhing insect. With a decisive squeeze, he crushed the creature, its remnants scattering. I suspect the infected are not cursed by demons, but rather afflicted by these insects. Sun Yu's gaze shifted towards the infected individual with a combat power of 1 million, who showed no signs of having been outwitted. Instead, he regarded Sun Yu with a curious expression. Tarsal's countenance darkened as he accepted the celestial beam thrown by Sun Yu, mimicking his actions to consume it. Though the mechanics of the beam were unknown to them, its ability to heal injuries instantaneously was well understood. This is not a place to linger, Mr. Sunday. Let us join forces to impede their leader while we strategize our retreat. Despite their numerical advantage, only he and Lana could genuinely contend with the adversaries. The others were no match for the infected. Thus, a tactical withdrawal appeared to be the wisest course of action. Sun Yu glanced up at the sun hanging high in the sky, a faint smile gracing his lips as he replied, "No, Chief, leave that individual to me. You focus on protecting my kin during the retreat." Tarsal hesitated, for logically, he could not allow someone with a combat power of 800,000 to confront an opponent with 1 million. Yet, upon meeting Sun Yu's resolute gaze, he found himself doubting his own analytical conclusions for the first time. Perhaps this young man could indeed perform miracles. Very well, but be cautious. Do not let them wound you and risk infection. Seeing the fighting spirit among Sun Yu's group, the infected, who considered them easy prey, assumed a menacing stance. Lana, ensure their safety and do not overexert yourself. Especially you, Bardak. I know you yearn to prove your strength, but the priority now is survival. Everyone. When I count to 3, we act. Sun Yu paused momentarily, and the infected individuals stood poised like arrows drawn on a bowstring. Seemingly ready to spring into action the moment he counted to 3. 3. Sun Yu bypassed the numbers 1 and 2, and as he declared 3, everyone present, including the infected, staggered slightly, nearly losing their balance. Just as Lana and the others were about to criticize Sun Yu for his unconventional tactics, they realized he had already dashed forward, confronting an infected with a combat power of 1 million, delivering a surprise assault with both fists. Well, this fellow is becoming increasingly cunning, even deceiving his own team, Lana thought inwardly. Due to Sun Yu's sudden offensive, the original situation was thrown into disarray, creating a slight chaos. Yet, this turmoil proved advantageous for Tasser's side. While Sun Yu drew the attention of all the infected, Tasser and his companions, including Rude, seized the opportunity to strike. Their massive hands spread wide, revealing sharp claws, and they focused their assault on the nearest infected, inflicting severe injuries. Witnessing this, Lana was not one to be outdone. Her fiery fists erupted with a combat power of 600,000, commanding the attention of the entire arena. With Lana leading the charge, Tasser and his group managed to restrain the majority of the infected, while Bardak, Ali, and others provided auxiliary attacks from the flanks, dramatically improving the situation on the battlefield. In this scene, Sun Yu effortlessly sent a 1 million combat power infected individual flying several meters away. As he advanced, he was unexpectedly struck by a swift counterattack, the creature's claws slicing through the air with a haunting whistle. With a sharp sizzle, Sun Yu's form was torn into fragments, vanishing into thin air. Yet, the infected being displayed no sign of exhilaration, for it discerned that this fleeting silhouette was but an illusion. This was Sun Yu's skill. Phantom Fist. Suddenly, the true form of Sun Yu materialized on the ground, crouching slightly before leaping into the air. Utilizing the force of his jump combined with the enhancement of the Flame Fist, he unleashed a powerful strike, declaring, "Behold, the ascending dragon of Mount Lu." It seemed as though a skill from the legendary Saint Seiya had intruded upon the scene. However, this was of little consequence. What truly mattered was that Sun Yu's determined blow was effortlessly countered by the infected being, whose grip on Sun Yu's hand was unyielding, rendering him incapable of breaking free. After all, his opponent possessed a staggering combat power of 1 million, and the naive notion of relying solely on physical strength to contend with such might was folly. The infected entity descended to the ground, forcefully raising Sun Yu's arm and slamming it downwards with tremendous force. The impact reverberated with a thunderous roar, causing the earth to fracture. It then dragged Sun Yu's body forward and unleashed a torrential onslaught of punches, each strike resonating with seismic tremors. Lana, glancing inadvertently in Sun Yu's direction, observed the ground beneath him sinking several meters deep. Kale, Lana, recognizing the perilous situation Sun Yu found himself in, instinctively sought to assist him, but was halted by Tarsal. Mr. Sun Yu is unharmed. There is no need for concern regarding his safety, Tarsal asserted with unwavering conviction. As if to validate Tarsal's words, the ground before the infected being suddenly erupted with a burst of azure light. A wave of energy surging upwards and crashing into the creature, forcing it to stagger backward. In the wake of this tumult, a figure cloaked in a faint golden hue ascended into the sky. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Sun Yu, enveloped in a shimmering golden shield. A protective barrier. How could he possibly possess such a power? Tarsal felt that the shocks he had experienced today surpassed all the fears of his lifetime. He had never witnessed a being outside his kin wielding such a technique. Sun Yu let out a dry chuckle, for the Veblinians retained half of their biological traits. Thus, he could employ the Sharingan to replicate their abilities. This enabled him to activate a protective shield just in the nick of time, defending against the assault of 1,000,000 combat power infectors. Within the confines of the shield, he unleashed a Kamehameha wave to neutralize the impending crisis. This infected Veblinian seemed to lack the skill to control its combat power. Consequently, as long as Sun Yu stood firm behind his formidable shield, he could withstand the opponent's onslaught. Although such tactics were rather underhanded and contradicted the Saiyan combat philosophy, Sun Yu was unconcerned. All that mattered was vanquishing his adversary. On the other side, the situation for Lanatasal was exceedingly favorable, seemingly on the verge of shaking off the infectors. With this thought in mind, Sun Yu felt invigorated and dove downwards from the sky, eager for mutual destruction, just as he believed victory was assured. An unexpected turn of events occurred. The infector's body suddenly expanded threefold, its massive claws stirring up a whirlwind. With a single swipe, it shattered Sun Yu's protective shield, sending him reeling and spitting blood. His body propelled dozens of meters away. As Sun Yu, brimming with confidence, faced the 1,000,000 combat power infector for a one-on-one confrontation, it suddenly transformed with overwhelming force, swatting him aside. Sun Yu coughed up blood and crashed heavily to the ground. What on earth is happening? Am I not the protagonist of this tale? Wasn't it promised that I could conquer any challenge? Why is it that I am always the one getting slapped in the face during these moments of bravado? Sun Yu felt a surge of indignation, nearly moved to tears, as he sensed his insides were about to spill forth, and many of his bones felt shattered. Enduring the pain, he reached into his robe and retrieved a senza bean, biting it in half. With a series of satisfying crunches, all the broken bones mended, and Sun Yu rose to his feet, stretching his limbs. Remarkably, his combat power had reached 920,000, yet what use was that when his opponent's transformation had granted it an astounding 5,000,000 combat power? The shift in its combat power was the result of precise calculations, adhering to the scientific principles governing species transformations and biological evolution. Thus, the figure 250 bore no other implications whatsoever. Sun Yu gazed ahead at the imposing figure of the colossal being striding toward him. He decided to simply refer to it as 250. The creature stood an astonishing 6 meters tall, its limbs as robust as the trunk of a massive tree, its entire physique bursting with explosive muscle, causing a shiver to run down one's spine at a mere glance. At this moment, its form had transcended that of a human, resembling more a bipedal lizard, with long, menacing spikes protruding from its shoulders and back, creating a truly terrifying visage. In the distance, Tarsal and the others wore expressions of sheer astonishment. Sun Yu could ascertain that this transformation was not a skill of the Vebulan inhabitants, but rather a unique ability of this creature. Was this truly not a contrived plot device introduced by the author to prolong the narrative? It certainly felt as though this entity had leapt forth solely to extend the storyline. Of course, such thoughts remained confined to Sun Yu's mind. Voicing them would undoubtedly result in severe repercussions in the unfolding narrative. As Sun Yu's thoughts spiraled, 250 had already approached him. Looming over him with its towering height, its gaze filled with disdain and indifference, it slowly raised its foot, preparing to crush Sun Yu as one might squash an ant. Dismissing the act with casual ease, this was perilous for Mr. Sun Yu. Tarsal, now visibly agitated, realized the gravity of the situation. Earlier, Sun Yu had withstood the assault of an infected individual boasting a combat power of 1,000,000. However, circumstances had shifted dramatically. The adversary now possessed a staggering combat power of 2,500,000. Even if Sun Yu were endowed with extraordinary abilities, he could scarcely evade the grim fate of being trampled. Release Kyle at once. Lana suddenly charged towards Sun Yu, hurling fiery energy orbs. Yet, when these orbs struck 250, it merely furrowed its brow, as if it had been lightly prodded by a fly, utterly unfazed. As Sun Yu gazed at the descending foot of the second-rate individual, he took a moment to reflect on the capriciousness of life and the cyclical nature of fortune. He tilted his gaze towards the 45-degree angle of the sky, where the hazy atmosphere of the Veblen star invariably evoked memories of Victorian England. Although Sun Yu had no knowledge of the exact years of the Victorian era and had never traveled abroad, he merely wished to express that the sunlight was quite pleasant. Do you recall the wish Sun Yu made to the dragon while on Earth? He wished for universal equality, or rather, that was not quite it. The wish he articulated was for the ability to transform at will into a colossal ape. In response, the dragon enhanced Sun Yu's Sharingan, enabling it to extract the requisite 17 million blue shift photons from sunlight. A flicker of otherworldly red light surged through his eyes, and the crimson Sharingan activated instantaneously as Sun Yu bellowed, "Transformation! Roar!" Suddenly, Sun Yu's physique surged dramatically, his jaw protruded, and his body became enveloped in a coat of brown fur. Wu abruptly realized that the ants beneath his feet were visibly enlarging. 2 meters, 3 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters. Roar! Roar! The colossal ape form of Sun Yu pounded his chest violently, producing a deafening sound. His simian head moved slightly, and the crimson Sharingan whirled within its sockets, coldly fixating on Wu. Wu was instantly struck with terror, unable to comprehend how a being that had just moments ago seemed as insignificant as an ant could suddenly grow to a size surpassing his own. Moreover, he could sense the overwhelming aura emanating from Sun Yu, a presence more imposing than mountains, deeper than oceans, and broader than the sky itself. Flee! This was the sole thought racing through Wu's mind. All notions of duty and the resurgence of his race faded into irrelevance. Yet, faced with the giant ape Sun Yu, escape was futile. Before he could take more than a few steps, Sun Yu effortlessly clasped him in his hand, as if lifting a mere chick. Onlookers in the distance were left dumbfounded by the spectacle, particularly the Saiyans accompanying Bardock. They were bewildered as to how Sun Yu had transformed without the full moon and were perplexed by his apparent retention of sanity in his monstrous form. Was it not said that only noble elite warriors could achieve such a feat? Why was Sun Yu capable of it? Long live Lord Kale. I admire you so much. Lord Kale, Aranx and Vest watched in stunned silence, their excitement reaching an unprecedented peak, their reverence for Sun Yu soaring to new heights. If someone had told them that Sun Yu was a deity incarnate, they would have believed without hesitation. Taser and several other Veblunins remained silent for a long while, murmuring, "Is this truly Mr. Sun Yu's real power? Such terrifying combat prowess." The combat prowess of Sun Yu, transformed into a colossal ape, reaches an astounding 9.2 million. Such an aura, even without deliberate manifestation, evokes an indescribable sense of oppression among those nearby. The creature, clutched in Sun Yu's grasp, struggles fervently but to no avail. Sun Yu denies him any chance of escape, raising his immense ape-like arm and forcefully slamming the creature to the ground, before leaping into the air to deliver a crushing stomp. Boom, boom, boom. With each mighty stomp of Sun Yu's colossal legs, the very planet seemed to tremble. Although such a statement bore an element of exaggeration, the resounding thuds echoed like a colossal drumbeat resonating within the hearts of all present. The strongest of the infected had been vanquished, leaving the remaining foes in disarray. Seizing the moment, Tarsal led his comrades in a relentless pursuit, capturing the remnants of their adversaries in one fell swoop. As the crowd gathered around Sun Yu, their faces radiated the joy of victory. With another thunderous roar, Sun Yu proclaimed the resounding success of their battle. At that moment, the fallen figure of Wu suddenly coughed up several mouthfuls of blood and, with a raspy voice, proclaimed, "Do you truly believe you have triumphed? Heh. The 5 celestial locks of Vibran have already been seized by us. The planet's defense system lies utterly incapacitated. You have lost." What? Upon hearing the term celestial locks, Tarsal and his companions shuddered. Those locks were the cornerstone of the planet's defense mechanisms. If they were destroyed, Vibran would be left vulnerable to the cosmos. Suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation, they rushed towards Wu. However, to their astonishment, a black, writhing worm slithered from his mouth and swiftly burrowed into the ground. Damn it! In a fit of rage, Tarsal unleashed an energy projectile, obliterating the earth within a radius of several dozen meters. A deafening roar erupted from the sky as an almost imperceptible barrier was dismantled, plunging the already murky skies of Vibran into a deeper darkness. The blazing sun now scorched the land mercilessly. Tarsal hovered in the air, staring blankly at the massive crater below, when suddenly a jolt of panic coursed through his heart. The temple is in danger. The temple? Sun Yu and the others were momentarily taken aback. That is the very place where the chieftain recently received you. Lut explained. Without uttering a word, Tarsal transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the silver pyramid. Sun Yu and the others followed suit. As the scenery shifted, they found themselves once again at the silver pyramid temple. Before they could even land, they were met by a horde of blue Vibranians rushing towards them. Chieftain, urgent news. The infected have re-emerged. Chieftain, our defense system has suddenly collapsed, and the autonomous combat machines are rendered inoperative. The infected are nearly at the temple. Chieftain, our kin have suffered devastating casualties. Before Tarsal could regain his footing, a throng of his people surrounded him, reporting various dire circumstances. Do not panic. Within the temple lies an artifact left by Ignaz, which can activate the psychic defenses and awaken the autonomous combat machines. We still have hope, Tarsal reassured them. Upon hearing Tarsal's words, the tribespeople managed to stabilize their emotions. Sun Yu and his companions exchanged glances before following Tarsal into the interior of the silver pyramid. Sun Yu once again found himself beneath the 12 copper pillars, while Tarsal proceeded forward. As he showed no intention of obstructing Sun Yu, the latter and his companions shamelessly followed suit. Meanwhile, the tribesmen who had just reported the situation lingered outside the temple. The 12 copper pillars, standing approximately 15 meters tall and measuring 3 to 4 meters in diameter, appeared to be arranged haphazardly. Yet, Sun Yu could faintly perceive an inexplicable order within the chaos. Gazing upward, he noticed the pillars adorned with depictions of bizarre creatures, leaving him and his companions in awe. Tarsal approached the center of the temple. Standing beneath one of the pillars, he retrieved a jade stone, about the size of a goose egg, and placed it into a recess at the center of the pillar. In an instant, the pillar trembled violently and began to rotate downwards. As it descended, a 10-meter-wide platform emerged from the ceiling of the temple. Mr. Sun Yu, might I trouble you to guard this place for me? We need to access the secret chamber within the temple to activate the Ignaz artifact. Tarsal endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor, though his eyes betrayed his urgency. Certainly, rest assured that I shall ensure not even a fly can enter. Sun Yu discerned Tarsal's reluctance to allow them access to the secrets within the chamber. Thus, he agreed to remain vigilant. Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Sun Yu. Tarsal nodded slightly in appreciation before ascending the newly revealed steps with several tribesmen. Sun Yu found himself perplexed by the structure of the silver pyramid. Yet he lacked the inclination to delve into it, as a sudden thought struck him. He was aware of the Dragon Ball narrative, wherein the planet Viburan was never mentioned in the original tale. Given the formidable combat prowess of this race and Frisia's evident apprehension towards them, Sun Yu had ample reason to believe that this planet had been annihilated long before the onset of the Dragon Ball saga. Once, he assumed that Frisia's assembled forces were responsible for the destruction of Viburan. However, after witnessing the extraordinary fighting capabilities of the Viburan warriors, that hypothesis crumbled. Unless Frisia himself intervened, his minions were utterly incapable of challenging the Viburan. If it was not Frisia, then who could be the architect of this planet's demise? After employing reverse thinking, Sun Yu arrived at a revelation. They had failed to activate the Ignaz artifact, leading to their annihilation at the hands of the infected. The ultimate outcome may have been that Chief Tasser detonated the entire planet in a final act of desperation, perishing alongside the infected. Nevertheless, this planet is currently besieged by myriad internal and external crises. Kyle, your countenance is rather pallid. What troubles you? Lana inquired with concern, having noticed Sun Yu's unusual demeanor. Sun Yu is now at a loss, never anticipating that events would unfold in such a manner. However, he cannot directly convey his thoughts to Lana and the others. So he can only obfuscate his true feelings by saying, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. I have a foreboding sense of unease. Upon hearing this, Badak and Ali exchanged glances and remarked, I wonder if you have taken note of the total number of guards that Tarsal has? Although Sun Yu was unaware of the purpose behind Badak's inquiry, he pondered carefully and replied, It seems to be around 5 or 6. Who would take the time to count them? Indeed, when they learned of the impending duel with the foremost warrior of the Veblenians, all attention was drawn to Sun Yu and Lute. Furthermore, with the subsequent emergence of the infected, their focus on such trivial details waned even more. I simply wish to know how many there truly are. Do not provide me with such an ambiguous answer, Bardak retorted coldly. Logically, as an exemplary warrior, one should possess the ability to remain acutely aware of their surroundings. However, he himself had overlooked this particular detail. Upon witnessing Bardak's intense reaction, Sun Yu connected the impending activation of the artifact by Tarsal with a looming failure, suddenly realizing, could it be? My Lord Kale, if memory serves me right, there should be 5 of them, Arinx exclaimed. Bardak and Uncle Ollie's eyes brightened as they inquired in unison. Are you certain? Absolutely, Arinx affirmed, nodding. Initially, I was apprehensive about the negotiations falling through, so I counted their numbers beforehand. Tarsal has 5 bodyguards, making a total of 6 individuals. Just then, Sun Yu's heart raced as he cast a worried glance at Bardak. Bardak's expression darkened as he remarked, 7 have entered. The few tribesmen who had previously gone to report to Tarsal were still waiting outside the temple. At this moment, 6 bodyguards had accompanied Tarsal into the temple's inner sanctum, making the situation painfully clear. This is bad. Tarsal is in danger, Sun Yu shouted, swiftly turning to race up the steps, followed closely by Lana, Bardak, and others. Tarsal must not come to harm. Sun Yu's heart cried out as he ascended into the temple's inner chamber, where he beheld Tarsal kneeling before a statue, chanting an incantation. The chamber was vast, comparable to 4 football fields, with a towering mechanical statue standing in the northern direction, resembling a Gundam warrior clad in armor. Its arms rested on a colossal upright sword as Tarsal and his companions fervently knelt at its feet, loudly reciting a spell. As their incantation echoed, the dust covering the mechanical statue began to fall away, revealing its original luster. So your artifact is a Gundam. This is high-tech indeed. Sun Yu stared in astonishment, nearly forgetting his original purpose for ascending. Suddenly, chaos erupted within the chamber as a Vebluran alien, previously kneeling in the corner, sprang into action. With a swift motion, he knocked aside several tribesmen before reaching for the controller in Tarsal's grasp. Tarsal remained focused on chanting the incantation, which was merely the activation command for the Ignat's artifact. In a flash, Sun Yu summoned a surge of fiery energy, his formidable presence soaring as he employed the time-stopping technique of his Sharingan on the assailant, who transformed into a streak of light. At this moment, Tarsal and the others finally realized the peril they faced. Rude and the others quickly positioned themselves in front of Tarsal, while Tarsal's chanting intensified, causing the mechanical statue to tremble violently, akin to a giant awakening from slumber. Flame Fist. Sun Yu soared forward, delivering a powerful punch. The individual, ensnared by Sun Yu's time-stopping technique, moved sluggishly and could only hastily retaliate against the impending strike. Boom. Their fists collided, both being pushed back a few steps. Sun Yu could sense the combat prowess of the assailant, discovering it to be an astounding 1,000,000. It's you, the infectee. Indeed, you are the indestructible cockroach. Sun Yu, through the perception of breath, discerned that the individual before him was none other than the assailant who had previously ambushed them. Following the battle, Sun Yu's combat prowess, having recovered from severe injuries, had surged to an impressive 920,000, coupled with his profound foundational strength. He was now capable of engaging in a titanic struggle against the infected being with a combat power of 1,000,000. Observing that Sun Yu could manage the confrontation alone, Lude and the other Veblunians positioned themselves around Tarsal for protection, while Bardak and his companions contemplated offering assistance. However, it appeared that their intervention was not requisite at this juncture. In a brief moment, the mechanical deity was activated, accompanied by a resounding mechanical roar. The eyes of the colossal automaton illuminated with a golden glow, and with a tremor of its form, it plunged the immense sword it wielded into the ground, leaving only the hilt exposed. At the instant the sword was embedded into the earth, the silver pyramid temple quivered, as if something had been triggered. Shortly thereafter, the mechanical giant emitted a voice with a metallic timbre, declaring, "Initiating Zenith Defense System. Infected entity detected, commencing eradication." With that, it raised its wrist and extracted the colossal sword from the ground. Upon hearing this, Lude exclaimed with excitement, "Chieftain, it appears the artifact has successfully activated. We are saved." The activation of the Zenith Defense System promised not only to counter the infected, but also to withstand an assault from Frisia's army, offering both offensive and defensive capabilities. Perhaps the fate of this planet was about to be altered. Tarsal addressed Sun Yu. "Mr. Sun Yu, please move aside to avoid any unintended harm." "Understood," Sun Yu responded, his gaze fixed upon the gigantic mechanical warrior, which was reminiscent of a Gundam. Although he could not gauge its combat strength, it was evident that it was an extraordinary entity. He leaped forward, landing 10 meters away, and swung the colossal sword down upon the infected being. The infected creature, feeling the impact, let out a furious roar as its form began to swell. Despite the transformation into a new body, it seemed that its metamorphic abilities remained intact. After assuming a new physique, its power did not wane in the slightest. It retained its height of 6 meters, adorned with barbed spikes. And its combat power remained a formidable 5 million. Roar. The infected being unleashed its strength, shattering the mechanical deity's colossal sword with a single punch, and then sprang forth, clawing at the automaton's chest. Sun Yu jestingly remarked to Lana and the others, "Look at that enormous bug daring to confront the statue head-on. It truly seems to be tired of living." No sooner had he spoken than the clumsy creature smashed through the chest of the mechanical statue. Lana shot Sun Yu an irritated glance and retorted, "You were truly insufferable." Sun Yu shrugged, forcing a faint smile as he remarked, "It's my fault, isn't it? Perhaps that statue is designed just like us Saiyans, growing stronger the more it's beaten." Immediately thereafter, the clumsy figure with the moniker 205 dismantled the statue's arms and shattered its head. The seemingly formidable mechanical warrior crumbled before the hands of the infected, as fragile as if it were made of paper. The atmosphere in the arena grew palpably awkward. Lana and her companions broke into a cold sweat witnessing this scene. Sun Yu slapped his forehead and shouted at the petrified Tarsar, "Please, do not tell me this is your trump card. It's utterly useless." Tarsar mechanically turned to face Sun Yu, his mouth trembling as he managed to utter a few words. "Long overdue for maintenance. Long overdue for maintenance. Long overdue for maintenance." My foot. Sun Yu thought, having just contemplated whether this mechanical statue could stand against Frisia. Now, it was evident that it was merely a character destined to meet an untimely demise. As he spoke, the infected had already reduced the mechanical statue, which had barely made an entrance, to ruins. It twisted its neck and began to stride towards Sun Yu and the others, its eyes filled with murderous intent. "Mr. Sun Yu, you must transform quickly." Tarsar looked at Sun Yu with an expression of helplessness. He was utterly at a loss. The opponent possessed a combat power of 250,000, and apart from Sun Yu after his transformation, none stood a chance against it. Transform? In this sealed chamber, there isn't even a hint of sunlight. Where do you expect me to transform? Sun Yu gritted his teeth in frustration. While he could utilize his Sharingan to draw energy from sunlight, that required actual sunlight to shine down upon him. What a bunch of fools. He realized that in the end, he would have to rely on his own strength. "Never mind, let us all attack together. We'll charge head-on, while the rest of you provide cover and strike from the sidelines." Sun Yu's aura erupted once more as he activated his shield, leading the charge towards the transformed infected. Bardock and the others were already eager to engage, despite the overwhelming power difference. However, Saiyans were drawn to the thrill of challenging stronger foes. To put it eloquently, this was a pursuit of new heights, but to be blunt, they simply relished in courting danger. Thus, Sun Yu and Tarsar activated their shields, positioning themselves at the forefront to draw the infected sire, while Bardock, Lana, and the others flanked the foe for a surprise attack. The Veblinians, including Rude, provided ranged support from a distance. If only a few healers were present, they could form a 15-member dungeon party. After all, the appearance and stature of this infected entity rivaled that of any boss in World of Warcraft. Yet, in the realm of Dragon Ball, the disparity in combat power could not be compensated for by sheer numbers. Bardock, Uncle Ali, and their companions sustained injuries, though their wounds were severe. A single Sinza bean healed them completely. Roar. Sun Yu found himself cornered by the infected, and in a moment of desperation, he instinctively grasped the colossal sword left by the mechanical idol on the ground. With both hands, he lifted the 8-meter-long blade and swung it towards the infected. A resounding crack echoed as the sword shattered, yet from its midst emerged a blue gemstone, the size of an ostrich egg. As time seemed to stand still, Sun Yu's body instinctively surged forward to catch the gemstone. The instant he made contact with the stone, a searing pain surged through his eyes, as a torrent of intricate and chaotic information flooded his mind. On his refined face, his eyes blazed as if ignited by fire, their crimson hue so intense it appeared as though they could bleed. His pupils dilated, and at the edges of his eyes manifested a pair of black Tomo symbols, rotating in a perfect division alongside the two previous Tomo. The 3 Tomo of the Sharingan awakened. It felt as if the surroundings had come to a standstill. Sun Yu was oblivious to the flow of air and sound, as though he were suspended in an expansive cosmos, existing alone since time immemorial. Then came the birth and demise of stars, and he suddenly perceived scenes of both the past and future, intertwining in a surreal dance of reality and illusion. Time became an abstract concept, and eventually he spotted a peculiar black dot. With determined effort, his consciousness drifted towards it, the dot gradually expanding until, upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be a massive bronze door. Ancient and solid, the door towered 1,000 feet high, with several figures standing before it. Sun Yu diligently endeavored to discern the silhouettes before him, and one creature, characterized by a diminutive, round head, captured his attention. This being was none other than the supreme deity, the All-King, who reigned over all universes. Perhaps sensing Sun Yu's gaze, the All-King turned his head, locking his eyes on his Sun Yu's with an innocent smile, and said in a voice as sweet as a child's, "Come, Sun Yu, let us play together." In an instant, Sun Yu's consciousness was engulfed by an overwhelming aura of terror, akin to plunging into an unfathomably frigid abyss. The sheer, heart-wrenching fear rendered him paralyzed. "No, this is not real. It is but an illusion." Sun Yu fervently repeated to himself that it was all a mirage. Yet, the All-King's presence felt achingly tangible. "Sun Yu, quickly, evade," came the frantic voices of familiar companions, snapping Sun Yu back to reality. He suddenly recalled that he was still engaged in battle. What? Sun Yu jolted awake. His senses heightened as he scanned his surroundings. He still clutched the jade stone, the size of an ostrich egg, in his hands. While the infected creature continued to advance from its previous position, a razor-sharp claw lunging toward him. TCH, it seems the previous environment had only shifted momentarily. A smirk crept onto Sun Yu's lips as he sensed that the jade stone had activated a latent potential within his Sharingan, and he instinctively understood that he had unlocked a new skill. Sharingan Tsukuyami. In an instant, a peculiar aura emanated from Sun Yu, forming a radius of 10 meters around him. As the infected creature entered this zone, it appeared as though it had been drawn into a bizarre alternate dimension, where the sky was crimson, and both air and earth stretched into an infinite expanse of darkness. "Welcome to my domain." Sun Yu beamed at the infected creature, his smile more terrifying than that of an abyssal demon. Tsukuyami was originally a technique of Uchiha Itachi from the Naruto universe. When activated, if eye contact was made, the opponent would be thrust into an unknown realm. Within this domain, all factors, time, location, geography, were under the control of the caster. In other words, in this space, Sun Yu was the sovereign. Unlike Uchiha Itachi, Sun Yu could unleash Tsukuyami with both of his eyes. Thus, he did not require direct eye contact. Merely entering a 10-meter radius around him would suffice to ensnare his adversary. As Sun Yu's powers grew, this radius might even expand. This aspect rendered his version of Tsukuyami significantly more formidable than that found in the Naruto universe. "You brat, no matter what tricks you employ, today you shall undoubtedly meet your demise." The infected let out a chilling laugh as it lunged towards Sun Yu with ferocity. Its enormous claws glinted ominously, seemingly poised to rend him asunder. With astonishing speed, it materialized before Sun Yu, its 3-meter wingspan striking down with a force that threatened to shatter the very heavens. Yet, this cataclysmic blow met only air. The infected, perplexed, raised its head, realizing it had returned to its original position, with Sun Yu standing calmly ahead, as if nothing had transpired. "This is impossible. I clearly struck you." The infected stared incredulously at Sun Yu, attempting to discern a hint of vulnerability in his gaze. Sun Yu smiled silently, while the infected, disbelieving of this malevolence, rose once more to launch an assault. Time and again, regardless of its fervent efforts, each attempt culminated in the same moment of nearing Sun Yu, only to find itself returned to its original position, as if nothing had transpired. The infected teetered on the brink of despair, feeling an overwhelming sense of having immense power, yet nowhere to unleash it, which incited profound frustration. "I can assure you, here I am the sovereign," Sun Yu declared as he stepped forward. "I can command every element of this realm, including time and space. Even the full moon in the sky can be conjured at my whim. Although we Saiyans transform under the full moon as the ruler of this world, I choose not to transform, and thus, I shall not." Sun Yu paused for a moment, seemingly savoring the surroundings. My powers had just awakened, and my combat strength had surged to an astounding 1,000,000. Under the illumination of the full moon, my fighting prowess had multiplied tenfold. Although this enhancement was ephemeral and illusory, I believe that without a combat power of at least 10 million, one would be unable to break free from my super Tsukuyami. In the realm of Naruto, it is a principle that this technique cannot be countered. However, considering the differing laws of the Dragon Ball universe, if there exists a significant disparity in strength between the caster and the victim, no skill remains unbreakable. Take for instance Sun Yu confronting Frieza at his full transformation, who possesses a combat power of 120 million. Despite the formidable nature of the Tsukuyami, it would have no effect on Frieza. Nevertheless, as Sun Yu's strength increases, this technique can be regarded as invincible among peers, and may even allow for challenges against those of higher caliber. Thus, Sun Yu rechristened the Tsukuyami as the Super Tsukuyami. Originating from the Naruto universe, yet transcending its confines, I find myself increasingly enamored with these eyes. A smile crept across Sun Yu's face. Let us conclude this futile farce, for you are indeed fortunate to be the first to perish beneath my Super Tsukuyami. Sun Yu slowly raised his hand, a surge of energy that could alter the very fabric of the heavens and the earth roiling within it. The infected individual attempted to flee, but found himself utterly immobilized. A suffocating aura ensnared him, and as a brilliant light emanated from Sun Yu's hand, the infected was struck by this radiant beam, letting out a mournful cry before disintegrating into nothingness. The remnants of his existence scattered like dust in the air. Sun Yu gently closed his eyes, and after a fleeting moment, reopened them, his gaze returning to the depths of his obsidian pupils. At that moment, Tarsal, Lana, and others approached, having witnessed the preceding spectacle. Just moments before, the infected had been brazenly threatening an attack, and in the next instant, stood frozen in bewilderment, only to be obliterated by a flick of Sun Yu's wrist. Kyle, did you truly just kill him? Lana exclaimed, her indignation palpable as she stomped her feet. Sun Yu gazed at the crowd with an expression of bewilderment. What else could he do? Keep it to take home for the new year? Fool. At the very least, you could have spared a life to interrogate. Lana shot Sun Yu a reproachful glance, exasperated by his incompetence. Sun Yu chuckled softly and gestured towards Tarsal. Elder, do you have any inkling as to what this might be? I sense a formidable energy emanating from it. Tarsal, unable to contain his excitement any longer, promptly approached Sun Yu and replied, this is a gem embedded in the Great Sword, historically referred to as the Eye of Ignace. It is said to possess boundless divine power and can serve as the core energy source to activate the temple. With that, he swiftly snatched the ostrich egg-sized jade from Sun Yu's grasp and hurriedly made his way to a control panel. Sun Yu quietly approached the group of Bedak and whispered, you may stealthily touch that object later and see if it can awaken any latent potential. I currently possess a combat power of 1 million. 1 million! The others exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at Sun Yu as if he were a creature from another realm. How infuriating it is to be left so far behind without a word. We must strive harder. As they spoke, the pyramid temple resonated with a series of rumbling sounds. Curiously, Sun Yu and the others turned their attention to Tarsal, who explained, the defensive system has been successfully activated, and the autonomous combat machines have been deployed. It is time to venture out and eradicate the infected outside. Come, let us join them in their endeavors. Sun Yu cracked his knuckles, exuding an air of determination. Kyle, you need not accompany us. Grant us a chance to showcase our abilities. Lana playfully draped her arm over Sun Yu's shoulder, her ample form pressing against his back with delightful elasticity. Sun Yu silently savored the astonishing elasticity of his back, clearing his throat a few times before saying, ahem. Please be cautious. Tarsal, could you kindly assign some personnel to accompany them? In response to this request, Tarsal readily agreed, stating, Rud, I shall allocate 300 autonomous battle machines to you. Your duty is to heed the directives of these esteemed individuals. As Sun Yu was the one who had rescued them, Tarsal's address towards him and his companions had shifted. He directly dispatched his most trusted subordinates to heed the commands of Bardak and Lana, a testament to his trust in Sun Yu. Rud bowed respectfully to Tarsal and then led the group away. Sun Yu, with a cheerful smile, turned to Tarsal and inquired, Chief, I have heard that your technology is quite advanced. Would it be possible for you to construct a gravity training chamber for me? A size comparable to this secret room would suffice. The gravity training chamber has stringent requirements regarding the dimensions of the room. As the area increases, so does the amplification of gravity, which in turn exerts a greater force on the building materials. This is precisely the challenge that has plagued Dr. Bryphus in his quest for a gravity training chamber exceeding the current level of research. Sun Yu now finds himself contemplating the training of the Saiyans docked in orbit around the planet Veblen. It is certainly impractical to provide each of them with an individual gravity training chamber. Thus, Sun Yu considers the establishment of a large-scale gravity training facility, allowing them to train collectively before selecting those with exceptional adaptability to receive their personal training quarters. This approach not only maximizes resource efficiency but also effectively ignites their competitive spirit. Taser, upon hearing Sun Yu's proposal, pondered for a moment before responding with caution. It poses no significant challenge. I estimate that a few hours of simulating the structural parameters will suffice for us to commence construction. We have previously constructed such facilities for cultivating high-gravity flora. Just a few hours, and we can begin the building process. Sun Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement at this revelation. The technological prowess of this species was indeed remarkable. Could you also fabricate several pieces of ultra-heavy protective gear for me? I mean the kind that wraps around the wrists, yet is exceedingly heavy, preferably with a weight equivalent to 150 times the cosmic standard gravity. To put it in perspective, 150 times the standard gravity is roughly equivalent to 200 times that of Earth's gravity. Even someone with a combat power of 1 million like Sun Yu could not disregard such weight. The previous ultra-heavy protective gear now seemed negligible in his eyes, prompting him to seek a more formidable alternative. We possess a type of flexible armor that can reduce gravitational effects by manipulating spatial gravity. Perhaps we could leverage this technology to directly enhance gravity instead. If you desire, we can tailor a set specifically for you, Taser suggested. Absolutely. It is imperative that each of my personnel be equipped with such gear. After all, we are the Cosmic City Guardians. We cannot afford to be outmatched in equipment. Sun Yu declared with enthusiasm. With the issue of equipment resolved, the training of his Saiyan companions would also be effectively addressed, leaving only their innate talent and effort to determine their success. However, Taser, drenched in cold sweat, cautioned, Mr. Sun Yu, this technology is not yet ready for mass production. Due to the lack of certain core materials, we can currently produce only one piece. Once we acquire these special materials, we can achieve small-scale production. All right. Sun Yu waved his hand dismissively. One piece will suffice for now. I shall use it for personal trials. Shortly thereafter, Taser led Sun Yu to the equipment testing facility, where the staff had designed an initial concept for an ideal combat suit. It was essential that the suit be lightweight and comfortable, while also mitigating impact forces to provide protection. Additionally, it needed to possess remarkable elasticity, ensuring that it would not burst when Sun Yu transformed into his giant ape form, thus avoiding any embarrassing mishaps. The most extraordinary feature was that Veblen possessed a type of biological metal that, once molded, could absorb microparticles from the air to automatically repair any damaged areas. Truly astonishing. So, the metal you wear is also composed of this biological metal? Sun Yu inquired, filled with wonder. Yes, the integration with this metal can indeed prolong our lives, Taser affirmed. Taser exclaimed. Subsequently, during their conversation, Sun Yu learned that once the damaged celestial locks were repaired, Taser would have the means to employ spatial technology to conceal the coordinates of the Veblen planet. The navigation coordinates for interstellar travel are determined by specialized radar scans of the celestial bodies within that sector. Once the planet's coordinates are hidden, it would vanish from the star charts. Although he was not in favor of the concealment plan, he realized that they could only take things one step at a time. Sun Yu preferred not to dwell on the matter. At present, he was eager to see his specially crafted combat suit and immerse himself in another round of training. The production capabilities of Veblen were remarkably advanced, and the following day, he received his custom-made combat attire. This suit was designed to mimic the battle armor they wore, but was far more fitted and comfortable. Upon receiving it, Sun Yu eagerly donned the combat suit and began to examine the gravity controller affixed to it. After adjusting the settings to 200 times Earth's gravity, he instantly felt as though a mountain was pressing down upon him. The effect was truly remarkable, akin to that of a gravity training chamber. It was essentially a mobile gravity training facility. In the ensuing days, Sun Yu remained within the sanctuary, honing his skills. During this time, Uncle Ali visited him once to retrieve some senza beans, and Sun Yu distributed 10 beans to each of them. It was then that Sun Yu noticed Uncle Ali's combat power had surged from over 100,000 to 200,000. Indeed, the deadly battles served as the most expedient path to enhancing one's strength, and he found himself eagerly anticipating the current prowess of Bardock and Lana. Sun Yu's request for the construction of an ultra-large gravity training chamber has been successfully completed. After 2 days of experimental testing, the results were remarkably positive. In accordance with Sun Yu's specifications, the chamber has been divided into 5 distinct zones, each with a gravity increase of 20 times compared to the previous one. Successfully navigating all zones would grant individuals the opportunity to be selected for a superior solo gravity training chamber. To facilitate this, Sun Yu specifically summoned the crew from the exploratory strategic void ship currently stationed in the orbit of Veblen planet. However, unbeknownst to Sun Yu, chaos had erupted aboard the void ship. Just yesterday, the captain received a military dispatch, a confidential message from the formidable Jinyu Force, a subordinate team of the Frisia Army. The Frisia Army's intelligence indicated that Sun Yu's vessel had been in orbit around Veblen for several days without initiating any aggressive maneuvers. Coincidentally, the Jinyu Force had just completed a mission in a nearby star sector, prompting Frisia to send them to investigate the situation. Indeed, the current predicament involved the infamous Jinyu Force, renowned throughout the universe, arriving to assess Veblen planet, which sent the crew of the void ship into a frenzy. The Jinyu Force, in their own estimation, ranks among the elite of the universe, with no one surpassing them except Frisia himself, an undeniable fact in their eyes. Most aboard the void ship were unfamiliar with the Jinyu Force's reputation. They merely received the military order to disarm within 3 days and welcome the Jinyu Force or face annihilation. Upon receiving this directive, the crew was thrown into a state of disarray. At that moment, a communication request from Veblen planet came through. The captain promptly accepted the call, and Sun Yu's holographic image appeared on the captain's chamber display. "Hello, Captain." "And Hill, you are here too. By the way, why does everyone look so glum?" Sun Yu inquired, observing the somber expressions of those present in the captain's office. Anthill managed a faint smile and asked Sun Yu, "Let us set aside our concerns for now, Kale. How are things faring for you on Veblen? How are Lana and Ollie doing?" Sun Yu smiled wryly and remarked, "They're doing quite well. We have successfully forged an alliance with the Veblenians, who have even assisted me in constructing an expansive training chamber. You all are welcome to join us, so bring along every Saiyan." Upon hearing that her husband and daughter were safe, Shi-Air's face finally brightened, dispelling the clouds of worry. That is reassuring. However, Kyle, there is something I must inform you of. Frisia has dispatched an advance team, known as the Jinyu Force, and they may engage us in direct combat. Upon hearing the name of the Jinyu Force, Sun Yu couldn't help but chuckle. I was wondering who it could be. Let them come. I reckon even Awakens could defeat them with one hand tied behind his back. And Shi-Air, you needn't worry. The mention of Awakens' prowess left Shi-Air momentarily incredulous, yet the resolute gleam in Sun Yu's eyes instilled her with a sense of reassurance. Very well. Let us prepare for landing immediately. Our Kyle has truly grown up. Sun Yu felt his face flush at Anthill's remark, and he quickly turned to the busy Tarsal beside him, asking, "Is my spaceship ready to land? Hurry and arrange accommodations and a training area for my crew." Tarsal, clearly exasperated, muttered, "I am already overwhelmed with work. You are only adding to my troubles. How can this be considered a trouble? My companions are all fresh forces. They will form the backbone of our alliance in the future. I must tell you, we Scions, hey, Tarsal, don't run away. Come back. Often." Sun Yu was only responsible for overarching decisions, leaving the minutiae to his subordinates. As a result, while his subordinates were frantically busy, Sun Yu would leisurely wander about. Once the landing request for the exploration-class void ship was approved, he personally piloted a self-disciplined war machine of elder-class authority. Accompanied by over 50 standard-level armed mechs in a grand welcoming procession soaring through the skies, a sight to behold. Gazing at a small black duck gradually descending from the heavens, it grew larger, ultimately resembling a spear piercing the ground as the over 800-meter-long void ship landed. The landing site was not far from the Silver Pyramid Temple. As Sun Yu soared high above, the once massive void ship appeared diminutive in comparison to the Silver Pyramid. However, considering the technological prowess of the Vibranians, particularly their remarkable achievements in spatial technology, this disparity was hardly surprising. The cabin doors on either side of the void ship slowly opened, and an orderly procession of Scions emerged. Judging by their auras, these individuals seemed significantly stronger than when they first boarded the vessel. Upon stepping out, Anthill immediately noticed the neatly aligned squadron of battle mechs in the sky. Cautiously, she flew towards the leading mech and, upon closer inspection, saw Sun Yu seated within. She smiled and inquired, "Kyle, what is this? Why are you the only one here?" Sun Yu opened the hatch of the self-disciplined battle machine and poked his head out to explain. "Anthill, this contraption is a self-disciplined battle machine, capable of transformation. classified as a combat-type armored mech. I'm merely taking it for a spin. Let us proceed for now. I shall lead you to the temple. Tarsal. In proximity to the temple, constructed a towering pyramid, 400 meters high, specifically to accommodate all the Saiyans. Sun Yuhua named the magnificent edifice the Khufu Pyramid. Thus, he led a team of 1,000 to the pyramid, which soared to a height of 400 meters and was divided into 60 levels. Every 5 levels housed a gravity training chamber, each the size of 4 or 5 football fields. This architectural marvel was designed to accommodate 20,000 inhabitants. With a structure imbued with a futuristic, sci-fi essence, every level was equipped with artificial lighting and all necessary facilities, though vegetation was conspicuously absent, as all plant life on Veblen planet had perished 3 centuries prior. After settling all the Saiyans, Sun Yu took special care of Bardock's wife, Jine, and their eldest son, Raditz, arranging for them to reside on the topmost level, conveniently close to his own quarters, facilitating Bardock's visits to his wife and child. Commander, we have detected 5 spacecraft entering without landing clearance. Should the Zenith defense system initiate a destructive strike? Inquired the mechanical voice of Sun Yu's elder autonomous battle machine. 5. Could it be the queer special forces have arrived? Sun Yu's eyes sparkled with delight as he replied, no strike, let them come. In the atmosphere of Veblen planet, 5 single capsule spacecraft commenced their descent, trailing 5 crimson streaks across the sky. The ground trembled as a series of deep craters materialized in the wilderness. With a soft hiss, the spacecraft doors slowly opened, and 5 figures emerged from the craters. The air seemingly suffused with an unknown melody. Illy come. A burly man with orange hair landed firmly, adopting a horse stance with his left arm crossed over his chest and his right hand pointing skyward. Then, in a whimsical shift, a blue figure leaped forth, cackling with glee, contrasting sharply with the previous stance. Bart, a man with flowing white hair, whipped his locks in the wind, resembling a model in a shampoo commercial. Half squatting, he raised both hands to the heavens and shouted, GIs. Following him was the diminutive green-skinned Goldo, and lastly, the reverse standing, rear-extended Captain Jinyu. Yet another ensemble of men accompanied by their own background music. A gust of cold wind swept through as they struck poses for a moment. But finding the desolate surroundings devoid of any presence, they soon gathered around Jinyu. Let the captain see where those Saiyan monkeys have scurried off. To Jinyu abruptly tore off his battle power detector and crushed it, addressing the others. Bart, come and assess the maximum battle power on this planet. Bart scoffed. Ha. Captain, do not jest. How could there possibly be beings with battle powers of 4 to 500,000? Aside from Lord Frisia, there exists no one stronger than us in this universe. It's simply impossible. As he spoke, he activated his own detector, and a series of numbers flickered across his visor. Haha. Indeed, there are a few individuals in the direction you indicated, but their maximum is merely 50,000. While that qualifies them as formidable, to us, they remain utterly insignificant. There are numerous individuals with battle powers nearing 10,000, perhaps around 2,000, likely those Saiyans. Bart gestured toward the Silver Pyramid Temple. It is worth noting that Bardock now possessed a battle power of 500,000, though he had slightly suppressed it, allowing his normal aura to register only 50,000. The burly Raikum patted Bart on the shoulder, exclaiming, let us hasten to engage in some serious combat. I can hardly contain my anticipation. Goldo, equally enthusiastic, chimed in, indeed. Let us depart. We've been cooped up in the spaceship for so long, it's becoming stale. Just then, Goldo noticed several shadowy figures appearing around them. Who lurks there? Step forth and meet your demise. Bart, too, took note of the tall, dark silhouettes emerging and instinctively pressed his battle power detector again, revealing a series of numbers below 200 on his visor. Ahaha, these must be the natives of this planet. Their battle power is so low. I fail to comprehend why Lord Frisia wishes to obliterate this desolate world. Goldo, you may handle this rubbish. Named by Bart, Goldo leaped up in protest. Why must I be tasked with cleaning up this trash? You, who claim to be the fastest in the universe, could easily dispatch them. Unfazed by Goldo's objections, Bart casually patted him on the shoulder, insisting, you're going because I said so. Dare you voice dissent? Do you not wish to join us? Haha. Jinyu and the others erupted into laughter at Bart's words. Fine, I shall go. Goldo, begrudgingly, stepped forward, fixing a fierce gaze on the encircling dark figures. How dare you underestimate me, Goldo? Prepare to meet your end. With a fierce roar, Goldo leaped forward, his diminutive fists poised to strike the shadowy figure before him. Although his ability was the power to halt time, he deemed it unnecessary to employ such a skill against an adversary with a combat power of less than 200, opting instead for a direct confrontation. However, before his fist could connect with the dark silhouette, the creature effortlessly raised a hand, as if swatting away an annoying fly, and clutched Goldo within its grip. "Let go of me." Goldo struggled desperately, but the creature towered at 2 meters, with a robust frame. Had Sun Wukong and his companions been present, they would have immediately recognized these dark beings as infected. Realizing he had encountered a formidable foe, Goldo held his breath and activated his time-stopping ability. In that instant, the world fell into a momentary stasis, the wind ceased to blow, the clouds hung motionless, and all seemed to slumber. "Ha-ha-ha." Goldo chuckled triumphantly as he surveyed the frozen realm before him, though he nearly lost his breath and quickly covered his mouth with his hand. With a sense of superiority, he gazed at the infected before him, plotting its demise. Yet, to his astonishment, the creature's eyes flickered within their sockets, betraying an unsettling awareness of the situation. Realizing the gravity of his predicament, Goldo sought to flee. But a massive hand lunged forth, seizing his small frame and leaving him gasping for air. "Captain, help!" he cried out, directing his plea toward Jinyu. With a surge of dark energy, the infected crushed Goldo, a low, chilling laugh emanating from its mouth. "Heh, such a weak insect." Meanwhile, Jinyu and his team sensed the urgency of their plight, not out of concern for Goldo's well-being, but because his absence would mar their team formation. "Forget about the team formation for now. Let us first deal with these nuisances. Raikum, Jees, you two take the lead," Jinyu declared, crossing his arms defiantly before the 5 encircling infected. Raikum, hands on his hips, erupted into laughter before abruptly contorting into an awkward pose. "Ha ha ha, leave it to me. Witness my Raikum flying kick." However, before his words could fully escape his lips, 2 dark figures darted forward, their sharp claws glinting, leaving 3 deep gashes across Raikum's chest. "Damn it." Raikum grimaced, clutching his wound and collapsing to the ground, revealing his pale backside. "Raikum." The others gasped, their necks recoiling in disbelief. They had never anticipated that these seemingly insignificant creatures could dispatch Raikum with a single strike. Jees hastily activated his power-level scouter once more. As he surveyed the infected again, he was horrified to discover that their combat power had surged to 200,000 to 300,000. This is bad, Jees thought, panic surging through him as he turned to flee. Unexpectedly, the nearest infected being leaped forth and seized Geese, raking its chilling claws across his flesh, leaving a gaping wound. Geese's pupils dilated, his eyes gradually lost their luster, and he collapsed to the ground, motionless. In mere moments, the Jinyu force had already lost 3 members. Witnessing this grim tableau, the self-proclaimed fastest of the team, the blue hurricane Berta, was paralyzed with fear. He took a few steps back, then abruptly turned and vanished like a flash of lightning, declaring, "I won't serve any longer. What terrible misfortune is this? How can such dreadful beings exist in the universe?" As Berta sped through the air, the scenery around him blurred past. He detested cowards. However, when faced with a formidable foe, nothing was more precious than his own life. Suddenly, he felt a breeze sweep past him, and a colossal dark figure loomed ahead. It was the largest of the infected. The creature struck with lightning speed, gripping Berta by the throat and leaving 3 bloody gashes with its elongated, sharp claws. Standing still, Captain Jinyu surveyed the lifeless bodies around him. After a brief moment of shock, a wave of ecstasy washed over him. "Ha ha ha, I never expected such a powerful creature to exist in the universe. Truly, it is a blessing from the Creator. I was foolish to think I was the strongest being in the cosmos, second only to Frisia." With his gaze fixed intently on the massive infected creature in the sky, a cold smirk crept across Jinyu's lips. "Praise the divine. I have found such a formidable life form. Soon, you shall become me." With these words, Jinyu placed his hands before him and shouted at the airborne infected. "Change now." This was Jinyu's secret technique of exchange, a method that allowed him to swap bodies with another being. In the original Dragon Ball series, Jinyu had previously exchanged bodies with Son Goku. A silvery beam of light shot forth from Jinyu, striking the back of the soulless body of the infected at remarkable speed. Yet, within that lifeless shell, Jinyu sensed a flicker of life in the brain region. Experiencing the familiar sensation of dizziness, Jinyu slowly opened his eyes and tested his new form, accompanied by a series of spine-chilling cracks from his bones. This was true power. Jinyu spread his arms wide, savoring the gentle breeze at high altitude, an unprecedented sense of power enveloping his heart. If one were to employ a combat power detector, it would unmistakably reveal that Jinyu's current strength stood at 500,000, remarkably close to Frisia's standard combat power. I had been so shallow before. Jinyu cast a disdainful glance at the body he had recently exchanged for. That original form was also seized through his skill of exchange. Yet, I can sense that something is beckoning me. Jinyu's eyes were drawn to a tall tower in the due north. In truth, Jinyu's current body was but an empty shell devoid of a soul, his essence having been exchanged with the infecting creature within the host. All the infecting creatures obey the commands of the mother insect, while Jinyu had become the sole infection capable of independent thought. I feel something in that direction calling to me. It seems that if I consume that entity, I may grow even stronger, perhaps surpassing even Frisia. Haha. I shall usurp him and ascend as the sovereign of the cosmos. Jinyu laughed maniacally, raising his hand to beckon his former team members, those who had once perished, Berta, Riku, and Jis, now swaying as they stood up. The other infectors gathered around Jinyu. He glanced at his former body and casually unleashed a wave of energy to incinerate it. Poor wretches, witnessed the birth of the new sovereign of the universe. With that, he transformed into a streak of light and soared away. A few days later, having just completed his training, Sun Wukong suddenly recalled the Jinyu force. It had been several days since those fellows had arrived on Vibrant Star. Who knew if they were still alive? Such rubbish should hardly survive 2 chapters on this planet. With that thought, Sun Wukong stretched lazily, stepping out of the gravity chamber, where the gravity was 200 times that of Earth, shedding his sweat-soaked training uniform as he strode towards the luxurious bath on this floor. Just as he approached the bath entrance, he heard the sound of running water. They were on the top level of the Great Pyramid, inhabited only by Sun Wukong and Bardock's family, and since Bardock and his crew had gone out to clear the infectors, the only one likely bathing inside would be Bardock's wife, Jine. Sun Yu found himself pondering the delicate figure of Jine, a rare beauty regardless of her Saiyan heritage. The thought of her bathing just a wall away stirred his imagination. However, Sun Yu was a man of integrity, though Bardock was nominally his subordinate. Sun Yu had always regarded him as an elder brother, which naturally made Jine his sister-in-law. There is an ancient Chinese saying, "Nothing is better than dumplings." But that was not the phrase he was seeking. Rather, it was something about a friend's wife being beyond reproach. I must not betray Bardock. I am a man of principle, he repeated to himself, his heart resolute. As he stood silently at the threshold of the bathroom, an involuntary urge pushed his right hand against the door. Alas, I am being controlled. My hand does not obey my will. Although Sun Yu attempted to restrain his right hand from pushing open the bathroom door by gripping it with his left, he was ultimately one step too late. The door creaked open slightly, revealing a spacious bathroom, dominated by an enormous swimming pool at its center. On either side, the walls were partitioned by opaque glass cubicles, one of which housed a curvaceous figure showering. For most, such a sight would only be discernible upon closer inspection, but Sun Yu possessed the extraordinary insight of the Sharingan. The mere barrier of glass held no significance for him. As a mesmerizing crimson hue flickered in his eyes, Sun Yu's Sharingan had evolved to the 3rd Tomo, enhancing his perception beyond all previous bounds. The silhouette within the cubicle gradually came into focus, causing his gaze to narrow, igniting a wave of heat within his core. To his astonishment, it was not Gnei, oh heavens, it was the sound of cascading water danced in Sun Yu's ears. While the delicate fragrance of a young maiden seemed to waft through the glass barrier, tantalizingly reaching the tip of his nose, Sun Yu never anticipated that the figure bathing over there was not Bardock's wife, Jine, but rather Lana, who had stealthily returned from the battlefield. Lana, being but a young girl, had endured prolonged battles, her body stained with blood. To stave off the invasion of parasites, she was compelled to apply a pungent ointment, which caused her considerable discomfort. As they were about to launch a final assault on the last occupied celestial lock, the entire team was granted a day of respite. Seizing this opportunity, Lana stealthily returned to the temple. Upon discovering that the pinnacle of the Khufu pyramid housed a luxurious bathing facility, she hastened there without a second thought. Thus, it was in this extravagant moment that she was unexpectedly encountered by Sun Yu. It must be said that Lana's physique was the most striking among all the female Saiyan Sun Yu had ever seen. Her muscles were not as robust as those of other combat-oriented women. Instead, they bore a slight softness reminiscent of youthful plumpness, elegantly tracing a flawless silhouette. With a flat abdomen devoid of any excess flesh, Sun Yu's nosebleed erupted uncontrollably. His body was merely that of an adolescent on the cusp of maturity. Witnessing such a captivating scene, he found it difficult to maintain composure. Young Sun Yu, with an air of bravado, lifted his head as if urging Sun Yu to promptly engage in the pleasures at hand. Otherwise, it would truly be a disservice to this splendid moment, where flowers bloom and the moon is full. In that instant, Sun Yu found himself in a tumult of conflicting thoughts. With his current strength, compelling Lana would pose no challenge, yet he could not shake the feeling that something was amiss. Shakespeare once proclaimed, "To push or not to push, that is the question." Just as Sun Yu felt that the primordial power within him was on the verge of spiraling out of control, a youthful voice echoed from behind. "Lord Kyle, what are you doing here?" The apex of the Great Pyramid of Khufu is remarkably spacious, and thus, when the sound reverberates, it echoes throughout the space. Lana was indulging in a rare moment of tranquil bathing when she suddenly heard a child's voice calling out Sun Yu's name. Startled, she leaned forward to glance outside, only to find a shadowy figure squatting by the door. In an instant, her teeth clenched tightly, and an overwhelming aura surged forth. How infuriating, that little rascal! Sun Wukong turned around and unleashed a flurry of blows upon the child behind him. This child was none other than Raditz, the eldest son of God.God. Initially, Sun Wukong held a certain fondness for the boy, yet he could never have anticipated that Raditz would betray him at such a critical moment. What infuriated him further was the unmistakable smirk that crept upon the child's lips, a subtle yet discernible expression of triumph. It was evident that this mischief was intentional. "Raditz, do you not see that I shall not spare your life?" Sun Yu seized the fleeing Raditz, who immediately began to wail in terror as he was lifted off the ground. "Help! Lord Kakarot is going to kill me to silence me." He secretly peered at Sister Lana while she bathed. "Help!" Sun Yu hastily covered the mouth of the mischievous child, as a chilling aura of terror erupted from the bathroom. His heart jolted violently, and he mechanically turned to gaze at Lana, who emerged from the bathroom, elegantly donning a shirt. At that moment, her hair remained damp, with a single crystalline droplet clinging to her collarbone. The oversized shirt clung closely to her figure, and her slender legs were exposed to the air. The instant she appeared, Sun Yu was enveloped by a faint, intoxicating fragrance that nearly stirred his youthful desire once more. Sun Yu's nosebleed gushed forth once more, while the Raditz held by him stared intently at Lana, his eyes unwilling to blink even once. "What are you staring at, you little brat?" Sun Yu exclaimed, swiftly delivering a slap to Raditz's head. "Is my woman something for you to gawk at?" At this moment, Sun Yu's mind was in turmoil, completely oblivious to the words he uttered. Upon being shouted at by Sun Yu, Leitais burst into tears, exclaiming, "Wah! Lord Kyle is so terrifying. Daddy, please come save me." The adage "the speaker has no intention, but the listener takes it to heart" held true, as Lana felt her cheeks flush crimson at Sun Yu's declaration of "my woman." The fury that had once consumed her dissipated significantly, and when she turned her gaze back to Sun Yu, her eyes flickered with uncertainty. "Kyle, you scoundrel," she retorted, casting a fierce glance at Sun Yu. With a stamp of her delicate leg, she turned to return to the bathroom, a subtle smile gracing her lips in that fleeting moment. Sun Yu let out a long breath, rubbed his nose, and lamented the whims of fate. He regretted allowing GNEI to bring Raditz to reside here. With a mischievous smile directed at the boy, he declared, "Little one, I see remarkable potential in your physique. You would make an excellent martial artist. Come, grandfather will take you to train." "I won't go." Raditz vehemently resisted, fully aware of Sun Yu's intentions. What he termed training was merely a euphemism for enduring a beating, especially after having just thwarted Sun Yu's plans. "You have no choice but to follow me. Rest assured, I will leave you enough breath to consume some senza beans." With that, Sun Yu seized Raditz by the scruff of his neck and dragged him towards the training room. At that moment, an unusual surge of battle power erupted in the air. "Who is it?" Sun Yu turned sharply toward the source, detecting an extraordinarily malevolent energy emanating from the direction of the northern region of planet Veblen, registering an astonishing 3 million in battle power. Impossible! How could such a formidable presence exist on this planet? Sun Yu momentarily set aside his reprimanding of Raditz. If his senses were accurate, he could also detect the auras of Bardock and other members of the city guard in that direction. At this juncture, Lana, donned in her combat attire, rushed forth. "Kale." Just now there was a rather sinister and powerful battle energy. "This is beyond what Bardock and Uncle Ollie can handle. We must hurry and investigate." Sun Yu's demeanor shifted from playful to grave, causing a shiver to run through Lana. "All right," she exclaimed, trailing closely behind him as they soared through the air. Utilizing the obscuring mist of the atmosphere, Lana swiftly grasped Sun Yu's arm and held it tightly, suddenly feeling an astonishing sensation from his arm. Sun Yu turned curiously to glance at Lana, whose cheeks were flushed and who seemed hesitant to speak. "Sister Na, are you feeling unwell?" This girl, who appeared to be in the throes of youthful infatuation, was certainly not the true Lana he knew. It was all a facade, Unmistakably so. Go to hell. Lana retorted in exasperation, her teeth grinding audibly. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of light erupted ahead, and both Sun Yu and Lana's expressions grew serious. It was the energy of Uncle Ali and Bardock. They were engaged in battle. I must accelerate. Far to the north, in the splendidly beautiful headquarters of the Frisia Force, the enchanting Sabo approached Frisia's command room. At that moment, Frisia reclined languidly in a massive floating chair. Sabo stepped forward and saluted, saying, "Lord Frisia, according to reports from the intelligence department, the Jinyu Force may be encountering some difficulties." Frisia's brow furrowed as he lazily inquired, "Oh, Sabo, what could possibly trouble the Jinyu Force? Pray, do not tell me they are unable to handle those Saiyans. This time, it is not due to the Saiyans." Sabo retrieved a combat power detector from his bosom and remarked, "This is the recording submitted by the individual responsible for monitoring the Jinyu Force, Lord Frisia. Please, listen to this audio. It is well known that the combat power detector also functions as a communication device, facilitating contact among team members while simultaneously allowing Frisia to surveil everyone's every action." Sabo pressed a few buttons on the detector, adjusting it to an audio output mode. And soon, indistinct static filled the air. However, this noise was short-lived, quickly giving way to fragmented voices. Most present could only discern phrases like, "How dare you underestimate me? Lord Guldo, how could such a terrifying presence exist in the universe? You will soon become like me." Suddenly, after a brief silence, a familiar, hoarse voice declared, "I can become even stronger. Perhaps I could even surpass Frisia. Ha ha ha." The recording then reverted to meaningless static, enveloping the command room in an eerie atmosphere. "Lord Frisia." Sabo noticed Frisia's somber expression and cautiously glanced at him. Frisia slowly rose from his hovering chair and, as if he had heard an exceptionally amusing joke, laughed heartily for an extended period. Then, with a chilling gaze, he turned to Sabo and stated, "Sabo, since Jinyu has acquired the power to surpass me, let us witness it firsthand. I hope it does not disappoint." Lord Frisia. Sabo felt a bead of cold sweat form on his forehead. Frisia's face darkened as he stood before the command platform. The room plunged into silence, with all eyes fixed upon him, not daring to breathe. Just when things had calmed down with King Vegeta, it was unexpected that the Jinyu Force harbored such audacious ambitions. Frisia slammed his palm onto the command console, shattering it into fragments. "Set course for planet Vibran," he commanded. "Yes, my lord." On planet Vibran, dozens of Vibronians, led by Bardock and his companions, were poised to cleanse the last stronghold occupied by the infected, when suddenly, an individual with terrifying combat power appeared. This being stood an imposing 3 meters tall. Unlike the typical infected, his eyes devoid of the vacantness and aggression characteristic of the infected. Not only was he highly intelligent, but his combat power was unfathomable. The first wave of attack was spearheaded by Bardock, who, thanks to the healing properties of the Sins Beans, was relentlessly pushing himself to the brink, obsessively extracting every ounce of potential within him. His combat power had stabilized around 690,000, just a step away from 700,000. It could be said that such combat prowess was rare to find on the current planet Vibran. However formidable Bardock may be, his opponent merely used a single, nonchalant strike to send him flying several meters, nearly shattering every bone in his body. Fortunately, Uncle Ali had a few Sins Beans left, as he administered one to Bardock. Sun Wukong and Lana arrived just in time. "Uncle Ali, Bardock, is everyone all right?" Sun Wukong inquired, his gaze scanning the gathered individuals with concern. "TCH, Bardock," still reeling from his recent defeat, expressed his displeasure by forcefully pushing away Uncle Ali's support, eager to confront that infected leader once more in combat. Sun Wukong stood in front of Bardock. "Step aside, Bardock. Remain calm. You must sense the combat prowess of that infected one. He is beyond your capacity to handle. Allow me to take this on." "Damn it." Bardock's fingers turned pale as he clenched his teeth and declared, "I refuse to accept this. Why must I rely on you to defeat a formidable opponent? If survival means cowering behind you, I would rather perish in battle." Before his words faded, Bardock stepped forward towards the infected being. Sun Wukong wished to say more, but Uncle Ali's gaze silenced him. The pride of the Saiyans. Sun Wukong felt helpless. In terms of temperament, Bardock bore a striking resemblance to Vegeta. Their pride and indomitable spirit were precisely what empowered them to become immensely strong. On the Tower of Time, the 3-meter-tall infected being stood with arms crossed, coldly observing the scene below. Upon seeing Bardock approach him, unharmed once more, he let out a disdainful laugh and remarked, Ignorant Saiyan monkey, I have consumed the mother worm and acquired the strongest power in the universe. You insignificant ants truly know no fear. Raikum, Bart, JIS. Entertain them for a while. Upon hearing the three names uttered by the infected individual, Sun Yu was momentarily taken aback. However, he soon realized that the infected person was none other than Jinyu, the captain of the Jinyu force, renowned for his ability to switch bodies. You are Jinyu, Sun Yu exclaimed, his eyes widening as he gazed at the infected figure in the sky. Oh, you have heard of my illustrious name, Jinyu replied, raising an eyebrow with a hint of intrigue as he scrutinized Sun Yu. Let me assess your combat prowess. A mere 10,000? Little brat. You should return to your mother's milk, for this place is ill-suited for you. Haha. At that moment, Rikwum, Berta, and Jeez had descended to the ground. Sun Yu noted with surprise that they did not assume the bizarre poses characteristic of the Jinyu force. A sense of unease began to creep into his mind. But upon observing the vacant expressions on the three, understanding dawned on him. Hey, Jinyu, could it be that these three have been infected? Though Rikwum and his companions managed to suppress their auras effectively, Sun Yu could still perceive the surge in power that followed the infection. In the original narrative, aside from Jinyu, the other members of the Jinyu force possessed combat abilities of around 60,000. Yet, the combat strength of the three before him had inexplicably soared to 200,000 to 300,000, which was indeed astonishing. Enough of this nonsense. You are Jinyu, are you not? Let us engage in battle. Bardock bellowed, his voice echoing as he soared into the sky towards Jinyu. As Sun Yu's gaze narrowed, he sensed an unusual aura emanating from Bardock. Jinyu stood silently in the void, coldly observing the approaching Bardock. With a casual flick of his wrist, he declared, Let your blood bear witness to my rise. Charge forth and tear them apart. Upon hearing Jinyu's command, hordes of infected surged forward, akin to a flood breaching a dam, rushing towards Sun Yu and his companions. Damn, how does he still have so many infected? Uncle Ali exclaimed, watching the multitude of infected swarm forth. Although their overall strength was slightly inferior to that of Sun Yu's side, the sheer number was overwhelming. Rudd quickly informed Tarsal to bring the main forces for reinforcement. We have underestimated the strength of the infected. Lana commanded Rudd sternly, her demeanor resembling that of a battlefield Valkyrie. Rudd hurriedly lowered his head in contemplation, seemingly utilizing their internal communication network among the half-cyborgs, proving to be more effective than mental dialogue, as tensions escalated on both sides. Suggesting an impending epic clash of unprecedented proportions, Sun Yu sighed quietly and positioned himself at the rear, preparing to unleash his energy. The atmosphere around him erupted with power. Me. What? Jinyu finally cast a glance at Sun Yu, this seemingly handsome youth, who harbored an unfathomable force within. He glanced anxiously at Sun Yu's combat power, which astonishingly displayed over 1 million and was rapidly escalating. Impossible. Impossible. This kid possesses over 1 million combat power. What kind of monster is he? Jinyu's eyes widened in disbelief. Moments later, he grinned. What of over 1 million combat power? I currently boast 3 million. Even if Frisia himself were to arrive, he would hardly be my match. What can a mere Saiyan do against me? Go, crush these ants beneath your feet. Me. Me. Sun Yu exuded an immense aura, generating a swirling vortex of energy within a radius of several dozen meters, causing sand and stones to dance chaotically. The Kamehameha wave in his hands radiated a dazzling blue light, capturing the attention of all present. With a powerful shout, Sun Yu thrust his hands forward, unleashing a deep azure energy blast directed at the airborne swarm of infected. Run. Though the infected were mere empty shells, the parasitic creatures within them possessed an instinct for survival. Witnessing their fellow beings reduced to ashes by the energy wave, they were seized by terror and began to scatter in all directions. Yet, did fleeing hold any merit? Observing the panicked exodus of the infected, a smirk curled at the corners of Sun Yu's lips. Does running truly help? He taunted. With a flick of his wrist, the Kamehameha wave swept horizontally through the crowd, eliciting a chorus of startled cries from the air above. Sun Yu harnessed the power of the Turtle School's Kamehameha, compressing his combat strength to an astounding 2 million. With a single strike, few could withstand the force head-on. In an instant, a significant portion of the infected army was annihilated, leaving Uncle Ali and Rude in a state of disarray amidst the wind. Many had steeled themselves for a desperate battle, yet none anticipated that Sun Yu would resolve the imminent crisis with such swiftness. With the overwhelming hordes of infected beings no longer obstructing him, Bardock soared effortlessly to confront Jinyu, fully aware of the disparity in their strengths, yet resolutely choosing to engage in combat. One might brand him foolish or even insane. But if those who perceive their own limitations and choose to evade danger are deemed wise, then Bardock, along with Sun Wukong and Sun Yu, willingly embrace the role of the fool, those who are audacious enough to challenge opponents vastly superior to themselves, even at the risk of obliteration. They compel themselves to break through and transcend their limits. This is the essence of the Saiyan spirit, to strive for the impossible. Boom. In a flash, Bardock closed the distance to Jinyu, unleashing a thunderous punch. Jinyu countered with a swift claw, their forces colliding and sending shockwaves through the air. He blocked it. As all held their breath for Bardock's fate, he astonishingly withstood Jinyu's claw, a Jinyu whose power had surged to 3 million after consuming the infected queen. In the blink of an eye, Bardock and Jinyu exchanged blows, their fierce confrontation igniting the crowd below with fervor. Go, Bardock. Impressive, Bardock. Bring him down. While onlookers may have been drawn to the spectacle, the discerning eye of Sun Yu remained fixated on Bardock. He observed that Bardock's gaze seemed devoid of any emotional nuance, resembling a puppet yet infused with vitality. Perhaps, at this moment, Bardock perceived no gap in strength, no boundary between life and death. All that existed was the battlefield. Now I understand. The peculiar aura emanating from Bardock stemmed from his entry into a state of profound clarity. It was the result of his relentless journey between life and death. An arduous endeavor to extract his latent potential, ultimately embracing a resolute determination to surpass himself, even at the cost of his own demise. Sun Yu suddenly recalled the epic battle between Son Goku and the god of destruction, Beerus, in the Dragon Ball anime Gods and Gods. Although Goku eventually reverted to his normal state, it seemed improbable that he could withstand a blow from Beerus, a god of destruction. Yet he managed to confront him with equal resolve. The official explanation posits that Goku had absorbed the essence of the Super Saiyan God, allowing him to enter a state of transcendental clarity. Indeed, once one achieves such a state of enlightenment, one perceives a vast emptiness between heaven and earth, where only the heart's intent remains. Goku's singular desire to defeat Beerus and Bardock's aspiration to surpass the possessed Jinyu ignited within them an extraordinary potential that defies common understanding. Particularly, the Saiyans, who grow stronger in the face of adversity, embody limitless possibilities in their development. Observing Bardock engaged in battle with Jinyu, Sun Yu felt a surge of fighting spirit, realizing that he was indeed not merely a golden warrior transported back in time. As Bardock, the first Saiyan in history to transform into a Super Saiyan and defeat the cosmic pirate, chilled, Sun Yu could not help but admire his innate talent. I must strive as well, otherwise I may truly be left behind, Sun Yu proclaimed passionately. Indeed, we must rise too. Bardock has become so formidable. And we must grow stronger together, Lana exclaimed. Agreed. The others, including Yalings, responded with fervor, transforming into beams of light as they soared into the sky, selecting their targets and plunging into the remaining infected. Sun Yuza stood protectively around Bardock and Jinyu, for he knew that should anyone intervene in their battle, it would instantly shatter Bardock's state of clarity, something Sun Yuza could not tolerate. He was eager to witness how far Bardock could truly go. Jinyu was on the verge of madness. He had believed that after devouring the mother worm and acquiring over 3 million in combat power, he would no longer face any rivals in the universe. To his astonishment, a formidable opponent with a combat power of 1 million emerged in Sun Yuza, who effortlessly decimated a large portion of his subordinates with a single strike. Then there was Bardock, who fought with the ferocity of a madman. Although he initially possessed only 690,000 in combat power, this seemingly insignificant presence only grew stronger as the battle wore on. Despite his increasing injuries, his strength surged, eventually forcing Jinyu into a disadvantageous position. The Saiyans were indeed warriors possessed by madness. They were anomalies. It was no wonder Frieza had previously regarded the Saiyans as a thorn in his side, intent on eradicating them. At this moment, Jinyu, no longer underestimating his opponent, unleashed his full power to confront Bardock. The sheer terror of his innate talent was evident. Sun Yuza occasionally cast a glance at Bardock, his eyes filled with incredulity. Nonetheless, Bardock, despite his formidable spirit, was outmatched by Jinyu. After such a grueling battle, he bore the marks of hardship. His body was a tapestry of wounds. His protective armor tattered, and his form splattered with blood, bearing several gashes that oozed crimson. Fortunately, Bardock had applied a special ointment that rendered him immune to Jinyu's infectious parasites. Otherwise, he would have long since succumbed to Jinyu's enslavement. The sounds of battle echoed, a cacophony of claps and thunderous roars. As Sun Yu observed the now disoriented Jinyu, a flicker of joy ignited within him. Jinyu's formidable combat prowess, acquired through body snatching, was not a product of his own rigorous training. Consequently, confronted by the increasingly tenacious Bardock, Jinyu found himself gradually overwhelmed. If this continued, victory was assured for Bardock. Jinyu fixed his gaze on Bardock, and a cunning glint sparkled in his eyes. Suddenly, he retreated, distancing himself from Bardock, and spread his massive claws before him. The principle of the enemy retreats while I advance dictated Bardock's instinctual rush forward, devoid of hesitation. Witnessing Bardock's direct charge towards Jinyu, Sun Yu's heart sank with foreboding. He was acutely aware of Jinyu's ultimate technique, the ability to exchange bodies with another. It was evident that Jinyu, recognizing his impending defeat, sought to employ this tactic to swap physiques with Bardock. In an instant, a brilliant beam of light erupted from Jinyu, hurtling toward Bardock. Alas, Sun Yu found himself devoid of any means to intervene, lacking even a mere frog to throw, let alone a Namekian creature. Akin to the antics of Goku in the Dragon Ball series. With a flash of crimson light in his eyes, Sun Yu activated his Sharingan, attempting to halt the soul exchange beam in its tracks, while propelling himself forward to push Bardock out of harm's way. However, he was a moment too late. By the time he reached Bardock, Jinyu had already completed the soul exchange. Yet, at the precise moment Jinyu unleashed his soul exchange ability, Sun Yu had activated his Sharingan, inadvertently capturing the technique. Though this soul skill was exceedingly rare, Sun Yu was left pondering the utility of having replicated such a power. Did he truly wish to exchange bodies with another? What an absurd interstellar jest. After all, he was a Saiyan, a warrior of limitless potential, surely. It was others who coveted his very form. While this assertion might invite misunderstanding, it undeniably held a kernel of truth. Wait, coveting bodies. A bold thought suddenly surfaced in Sun Yu's mind. How splendid it would be to secretly exchange bodies with Lana. Upon reflecting on this, Sun Yu couldn't help but recall the alluring scene he had inadvertently witnessed at the bathroom door, a moment that elicited a slight thrill within him. Sun Yu's nosebleed stubbornly flowed once again. No, he was a paragon of virtue. How could he entertain such sordid thoughts? He must remain elegant, devoid of filth. Subconsciously, he cast a glance at Lana's position. She was fiercely engaged in combat with an infected individual, her long hair cascading gracefully in the wind. Her exquisite figure outlined an alluring silhouette, and the fullness that swayed with her movements left Sun Yu's throat parched. With a soft gulp, he could not suppress the urge to swallow. To hell with being a virtuous gentleman. To hell with elegance. Meanwhile, Bardock, forcibly switched into another body, seemed to have fainted due to the abrupt interruption of his enlightened state. In the body of Bardock, Jinyu fumbled in his embrace, retrieving a pouch from which he poured out several senzu beans. Weighing them in his hand, Jinyu tilted his head back and consumed all the senzu beans in one go. With a series of crunching sounds, he swallowed the chewed beans, and his injuries healed instantaneously. Excellent, excellent. Jinyu gazed with satisfaction at his new physique, stretching his limbs to distinctly feel the immense power of this body. Sun Yu cast a disdainful glance at Jinyu, who had seized Bardock's body, and said with dissatisfaction, "Hey, if you wish to avoid death, you should vacate Bardock's body immediately. Otherwise, I shall strike you so hard that even your elderly mother won't recognize you." Ha. Jinyu raised his head, looking at Sun Yu with contempt. "You think you can defeat me? This body can't even withstand my 3 million battle power. And you barely possess 1 million. Kneel before me, and perhaps I shall spare your wretched life. Thank you very much. I implore you to come and end my life." Sun Yu retorted dismissively, gazing at Jinyu with an expression that invited ridicule. Jinyu snorted coldly, spreading his arms in a defensive stance. "Foolishness. Allow me to demonstrate my terror." With that, he unleashed his battle power. In an instant, all attention in the arena was drawn to Jinyu, while Lana and Uncle Ali exchanged worried glances, fearing just how formidable Jinyu, having usurped Bardock's form, would become. With a furious roar, Jinyu's body was enveloped in swirling energy, the clouds above appearing to be ravaged by a tempest, disintegrating into fragments. The onlookers held their breath, anxiously awaiting Jinyu's ultimate display of power. Oh! Jinyu's aura surged to its peak as he laughed maniacally, casting a disdainful gaze upon everyone below. "How does it feel to witness my might?" Ha. Boy, loudly declare my current battle power. 50,000, Sun Yu replied, nonchalantly adjusting his ears. Ha, did you hear that? A full 50,000. Ha. Wait, what did you say? Is your hearing impaired? I said 50,000. Impossible. Boy, you are deceiving me. Jinyu's forehead bulged with veins as he fixed a penetrating stare at Sun Yu, searching for signs of deceit in his eyes. Why would I lie? There's no candy involved, Sun Yu retorted, still unimpressed. Impossible. I shall verify it myself. Jinyu swiftly moved to the fallen Lycum's side and snatched his battle power scouter, pressing it against himself. Beep beep beep. The scouter clearly displayed 5 digits, 50,000. His battle power was indeed only 50,000. What is happening? This cannot be. This body is supposed to be stronger than me. Jinyu was evidently unable to accept this reality, gripping his hair tightly as he screamed in anguish. How can this be impossible? Sun Yu, flexing his wrists with ill intent, remarked, First, I must say that God.God is truly a rare genius. His strength is the result of relentless training, countless life and death battles, and enduring numerous hardships to attain such power. As for you, Captain Jinyu, you are merely a thief who appropriates the hard-earned efforts of others. You cannot even harness the most fundamental energy. How could you possibly unleash the full potential of this body? As Jinyu felt the sting of Sun Wukong's words, a flicker of madness flashed in his eyes. How dare you accuse me of being a thief? I will strike you down. With that, Jinyu summoned all his strength and launched a powerful punch towards Sun Wukong. However, just as Jinyu's fist approached, Sun Wukong slowly raised his hand, and with a resounding smack, he firmly grasped Jinyu's fist. How infuriating. Jinyu finally came to terms with the fact that this body possessed a mere fighting power of 50,000. He attempted to withdraw his fist, yet Sun Wukong's grip was akin to iron, unyielding and steadfast. As he watched Sun Wukong slowly raise his own fist, fear gripped Jinyu. Struggling to muster a semblance of a smile, he implored, Esteemed sir, the owner of this body is your friend, is he not? You cannot harm me, for it would endanger your friend. I shall leave at once. I beg you, spare me. Friend? Perhaps. However, my approach to friendships is rather unique. I prefer that those I engage with call me father. Before he could finish his sentence, Jinyu heard a whoosh as Sun Wukong's fist crashed violently against his ribs. Jinyu felt as though his very organs had been displaced, his back arching like a shrimp in agony. With a commanding shout, Sun Wukong unleashed a flurry of blows upon Jinyu, who was left dazed and bewildered, his eyes rolling back in his head. To an onlooker, it would appear as though they harbored a deep-seated vendetta, a hatred steeped in blood. Even the fierce Lana could not bear to watch, covering her eyes in disbelief at the brutality of the scene. It was a display so gory, one might liken it to silencing a child's cries. Alas, poor God.God, caught in the crossfire. It seems that Lord Kale is particularly irate today. Indeed, we must tread carefully and avoid provoking him. The beating Jinyu received was utterly merciless. Before long, Jinyu was nearly devoid of breath, having been battered to the brink of unconsciousness. He plummeted from the sun you silently observed from the air as Jinyu, after considerable effort, finally beheld the body he had previously usurped. Trembling, he raised his hands, now reduced to mere fragments of bone, and murmured, Sage. G. In a flash of brilliance, God.God and Jinyu exchanged forms once more. It was only then that Sun Yu descended from the sky. Gazing upon the bloody God.God below, he retrieved a Senza bean from his bosom, crushed it, and placed it into God.God's mouth. This scene felt hauntingly familiar. After aiding God.God in swallowing the bean, his wounds rapidly healed. However, God.God merely stirred faintly before his head lolled to the side, succumbing to unconsciousness once more. Who could fathom the trials God.God had endured? He had entered a state of enlightenment, and had he successfully navigated this phase, his combat prowess could have surged immeasurably. Alas, before he could fully awaken to this realization, Jinyu had forcibly swapped bodies with him, followed by Sun Yu's merciless onslaught. Upon the return of his soul to his own body, God.God finally comprehended the weight of existence that one cannot bear. In any case, his spirit was utterly despondent. Perhaps a good sleep would erase all troubles. Sun Yu casually tossed God.God to the nearby ranks, then turned his gaze to the now upright Jinyu. I shall kill you. I am determined to end your existence. Jinyu, in his infected form, glared intensely at Sun Yu, his eyes bulging with rage. If mere glances could slay, he would have dispatched Sun Yu millions of times over. Though, like God.God, I too wish to challenge someone stronger than myself to find the key to enlightenment. Sun Yu mused with a wry smile. Unfortunately for you, you do not even approach being formidable. Battling you is utterly devoid of interest. Jinyu, incensed by Sun Yu's words, seethed with fury, his chest heaving as he retorted, You insolent brat, do you comprehend what you are uttering? You are not but a wretched being with a battle power exceeding 1,000,000. I possess a power of 3,000,000, and I shall tear you apart." With a sudden burst of speed, Jinyu lunged forward, his massive form flickering into view behind Sun Yu, striking down with a clawed hand. "Prepare to meet your demise, brat." Sun Yu slowly closed his eyes and shook his head, stating, "The combat strength that is not cultivated by oneself ultimately does not belong to one. What is the use of possessing mere brute strength?" Just as the massive claws of Jinyu were about to strike him, Sun Yu's eyes suddenly snapped open. The three tomo within swirling incessantly, and a peculiar mist enveloped the area within a 10-meter radius. Upon Jinyu suddenly realized that Sun Yu had vanished before him, his colossal claws crashing down onto the ground. Ironically, despite his formidable power, he was unable to shatter the earth beneath him. What is this? Jinyu, filled with dread, surveyed his surroundings. Aside from the crimson sky, everything else was an abyss of impenetrable darkness. This was Sun Yu's illusionary technique, the Super Tsukuyami. Thud, thud, thud. As Jinyu frantically searched for Sun Yu, he was abruptly jolted by tremors emanating from the ground beneath him. He looked up to behold a colossal figure towering over him, a giant Sun Yu, or perhaps a shrunken Jinyu in his infected form. It mattered not. For in this realm, Sun Yu held absolute dominion. He was the sovereign here. Flee, quickly flee. Jinyu gazed at the enormous silhouette above him, his mind consumed by a singular thought: to escape this place at once. Yet, no matter how fervently he attempted to run, exhaustion overwhelming him, he could not break free from this confined space. Unable to fight back or flee, Jinyu collapsed to his knees, engulfed by despair. "Please, spare my life. I can serve you." However, Sun Yu merely smiled, offering no words. He slowly lifted his foot and brought it crashing down upon Jinyu. With a resounding thud, Sun Yu exited the realm of Super Tsukuyami, unleashing an energy blast upon the lifeless Jinyu, reducing him to ashes. This spectacle left all present in a state of bewilderment. They had placed their trust in Sun Yu's might. Yet, regardless of how powerful one may be, surely a gesture or a flicker of movement is required to extinguish a life. Nevertheless, Sun Yu shattered their perceptions. To their astonishment, he simply watched Jinyu. And then Jinyu was no more. What had just transpired? Did Lord Kale kill with merely a glance? Arlinx whispered weakly. Perhaps it was some form of superpower. Uncle Ollie swallowed hard, concocting a more plausible explanation. It cannot be said that the Dragon Ball world lacks races adept in illusion. Yet it is evident that in this realm, which draws energy from ki, strength remains the prevailing virtue. Thus, they were blissfully unaware of Sun Yu's use of illusionary tactics. Regardless, with the demise of Jinyu, the leader of the infected, the remaining forces of the infected army were swiftly eradicated. A cleanup operation in which Sun Yu did not need to partake. Consequently, Sun Yu escorted Bardock back to his Khufu pyramid. After entrusting Bardock to the care of his wife, Jine, Sun Yu confidently made his way to the temple to seek out Tarsal. With the crisis of the infected now resolved, the 5 celestial locks of the Veblen planet had reactivated, and the interstellar defense system was once more engaged, enveloping the skies in a transparent protective shield. Perhaps having just emerged from a crisis, Tarsal greeted Sun Yu with unusual warmth upon his arrival. "Mr. Sun Yu, what an honor it is to have you visit. What brings you here?" Tarsal managed to muster a smile that belied his fearsome countenance. Sun Yu stared at Tarsal in bewilderment, his lips twitching slightly. "Let's cut to the chase. I speak as the clan leader. We should converse plainly. Your overly ornate speech leaves me quite uncomfortable." Tarsal awkwardly scratched his head. "Mr. Sun Yu, I merely wish to convey my goodwill. It was thanks to your intervention that we resolved our crisis. Here, I swear by the deity Ignatz that my clan shall forever remain Mr. Sun Yu's ally, unto death." What a melodramatic leader, Sun Yu chuckled. The real calamity still lay ahead. The army summoned by Frieza would soon arrive, and it was highly likely that Frieza himself would come as well. Although he possessed the Sharingan and the powerful Genjutsu, Super Tsukuyami, rendering him nearly invincible among equals, Sun Yu believed that against a fully unleashed Frieza at 100, his illusions would be nothing but a jest. "Tarsal, the danger is far from averted. Do you recall my earlier mention of Frieza? He harbors a deep-seated fear of your mechanical warriors and is determined to annihilate your planet. Now that we are allies, could you shed some light on the super mechanical warriors you are researching? Do they truly exist? If so, how formidable are they?" With a piercing gaze, Sun Yu fixated on Tarsal, who, upon hearing Sun Yu's words, wore a solemn expression and pondered for an extended period. Ultimately, it appeared that Tarsal had resolved to make a decision, as he addressed Sun Yu, saying, "Since you have inquired, please follow me." The two proceeded quietly, one after the other, amidst the 12 copper pillars. Sun Yu caught a glimpse of the central pillar, the very one that had been opened to access the chamber containing the mechanical deity. However, this time their objective lay elsewhere. Tarsal led Sun Yu through a series of winding paths to the southern corner, where his hand rested upon a copper pillar intricately carved with bizarre insect motifs. Sun Yu found it somewhat familiar, yet he could not recall its significance at that moment. As Tarsal activated the mechanism, the copper pillar gradually ascended, revealing a passageway leading underground. "Please, enter, Mr. Sun Yu," Tarsal urged, stepping forward into the darkness. Sun Yu meticulously surveyed the dimly lit passage, which evoked an inexplicable thrill within him. He followed Tarsal down the stairs. After traversing a lengthy staircase, Sun Yu's perspective suddenly expanded into a vast expanse, akin to being inside a hypermodern technological edifice. In the center, two circular platforms stood, providing direct access to each floor. At the entrance of the passage, Sun Yu was able to gaze downwards, observing numerous Veblinians engaged in various peculiar tasks at their workstations on each level. Tarsal explained to Sun Yu, "These are the elite research personnel of my kind. I shall now take you to witness our most formidable achievements." "Indeed," Sun Yu replied, then silently followed Tarsal to the central circular platform. The researchers around them moved briskly, each bowing in respect upon seeing Tarsal. As Sun Yu and Tarsal stood on the platform, Tarsal pressed a button on the control panel, and the platform descended rapidly, its velocity rivaling that of ordinary levitation techniques. Despite the swift descent, Sun Yu could discern the activities on each floor. On the uppermost levels, the focus was primarily on conventional weapon components, and as they descended further, he gradually observed modified life forms, including some of the Veblinian kin. After descending approximately 70 floors, Sun Yu glimpsed formidable robots reminiscent of Gundams. However, they were not at the lowest level as the platform continued its descent. Upon reaching the bottom, Sun Yu felt a fleeting sensation of returning to Earth. Stepping off the platform, he found the corridor flanked by cylindrical vessels, each containing a nurturing liquid teeming with insect-like exoskeletal beings. "These are the essence of our research, bioengineered warriors," Tarsal remarked, leading the way while expressing, "Regrettably, after centuries, our research has yielded little progress." Sun Yu walked behind Tarsal, his gaze momentarily averted from the grotesque creatures within the vessels. These beings were entirely green, their forms predominantly humanoid, adorned with a variety of green, pointed horns atop their heads, and encased in exoskeletal armor. A familiar name lingered in Sun Yu's throat, yet he continually reassured himself that these must be mere coincidences. The universe harbors an abundance of life forms, and it could not possibly pertain to the one he knew. After traversing a considerable distance, Tarsal finally arrived before a peculiar vessel. He proudly gestured towards the creature within, proclaiming, "This is the culmination of my people's millennia of dedication. Once our research is complete, it shall become the ultimate weapon, surpassing all existence. Alas, it bears a flaw, and we must resign ourselves to sealing it away." Sun Yu's eyes widened as he stared at the creature within the vessel, his heart reverberating like thunder. The creature's form, its visage, and that elongated green tail all bore an uncanny resemblance to someone from his memories. "Impossible. This cannot be. I personally eliminated Dr. Jero. This world cannot possibly harbor Cell. This being in the vessel cannot be anyone other than Cell. Cell, the ultimate antagonist from the android saga of Dragon Ball, whose might had transcended that of the Super Saiyans. Of course, that was his perfect form after absorbing Android 17 and Android 18, while the creature before him, resembling Cell, was merely a prototype, according to Tarsal. "Tarsal, please elaborate on this creature," Sun Yu implored, his brow furrowed in concern. Tarsal, oblivious to Sun Yu's unease, gazed proudly at the creature in the vessel, cheerfully explaining, "This being is a gift from the magnificent god Ignace. It possesses the ability to absorb the life essence of other species, thereby achieving the goal of infinite evolution. Should we succeed in this research, we will develop a super life form capable of continuous evolution." Upon hearing this, Sun Yu's expression darkened, and he coldly remarked, "This life form poses a grave danger. If it escapes control, it would spell disaster for the universe." Indeed, Tarsal's excitement was doused by Sun Yu's words. He sighed heavily and continued, "We have also considered the potential dangers. Thus, when modifying the super life form, we incorporated an emergency destruction device, believing that this would mitigate the risks. However, we never anticipated that this life form could evolve into its perfect state by consuming others of its kind that also possessed this emergency device. To prevent such a scenario, We have sealed them indefinitely here, until we can devise a solution to this predicament. Upon hearing this, Sun Yu felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. Wasn't this just Cell? The Cell on Earth evolved into its perfect form after absorbing Android 17 and Android 18. Both of these androids possessed self-destruct mechanisms. Although the remote controls for these devices would ultimately be destroyed, the mechanisms themselves still resided within them. Given the sequence of events in the Dragon Ball storyline, Sun Yu entertained a bold hypothesis. Perhaps, in the original Dragon Ball universe, the inhabitants of planet Vegeta had developed a primordial version of Cell, and then their planet was obliterated, causing them to vanish from the narrative. The primordial cells, located beneath the Pyramid Temple, might not have perished in the destruction of planet Vegeta. Perhaps, by some stroke of fate, they made their way to Earth, where they were discovered by the brilliant Dr. Gero, who ultimately completed their research. As he pondered this, Sun Yu found the notion quite absurd. Yet, he could conceive no better explanation. He too felt a sense of suspicion regarding Dr. Gero, a mere earthling from a planet devoid of even faster-than-light spacecraft. How could he possibly engineer androids that rivaled the strength of Super Saiyans? Furthermore, Sun Yu had witnessed the androids created by Dr. Gero firsthand. Be it Android 9 or the android wolf known as X, these were biological forms that had once existed on Earth. In contrast, Cell's biological form was unlike any species found on Earth. He could even regress into an egg, then conceal himself within a time machine to traverse back to an era prior to Goku's heart disease. At that time, Bulma had remarked that such a creature had never been seen on Earth. With all these considerations, Sun Yu had ample reason to believe that the Cell encountered in Dragon Ball was a product of Dr. Gero's modifications to the primordial Cell from planet Vegeta. Thus, the initial form of Cell possessed the capability to confront Super Saiyans directly. Meanwhile, Androids 17 and 18 were the result of Dr. Gero uncovering the secret to Cell's ultimate evolution into its perfect form, specifically designed to assist in facilitating that evolution. With this understanding, everything fell into place. Sun Yu finally comprehended why Frieza harbored such fear of the technology from planet Vegeta. It was, in truth, the primordial Cell that he truly feared. Sun Yu rubbed his temples, pondering the situation at hand. Though it was merely a conjecture, he could not ascertain whether there lay deeper implications or if it was simply a remarkable coincidence. Nevertheless, he found himself troubled by how to address the issues concerning the primordial Cell. Observing Sun Yu's demeanor, Tarsal inquired with concern, "Mr. Sun Yu, is something troubling you?" "It's nothing," Sun Yu replied with a smile, shaking his head. The thought of annihilating the primordial Cell weighed heavily on him. After all, it was Cell. Should it evolve into its perfect form, only a Super Saiyan 2 could hope to vanquish such a being. Perhaps the Cell of this world would be slightly weaker. Yet one must not forget that the Cell from the Dragon Ball anime housed the cells of all Dragon Ball warriors, which was Dr. Gero's greatest achievement. Ensure the containment of these organisms. I can sense their terrifying potential. Until absolute control is achieved, do not release them recklessly, for it could bring catastrophic devastation to this world, Sun Yu stated with profound significance. Tarsal, having heard Sun Yu's words, solemnly vowed, "Rest assured, Mr. Sun Yu. I swear this on my honor and faith." Upon hearing Tarsal's promise, Sun Yu felt a temporary sense of relief and began to casually observe his surroundings. Suddenly, Tarsal's computational core received a call request, which he accepted, standing silently for a considerable time. Sun Yu was naturally aware of the unique communication style of the Vebel Knights, so he began to wander about on his own. After a considerable amount of time, Tarsal regained his focus. Sun Yu returned to Tarsal's side and inquired, "What troubles you?" "Chief Tarsal, there are two pieces of bad news. Let us discuss them as we walk." Tarsal gestured for Sun Yu to accompany him back to the lift platform. According to the latest reconnaissance report, a vanguard force of Frieza has appeared a few light years away, and they are expected to arrive within 3 days. If it were merely a vanguard, I believe that even without our intervention, your planetary defense systems could handle them, correct? Thus, the second piece of bad news is that Frieza himself intends to make a personal appearance. Through his recent experiences, Sun Yu had gained a comprehensive understanding of the Vebel Knight's overall strength and, with a moment's contemplation, reached this conclusion. Tarsal nodded in agreement. Indeed, according to the latest intercepted intelligence, this individual named Frieza is aboard the most advanced interstellar jump spacecraft and is estimated to arrive in our star sector within a month. While other matters may be manageable, we currently lack the capacity to confront Frieza directly. By the way, Chief Tarsal, I recall you mentioning that it was possible to conceal our planetary coordinates. Why then? Are they still able to locate us? I did say that, Tarsal replied, but curiously, there is something on our planet that is continuously emitting a signal, which they are using to pinpoint our location. Upon hearing this, Sun Yu furrowed his brows in concern. Damn, it must be the Jinyu Force and their spacecraft. He decided to dismiss such thoughts for the moment and promptly called for a gathering of all members to discuss strategies. Although Sun Yu was not keen on facing the enemy so soon, the inevitable arrival of Frisia loomed over them all. Upon receiving the news of Frisia's imminent approach, Uncle Ollie and Lana accepted the invitation to the temple. Beneath the 12 copper pillars, Sun Yu and Tarsal sat side by side on the elevated seats, with the assembly below divided into 2 rows, one comprised of the Vibranians and the other consisting of the members of the city management team led by Sun Yu. God.God had long since awakened from his unconscious state, vaguely recalling the events that had transpired. Despite understanding that Sun Yu had acted out of necessity, he could not suppress his resentment, and thus his gaze towards Sun Yu was imbued with hostility. Sun Yu, seated on the high platform, paid no heed to God.God's glare. Clearing his throat gently, he addressed the assembly. I trust that everyone is already aware of the situation. According to the latest intelligence, the advanced forces of Frisia's army will arrive on this planet within 3 days. However, this is not the most alarming news. What truly warrants our concern is our greatest adversary, Frisia, who is set to arrive here in a month's time. As you all should know, his objective is to annihilate this planet. Sun Yu paused as a Vibranian requested to speak. In a raspy voice, he inquired, is that being named Frisia truly formidable? What are our chances of victory in a direct confrontation with him? This was a concern shared by many present. Sun Yu nodded solemnly and replied, he is indeed powerful. In a clash with him, we stand no chance. This brief declaration instantly caused an uproar among the gathered crowd. Sun Yu's might was evident to all. Not only did the members of the municipal enforcement team revere him, but many Vibranian inhabitants also regarded him as an insurmountable force. It was difficult for them to comprehend that such a formidable being would claim to have no hope against Frisia. Just how powerful could Frisia truly be? I'm not being self-deprecating. The opponent is simply too strong. He possesses 3 transformation stages, and once fully unleashed, his power reaches an astounding 120 million. Sun Yu stated calmly. 120 million. The crowd erupted in astonishment, including Lana and God.God. Although they were already aware of Frisia's invincibility as battle-hungry Saiyans, they yearned for the opportunity to confront a powerful adversary. However, the strongest individual on their planet, Sun Yu, possessed merely a combat power of 1 million. Perhaps he had improved his strength during this period of training, yet regardless of any enhancements, the disparity in combat power was insurmountable. How could they possibly engage in battle? Perhaps we should flee, someone suggested, prompting widespread indignation among the assembly. Whether they were proud Saiyan warriors or Vibranian adherents of the warrior spirit, none of them could tolerate the notion of retreating without a fight. Fleeing is the act of a coward. The great Tarsal and the esteemed Lord Sun Yu. We are willing to shed our blood to uphold the honor of warriors, to our last breath. These words ignited fervor, and all present knelt, fervently requesting to engage in battle, eager to fight valiantly. Even Lana and God.God joined in, which nearly brought Sun Yu to tears. Oh, my aging mother. What is wrong with these people? Why are they perpetually fixated on martyrdom? How did this brainwashing mindset become so pervasive? I understand you are all fearless warriors. Sun Yu felt overwhelmed, yet he urged them to consider the civilians of their planet. There were still hundreds of thousands of ordinary residents on Vibran, all devoid of combat capabilities. Even aside from the situation on Vibran, Sun Yu had to think of the thousands of Saiyans on his side. He couldn't help but wonder if Frisia had already annihilated planet Vegeta. According to the timeline in the original Dragon Ball series, planet Vegeta had indeed been obliterated by Frisia using a technique called the supernova. If that were the case, it was highly probable that Sun Yu's group represented the last remnants of Saiyans in the universe, and he needed to preserve the final flicker of hope for this race. When the topic of civilians arose, a profound silence enveloped the gathering, for within the traditions of Veblen, warriors bore the solemn duty of safeguarding the innocent. It was then that Tarsal, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. Mr. Sun Yu is indeed correct. We do not fear death. Yet, we must not engage in futile sacrifices. Given that this planet is on the brink of unprecedented calamity, I propose that we concentrate all civilians immediately and ensure their safe relocation. Such a notion, while seemingly straightforward, belied the complexity of the task. Despite the sparse population of Veblen, the total number of inhabitants still amounted to hundreds of thousands, rendering mass relocation a monumental challenge. Elder, I am curious about your plan. How long will it take to relocate all civilians? Sun Yu inquired, his heart echoing with urgency, longing to secure a safe haven for his Saiyan comrades. After a brief pause, Tarsal responded, I intend to gather all civilians within the temple. The temple possesses ample folding space to accommodate hundreds of thousands without issue. Once we have assembled all civilians, we can activate the temple's spatial phase leap, enabling us to instantaneously traverse this star sector. Upon hearing this, Sun Yu's spirits lifted. There is a saying, technology saves the world. Based on Tarsal's prior explanations regarding spatial technology, standard spatial jumping techniques had already been widely implemented in spacecraft throughout the cosmos. While more advanced techniques were typically reserved for elite legions like Frisia's, capable of effortlessly spanning hundreds of light years. However, Tarsal's mention of phase leaps was akin to the instantaneous teleportation seen on Metamor, utilizing the principles of phase transfer to transcend space. Indeed, the time machine featured in the original Dragon Ball series is a form of temporal phase leap device, capable of traversing both space and the timeline. How long will it take to initiate the spatial phase leap? Sun Yu inquired eagerly. The temple's spatial phase leap requires only a day's time for charging. However, the pressing issue we face is that relocating all civilians may take nearly 30 days, Tarsal explained. 30 days? Sun Yu felt a pang of frustration. To be candid, he wished for Lana and the other Saiyans to leave this place as swiftly as possible, especially given the looming threat of Frisia. Yet, he yearned to witness Frisia with his own eyes, and if possible, to engage him in combat, fully aware that such thoughts were perilous. But what could he do? He was a Saiyan, after all, born with an innate desire to confront the strong. Then it is settled, he declared resolutely. Tarsal, you shall focus all efforts on gathering the civilians. My team of city guards will hold the line against Frisia's advance party. Prepare for every eventuality. Also, God.God, come with me. I have a formidable technique I wish to teach you. A powerful technique. The eyes of the onlookers gleamed with fervor as they regarded God.God. Receiving direct tutelage from Sun Yu was an opportunity beyond their wildest dreams. Lord Care, may we accompany you to witness this? Yalinx, filled with eager anticipation, inquired. The others soon joined in, expressing their desire to go and observe as well. Sun Yu turned his head and cast a sweeping glance over the crowd, rarely displaying an expression of authority as he commanded, No. Everyone, return to your duties. The spectators sighed in resignation. Yet Sun Yu paid them no heed and soared out of the hall. After a moment's hesitation, God.God followed closely behind him. As the two figures disappeared into the distance, Lana rushed to Tarsal, her voice filled with urgency. Chief, do you possess any diminutive spy robots, the kind that could evade detection by Care and his companions? Sun Yu forbade the crowd from following him, which meant they would refrain from doing so. However, the absence of followers did not preclude the possibility of sending a small spy in his stead, though such actions lacked transparency. Tarsal's curiosity about the techniques Sun Yu would impart to God.God was piqued. He remarked, as long as Mr. Sun Yu and Mr. God.God remain on this planet, we can surveil their movements via orbital satellites. Please observe. With that, Tarsal extended his semi-mechanical arm, revealing a dome-shaped transparent orb at its center, which instantly radiated brilliance. Before the assembled onlookers, a 50-inch holographic projection materialized, vividly displaying the scene of Sun Yu and God.God in flight. Tarsal slightly adjusted the angle of the surveillance, enhancing the clarity for the audience. Dozens of miles south of the temple, God.God and Sun Yu flew in succession, with God.God trailing behind Sun Yu. Suddenly, God.God inquired, Hey, what exactly are you planning, and why won't you let them come along? Although Sun Yu's behavior seemed unusual, God.God harbored no fear that Sun Yu would pose a threat to him. On the contrary, due to the previous incident involving Jinyu's body swap, God.God held a deep-seated resentment towards Sun Yu. Sun Yu cast a glance at God.God behind him, a sly smile emerging on his face as he spoke. This technique is rather unique. I certainly do not wish to make a fool of myself in front of others. A fool. God.God suddenly sensed an unsettling aura, unable to fathom what scheme Sun Yu was concocting. Noticing God.God's silence, Sun Yu continued, You heard Tarsal's words just now. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, we are likely to encounter Frisia's ambush before we can leap out of this star system at the temple. Humph, and so what? If he dares to come, I shall make him regret it. God.God tilted his head, his demeanor radiating unparalleled arrogance. Upon hearing God.God's words, Sun Wukong's body abruptly suspended in the air. He turned to face Bardock, who was decelerating to a stop, and remarked with a smile, truly worthy of Bardock. I am quite curious about your current battle power, which allows you to confidently declare your intent to thoroughly defeat Frisia. Not to mention Bardock's previous state of enlightenment after his body exchange with Jinyu. He had been severely beaten by Sun Wukong, only to be revived with a Senza bean, undoubtedly resulting in a significant enhancement of his battle prowess. If I were to tell you that my battle power now exceeds 1 million, would you believe it? Bardock regarded Sun Wukong with a playful glint in his eyes. What is there not to believe? Do not speak of 1 million battle power as if it were something extraordinary, Bardock. Would you care to experience true strength? Sun Wukong returned Bardock's gaze with a similarly ambiguous expression. Bardock felt a chill run down his spine under Sun Wukong's stare and instinctively took a few steps back, saying, I do not comprehend your meaning. I hope you can clarify. Have you ever heard of the planet Metamor? It is a wondrous world, home to a secret technique known as the Metamor fusion technique. If my memory serves me correctly, this technique enables two individuals with similar attributes to merge into one, thereby giving birth to a super warrior. After much contemplation, I believe you are the only one who fits this criterion. Given the current battle powers of both Sun Wukong and Bardock, even if they successfully perform the Metamor fusion technique, it may not guarantee victory against a fully unleashed Frisia. Nonetheless, even a slight delay would be advantageous. What? Bardock's heart jolted at Sun Wukong's words. Although he was unclear about the specifics of the Metamor fusion, it certainly sounded formidable. I can now clearly inform you that my battle power limit is 1.3 million. Just imagine how formidable our combined strength would be. After a moment of contemplation, Bardock regained his composure and shook his head with a faint smile. Though he yearned for power and sought battles with the strong, he would rather not possess strength that was not earned through his own training. Bardock scoffed, declaring, Fusion? With you? Lord Sun Wukong, do not forget that my purpose in growing stronger is to defeat you. Rather than engage in some Metamor fusion with you, I would prefer to perish in battle. With that, Bardock turned away, ready to depart. Sun Wukong observed Bardock as he began to fly away and called out, I understand you are a true warrior, unafraid of death, but what of your wife and children? Bardock abruptly halted, standing motionless in the air. Sun Yu continued, regrettably, I must inform you that if Frisia arrives and we are unable to escape in time, no one will be able to withstand his might. Have you considered the fate of your wife, Jine, and your child, Raditz? Damn it. Bardock clenched his fists tightly, his shoulders trembling, betraying his agitated state. There is hope. A glimmer of excitement danced in Sun Yu's eyes as he seized the moment. I understand your reluctance to cooperate with me, but the current circumstances leave us no choice. Perhaps you are not fully aware of Frisia's power. I can provide you with a glimpse of it. What? Bardock spun around, only to be met by a pair of blood-red eyes, the pupils dark and surrounded by a ring adorned with 3 tomo. Sun Yu was using the Sharingan to cast an illusion. The earth suddenly cracked, molten lava bubbling violently to the surface, while the sky darkened with ominous clouds. Lightning flashing through the air as if heralding the apocalypse. Where's this? Bardock searched for Sun Yu's figure, but saw only a distant white silhouette. He flew towards it, eager to discern the situation. This version of Bardock had yet to experience the magical punches of planet Kanasa, and was thus entirely oblivious to the illusion he was ensnared in. Before he could reach the white figure, Bardock sensed a terrifying aura emanating from it. The blurry white shape seemed to amplify infinitely in that instant. He felt as though he were not gazing upon a person, but rather a towering mountain of sheer cliffs. He struggled to articulate those 3 words, yet his throat felt constricted, rendering him unable to utter a single syllable. The white figure appeared to sense the presence behind it, and slowly turned to face Bardock. With merely a disdainful glance, Bardock felt as though his body were pierced by 1,000 swords simultaneously, engulfed in pain, terror, and exhilaration. The apparition before him was not Frisia himself, but rather Sun Yu simulating a scene from the Dragon Ball anime, depicting the climactic battle between Frisia and Sun Wukong on Namek. At that moment, Frisia had unleashed all of his 100 power, revealing a staggering battle power of 12 million. Thus, a single scornful glance shattered Bardock's composure, even though Sun Yu had intentionally amplified Bardock's fear 1,000-fold. Nevertheless, Sun Yu's objective had been achieved. Upon returning to reality, Bardock found himself drenched in sweat, still trembling as he inquired, Lord Sun Yu, what was that just now? Was that person truly Frisia? He seemed so different from my recollections. That was Frisia's ultimate form, the full release of his 100 power, boasting a battle power of 12 million. Sun Yu expressed his boundless yearning as he spoke. Haha, though I hesitate to admit it, the scene we just witnessed was truly terrifying, Bardock replied, still haunted by the experience. So, you consented to the fusion? Sun Yu remarked with a look of cunning triumph. Humph. Bardock turned his head away, remaining silent for a considerable time before finally clenching his fists and declaring vehemently, "This is the only time, from now on, even if it costs me my life. I shall never agree to it again. What do you expect me to do?" Sun Yu stepped forward and patted Bardock's shoulder, brimming with pride as he declared, "The metamorph fusion possesses a unique dance step. You can observe my movements and then replicate them." With that, Sun Yu leaped onto a spacious rock, casting a furtive glance around. Despite his current perceptual abilities, which allowed him to sense anyone within hundreds of miles, he could even detect a mosquito that dared to enter his vicinity, he felt an overwhelming awkwardness about the dance steps of this metamorph fusion. They were so cringe-worthy that they could easily claim the top spot in the list of the 10 most embarrassing dances in the Celestial Empire. This was precisely why Sun Yu preferred not to let anyone else join in. If Lana and the others were to witness it, he would never be able to hold his head high again. However, despite all his calculations, Sun Yu had not anticipated that the orbiting satellites of Veblen Star possessed formidable surveillance capabilities. From the moment they had departed the temple, Tarsal had been live-streaming the entire special training session of Sun Yu and Bardock. Inside the temple, the members of the city management team, who had not yet been assigned any tasks, gathered around Tarsal, their eyes wide as they watched Sun Yu on the holographic screen. There stood Sun Yu alone atop the massive rock, taking a deep breath before exhaling slowly. Just as the crowd pondered what he was doing, Sun Yu suddenly raised his arms at chest level, spun to the left, and began muttering incantations. He crouched slightly, his small steps flowing like water, then lifted his left knee, aligning his arms rhythmically across his chest. With a loud shout, he thrust his elevated left leg sharply to the left, raising both hands above his head, and bent his body to the right. Bardock was left dumbfounded, and the friends watching the satellite broadcast from the temple were equally astonished. A profound silence enveloped the scene, broken only by the sound of a cold wind rustling a few fallen leaves. The sheer awkwardness was palpable. "Sun Yu, I believe it would be far more dignified to perish at Frisia's hands." Bardock swallowed hard, his expression one of disbelief as he regarded Sun Yu, his body instinctively yearning to escape this place. The crowd in the temple fainted in waves, questioning whether they were witnessing a genuine Sun Yu. "Bardock, I am quite serious." Sun Yu rushed forward to block Bardock's path, asserting resolutely, "Do not take this dance step too seriously. While it may appear bizarre, it is indeed a powerful technique." "Is it absolutely necessary?" Bardock asked with a grimace. "It is absolutely necessary." Without regard for Bardock's consent, Sun Yuka firmly grasped him and leaped onto the massive stone. Standing side by side, he urged, "Bardock, focus your mind. Truly embrace my energy." Observing Sun Yuka's earlier awkward dance, the onlookers at the temple were on the brink of madness, unable to comprehend how such a prominent leader could possibly indulge in such peculiar behavior. Unbeknownst to Sun Yuka, every move he made was being scrutinized by Lana and her city management team, who mistakenly believed he harbored unusual inclinations. Yet, in this moment, Sun Yuka remained dedicated to instructing Bardock in the art of metamorph fusion. "Bardock, your steps were a fraction too swift. You must attune yourself to my energy. Feel our rhythms intertwining. That's right, 1, 2, 3 fuse." Bardock mirrored Sun Yuka's movements, yet his reluctance to engage in such an embarrassing display rendered their synchronization ever elusive. "Curse it, are you truly toying with me?" Bardock lamented, nearing the brink of exasperation, regretting his agreement to practice the metamorph fusion technique alongside Sun Yuka. Sun Yu felt a profound sense of grievance. He had already aligned himself with Bardock's rhythm, yet they always fell just short. "Bardock-san, I understand that you find this dance absurd. However, there is little we can do about it. After all, no one is watching. Just cooperate with me this once. If it still doesn't work, I shall not press you further." Bah. Bardock cast a disdainful glance at Sun Yu. But recalling Sun Yu's earlier words and the formidable power of Frisia, he eventually bowed his head and took a deep breath. "Let us begin." Seeing Bardock adjusting his state, Sun Yu stepped to the left to stand beside him. "Fusion." The two intoned the fusion incantation in unison, their voices trailing off melodiously. Their mastery over energy perception was extraordinary, and once they shed their psychological burdens, their cooperation became seamless. Their arms traced a graceful arc in the air as they squatted slightly, taking small steps to draw closer to one another. As they neared a certain distance, Each lifted a leg and extended their arms in opposing directions across their chests. Together, they shouted, "Fusion." The bent legs suddenly straightened, arms raised high above their heads, their waists bending toward one another in perfect mirrored symmetry. Before Sun Yu could revel in joy, God.God, in a moment of excessive force, misaligned his right hand by half a centimeter at the crucial moment. Nevertheless, a dazzling white light erupted from their bodies. The onlookers in the temple gazed in disbelief at the blinding white glow on the holographic screen, seemingly grasping Sun Yu's intent. Could this truly be a technique? In a fleeting moment, the white radiance faded, revealing a figure clad in the attire of the Midamore people. From the contours of his face, he bore similarities to both Sun Yu and God.God. Yet, why did he appear as slender as a monkey? And what of his meager battle power of merely 2,000? What a disappointment! The spectators in the temple stared in utter confusion at the holographic display. Their perceptions of reality once again turned upside down. From the recent spectacle, they deduced that Sun Yu and God.God had merged into one. Yet, why did the fusion of two powerful beings result in a mere weakling with a battle power of only 2,000? This left them lamenting. Not that I am out of touch with the times, but rather that this world is changing far too rapidly. In the rocky wilderness outside the temple, the failed fusion of Sun Yu and God.God, now Beerus, wobbled precariously atop a massive stone. His form had withered, his cheekbones deeply sunken, and dark circles under his eyes rendered him exceedingly haggard. Beerus raised his spindly, bamboo-like arm to cover his mouth, coughing, cough, cough. After a prolonged fit of coughing, he propped himself up, resembling a mummy, and uttered in the heavy tones of Sun Yu and God.God, "Damn it, I'm going to die." Just as he lifted his leg, he lost his balance and collapsed straight down, his eyes rolling back as he fainted. Thus, the first Saiyan to perish from a mere stumble was born. Not long after Beerus fainted, his body emitted a dazzling white light, splitting into two figures, Sun Yu and God.God. Upon separation, both Sun Yu and God.God collapsed to the ground, coughing violently, due to the incorrect posture during their fusion. The resultant body exhibited significant health issues, although their emaciated forms were somewhat acceptable. The more pressing concern was that Beerus appeared as though he might disintegrate with the slightest breeze. "It's all your fault for not keeping your fingers straight," Sun Yu exclaimed in frustration. "Are you implying that this is my fault? It was clearly your delay that caused this," God.God retorted, refusing to concede an inch. "Huh? You dare say I was slow? Had you cooperated properly from the start, we would have succeeded long ago." Sun Yu nearly restrained himself from retaliating, yet at that moment, God.God's eyes held no trace of doubt. After all, they had successfully fused once before, leaving God.God with no reason to question Sun Yu again. At that moment, God.God opened his mouth, clearly hesitating to voice his thoughts, and with a disdainful snort, he turned away, feigning interest in the scenery. It was evident he wished to attempt the Metamore infusion technique once more, yet he was too embarrassed to speak up. Sun Yu chuckled helplessly. God.God truly was quite the proud one. Since God.God was unwilling to initiate the conversation, Sun Yu decided to demonstrate his magnanimity. All right, I'll concede this time. God.God. Shall we try again? Humph, fine. Though God.God's words were reluctant, his body obediently positioned itself to Sun Yu's right. The Saiyan's pride was simply too overt. Sun Yu was well aware of God.God's nature and had long since grown accustomed to it. Once they took their respective places, Sun Yu and God.God simultaneously swung their arms, taking small steps while elongating their voices as they proclaimed, "Fusion." Every action was mirrored perfectly, except for God.God, who once again misaligned his finger at the last moment. Was it truly so challenging for a martial artist to align their fingers? Unsurprisingly, this fusion also went awry. As the blinding light faded, a large, rotund figure materialized in the holographic projection within the temple. Compared to the previous emaciated form, this plump version of Beerus appeared rather endearing, sporting a wild mane of hair and facial features that still bore traces of Sun Yu and God.God. The Metamoran vest he wore was stretched to its limits by his round belly. The overweight Beerus jogged in place for a few circles, causing a seismic sensation. In truth, the ground remained still, and the mountains did not sway. The only movement came from the jiggling of Beerus's ample flesh. After a few laps, Beerus was left panting and exhausted. Regrettably, the Metamore infusion generally lasts for 30 minutes. Unless exceptional circumstances arise, the situation will not resolve itself. Thus, Beerus continued to jog in place to pass the time, resting whenever fatigue set in, only to resume his running after a brief respite. It was, one could say, rather heart-wrenching. He cried as if he were a 300-pound child, for there is no greater sorrow in life than this. The subsequent 30 minutes proved to be a grueling ordeal. Sun Yu and Bardock felt as though 30 years had slipped by. Ultimately, the two were separated, emerging from a blinding white light. Upon the dissolution of their fusion, Sun Yu and Bardock lay supine on the ground, having just transitioned from the form of a 300-pound individual to that of an ordinary person, as if they had experienced two vastly different lives. However, this existence was one they fervently wished never to revisit. Bardock, we were so close. Success was within our grasp. Sun Yu refrained from chastising Bardock for his missteps, sensing that Bardock, too, yearned for this fusion, sharing the anticipation of a super warrior's birth. Bardock responded with a nasal tone, diligently recalling the intricacies of the metamorph fusion dance, quietly attuning himself to Sun Yu's essence. In truth, given Bardock's current martial prowess, cooperating with Sun Yu was not an insurmountable challenge. The true difficulty lay in cultivating a deep understanding and connection between them. The essence of fusion resides in unity of purpose. Both must think as one and share the same aspirations. Otherwise, the fusion would lack perfection. Bardock silently reflected on his journey with Sun Yu, always aiming to surpass him, diligently honing his skills. Yet, beneath that indomitable spirit, he harbored a profound respect for Sun Yu. It was through Sun Yu's influence that Bardock expanded his horizons, realizing the depths of his own ignorance and insignificance. After receiving Sun Yu's unwavering mentorship, his combat prowess soared. While this was undoubtedly a product of his relentless efforts, no one could deny Sun Yu's contribution. Such is the essence of gratitude for being recognized. Lord Sun Yu, I wish to try once more, Bardock declared firmly. Sun Yu was momentarily taken aback, struggling to believe these words had come from Bardock, who had always been hesitant to engage in such awkward endeavors. I've come to a realization. Bardock sprang to his feet, straightening his posture as he gazed at Sun Yu, proclaiming, if it means protecting kine and Raditz, I would not hesitate, even if it cost me my life. Moreover, at this point, Bardock paused, turning his face away, softly adding, it is an honor to fuse with you. Lord Sun Yu. What? Sun Yu was left bewildered, pondering the sudden shift in Bardock's demeanor. Clearly, he could not fathom Bardock's sentiments and naturally attributed this transformation to his own charisma. If that is the case, let us endeavor once more. After the recent two merges of the metamorph technique, Sun Yu and Bardock had expended a considerable amount of energy. Therefore, before preparing for another fusion, they both consumed a magical bean. As the bean melted in their mouths, their vitality was instantly rejuvenated. Standing side by side, they simultaneously recited the incantation for fusion, their hands gracefully moving through the air. Taking small, deliberate steps closer together, Sun Yu and Bardock silently attuned themselves to each other's presence. Their movements, breath, and expressions bore an astonishing resemblance. An almost imperceptible similarity transcended the spatial divide and resonated within the holographic projections of the temple spectators. Have you noticed? Bardock's movements this time were markedly more fluid than before. Uncle Ollie observed this immediately. The others quickly concurred, affirming that the synchronization of their actions was nearly a perfect mirror image. It was highly probable that this time they could achieve success. Lana, her eyes sparkling with joy, gazed at the two figures on the screen, feeling an inexplicable anticipation for the outcome of this endeavor. In the final phase of their dance, Sun Yu and Bardock simultaneously extended their hands, their index fingers meeting with a soft glow emanating from their connection. This gentle light swiftly enveloped their entire bodies, gradually intensifying to a blinding radiance. Within this brilliant white glow, two figures merged into one, transforming into a slightly taller individual with a well-proportioned, muscular physique brimming with explosive power. Clad in a traditional metamorph vest, adorned with a red fabric belt around the waist. This being wore wide white trousers that billowed gracefully in the wind. Presenting Kyrdak. As the luminous colors faded, Kyrdak struck a striking pose with his hands on his hips, embodying the essence of both individuals. According to the naming conventions established in the Dragon Ball series, the fusion's name comprises elements from both participants. Given Sun Yu's dominant presence, his Saiyan name precedes Bardock's, culminating in the title Kyrdak. However, Sun Yu was taken aback to find that the memories of the two had not merged. Instead, Sun Yu's consciousness predominantly prevailed. I feel as though my power has transcended the heavens. Following the fusion, the character of the amalgamation manifested in overwhelming arrogance. In that moment, Kyrdak was imbued with an insatiable ambition, yearning to teleport before Frisia and engage in a fierce battle. Fortunately, Sun Yu had never had the opportunity to master the instant transmission technique. With fists clenched tightly, God.God's aura surged dramatically, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that soared towards the sky. As God.God continued to channel the energy within, the ground began to tremble slightly. Even those far away in the temple could distinctly feel the overwhelming power, akin to a ferocious beast sweeping across the planet. Lana, Uncle Ollie, and the others gazed in astonishment towards Sun Yu and Bardock's direction. This energy is chilling even from such a distance. Indeed, the power was undeniably formidable. The usually silent Tarsal couldn't help but exclaim, for within him resided an energy detector capable of measuring anyone's full strength. In Tarsal's perception, as God.God's energy continued to radiate, his battle power soared at an astonishing rate. 5 million. 6. 89 million. 8. 5 million. 13 million. Yet, when God.God's battle power reached 13 million, Tarsal's body trembled violently, his energy detector operating beyond its limits. Nevertheless, God.God showed no signs of abating. The raven locks of God.God writhed violently in the tempestuous winds, encircled by a vivid golden flame that emanated from his being. The sky gradually darkened with ominous clouds, crackling with thunder and lightning, as if heralding an unprecedented storm. The earth began to sink slowly, and the surrounding sands and stones appeared to lose their gravity, floating and swirling in the air. God.God suddenly roared, his aura surging to its zenith, the terrifying golden flames obliterating the ground within a radius of several dozen meters. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. God.God's form was enveloped in the golden blaze, emitting a series of piercing howls as he stood silently in the void, resembling a golden deity of war. The onlookers in the temple stared in astonishment at the holographic projection displaying the golden figure. Although God.God's hair had yet to transform into gold, the golden flames enveloping him inevitably evoked a legendary tale long whispered among the Saiyans. According to the legend, every millennium, a super Saiyan would arise among the Saiyans, their bodies ablaze with golden flames, wielding an unfathomable combat prowess. Has Lord God.God fused with Lord Bardock to become a Super Saiyan? Someone suddenly inquired. If previously, one could dismiss the notion of a Super Saiyan as a mere fanciful myth, they now bore witness to the super warrior birth from the fusion of Sun Wukong and Bardock, his visage strikingly reminiscent of the legend. In truth, God.God had not transformed into a Super Saiyan, but rather into a mimetic Super Saiyan. This form diverges from the conventional conception of a Super Saiyan transformation. It may be regarded as a transitional phase toward becoming a Super Saiyan. This state had appeared in the Dragon Ball films, notably manifested by Sun Wukong during his climactic battle against Frieza on planet Namek. It is noteworthy that upon transforming into a mimetic Super Saiyan, Sun Wukong's pupils would vanish, and his consciousness would become muddled. However, God.God did not exhibit such a condition, perhaps due to the nature of his fusion or possibly owing to Sun Wukong's unique Sharingan abilities. Regardless of the reason, God.God was in a relatively stable condition, apart from being somewhat exhilarated. However, this transformation imposed significant harm on his body and substantially accelerated the depletion of his energy, making it unsustainable in the long term. After maintaining this state for a brief period, God.God's energy swiftly dwindled, and the golden aura around him vanished in an instant, causing two figures to plummet from the sky in a flash of white light. It was Sun Yu and Bardock who had exhausted their energy prematurely, thereby terminating their fusion. The golden warrior on the holographic projection within the temple faded away, and Tarsal finally exhaled a sigh of relief. His internal energy detector had nearly malfunctioned. Reflecting on the terrifying might exhibited by Sun Yu and Bardock post-fusion, he was still filled with trepidation. As Sun Yu and Bardock reverted to their separate forms, the ominous clouds above gradually dispersed, allowing a beam of sunlight to once again illuminate the earth. Sun Yu leaned back against a fragment of rock, smiling as he addressed Bardock. Bardock-san, we have succeeded. Within the temple, the onlookers were transfixed, their gazes fixed upon the holographic display, seemingly still enraptured by the profound spectacle they had just witnessed. They had never encountered a technique that allowed two individuals to merge into one, nor had they ever felt such an overwhelming power akin to an ocean's vastness. Let us go and check on Lord Kale, exclaimed Arinx, who had watched the entire fusion process with an inexplicable yearning. Even the previously inconspicuous West appeared quite animated, chiming in, "Indeed, Lord Kale seems quite weakened. We should send him some senzu beans." "You two fools," Lana exclaimed, slapping her forehead in exasperation. "You two. Even if you seek excuses, at least choose more plausible ones." You merely wish to learn that fusion technique, don't you? After being exposed by Lana, Arinx and West placed their hands behind their heads and laughed heartily. Since Tarsal had other matters to attend to, he refrained from participating in this venture. Thus, Arinx and West took the lead, rushing towards Sun Yu's location, followed closely by Lana and Uncle Ollie, as the group soared through the sky like a radiant comet. After resting for a while, Sun Yu noticed several familiar figures approaching from a distance. Sitting up and squinting, he recognized the excited faces of Awakens and Vester as they flew towards him. "Well, what brings you two here?" Sun Yu inquired curiously, rising to his feet and stretching his shoulders. Although Awakens and Vester were only a few years younger than Sun Yu, the strength and intellect he exhibited commanded respect and caution from everyone around him. Thus, when he referred to them as little rascals, they accepted it without protest. "Lord Kale, could you possibly teach us the technique of merging together?" Awakens blurted out, inadvertently revealing to everyone that they had been spying on Sun Yu and God.God during their training. "What?" Sun Yu's eyes lit up, a fierce glare directed at Awakens as he swiftly delivered a punch to their heads. "Did you two little rascals witness everything just now?" Feeling the ominous aura emanating from Sun Yu, Awakens and Vester quickly sought refuge behind Lana, casting pitiful glances at her, hoping she would come to their rescue. Lana shook her head and promptly shifted the conversation. "Kale, we just sensed an incredibly terrifying energy. What is going on? Have you transformed into a Super Saiyan?" In this place, apart from Sun Yu, no one was aware of the existence of the hypothetical Super Saiyan transformation. Thus, Lana's question was not surprising. To which Sun Yu explained, "You could say that, though it is not entirely accurate. Perhaps you have already seen some of it." Sun Yu cast a sharp glance at Alan Kess, causing the latter to cower behind Lana. Sun Yu continued, "God.God and I have mastered a technique known as the metamorph fusion, which enables two individuals of comparable strength to merge into one, resulting in a formidable warrior. This fusion generates an immensely powerful fighter, achieving a state that approaches the legendary Super Saiyan. Let us refer to this form as the Pseudo-Super Saiyan." The others exclaimed in astonishment at the mention of the Pseudo-Super Saiyan. Sun Yu nodded and explained, "The so-called mimetic Super Saiyan can be understood as the initial stage of the Super Saiyan transformation, typically requiring a state of extreme rage to achieve. However, it appears to be significantly easier to enter this state after fusion. Yet, once one enters the mimetic's Super Saiyan state, one may experience a loss of rationality, and the energy consumption is exceedingly vast. Lord Kyle, I implore you to guide us in mastering this technique." Those present had personally felt the terrifying power of the mimetic Super Saiyan, and to claim they were not envious would be a falsehood. Arinx, disregarding whether Sun Yu would hold a grudge over their previous act of eavesdropping on his training, directly pulled Vest to kneel before Sun Yu, pleading earnestly. In truth, the conditions for the metamorph fusion technique were quite stringent. As Sun Yu gazed at the two kneeling before him, he was suddenly reminded of Goku and Trunks from the Dragon Ball anime. Lana chimed in, "Kyle, I believe those two could give it a try. I truly envy you. I cannot even find a female Saiyan with comparable strength and stature. Among the Saiyans currently training on planet Vibran, although there were many female Saiyans, none matched Lana in age and combat prowess. Thus, she found it impossible to locate a companion for the fusion technique." Very well, Sun Yu consented, recognizing that, given the looming threat, nurturing more reinforcements was indeed a prudent course of action. He turned to the silent God.God beside him and said, "God.God, please demonstrate the dance steps of the metamorph fusion technique for these two youngsters." God.God, suddenly called upon by Sun Yu, stiffened momentarily and retorted, "Why must it be me? Why don't you demonstrate it yourself?" Sun Yu chuckled to himself, pondering who would dare to demonstrate such an awkward dance. Little did he know that Awakens and Vester had already witnessed the intricate steps of the metamorph fusion technique. They smiled and replied, "No need, Lord Kyle. We are already familiar with the steps." "Oh, then do perform it for me," Sun Yu proclaimed, plopping down on a rock, quietly observing Awakens and Vester. Lana and Uncle Ollie exhibited expressions of eager anticipation, while only Bedak, with a nonchalant demeanor, distanced himself, stating, "I shall not indulge in your games. I'd rather devote this time to training. Farewell." With that, he soared into the air, heading towards Sun Yu's Khufu pyramid. Ignoring Bedak, Awakens and Vester exchanged glances, then began to recall the movements of Sun Yu and Bedak, mimicking each gesture. "Fusion," they declared, extending their index fingers to connect. Unfortunately, no transformation occurred. Sun Yu, dissatisfied, remarked, "You two, your steps are entirely incorrect. Focus on sensing each other's rhythm. After offering some guidance, awakens and Vestor continued their attempts at fusion. Yet they met with consistent failure. Gradually, Sun Yu and the others lost their patience, as the duo's lack of coordination was glaringly evident, leading to a myriad of errors, including the inability to trigger even a flawed fusion. In a moment of exasperation, Sun Yu retrieved a pair of ordinary handcuffs and shackled awakens and Vestor together, sternly commanding, "You two must listen carefully. From this day forth, you shall eat and reside together until you develop a profound synergy." "Please, no," the pair lamented. Sun Yu was eager to reprimand the two, but unexpectedly, Tarsal hurriedly approached and stated, "Emergency situation, Mr. Sun Yu. According to satellite reconnaissance, Frisia's vanguard forces are nearing, and they are expected to arrive within 12 hours. Tarsal subordinates have been dispatched to various regions of the planet to gather all civilians, leaving no manpower available to organize defenses. Although the interstellar defense system of the Veblen planet could handle the majority of the enemy forces, the sheer number of adversaries necessitated that Sun Yu send someone to deal with the remaining threats. Perfectly, Yalan and Xvist, you two shall head to the front lines. Remember, do not break the handcuffs, understood?" Sun Yu commanded the duo. They dared not defy his orders and could only nod obediently. "Lana, Uncle Ali, Frisia's army should not be exceptionally powerful. You can arrange for some Saiyans with combat power between 5,000 and 10,000 to hone their skills. Please keep a close watch. I do not wish to lose a single Saiyan." "Yes, I will assign someone to supervise," Lana immediately assured. Everyone present understood that such a level of conflict did not require Sun Yu's involvement, as he needed to devote his time to training in preparation for the imminent arrival of the formidable Frisia. Once all matters were arranged, Sun Yu returned to his pyramid, intending to train alongside Bardock, whose strength was closest to his own. Unfortunately, Bardock declined Sun Yu's proposal without a second thought. Thus, Sun Yu had no choice but to train alone in the gravity chamber. At that moment, Sun Yu truly wished for a sanctuary akin to the hyperbolic time chamber on Earth, where a year could be spent inside while only a day passed outside. If he could train relentlessly for a year, Frisia would prove to be no challenge at all. Sun Wukong had contemplated whether Taser could replicate a chamber of spirit and time, but regrettably, the Veblunians excelled only in spatial technologies, remaining utterly ignorant of temporal mechanics. Thus, the vanguard of Frisia's forces descended magnificently upon the scene. In the cosmos, the name Frisia is synonymous with dread for all civilizations. Wherever he treads, chaos ensues, arson, murder, and the plundering of planets are his trademarks. Few civilizations possess the capability to resist Frisia's invasion. However, upon the arrival of Frisia's advanced troops on Vebluni, they encountered their most devastating defeat since the inception of their legion. 9,000 troops, upon breaching the atmosphere of Veblen, suffered the loss of half their number to the concentrated fire of the interstellar defense systems. The invaders who managed to navigate the treacherous descent found themselves swiftly overwhelmed by the Saiyans, who had been poised for battle. These Saiyan warriors donned battle attire specially tailored by Taser. Although it did not rival Sun Wukong's ensemble, its comfort and defensive capabilities far surpassed those of Frisia's combat armor. As the battles raged on, the air was thick with the anguished cries of Frisia's vanguard. "Lord Frisia, save us! The Saiyan rebels! Lord Frisia, we request assistance!" Meanwhile, Frisia, seated in his hovering chair, wore an expression of ominous fury as he absorbed the latest reports from the front lines. His tail rhythmically struck the ground, a harbinger of his wrath. An oppressive atmosphere enveloped the command room. All present sat rigidly, scarcely daring to make a sound, lest they invoke the ire of this harbinger of death. "Sabin, how many days until we reach Veblen?" Frisia's voice was flat, yet it was laced with a palpable menace. Sabin wiped the cold sweat from his brow and cleared his throat. "Approximately 20 days. No, 15 days will suffice. Please, Lord Frisia, remain patient." With a resounding crack, Frisia's tail struck the ground, causing fractures that extended ominously towards Sabin's feet, making him flinch. "Useless wretches, unable to manage a mere planet. Deploy troops immediately. I do not wish for a single Saiyan to escape before my arrival. You know what must be done." Frisia glared coldly at Sabin. "Yes." As time progressed, Frisia's reinforcements began to arrive. Fortunately, their numbers were substantial, totaling around 8,000, and with the presence of high-level fighters such as Lana and Uncle Ali, casualties among Sun Wukong's Saiyans were minimal. Through this conflict, the overall strength of Sun Wukong's Saiyans surged, while Arinx and Wister successfully cultivated a profound synergy. When the moment was ripe, they executed the fusion technique of metamor, merging into Aerith. Aerith possesses the physical characteristics of both Arinx and West, adorned in a traditional Metamorian vest identical to that worn by Keldak. His demeanor is one of pride, exuding an overwhelming confidence. After merging, he easily entered the state of the mimetic Super Saiyan, mastering the transformation after several attempts. This newfound ability instilled in Aerith an invincible sensation, further amplifying his already excessive self-assurance. Ignoring the tens of thousands of Friesia's adversaries, he pivoted and boldly approached Sun Yu, proclaiming his intent to challenge him. With one hand on his hip and the other pointing at Sun Yu, he delivered an elaborate declaration of challenge. However, before he could finish, his mimetic Super Saiyan form dissipated due to energy depletion. In a flash of light, Sun Yu swiftly subdued both Arinx and West, nearly bringing them to their knees in submission. It had been reiterated countless times that the mimetic Super Saiyan state is highly energy-consuming. Unless faced with a formidable opponent, I would not recommend utilizing this technique. The mimetic Super Saiyan form is fraught with uncertainties, and considering the strengths of Arinx and West, their combined battle power upon transformation approximated 9 million, a seemingly impressive figure, yet insufficient against Friesia. Subsequently, Arinx and West were sent back to the front lines, while Sun Yu returned to the gravity training chamber to continue his regimen. As time passed gradually, Taisel visited several times to update Sun Yu on the latest developments regarding civilian evacuations and other matters. The folded space at the temple had been fully unfurled, systematically accommodating the civilians. Sun Yu often contemplated how fortunate it would have been had he possessed the ability to protect planet Vegeta as a Saiyan. He naturally desired the prosperity of his race. In the days that followed, Sun Yu relentlessly pursued his training until one fateful day, an ominous aura enveloped the entire planet. Sun Yu was acutely aware that Friesia had arrived. Since the advanced forces of Friesia's army reached the planet Vibrant, a continuous stream of troops had been dispatched here. Unfortunately, nearly a month of relentless combat had yielded no success. The defenses of Vibrant were as impenetrable as a fortress. As a result, the conflict had devolved into a protracted stalemate. However, with the onset of a terrifying aura, the space not far from Vibrant began to fold and undulate, resembling a pot of boiling water in perpetual turmoil. Suddenly, a colossal spacecraft materialized in the void, and as time passed, the apparition gradually solidified into a flat, oval-shaped vessel that blotted out the sun. Countless cannon ports were meticulously arranged along the ship, and its mere presence stirred the spirits of Friesia's warriors, who had fought valiantly for days. As the hatch atop the spacecraft slowly opened, a floating chair emerged, upon which Friesia sat with an air of nonchalance. The sight of Friesia triggered an uncontrollable eruption of emotion among the tens of thousands of soldiers below. The hardships endured during this time found a release, culminating in an overwhelming cheer. "Look, it's Lord Friesia. He has come. We can finally bring this battle to an end. Lord Friesia will surely teach those wretched Saiyans a lesson." In stark contrast to the exhilaration of Friesia's legion, Sun Yu and the Saiyan warriors felt an unprecedented dread. They were all too aware of Friesia's terror, recalling the fear that had once dominated them under his reign. Meanwhile, the civilians beneath the 12 pillars of the temple had nearly completed their assembly, and the temple had entered a state of pre-warming, preparing for a final leap countdown of 1 hour after charting its course. Although Friesia's army had launched a full-scale assault on the temple, threatening their stronghold, the opposing forces lacked the high-level combat capabilities necessary for a breakthrough. Therefore, Sun Yu advised Lana and the others against intervening. He needed to cultivate an illusion of being cornered before Friesia to buy enough time for the temple's leap. "Friesia is here, Bardock. We must confront him," Sun Yu declared solemnly. "Indeed, it is time to teach that fellow a lesson," Bardock replied with a confident smile, while Jinai, standing behind him, clasped her hands tightly over her chest, worry etched across her face as she gazed at her husband. "We want to go too." Lana and Uncle Ollie spoke in unison. "No, your abilities are too weak to be of assistance," Sun Yu responded sternly. Rarely did he scold Lana, but this time he could not indulge her whims. Moreover, the temple could not afford to be without their guardians. If the enemy breached the temple, all their efforts would be in vain. It was a rather flimsy excuse. Yet no one dared to argue against it. So it's settled. "Bardock, let us go." Sun Yu exchanged a glance with Bedak and strode purposefully towards the exit. Taser, cradling a gemstone the size of an egg, obstructed Sun Yu's path and spoke in a deep tone, "Mr. Sun Yu, I believe this object may prove to be of some assistance to you. Sun Yu instantly recognized the blue gem, resonating with the same aura as the one that had previously assisted him in evolving his Sharingan into the three-tomo form. Chief, this is a fragment that split from that original ethereal stone. I hope it proves beneficial to you, he said, extending it towards Sun Yu. Upon receiving the azure gem, Sun Yu was immediately enveloped by a peculiar surge of energy. He activated his Sharingan, and the three black tomos spun incessantly within his eyes. The Sharingan could directly absorb this energy, and astonishingly, signs of further evolution began to manifest. Sun Yu was taken aback, realizing the significance of this gem to the Vibronians. Thus, he did not dwell on why it had not been presented sooner. Lord Sun Yu, focus on absorbing this energy. I must go teach that Frisia a lesson, Bardock declared nonchalantly, patting Sun Yu on the shoulder before leaping into the sky. Give me 10 minutes. I will surely catch up. Bardock-san, please be safe, Sun Yu thought. Considering that every increment of strength would enhance his chances of victory, he resolved to explore whether he could further strengthen his Sharingan. Sitting down, he held the gem before him, as the ethereal energy transformed into wisps of azure smoke, drifting into his pupils. The current Sharingan possessed three tomo. He pondered what its evolution might yield, perhaps a kaleidoscopic Sharingan. However, unlike the kaleidoscopic form, which required the death of someone immensely dear, Sun Yu could never bring himself to commit such an act. Perhaps a new evolution could emerge. Sun Yu mused. Outside the temple, Bardock disregarded the minions assaulting it, soaring vertically into the sky. Any foolhardy enough to approach him was swiftly dispatched with a single strike. Suddenly, Bardock sensed two familiar auras behind him. Turning around, he found Awakens and Vistor. Brats, what brings you two here? Bardock glared at them. Lord Bardock, please do not be angry. Vistor and I can surely assist you. Awakens chuckled. As long as you don't hinder me, I can manage on my own. Bardock retorted coldly. Understood. Awakens and Vistor quickly agreed. The trio transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards the horizon. As they ascended higher, a multitude of figures gradually emerged in their line of sight. These were the legions summoned by Frisia. At the rear of the army, three silhouettes stood out, and Bardock immediately recognized one of them. Frisia. Ha ha ha. So you are the leader of those Saiyans? Dodoria, ascertain his battle power. Frisia sneered, casting a derisive glance at Bardock. At your command, Lord Frisia. Doria, his face round and corpulent, stood to the left of Frisia, poking at the combat power detector affixed to his ear with his chubby fingers. Beep, beep, beep. The device swiftly displayed three readings: 20,000, 13,000, and 12,000. Oh, my Lord Frisia, this lead Saiyan possesses a combat power of 20,000, and the little ones behind him are not to be underestimated either. With readings of 13,000 and 12,000, Doria was astonished by the combat powers of Bardock and his companions, yet he dismissed the concern. Frisia, casting a cold gaze at Bardock, slowly uttered, Zabon, Doria, the sight of Saiyans repulses me. Eliminate them. Upon receiving Frisia's command, Zabon and Doria advanced deliberately, while the large contingent encircled Bardock and his companions, ensuring they could not escape. Ready, Doria commanded, and all members of Frisia's army raised their weapons, aiming at Bardock and his companions. Fire. In an instant, thousands of laser beams shot toward Bardock, accompanied by a cacophony of explosions. The lasers illuminated the faces of all present, and a thick cloud of smoke enveloped Bardock and his companions. A smirk of derision crossed Doria's lips. My Lord Frisia, these Saiyans are nothing extraordinary. Observing the apparent lack of resistance from the opponents, Zabon finally relaxed, while Frisia wore a knowing smile. After a prolonged moment, the army ceased firing, and the smoke gradually dissipated, revealing the figures of Bardock and his companions. Oh dear, that was rather anticlimactic. Bardock raised his pinky finger toward Doria in mockery. How dare you underestimate me? Doria, enraged by Bardock's provocation, plunged forward, eager to confront him one-on-one. Doria charged through the ranks of the army like a rolling mass of flesh, reaching Bardock in no time. Die, Valsaion monkey. From behind, Frisia coldly observed Bardock, choosing not to reprimand Doria for acting on his own, as he was curious about the true capabilities of these rebellious Saiyans. At a distance of 3 meters, then 2, and finally 1, Doria lunged at Bardock, poised to strike. Unbeknownst to him, Bardock's expression sharpened as he inhaled deeply and suddenly exclaimed, Get lost. Boom. A wave of invisible energy radiated outward from Bardock, forcefully dispersing enemies within a radius of several dozen meters. Doria was propelled back by the force, tracing an elegant arc through the air before crashing toward Frisia. Having shielded his head from the initial blast, Zabon realized too late the impending collision between Doria and Frisia. "Oh no, my lord Frisia, watch out." "Humph, worthless fool." Frisia's eyes gleamed with murderous intent as he slightly raised his hand, unleashing a sphere of light towards Dodoria. Upon collision, a cataclysmic explosion erupted, leaving the unfortunate Dodoria oblivious to his demise as he disintegrated into mere dust, vanishing into the ether. Sabo stood in stunned silence, paralyzed by fear of Frisia, too intimidated to voice any objections to his actions. Instead, he vented his dread upon Bardock, seething. "How dare that wretched Saiyan monkey offend Lord Frisia? Someone, Sabo-san." Frisia interjected, rising slowly to his feet, his gaze coldly fixed upon Bardock. "Ah, the valiant Saiyan race. Remarkable. Though your battle prowess appears lacking, you consistently deliver unexpected performances. Regardless, you shall never surpass me. Today, I will have you all perish here." Frisia harbored no fear of the Saiyans. His true trepidation lay in the legendary Golden Warrior, the Super Saiyan. With the strongest adversary now present, Bardock felt the weight of urgency. He turned to the eager Alanx and VYSD, cautioning, "Hold your horses. Do not engage recklessly. I will do my utmost to stall him until Lord Goku arrives." Bardock's sole concern was that Alanx and VYSD might succumb to their impatience and rush into battle. Though Bardock often boasted that he alone could vanquish Frisia, it was merely bravado. Deep down, he understood that should Frisia unleash his full power, he could annihilate everyone, along with the planet Veblen, with the mere flick of his finger. "Understood, Bardock." Alanx and VYSD nodded reluctantly in agreement, as Frisia prepared to strike. The members of his legion dispersed in all directions. Unaware of Bardock's true strength, Frisia did not rush to transform, approaching Bardock at a measured pace in his usual form. "Saiyan, if you have any final words, you best utter them quickly, for the opportunity will soon vanish." As he spoke, a formidable energy radiated from Frisia, causing those nearby to shudder violently, beads of cold sweat forming on their brows. Undeterred by Frisia's aura, Bardock wasted no time, launching a punch towards him. Yet, Frisia had anticipated the move. Just as the attack was about to connect, he crouched low and twisted his body, delivering a side kick to Bardock's back at an extraordinary angle. Bang! Frisia's foot pierced through Bardock's form. As he focused, he observed Bardock's image gradually fading away, leaving him momentarily perplexed. This technique is called the afterimage fist. It was taught to me by that young lad. Bardock's voice resonated from behind Frisia, who instinctively sensed danger. Just as he turned to assess the situation, he felt a sharp kick strike his lower back. It felt as though a mountain had collided with him, sending his body uncontrollably spiraling backward. Infuriating Saiyan. After being propelled several meters, Frisia stabilized himself and glared furiously at Bardock, his heart ablaze with rage. In an explosive motion, Frisia charged at Bardock like a bolt of lightning, delivering a flurry of punches. Bardock deftly countered, their afterimages weaving through the sky at a speed that left the onlookers in the Legion unable to keep pace. In his normal state, Frisia possessed a fighting power of 530,000, while Bardock's strength had long since approached 1.2 million. If they were to engage in a true battle, Bardock would hold the advantage unless Frisia transformed into his second form. However, such an advantage held no significance. Bardock was merely stalling for time, with less than 50 minutes until the temple's energy charging was complete. He needed to delay just long enough to ensure the safety of his wife, son, and kin. Yet Frisia, growing increasingly uneasy, sensed that this Saiyan was not unleashing his full power. Frisia felt this as a profound insult. "Despicable Saiyan, how dare you hold back your strength in my presence?" "Very well. Our race, the Frost Demons, are born warriors. While others rely on transformations to elevate their combat prowess, we suppress our strength to conserve energy. Today, I shall demonstrate my third transformation." "The third transformation?" Bardock's heart raced. Shouldn't he start from the first stage? Why leap straight to the third? Is he unable to adhere to the conventional order? Meanwhile, within the temple, Sun Wukong was intently absorbing the energy from the Jade Stone, the three tomo of his Sharingan spinning incessantly. At that moment, an overwhelming aura descended like a cataclysm, as if a beast had broken free from its chains, manifesting before them. Is this the power of Frisia? Lana felt a surge of despair. She could distinctly sense the foe's might, yet felt powerless to assist Sun Wukong. Noticing Lana's anxiousness, Sun Wukong smiled reassuringly. Do not worry. Just give me a little more time, and I will swiftly deal with that fellow named Frisia. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, Lana chuckled softly. Although Sun Wukong's energy was no match for Frisia's at that moment, she had never doubted his words. She believed wholeheartedly that he would accomplish what he promised. Disregarding the commotion around him, Sun Wukong focused intently, hastening his energy absorption. Sensing that his Sharingan was on the verge of a monumental transformation. Meanwhile, God.God watched as Frisia completed his third transformation in an instant. His initially diminutive form towering to an imposing stature, muscles swelling with grotesque expansion. Ultimately, Frisia's form reverted to a more compact shape, his sharp protrusions vanishing. His head becoming round, and his body exhibiting a flawless aerodynamic silhouette. You are fortunate to witness my most perfect form. Yet you are unfortunate, for your demise approaches swiftly. Frisia stood upright in the void, arms outstretched, reveling in his own power. As he spoke, he cast a cold, disdainful glance at God.God and his companions, exuding an aura of dominion over all existence. How detestable, God.God thought, feeling the chilling pressure of Frisia's murderous intent. His hands trembled involuntarily, with the combat power of 2 million facing 3 million, the outcome was painfully obvious. A bead of cold sweat formed on God.God's forehead as he furiously exclaimed, Son Goku, what on earth are you dawdling for? Erinx and Vistor, intimidated by Frisia's presence, instinctively recoiled, exchanging furtive glances as they cautiously retreated. At that moment, all eyes were fixed upon Frisia, who mockingly addressed God.God. What has become of your earlier bravado? Come now, attack me, Saiyan. Despite repeatedly admonishing himself to remain composed, God.God could not suppress his fury in the face of Frisia's arrogant derision. How dare he look down upon others? Death awaits you, Frisia. In a flash, God.God appeared before Frisia, channeling his energy into a powerful punch aimed at Frisia's chest. The explosive energy detonated against Frisia, generating a formidable shockwave. Yet Frisia remained unmoved, regarding God.God with a gaze filled with pity. What? God.God gasped, realizing his attack was utterly futile. With no retreat left, he unleashed his full power, launching a furious assault upon Frisia. How truly pathetic if this is all the strength you possess. Frisia countered with lightning speed, seizing God.God by the throat. Allow me to demonstrate what true power is. He delivered a brutal punch to God.God's abdomen, a savage glint flickering in his eyes as he relished the sensation of controlling another's life, particularly that of a Saiyan. Bah! God.God spat blood towards Frisia, desperately attempting to break free from his iron grip, yet Frisia's hands clamped down like a vice around God.God's neck. God.God's defiance only served to infuriate Frisia further. With a look of disdain, Frisia loosened his grip, allowing God.God to plummet. He then raised a finger, gathering a dazzling orb of energy atop it. Supernova. To hell with you, Saiyan. God.God gazed in despair at the colossal energy sphere poised above Frisia's fingertip. As time passed, the supernova grew larger, resembling a fallen star hurtling toward God.God, toward the very planet itself. Is this how it ends? God.God coughed up more blood, clutching his wound as he stared blankly at the heavens, engulfed in despair. At that moment, a voice echoed nearby, Fusion. A flash of white light illuminated the scene as a figure caught God.God, prying his mouth open to insert a senzu bean. With a layered voice, the figure remarked, God.God, my friend, take your time to rest. Watch how I deal with that Frisia. As God.God swallowed the magical bean, his injuries miraculously began to heal. Frisia, astonished by this spectacle, felt an unsettling sensation stir within him. Before God.God now stood a diminutive Saiyan, adorned in a vest of the Metamorian culture, exuding an air of haughty confidence as he hovered in the air. Arlant. It is indeed I. Elante turned back and gave God.God a thumbs up, then surged upward with great force, skillfully catching Frisia's supernova with both hands. Stop it right now. As Arank's aura suddenly erupted, a layer of pale golden energy enveloped him. With a powerful sweep of his hands, he lifted the supernova, comparable in size to an asteroid, above him. What is this boy? Frisia was momentarily rendered speechless, while the other members of his legion stood frozen in astonishment. They were well aware of the immense power behind Frisia's technique, regardless of the planet. The mere use of this supernova could obliterate everything in its path. Yet, to their utter disbelief, such a formidable attack had been effortlessly countered by a Saiyan who appeared to be quite youthful. Everyone must be astonished. I return this to you. With a sweeping gesture, Errant summoned the supernova to soar towards Frisia. Observing this scene, Zabo silently thought to himself, this is bad. Just as he prepared to rush forward to thwart the impending assault, he witnessed Frisia frowning and casually waving his hand. In that mere act, the colossal supernova began to rotate slowly, veering off its original trajectory and hurtling towards Zabo and his companions. This sight truly instilled terror in Zabo and the others. Frisia, please save me. Run, flee quickly. Confronted with Frisia's infamous technique, the supernova, Zabon and his companions found themselves utterly defenseless, scattering in a frenzy. Yet, no matter how they fled, they could not escape the reach of the supernova's assault. Both Arlant and Bardock witnessed this scene, their hearts ablaze with fury. They could hardly believe that Frisia was so cold-blooded as to slay even his own subordinates. Dodoria's demise was truly unjust. As the supernova erupted shortly after breaking free from the atmosphere of the vibrant star, its violent shockwaves manifested as fierce hurricanes, sweeping across the entire planet in an instant. The chaotic aftershocks tousled Arant's hair as he stood poised in midair, vigilantly observing Frisia. Bardock, unwilling to concede, retreated to the side. He lacked the sufficient strength to confront Frisia before Son Goku's arrival. Who are you? Frisia was utterly indifferent to the timing of Arant's appearance. His primary concern lay in the energy aura emanating from Arant. Although Frisia was not equipped with a power-level scouter, he was unable to accurately assess the individual's combat strength. However, one thing Frisia could ascertain was the formidable strength of this individual. Saiyan. Why is it that each of you Saiyans is more powerful than the last, merely a band of savage monkeys? Unforgivable. Boom. The debris swirling around Frisia was crushed beneath his terrifying aura, and with a flick of his wrist, a brilliant beam of light shot forth from his fingertips. Death beam. Arant, clearly eager to deliver a pre-battle proclamation, was caught off guard by Frisia's sudden assault. Barely managing to evade as the death beam severed several strands of his hair, prompting him to exclaim with childlike indignation, "How dangerous! How infuriating! My head may be severed and blood may flow, but my hairstyle must remain intact. Prepare to perish." With a resounding shout, Arant conjured several small energy spheres in his hands and hurled them towards Frisia, declaring, "Behold the raging bombardment." Boom, boom, boom. Countless energy spheres detonated around Frisia, enveloping the sky in a thick cloud of smoke. Arant, brimming with confidence, flashed a victory sign towards Bardock. Frisia is nothing but this. Due to the nature of their fusion, both Arant and the fused entity Gogeta from the Dragon Ball series, comprised of Goku and Vegeta, shared a significant flaw, a tendency towards arrogance, bordering on disdain for their opponents. Fool. Frisia is utterly unfazed. Get out of the way, Bardock shouted in exasperation. Arant paused momentarily, turning to gaze towards Frisia. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Frisia's figure emerged, launching a fierce punch directly at Arant. Nevertheless, Arant and Vest were seasoned warriors, having faced countless battles. Especially when they were at their weakest, they often fought for their lives, their combat instincts rivaling those of Frisia, who seldom practiced. With a sudden motion, Arant raised his hand to block, instantly countering with a punch and a swift sidekick that sent Frisia flying. Arant's fluid movements nearly prompted Bardock to applaud. This Frisia is nothing remarkable. It seems I need not await Lord Kale. I can eliminate him in one fell swoop. Arant boasted, wiping his nose with his thumb and striking a pose he believed to be impressive. However, his words struck Frisia like rolling thunder. Clenching his fists, the atmosphere around him thickened with rage. How dare you underestimate me? I, the mighty Lord Frisia, have been mocked by a mere child. Boy, who is this Lord Kale you mentioned? Is there someone among the Saiyans stronger than you? Upon hearing Frisia inquire about Sun Wukong, Aranti, who had been poised to launch an attack, hesitated momentarily and replied with utmost seriousness, "Of course, Lord Kale is the mightiest being in the universe. I simply cannot defeat him." A flash of lightning streaked across the sky, and Frisia, wide-eyed in disbelief, could hardly fathom the revelations presented by Bardock and Aranti, which continually reshaped his understanding of the Saiyans. Now, the mention of an even more formidable Saiyan yet to appear conjured an image of a golden warrior in his mind. Could it be? No, it cannot be. The Super Saiyan is but a tedious myth, and the Saiyans are merely a band of savage apes. Today, I shall annihilate you all. Once, when the Saiyans lacked the knowledge to harness their combat potential, Frisia dismissed them entirely. However, with Bardock and Aranti's emergence, he was compelled to acknowledge the Saiyans, recognizing their undeniable strength. Though Frisia still regarded the Super Saiyan as nothing more than a frivolous legend. His principle was clear. Anything that posed a threat to his dominion must be obliterated. Per Science, allow me to demonstrate merely half of my power. With a thunderous roar, Frisia unleashed an even greater surge of energy, akin to a dam bursting forth with pent-up waters, unleashing a torrent of wrath. Ugh! Both Bardock and Aranti were overwhelmed by this terrifying aura, struggling to breathe under its oppressive weight, akin to a solitary boat adrift in a vast ocean. Even the slightest wave could plunge them into an abyss of despair. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until Frisia finally ceased his display of power. Taking a deep breath, he smiled and remarked, "Heh, your expression seemed quite astonished." Aranti gazed upward at Frisia, suddenly sensing that his energy had surpassed the fusion state of Sun Wukong and Bardock from that fateful day. A sense of helplessness washed over him. Yet after a brief moment of contemplation, Aranti resolved to make one final stand. Although Lord Kale had repeatedly warned him against transforming into a pseudo-super Saiyan due to his currently insufficient power, leaving him unable to sustain it for long, he recognized that there was no other option left. With this thought in mind, Aranti raised his arms skyward, bracing himself for the impending fury. Frisia caught sight of the uplifted arms and mockingly taunted, "What's this, boy? Are you planning to surrender? But I assure you, I will not show you mercy." Just as he was speaking, Aranti abruptly retracted his hands, arching his back in a fierce display, emitting deep growls. What is he doing? Based on his previous encounters, Frisia surmised that this individual was likely preparing to transform. However, to his knowledge, Scions were only capable of becoming great apes. Amidst the tumultuous chaos, arcs of lightning danced around Alan's form, enveloping him in a golden aura that blazed like an unquenchable fire. This transformation was markedly different from the last. Alan now embodied a more profound metamorphosis into a pseudo-super Saiyan. His eyes transformed into mere whites, his hair erupted skyward, and his visage contorted into a fierce grimace, seemingly bereft of sanity. What is this? Frisia gazed in stunned disbelief as he beheld Alan's body cloaked in golden flames. A sudden pallor washed over his face. The golden hue evoked ominous memories of his ancestor Zild's dying words. "Tell our kin to beware the golden aura of the Scions." Could it be that you have attained the status of a super Saiyan? Alan's golden flames shimmered like a solitary star, radiating an overwhelming brilliance in the darkness, clashing violently with Frisia's energy and producing a cacophony of thunderous roars. Fear of the unknown gripped all, yet Frisia's reaction was one of sheer astonishment. He could not fathom how these Scions had grown so formidable, especially one that instilled dread even in his ancestors, the Golden Scion. In that moment, Frisia found himself forgetting the notion of offense. Under the immense pressure exerted by Frisia, Alan's transformation into a pseudo-super Saiyan reached its zenith. He had completely lost his rationality, his eyes, blank and stormy, fixed in a furious glare at Frisia. With a swift motion, he lunged at Frisia ferociously. A series of mindless howls erupted from his mouth as Alan's fist rained down upon Frisia's abdomen and chest, each strike echoing with a deafening resonance that sent shivers down Bardock's spine from afar. Such power! Is this the might of a pseudo-super Saiyan? On the battlefield, Alan's fists unleashed a relentless tempest upon Frisia, who seemed devoid of any opportunity to retaliate, plummeting vertically from the sky. Just as Frisia was about to crash to the ground from an unimaginable height, Alan delivered a powerful kick to Frisia's form, using him as a springboard to propel himself into the air. Frisia's body crashed heavily onto the earth, creating a colossal crater upon impact, while Alan, suspended in the sky, unleashed his energy attack, torrential bombardment. Golden energy spheres cascaded downwards, detonating with explosive force that reverberated throughout the heavens, causing the very ground to tremble. Everything within a radius of several hundred meters was reduced to mere rubble. After what felt like an eternity, the golden aura enveloping Alan began to dim, and signs of imminent collapse flickered across his form, indicating that his energy was nearly depleted. Indeed, Lord Kale's words rang true. This transformation into a pseudo-super Saiyan was undoubtedly a strain on him. As Alan relinquished his golden flames, he struggled to maintain his merged state, casting a worried glance toward the cratered ground. Had he perished? Even Frisia, under such a degree of assault, could hardly remain unscathed. Bardock soared to Aranti's side, retrieving a senza bean from his pocket and urging him to replenish his strength. After consuming the senza bean, Aranti's nearly depleted energy was revitalized. Is this the might of a super Saiyan? The dense fog on the ground had yet to dissipate when a chilling laughter echoed from below. Within the mist, Frisia's figure gradually materialized. He nonchalantly brushed off the dust from his attire, mockingly stating, "It seems legends are merely that, exaggerated tales. A super Saiyan is nothing extraordinary, Upon unlocking 50 of his power, Frisia's battle prowess soared to an astounding 60 million. In the original narrative, even Goku, utilizing a 20-fold Kaioken, could not vanquish him. It was only after the death of Krillin, in a fit of rage, that Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan and gained the strength to defeat Frisia. Conversely, Aranti, having fused and transformed into a pseudo-Super Saiyan, possessed a battle power of less than 10 million, rendering him no match for Frisia. How could he emerge unscathed? Bardock and Aranti's hearts raced. While Frisia misinterpreted a crucial detail, Aranti's recent form was not that of a Super Saiyan, but merely a preparatory stage, referred to as a pseudo-Super Saiyan. However, what significance did this distinction hold? The pseudo-Super Saiyan was already their most formidable form. If they could not triumph over Frisia in this state, Bardock would truly be at a loss for what to do next. What a pity. I almost believed I was about to perish. I didn't expect this so-called Super Saiyan to be of such limited caliber. Your blows are hardly painful. Haha. Frisia chuckled coldly. Suddenly, Bardock and Aranti exchanged startled glances as Frisia had inexplicably appeared before them, his fist striking simultaneously into their abdomens. So fast, they exclaimed, clutching their midsections in astonishment. They attempted to retreat, but Frisia's speed surpassed their own. Trying to escape? It won't be that easy. Prepare to pay with your lives. Emperor's Cleave. Energy gathered in Frisia's hands, transforming into a colossal blade aimed at Bardock and Aranti. It's over, they uttered, gazing at the swiftly descending blade with despair. They knew that should they be struck by that massive cleaver, even the sins of beings would be of no avail. Just then, a wave of azure energy surged forth. 10x Kamehameha. With a resounding crash, the 10-fold Kamehameha arced through the air, colliding forcefully with Frisia's Emperor's Cleave. Although it failed to entirely negate the blade's power, however, it at least diverted from its original course, saving Bardock and Aranti. With a resounding crack, the Emperor's slash struck the ground, instantly creating a bottomless chasm that left Bardock and Aranti, who had narrowly escaped death moments before, trembling with fear. Who goes there? Frisia seethed with rage, having been on the verge of eliminating these two detestable Saiyans, only to be interrupted by an unexpected arrival. In the distance, a figure emerged on the horizon, and without needing to look, Bardock and Aranti knew precisely who it was. Only Son Goku could unleash the 10-fold Kamehameha. The moment had finally arrived. Bardock felt the tension in his nerves ease, and Aranti seemed to glimpse hope, waving eagerly in the direction of Son Goku's approach. Frisia also turned his gaze towards Son Goku, and upon seeing him, his eyes narrowed, instantly comprehending that this was the strongest Saiyan they had spoken of. Is this the so-called strongest Saiyan? Frisia mused, observing Son Goku from afar, feeling a sense of disbelief. In his mind, powerful Saiyans were always robust figures. Certainly not youthful individuals like Son Goku. Son Yu appeared to be only a few years older than Alan Tay. If one were to overlook his robust physique, Son Yu bore no distinction from an ordinary young man, which perhaps explains Frisia's incredulity. In mere moments, Son Yu flew from a distance to stand before the group, casting not a glance at Frisia, but smiling at Bardock and Alan Tay, saying, "My apologies for being late. I hope you are all well." On March 10th, 2017. At noon, this book officially launched. Indeed, nearly 2 months have passed since its inception, an interval that may seem neither excessively long nor unduly brief. Due to the author's work commitments, time for writing is primarily found in the evenings. For those readers who have joined the author's QQ group, you may be aware that I often find myself typing away until 2 or 3 in the morning, only to rise early for work the following day. It would be disingenuous to claim that this is not exhausting. While readers may complete a chapter in just a few minutes, it takes me 2 hours to craft a single chapter, and that is without encountering writer's block. I am truly committed to this endeavor, and I hope for your understanding. In principle, I strive to maintain a schedule of 2 updates daily. However, during particularly busy work periods, there may be only 1 update, though I assure you that any missed content will be compensated later. For instance, during this initial launch period, there will be only 1 update over the next 5 days. But on the day of the official release, I will provide 10 updates to make amends. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the readers who have consistently supported me. Your encouragement fuels my determination to continue writing this book, and I promise to enhance its quality, ensuring that I do not disappoint your expectations. We often say that one should not judge a hero solely by success or failure, yet for a hero, success and failure delineate the line between life and death. The prosperous thrive, while the defeated plummet into despair. This dynamic is particularly evident among authors. Thus, I aspire for success, yearning to validate that my nightly labor at the keyboard yields significance, and to prove that my dedication and efforts will bear fruit, no matter how meager the initial rewards may be. I seek your support in subscribing to this book. The cost amounts to little more than a few bottles of soda over the course of a month, which should be a negligible expense for you. Yet it holds profound meaning for me. There is a recurring query from readers, many of whom implore me not to engage in TJ, threatening to send me various odd items if I do. Here, I solemnly declare that this book will not undergo TJ. As long as there are readers, I shall persist in my writing. Initially, I contemplated offering additional updates upon reaching a certain subscription threshold, but I hesitated, uncertain of the outcome. After all, as a novice author, the extent of my success remains uncertain. However, I can guarantee that if the book performs well post-launch, I will indeed provide extra updates. With sincerity, I shall not disappoint you. God.God waved dismissively and quietly inquired, "We are all fine. What of the temple? Are they prepared?" Sun Yushin understood the unspoken concern of Bedak for his wife and child, and thus quietly remarked, "Everything is normal over there. We should be able to initiate the jump in approximately 30 minutes. I truly appreciate your efforts." Upon hearing Sun Yu's announcement that they would need to wait an additional 30 minutes before the sanctuary could leap from this star region, both Bedak and Alante's expressions darkened. They had just witnessed the terrifying might of Frisia, and enduring another 30 minutes seemed almost insurmountable. Furthermore, Alante's fusion time was drawing near, leaving him unable to assist Sun Yu during this critical period. Upon observing the low spirits of the two, Sun Yu quickly deduced the cause. He sensed that Frisia had unleashed 50 of his power, now boasting a staggering combat strength of 60 million. Engaging with such a formidable opponent was no trivial matter. "Do not wear such sorrowful expressions. There will surely be a way," Sun Yu reassured them. Meanwhile, Frisia coldly scrutinized the conversation, unable to suppress a derisive laugh. "I sincerely apologize for interrupting your nostalgic exchange, but if you are indeed the so-called strongest Saiyan they speak of, I must admit I am left rather disappointed." Sun Yu then turned his gaze towards Frisia. Compared to his portrayal in the anime, the true Frisia appeared even more ostentatious, perpetually wearing an expression that proclaimed himself as the unrivaled champion. He spoke to Frisia in a solemn tone, "I am not the mightiest Saiyan. I am merely someone who seeks to vanquish you." Oh, Frisia seemed to have heard a rather amusing joke, clutching his abdomen as he laughed heartily for an extended period. Then, with a disdainful look, he addressed Sun Yu. "So what are you waiting for? Come forth and defeat me. If you fail to conquer me, this planet will surely suffer dire consequences. Could you please hold on for a moment?" Sun Yu, noticing Frisia's lack of objection, swiftly turned and flew to God.God's side. "God.God, let us merge without delay." God.God was taken aback. He had anticipated that after absorbing the energy from the blue gemstone bestowed by Tarsal, Sun Yu would exhibit some extraordinary transformation. Yet, it seemed that he was no different from before, ultimately relying on the metamorph fusion technique. In truth, Sun Yu had undergone a transformation. His Sharingan had indeed mutated. However, this ability was his ultimate trump card, and it was only logical that he would not reveal it immediately, akin to a player in a game of Dodiju who would not unveil their trump card at the outset. Very well. With no other options available, God.God reluctantly acquiesced to Sun Yu's request. "By the way," Sun Yu suddenly added, "during this fusion, your consciousness may fall into slumber, meaning I might assume absolute control during this merge." "What?" Both God.God and Aranid exclaimed in surprise. In the metamorph fusion technique, the two participants would not share memories, and after merging, their souls would temporarily unite as one, which is why the voice of the fusion being carries a resonant quality. However, their souls could not be entirely identical. Thus, the stronger soul would dominate, though the weaker presence would still exert some influence over the merged entity's speech and actions. This time, Sun Yu proclaimed that in their fusion, he would assume absolute dominance, rendering God.God merely a tool for enhancing Sun Yu's power. No one is willing to become a mere instrument for another's strength, and God.God is no exception. Though this is merely my conjecture, I believe it to be accurate. God.God, I am aware of your thoughts, yet I implore you to comprehend. Sun Yu spoke with gravity. Following his absorption of the blue gemstone bestowed by Tarsal, his Sharingan underwent an unimaginable transformation, accompanied by a qualitative leap in his mental prowess, or perhaps one could say, the strength of his soul. The most direct consequence of this was that Sun Yu elevated his ocular techniques to unparalleled heights, and the ancillary effect was that upon merging with another, Only Sun Yu's consciousness remained in the fusion entity. Very well. Bardock recalled his wife Jine and his eldest son Raditz, ultimately steeling himself to agree to the fusion with Sun Yu. Thus, Sun Yu and Bardock stood side by side, mirroring each other as they chanted the incantation in unison. Fusion. Frisia awkwardly observed the synchronized movements of Sun Yu and Bardock. Both extended their fingers toward each other, their forefingers aligned, and a white light radiated from their fingertips. What is happening? Frisia watched in astonishment as Sun Yu and Bardock melded into one, a young man bearing a striking resemblance to both appearing before him. Oh, so this is the fusion technique. Did you truly believe you could defeat me in such a Na'vi manner? Let us see what you can do. The voice that emerged lacked any distortion. Unmistakably Sun Yu's. It appeared that Bardock's consciousness had indeed been overshadowed, as Sun Yu had surmised. Henceforth, referring to him as Keldark seemed futile. Although traces of Bardock's visage lingered. Indeed, the two scars on Bardock's face remained. Nevertheless, Sun Yu's appearance dominated. So it is more fitting to designate this fusion entity as Sun Yu. After Sun Yu merged with Bardock, he effortlessly entered the state of the Ascended Super Saiyan. Given that Frisia had already unlocked 50 of his power, Sun Yu decided to transform into the Ascended Super Saiyan all at once. He had no concerns about Frisia unlocking 100 of his combat power, for in the original narrative, Goku had revealed a critical weakness of Frisia. Once he unleashed his full power, his body could not withstand it. This was precisely why Frisia had only fully released his strength during the final 5 minutes of the destruction of Namek, to face Goku in their ultimate battle. Therefore, Sun Yu felt little need to worry about Frisia's staggering combat power of 12 million in his 100 state, as Frisia would not casually utilize it until absolutely necessary. Sun Yu simply needed to endure for 30 minutes to secure victory. Resolute in his decision, Sun Yu let out a fierce shout, unleashing an overwhelming aura from his being. This aura surged forth like a colossal golden wave, howling outward in all directions. The golden flames enveloped Sun Yu's form, swirling around him as they ascended skyward, resembling a tornado descending from the heavens, shattering the earth and lifting countless fragments of rock into the air. TCH, yet another so-called Super Saiyan. What a foolish bunch. Frisia sneered as he observed Sun Yu. Earlier, when Arlent transformed into an Ascended Super Saiyan, Frisia had indeed been taken aback. But alas, Arlent's foundation was too weak. Even after his transformation, he could not shake Frisia, who was at 50 of his power. This experience completely dissipated Frisia's fear of the Ascended Super Saiyan, and he gazed at Sun Yu with a hint of pity. As the tempest of energy surrounding Sun Yu gradually subsided, his battle power ascended to approximately 50 million. This represented the pinnacle of his strength, achieved after merging with Bardock and transforming into a pseudomorphic Saiyan. Upon hearing Frisia utter the term Saiyan, he glanced at the golden aura enveloping him and suddenly understood, smilingly elaborating, No, my current state does not equate to that of a Saiyan. A true Saiyan possesses far greater power than my current form. I merely embody a fragment of a Saiyan's potential, much like how your present form represents only half of your true strength. What? Upon hearing Sun Yu's words, the hearts of those present trembled. Though Arlent had previously been aware of Frisia's formidable nature, the revelation that such a powerful being was merely operating at half of his capacity filled them with an insurmountable despair. What astonished Frisia, however, was Sun Yu's assertion that he was not yet a true Saiyan, coupled with his clear understanding that Frisia's current might was only a fraction of his full power. This disconcerting sensation of being discerned left Frisia feeling quite unsettled. Enough of this idle chatter, Frisia. Let us see your weapon. Sun Yu's gaze sharpened as he positioned himself in a combative stance. Frisia smirked coldly, hovering in the air, fixated on Sun Yu. The battle was imminent. Arlent merely perceived a fleeting blur as both Sun Yu and Frisia vanished from sight. The air echoed with the sounds of their clash. Yet when they attempted to locate Sun Yu amidst the cacophony, they could only discern a few indistinct afterimages. How swift! Their eyes struggled to keep pace with the two combatants. Almost simultaneously, the phantoms of Sun Yu and Frisia flickered across the sky, appearing and vanishing at various points on the ground. Their energies intertwined like vibrant ribbons, one golden, the other purple, sometimes colliding, sometimes dispersing, resembling meteors crashing to Earth and creating immense craters. As Sun Yu and Frisia engaged in battle, their energies collided, generating violent hurricanes that swiftly engulfed the entire planet. The sky shattered and mountains crumbled, evoking an apocalyptic tableau. This was the essence of true combat. Arlen stood transfixed by the cataclysmic spectacle, finally grasping the chasm between himself and Sun Yu. Lost in thought, a flash of white light enveloped his form, splitting him into two figures. Thanks to Arlen's transformation into a pseudomorphic Saiyan, the duration of his merging had significantly decreased, and he now reverted to Arlinx and Vister. The aftermath of the battle between Sun Yu and Frisia swiftly spread to the vicinity of the temple. Tarsal intended to use an energy detector to gauge the intensity of the battle, but as he activated the device, a dull thud echoed, and he abruptly spat out a mouthful of blood. "Chief, what happened?" Lana rushed forward to support Tarsal. He waved her off, his expression somber. "It is the clash between Mr. Sun Yu and Frisia. Their might exceeds my imagination. Everyone, focus on your duties. We must not let Lord Sun Yu's efforts go to waste." Lana's words alleviated the fears of those around her somewhat. The temple's jump drive had completed 80 of its charge, and in less than 20 minutes, they would be able to leap out of this star sector. At that point, the vastness of the universe would render even Frisia powerless against them. At the eye of the storm, two figures suddenly emerged. Sun Yu merged with God.God, and Frisia, who had unleashed 50 of his power. They faced each other, suspended in the air, both bearing numerous wounds, breathing heavily as they warily regarded one another. In truth, Sun Yu's condition was slightly worse. The transformation into a pseudo-mimetic Saiyan after merging had drained energy multiple times over what was typical, placing a strain on his body. In contrast, Frisia, while also injured, bore merely superficial wounds that could be easily disregarded. It was evident to any observer that if the battle continued in this manner, Sun Yu was destined for defeat. "Lord Kale, quickly consume a Senza bean," Aaron shouted to Sun Yu. Indeed, if he ingested a Senza bean now, he might be able to endure a little longer. However, Sun Yu coldly locked his gaze on Frisia, aware that the moment he revealed the Senza bean, Frisia would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to strike. Frisia had witnessed God.God using the Senza beans before and understood their ability to heal injuries instantly. He would not foolishly allow Sun Yu to consume one unimpeded. With a battle power of 50 million against Frisia's 60 million, the difference in their strengths, while seemingly modest, was palpable. In terms of both power and speed, Frisia was a notch above Sun Yu. An opening. "Behold my death beam." Frisia seized the moment of Sun Yu's distraction, raising his wrist to unleash a formidable beam aimed directly at Sun Yu's heart, intent on taking his life. Having just engaged in combat, Frisia acknowledged his earlier underestimation of Sun Yu. The latter's strength was not to be trifled with. Frisia resolved that he could no longer permit the Saiyan to grow unchecked. He must eradicate all Saiyans, disregarding both the warnings of his ancestors and the legends of the elite Saiyans. "This is bad," Sun Yu grimaced inwardly, realizing he should not have been distracted. With mere physical evasion no longer an option, his gaze hardened as he activated his Sharingan. Poof! Sun Yu's body was pierced by Frisia's death ray, yet his eyes remained unchanged, devoid of the activation of the Sharingan. In a fused state, the Sharingan cannot be awakened. What a disappointment! Sun Yu was on the verge of tears. He had previously believed that as long as his consciousness dominated the fusion, awakening the Sharingan would be a trivial matter. However, reality dealt him a harsh blow. In a fused state, the Sharingan is simply unattainable. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, and Frisia's death ray did not strike his heart. Otherwise, Sun Yu would have met a tragic end on the spot. A flash of white light illuminated the scene as he and God.God separated, both bearing a gaping black wound upon their chests, seemingly sharing the damage equally. To celebrate the birth of the first Overlord, additional content will be released in the following days. The metamorphic Super Saiyan consumes a tremendous amount of energy, and coupled with the severe injury from the piercing attack, Sun Yu and God.God parted ways. Cough, cough. Sun Yu clutched his wound, coughing up several mouthfuls of crimson blood. Fortunately, Frisia's death ray had not pierced his heart. Otherwise, Sun Yu would have already joined the ranks of the deceased. "God.God, are you all right?" Sun Yu glanced at God.God, whose complexion was ashen, devoid of any vitality. In haste, he retrieved a healing bean from his pocket, intending to place it in God.God's mouth. Such naivety, Frisia proclaimed, hovering in the air as he raised his hand to unleash a beam that struck Sun Yu's wrist, shattering the healing bean into fragments. With a sneer, Frisia continued, "You are all destined to die. Why struggle in vain? That green object in your hand seems capable of instant healing. Hand it over, and I shall grant you a swift demise. Otherwise, there are no more." "That was the last one," Sun Yu retorted furiously while holding God.God. Although there were still 2 jars remaining, Sun Yu would never relinquish the healing beans to Frisia. Not ever. No more? In that case, you are of no further use to me. Prepare to die. Frisia seethed, raising his palm towards Sun Yu and Bardock. A terrifying surge of energy emanating from his hand. If you wish to harm Lord Kale, you shall have to step over my corpse. A booming voice interjected. Frisia turned to find it was the previously transformed Super Saiyan boy. You have merged once again. Frisia scoffed, launching an energy sphere at Errant. Rather than evade, Errant roared, his golden aura surging as he unleashed a barrage of golden energy blasts, raging torrent bombardment. Now, Lord Kale. Sun Yusin understood immediately. Leaping away with Bardock in a sudden motion. Simultaneously, he retrieved 2 magical beans from his bosom, placing one into Bardock's mouth before consuming the other himself. With a crunching sound, both swallowed the beans, and their injuries began to heal instantaneously. Thank you, Sun Yu, Bardock said, casting a grateful glance at him. Sun Yu smiled gently and said, Bardock, let us hasten our fusion. Before Sun Yu could finish his words, Frisia suddenly unleashed a devastating Emperor's Split, proclaiming, Do not harbor foolish fantasies. Not good, quickly evade. Sun Yu and Bardock suddenly leaped in opposite directions as a colossal blade cleaved through the air. Striking the ground where they had just stood, the earth shattered, revealing a gaping chasm that seemed to plunge into the abyss. Ha ha ha, foolish Saiyans. Why do you engage in such futile struggles? Frisia remarked, lifting the bloodied Aranti with one hand, his cold gaze fixed on Sun Yu and Bardock. Seeing Aranti ensnared in Frisia's grasp ignited a fierce rage within Sun Yu. Frisia, if you dare lay a finger on him, I will ensure your obliteration, he declared vehemently. Ha ha ha. Frisia laughed heartily, regarding Sun Yu with feigned sympathy. Your threats are truly terrifying, ha ha ha. As he chuckled, Frisia tightened his grip on Aranti, causing excruciating pain that nearly forced the latter's eyes from their sockets. Aranti clutched Frisia's fingers desperately, striving to break free. Yet Frisia's strength was insurmountable, far beyond what a mere Aranti could challenge. Damn it, Sun Yu exclaimed in frustration. He yearned to rescue Aranti, but without merging with Bardock. His current power was woefully inadequate to confront Frisia. Perhaps he could harness the power of the mutated Sharingan to initiate the Super Tsukuyami, however. He needed to find an opportune moment. After all, a being of Frisia's caliber possessed an equally formidable mental fortitude. Without seizing a fleeting moment of his vigilance, Sun Yu could not draw him into the realm of Super Tsukuyami. As Sun Yu contemplated how to create such an opportunity, a tremendous explosion erupted from behind Frisia. The sound drew the attention of all present, seemingly emanating from the direction of the Silver Pyramid Temple. What could be happening? Bardock approached Sun Yu. Equally perturbed by the explosion, concern for his wife and child weighed heavily on his mind. An unsettling familiarity gripped Sun Yu's heart, logically. The temple should have completed its charging by this time, and Frisia's remaining forces had been nearly eradicated. Frisia cast a cursory glance behind him before returning his focus to Sun Yu, still wary of the potential fusion between Sun Yu and Bardock. In Frisia's eyes, regardless of what transpired on this planet, the Saiyans must perish. After the initial explosion, silence fell, as if it had merely been a collective illusion. Frisia soon lost his patience. He raised Aranti high above, resolved to eliminate this bothersome nuisance first. Sun Yu understood that the opportunity he had been waiting for had finally arrived. The moment Frisia decided to strike down Errant. It was precisely when he had let his guard down. Had he unleashed his ocular technique at that instant, even Frisia would have undoubtedly fallen victim. Moreover, Sun Yu sensed several faint presences approaching, their auras instilling a sense of unease within him. A name surfaced in his mind. Cell. Die. Frisia exclaimed. Lifting Errant high into the air, his death ray poised to launch directly at Errant's heart. Simultaneously, the rocks beneath Frisia shattered suddenly, and several green figures surged forth, instinctively surrounding him. Their tails, akin to venomous serpents, lunged towards Frisia's exposed skin. Bardock, Sun Yu, and Bedak leapt into the air, evading the ambush of the primordial Shala that had descended upon them. Sun Yu and Bedak are masters of sensing energy. Even when the original Cell concealed his presence and quietly hid underground, he could not escape their scrutiny. Soaring through the air, Sun Yu made no pause and suddenly darted before Frisia, his eyes shimmering with an otherworldly blue. Indeed, after Sun Yu's Sharingan absorbed the energy of the Azure Gemstone, the Tomo in his eyes transformed into a striking blue. This blue Tomo Sharingan possesses formidable abilities, capable of nearly freezing time itself. Technique. Time freeze. At that moment, it seemed as though the temperature of the world had vanished entirely. Frisia, astonished, turned to gaze at Sun Yu, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. With a smile at the corner of his mouth, Sun Yu recklessly gazed into the eyes of the Sharingan wielder during combat, an act tantamount to courting death. The illusion of death. This was merely a commonplace illusion technique, employed by Sun Yu to momentarily ensnare Frieza. The emergence of the original cell left Sun Yu entirely disheartened regarding the prospect of continuing his battle with Frieza. His sole desire now was to hasten to the temple to ascertain what had transpired and whether Lana and the others were safe. After rescuing Alante, Sun Yu dispatched several original cells that lunged at him with a swift kick. The prowess of these original cells varied greatly. Perhaps they deemed Sun Yu and his companions to be of minimal threat. Thus, the original cells attacking him and God.God possessed a combat power of merely 3 to 4 million, while the one that ambushed Frieza was the very cell that Tarsal had last shown to Sun Yu, boasting strength rivaling Alante in his perfected Super Saiyan form. At this moment, by temporarily ensnaring Frieza with his illusion, Sun Yu inadvertently granted the original cells an opportunity to voraciously absorb Frieza's life essence. The more life essence the cells absorbed, the stronger they would become. God.God, we must hasten back to the temple, Sun Yu decisively declared. Hoisting Alante and soaring towards the temple's direction, God.God, airborne, swatted away several original cells that attempted to pursue them. Before departing, he cast a glance at Frieza, ensnared by the original cells like a dumpling, inwardly remarking that such self-inflicted suffering was inescapable. At this juncture, Frieza remained enveloped in Sun Yu's illusion, seemingly witnessing some horrifying spectacle. Oblivious to his plight, he was entangled by 4 or 5 cells, each tail piercing his skin, greedily siphoning his life essence. How revolting! God.God, filled with disdain, stomped on a few original cells on the ground before leaping into the air to catch up with Sun Yu. By this time, Alante had consumed a Senzu bean, his injuries healing, and he flew alongside Sun Yu and God.God in the sky. The temple lay not far from them, and they soon approached the vicinity of the Silver Pyramid Temple, encountering several original cells fleeing in all directions, some attempting to assault them. However, these adversaries posed little challenge and were quickly driven away by the trio. Upon nearing the temple, Sun Yu beheld a multitude of wit. Sun Yu and God.God hastily accelerated into the hall beneath the 12 bronze pillars, only to find the space in disarray. The ground was strewn with the lifeless bodies of the original cell, as well as those of Saiyans and Veblinians. Upon their return, Taisel, Lana, and the others quickly gathered around. Without uttering a word, Lana threw herself into Sun Yu's embrace. He understood that the horrifying sight of Cell draining the life from others had clearly terrified her. Gently patting her back, he reassured her, "It's all right, Sister Lana. Everything will be fine with me here." Uncle Ali, his expression dark, reported, "Kale, we have lost half of our personnel. Now, only over 900 Saiyans remain." "What?" Sun Yu and his companions were taken aback, staring blankly at Uncle Ali. The once formidable group of over 1,000 had dwindled to fewer than 900. "Tarsal, what on earth is happening?" Sun Yu demanded, his voice laced with anger. The original cell was the subject of their research, and now these primordial beings had escaped. He bore an undeniable responsibility. Tarsal's lips quivered as he bowed his head in shame. "I apologize, Mr. Sun Yu. Those beasts took advantage of our evacuation of some guards and managed to flee. Weren't you supposed to have an emergency shutdown device? Why wasn't it employed?" Sun Yu pressed on. "This uprising was premeditated. We truly did not foresee it. So, Mr. Sun Yu, please do not be angry. We have also suffered significant losses." Infuriating, Sun Yu struck a nearby copper column with a fierce punch, creating a large dent with a resounding thud. Tarsal stood before him, head bowed like a chastised child, albeit one towering over 2 meters tall. "What is the status of the temple's energy? Can we initiate the jump?" Sun Yu decided not to pursue the matter further. Ensuring their escape was paramount. As for the fallen Saiyan warriors, he could at least seek the dragon's aid in resurrecting them. "Give me just 3 more minutes. We can initiate the temple's jump," Tarsal asserted. "Can you transport me directly to Earth in the solar system?" Sun Yu inquired. Tarsal quietly searched his mechanical core for Earth's coordinates, his expression darkening as he replied, "I'm afraid that is not possible. But we can jump to the vicinity of the northern galaxy." "Very well, hurry." Sun Yu exhaled in relief. Departing from this place was all that mattered. He then gathered further information regarding the primordial cells. There were many of them, and they exhibited a capacity for teamwork, although most had vanished without a trace. Sun Yu found some solace in the fact that the primordial cells seemed unaware that absorbing their companions could lead to their evolution into perfect forms. While he felt momentarily relieved from the threat of perfect cells, Sun Yu could not shake his discontent. Ever since arriving in this Dragon Ball world, the narrative had deviated from its typical course. In these final 3 minutes, many were bustling about, preparing for the imminent escape. Bardock had gone to visit his wife and children, while Aranti remained fused, accompanying Uncle Ali to inspect the various levels of the temple. Sun Yu stood at the edge of the hall beneath the 12 bronze pillars, with Lana nestled closely by his side. He gazed into the distance at the site of his previous battle with Frisia, firmly believing that Frisia would not be vanquished by a mere few primitive cell creatures. Thus, a sense of dread crept over him at the thought of Frisia potentially pursuing them. If they could endure the next 3 minutes, it would be fortuitous, however. What if Frisia ultimately tracked them down? Given Frisia's temperament, the likelihood of this was greater than 90%. As the countdown entered its final minute, the walls of the hall began to descend, forming an increasingly enclosed structure. Tarsal approached, requesting Sun Yu to accompany him to the command room. Just as Sun Yu intended to follow Tarsal, a dark speck appeared in the distant sky. A ferocious, turbulent aura surged forth, causing both Sun Yu and Lana's hearts to race. They turned mechanically to see Frisia. Indeed, he had arrived. With a resigned sigh, Sun Yu pivoted to exit the temple. Kyle? No. Lana grasped his arm tightly, her tear-filled eyes pleading as she shook her head vehemently, imploring him not to go. Just moments before, Frisia had seemed far away. Yet in the blink of an eye, he was now near the temple, looking battered and worn. His body marred with numerous indentations, as if much of his life essence had been siphoned away by the primitive cells. Frisia's right arm appeared thin and frail, with a fragment of a primitive cell's tail still clinging to it. His eyes blazed crimson, a clear indication of his overwhelming rage. Upon spotting Sun Yu, he bellowed, "I will make you wish for life, but find no escape from death." Half of the hall's walls had already descended, and Frisia's visage twisted in fury as he began to gather a terrifying amount of energy at his fingertips. Sun Yu gently removed Lana's hand from his, offering a faint smile as he said, "I will buy you some time. You all should leave quickly. Do not worry, I will be fine. If worst comes to worst, just use the Dragon Balls on Earth to resurrect me." With that, Sun Yu resolutely turned and soared out of the temple, his figure growing increasingly tall and majestic. Lana stared at his retreating form, tears cascading down her cheeks like pearls from a broken necklace. "Kyle!" Lana cried out, her voice breaking as she shouted his name. She attempted to rush from the temple, but Tarsal obstructed her path. "Miss Lana, if we waste any more time, we will all perish here." Once Sun Yu had exited, the walls of the temple hall continued to descend slowly, and the entire structure trembled slightly, as if preparing for the impending leap through space. The emergence of Sun Yu successfully captured Frisia's attention, or rather, Frisia had never anticipated that such a towering structure could leap across hundreds of thousands of light years in an instant. "Ah, Saiyan, thanks to you, I have become this way. But fear not, I shall take great pleasure in tormenting you and subsequently annihilate your entire Saiyan race," Frisia remarked coldly. Sun Yu remained silent, silently brewing a tempest of fury within his heart. Should a disagreement arise, he could swiftly transition into the state of the ascended Super Saiyan. He had observed Arlant transform into this form, and thus he was able to replicate it. However, due to the lack of fusion with Bardock this time, his transformation into the ascended Super Saiyan would undoubtedly be weaker than before. Fortunately, Frisia was not in optimal condition either. Having absorbed a significant amount of life essence from the original cell, Sun Yu sensed that Frisia's combat power had diminished to 40 million. Yet, this 40 million was merely Frisia at 50 of his capacity. Sun Yu could not ascertain how much power Frisia would retain upon unleashing 100 of his strength, but it was certain that it would exceed 100 million. Frisia, noticing Sun Yu's indifference, felt a surge of unbridled rage. With a flick of his wrist, he launched the previously gathered energy sphere towards Sun Yu. Sun Yu remained steadfast and unyielding for the moment he evaded. Frisia's energy sphere would inevitably strike the majestic silver pyramid temple behind him. With a thunderous roar, he enveloped himself in a radiant golden aura, instantly transforming into a pseudo-Super Saiyan state. A colossal golden cyclone ascended into the heavens, while flickering lightning danced around him. The ground trembled violently beneath his feet, and small stones defied the force of gravity, soaring into the sky and dispersing into a cloud of floating debris. "Ha!" Sun Yu abruptly thrust out his palm, forcefully sending the energy sphere that was hurled at him soaring away. The sphere traced an arc before plummeting to the ground. Boom! An ominous mushroom cloud instantly erupted from the distant earth, and the violent gusts of wind disheveled Sun Yu's hair. With a steely gaze, he fixed his eyes on Frisia, silently praying for a safe leap away. The temple behind him emitted a series of piercing roars. At this moment, even Frisia, despite his foolishness, should have realized that Sun Yu had not emerged merely to meet his demise, but rather to buy time for others. "How dare you mock me?" Frisia bellowed, his form dashing towards the temple like lightning. Sun Yu's heart suddenly trembled, his eyes shimmering with an otherworldly crimson light. The surrounding air seemed to be suffused with an icy chill as he activated his Sharingan just before Frisia lunged towards the temple. Time technique. Time freeze. With a series of cracking sounds, Frisia's body became encased in solid ice. Sun Yu swiftly darted behind Frisia, his hands slipping beneath Frisia's armpits and crossing over to tightly grasp his neck, holding him firmly in place. "Damn it!" Frisia growled in frustration, desperately attempting to break free from Sun Yu's grip. In a fit of rage, he lashed out with his tail, striking Sun Yu's back fiercely, exclaiming, "Do you really wish to die this way?" Sun Yu remained tense, not daring to exhale, as he perceived the overwhelming strength of Frisia. He understood that even the slightest lapse in vigilance could allow Frisia to break free. The tumult of the temple grew ever more intense, ultimately culminating in a myriad of silvery beams that vanished into thin air. With the temple's disappearance, the atmosphere around them surged violently, causing Sun Yu to lose his balance and allowing Frisia to escape. Imperial split slash. Die. Frisia retaliated with a sweeping motion, unleashing a colossal blade that rent the very fabric of space, piercing through Sun Yu's body with a resounding thud. Sun Yu gradually lifted his gaze towards Frisia, his eyes filled with an eerie crimson hue. The remnants of his body floated mysteriously in the air, with the wound inflicted by the colossal blade visibly regenerating at an astonishing rate. Frisia stood in stunned silence, only then noticing the blood-red moon hanging ominously in the sky. When he turned his attention back to Sun Yu, he found him completely restored, standing unscathed before Frisia. In Sun Yu's eyes, the blue tomo swirled incessantly, leaving behind trails of ethereal blue shadows. With a smile, he addressed Frisia, "Welcome to my world, Super Tsukuyami." At that moment, the Tsukuyami space was unlike any he had conjured before. Having been imbued with the essence of the Azure Gem, his Sharingan acquired a unique attribute. As he unleashed the Tsukuyami, the atmosphere turned frigid beyond measure, with dark, feather-like snowflakes drifting from the sky. Frisia gazed in astonishment at this dim realm, bewildered by the unprecedented situation he found himself in. "Where's this? What have you done? You need only to know that this is your grave, Frisia?" Sun Yu advanced slowly, a long sword appearing in his hand. Frisia scoffed coldly, taunting, "Do you think that broken sword can do anything? Kill me? Don't be ridiculous." With a flick of his finger, a supernova began to gather at his fingertip. "I will reduce you and this planet to cosmic dust." Haraha. Yet, the moment Frisia unleashed the supernova, it vanished into thin air. "What is happening?" Frisia, undeterred, attempted to summon the supernova once more, but the outcome remained unchanged. As he hurled the supernova, silence enveloped the surroundings. "Do not waste your efforts." Sun Yu had approached Frisia, raising his sword to pierce the latter's throat. "I am the sovereign of this world. Time, space, and all physical aspects are under my dominion. So do not waste your strength." Frisia, having lived for an extensive duration, found the concepts Sun Yu spoke of incomprehensible, even unfathomable. He preferred to believe in the existence of Super Saiyans over such notions. The terror of Super Tsukuyami was indeed profound. As for the choice of sword, Sun Yu merely emulated Trunks, for in the Dragon Ball saga, only future Trunks wielded a sword. With a swift thrust, the sword pierced Frisia's throat. Frisia clutched his throat, thrashing wildly, yet it was all in vain. Frisia knelt in agony, unable to breathe due to the severed throat. Sun Yu had anticipated Frisia's immense power in the Dragon Ball manga. Even Goku's spirit bomb could not obliterate him. Thus, he did not naively believe he could vanquish Frisia with mere physical assault. Even after Frisia had absorbed a vast amount of life essence from the original cell. Therefore, Sun Yu opted to employ Super Tsukuyami directly, delivering a devastating psychological blow to Frisia, making him believe his throat had been slit, rendering him breathless. In reality, severing Frisia's throat was no trivial feat. However, within the realm of Tsukuyami, it was considerably more manageable. With a mere thought, Frisia would be led to believe his throat was cut. Then his nerves would instinctively trigger a conditioned reflex, causing his brain to fail to receive signals transmitted from the lungs, leading to asphyxiation. However, Sun Yu overlooked one crucial detail: Frisia could survive and function in the vacuum of space. Even without respiration, it would not threaten his life. The pained expression on Frisia's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a mocking smile at the corner of his lips. He abruptly raised his right hand and bellowed. Death beam. The dazzling rays pierced through Sun Yu's body, ascending towards the heavens. Even within Sun Yu's realm of moon reading, the terrifying might of Frisia's death beam remained unparalleled. I have stated that it is futile. Enough of the chatter. Emperor's death beam. Frisia suddenly rose to his feet, a terrifying glint flickering in his eyes. His hands moved with remarkable swiftness, unleashing a barrage of death rays from the tips of his fingers. In the face of this tempestuous onslaught, Sun Wukong's realm of Suki Red began to show signs of instability. Although Frisia had restrained his power to a mere 50, his mental prowess still belonged to the echelon of a creature boasting a combat strength of 20 million. Was there truly no way to vanquish Frisia? With a wry smile, Sun Yu contemplated the futility of his situation. If he could not contend with Frisia even within the confines of his own moon-reading world, it was evident that he stood no chance in the external realm. Consequently, Sun Yu resolved to exert greater psychological pressure on Frisia. Should the tyrant falter under such strain, Sun Yu would seize the opportunity to dismantle Frisia's mental fortress. Our esteemed leader once proclaimed that to vanquish an adversary, one must first shatter their spirit and obliterate their will. If you wish to fight, then fight. In this realm of moon reading, Sun Yu can effortlessly render Frisia utterly incapacitated, leading him to question the very essence of existence. Death Ray. Frisia remained relentless in his pursuit to unleash a massive barrage of energy waves upon Sun Wukong. With his sword raised, Sun Wukong leaped into the air, positioning himself above Frisia. Such astonishing speed. This was Frisia's initial reaction, as time and other factors here were entirely under Sun Yu's control. Sun Yu's speed could be described as so swift that it appeared to be at his whim. In a flash of sword light, the long sword in Sun Yu's hand pierced Frisia's chest, causing Frisia to wince, his pupils constricting and his expression shifting between anger and despair. Damn it! Frisia suddenly swung a fist towards Sun Wukong, the force of his punch whistling through the air, yet it struck nothing but emptiness. Sun Yu's body evaded Frisia's fist at an astonishing angle, his long sword twirling to create a mesmerizing display. A searing pain radiated from Frisia's left arm, prompting him to look down, where he coldly discovered a deep gash that exposed bone. Purple blood gushed forth like a fountain. Oh! Frisia roared in anguish, his visage contorting into a grotesque mask of rage. Since his birth, he had never endured such a grievous injury. You damned Saiyan! I will kill you. I will annihilate you. The agony drove Frisia into a frenzy, unleashing a primal scream as he wildly swung his fists, desperate to slay Sun Yu. Alas, Frisia's speed was severely hampered by Sun Yu's dominion over this realm of Suki no Shida. Despite Frisia's frantic resistance, he could not even graze the edge of Sun Yu's garment, while Sun Yu continued to wield his sword, etching thousands of wounds, both deep and shallow, upon Frisia's body. Indeed, it was a staggering multitude of wounds. Had it been an ordinary person, they would have succumbed to madness from such torment. Yet, Frisia, with his astonishing resilience, endured. A monster, truly a monster. Sun Yu's grip on the hilt trembled. Throughout these days in the Suki no Shida world, he had lost count of how many times he had swung his sword. Though this was all an illusion, his nerves felt utterly fatigued. Fortunately, Frisia was on the brink of collapse, his form a grotesque mess, kneeling motionless on the ground, and Sun Yu sensed victory was within reach. Slowly raising his long sword, he brought it down forcefully upon Frisia's neck. The neck, connecting to the brain, is the Achilles heel of all living creatures, even in this illusory realm. Once the neck is severed, the brain would receive the fatal message, plunging into a state of cerebral death. I have won. Sun Yu suppressed his elation. Having slain Frisia in the realm of Suki no Shida would ensure his demise in the real world as well. For the illusion and reality often lead to the same end. Crack, crack. The sword in Sun Yu's hand penetrated Frisia's neck by half an inch. Yet this mere fraction rendered Sun Yu incapable of descending the blade any further. At that moment, Frisia slowly lifted his head, the hatred in his eyes intensifying. Suddenly, the climate of the Tsukuyami world began to spiral beyond Sun Yu's control, an inexplicable hurricane swirling into existence. The sky darkened ominously, with distant thunder rumbling, and the source of all this turmoil lay within Frisia himself. Sun Yu was astonished to witness Frisia erupt with a terrifying aura. His form gradually rose from the ground, emanating a presence that transcended mere combat prowess, one that defied verbal expression. It was as if a mere glance possessed the power to dominate all. This was a force arising from the depths of the spirit. With a roar, Frisia's stature suddenly surged, perhaps a result of enduring prolonged oppression. Rather than being shattered by Sun Yu, his spirit erupted with unrestrained energy, his aura intensifying, and his limbs swelling with formidable muscle. Sun Yu's heart quivered as he recognized Frisia's form. It was the manifestation of his full power, a complete release at 100. Meeting Frisia's gaze, Sun Yu felt an immediate tightening in his chest, and to his astonishment, a fissure appeared within his Tsukuyomi realm. That illusion, deemed insurmountable, began to show signs of collapse under the weight of absolute strength. In Frisia's 100 power mode, the overwhelming pressure and piercing gaze made Sun Yu feel as though he might kneel. Frisia, self-proclaimed emperor of the universe, was indeed formidable enough to warrant such a title. With a cough, Sun Yu spat blood, self-deprecatingly remarking, "He can even unleash 100 of his power within my Tsukuyomi realm. How absurd that his combat prowess can soar to a staggering 12 million. Despite the might of his adversary, this was Sun Yu's domain, and here he reigned supreme. No one could force him to kneel. Yet, do you truly believe you can make me submit? Dismiss such delusions. Frisia, if you seek battle, then let us engage." Boom. In an instant, the Tomo in Sun Yu's eyes spun wildly, and he ceased to conceal his aura, unleashing his entire might. Anger and defiance swirled within him, as his form was enveloped in a radiant golden blaze. Transforming into a pseudo-super Saiyan, he gazed at Frisia without an ounce of fear. The Tsukuyomi realm seemed unable to withstand the intensity of their combined forces, and the very barriers of the world began to show signs of fracture. The sky roiled, and the ground cracked as if heralding the apocalypse. Crack, crack, boom. Suddenly, the spatial barriers collapsed, and within Sun Yu's Sharingan, the once vibrant blue Tomo shattered. Yet he and Frisia remained steadfast in their positions. It was as though the events within the Tsukuyomi space were merely a fleeting dream. However, Frisia was no longer as he had been. His body and limbs had grown larger, now adorned with muscles as sturdy as rock. This was the full embodiment of Frisia's power. Saiyan, you are defeated. I am invincible. Yet I must thank you for awakening the dormant strength within me. Frisia locked his full might onto Sun Yu, with a combat power of 12 million, where even a mere glance held the potential for devastation. Sun Yu did not falter in the face of overwhelming odds. He is a Saiyan, a warrior of the Saiyan race. Challenging the strong is his delight, and the scars and pain upon his body only serve to invigorate him further. The blood of the Saiyan surges and roars within him. Boom. The golden aura soared into the heavens. As the might of the transformed Super Saiyan Sun Yu surged once more, shattering Frisia's purple energy and rendering him unable to exert further pressure upon Sun Yu. Exhilarating. Frisia, come and fight. The Tomo in his Sharingan shattered, and Sun Yu's eyes were suffused with a deep crimson hue. Suddenly, he experienced an indescribable sense of clarity and exhilaration, with only the desire for battle consuming his heart. Bang! Sun Yu burst forth from his position, unleashing a deafening sonic boom, transforming the ground beneath him into mere dust in an instant. The terrifying aura and killing intent emanating from him seemed capable of piercing the heavens and erasing the clouds on the horizon. This boy. A flicker of astonishment appeared in Frisia's eyes. He had previously heard of this golden aura form known as the mimetic Super Saiyan, which had been employed by Arlant and also by the fusion of Sun Yu and God.God, both of whom had suffered defeat at Frisia's hands. Yet now, the overwhelming power radiating from Sun Yu, one that defied the natural order and feared nothing, instilled a sense of unease within Frisia. "Do not underestimate me, boy," Frisia declared darkly, his expression grim. He could clearly perceive the trajectory of Sun Yu's assault. Raising his arm defensively, he arched his body downward to evade the onslaught. However, while he dodged the punch, Sun Yu swiftly elevated his knee even in his transformation into a mimicry of the Super Saiyan. Sun Yu's combat prowess pales in comparison to the fully unleashed Frisia. Yet, Sun Yu relentlessly pursues Frisia with the fervor of a mad dog, unwilling to relent. The shadows of their fists intertwine, energy surges through the air, and the planet stands desolate, devoid of life. This solitude liberates Sun Yu, allowing him to unleash his full potential without concern for collateral damage to his subordinates or the safety of Lana, for they have long since departed from this battleground. The thought exhilarates him. He can finally fight with abandon, unperturbed by the prospect of obliteration. With each injury, his nerves ignite with heightened excitement, and as his wounds deepen, every cell within his body pulsates with vitality. In truth, the world knows no absolute evil or goodness. Such distinctions are merely reflections of one's unclouded state of mind. arising from divergent ideals. At this moment, Sun Yu's mind was devoid of distractions. He existed solely for the purpose of battle, embracing the very essence of life through conflict. Despite his body nearing its limits, an exhilarating fervor surged within him. Sun Yu relentlessly tapped into the latent potential within, each cell in his body trembling with fervent energy. Golden waves of power erupting forth. I fight. I fight. Whereas previously Frisia could discern Sun Yu's movements, his speed had now reached an unparalleled zenith. The tempestuous onslaught of his attacks left even Frisia bewildered, as not only was his velocity increasing, but so too was his strength. With a sudden, forceful punch, Sun Yu unleashed a torrent of golden energy, his fist cutting through the air like a comet. Frisia hastily raised his arm to counter. The collision was thunderous. The two fists clashed violently, unleashing chaotic energy that spiraled outward in powerful shockwaves. In an instant, Sun Yu and Frisia were thrust apart, only to charge at each other once more with their utmost might. Boom, boom, boom. They engaged in a flurry of exchanges, their speeds transcending the limits of human perception. They shifted their battleground with such agility that no trace of their presence remained, save for the incessant sound of sonic booms echoing in the aftermath of their confrontation. Amidst the chaos, Frisia was astounded to notice flashes of golden light dancing through Sun Yu's hair and eyebrows. Initially, he dismissed it as a trick of the eye. But as the battle intensified, these golden glimmers became increasingly frequent. With the rhythmic flickering of gold, the transformation of the pseudo-legendary Saiyan began to unfold. Sun Yu's eyes oscillated between clarity and a fierce crimson hue, yet the battle raged on. Bang! The clash between Sun Yu and Frisia erupted with tremendous force. However, unlike before, Frisia distinctly felt a numbness in his wrist. To his astonishment, he realized that his fist had failed to counteract Sun Yu's strength, and Sun Yu's blow continued unabated, striking Frisia squarely in the face. It was inconceivable. Frisia's visage swelled dramatically from the impact of Sun Yu's punch, propelling his body uncontrollably through the air. As he tumbled and spun, crashing through countless mountains, he ultimately became deeply embedded in a rocky formation. Sun Yu stood in place, unleashing a series of fierce roars. The dark clouds above him gathered in ever-increasing numbers, while the thunder rumbled incessantly. At that moment, he resembled the eye of a typhoon, emanating a formidable aura that carved deep ravines into the ground with an invisible force. Roar! Sun Yu let out a roar that echoed through the heavens, feeling a surge of golden energy coursing chaotically within him. It was precisely his lack of control over this radiant force that hindered his ultimate transformation. In his fury, he realized he must channel this energy through his anger. Transforming into a Super Saiyan was not merely a matter of rage. It required both physical prowess and a transcendent state of mind. Now, Sun Yu's body and spirit had met the criteria for transformation. All that remained was to harness his fury to guide the energy within him. As for anger, it was abundant in the world. So many injustices ignited wrath. Sun Wukong's fury stemmed from the tragic loss of his dear friend, Shaolin, while Vegeta's ire emerged from his relentless pursuit of strength, only to find himself unable to transcend his limits. As for Sun Yu, his anger was directed at his own insignificance. From the very first day he traversed the Dragon Ball realm, he had vowed to become a formidable force, to seize control of his destiny. No one could dictate his fate, not Frisia, not Cell, not even that god of destruction, Beerus. I shall grow stronger, stronger. As he recalled his past vow, Sun Yu's rage reached a zenith, bursting forth with an overwhelming intensity. His previously crimson eyes regained their pupils, and the shattered azure tomo re-emerged, intertwining and forming the shape of a spiraling blade. With the clarity returning to his gaze, the golden aura surrounding him blazed fiercely, and his golden locks shot upwards, as his battle power surged an astonishing 50-fold. At last, he had transformed into a Super Saiyan. In this moment, Sun Yu felt an unparalleled exhilaration. His nerves buzzed with mild excitement, yet a chilling aura emanating from his eyes kept his mind sharp and alert. With every gesture, it seemed as though the very fabric of the universe was stirred, as if Sun Yu needed only a single thought to obliterate all existence. This was the essence of supreme sovereignty, unrivaled above and below. From a distance, Frisia gazed in stunned disbelief at Sun Yu's transformation, astonished as he inquired, "Who exactly are you? What are you?" Sun Yu's eyes gazed impassively at Frisia, the azure swirl of his aura imbued with an innate sense of disdain. A subtle smile graced Sun Yu's lips as he spoke softly. "I once possessed a tranquil heart, but I have awakened as the legendary warrior through my anger. I am the Super Saiyan, Sun Yu. How dare you? Frieza, confronted by Sun Yu's indifferent gaze, instinctively recoiled a step. Why had the color of this person's hair and eyes transformed into gold? And why did his presence elicit a tremor even within Frieza, the self-proclaimed emperor of the universe? It was inconceivable. You speak nonsense. The Super Saiyan is merely a ridiculous myth. Do not attempt to deceive me with such fabrications. I am Frieza, the emperor of the universe. Frieza's expression twisted into a menacing snarl as he fixated on Sun Yu. Even now, he clung to a sliver of hope. Do not try to fool me with your tricks. With that, Frieza unleashed a furious punch toward Sun Yu, his entire being erupting with energy, a thunderous roar resonating through the sky, only to abruptly cease. Sun Yu merely raised his wrist with a casual gesture, effortlessly neutralizing Frieza's onslaught. With an air of indifference, he remarked, "It's futile. Although your combat power exceeds 12 million, you have siphoned off too much life essence from the primordial cell, rendering your true combat strength less than 70% of its potential. Meanwhile, I am at the pinnacle of my abilities. As one diminishes, the other flourishes, and my strength has surpassed yours by a considerable margin." During this period of relentless, high-intensity battles, Sun Yu's combat prowess has surged explosively, reaching an astonishing 2,700,000. Now, having transformed into a Super Saiyan, his combat power has been amplified 50-fold, amounting to an impressive 13,500,000. Even more disheartening for Frieza is the realization that Sun Yu's power did not simply spike in an instant. Rather, it has been a gradual enhancement throughout their confrontation. In other words, Sun Yu's innate ability to grow stronger in the face of formidable opponents has compelled him to fervently tap into his latent potential, thereby fulfilling the conditions for transformation and successfully evolving from a false Super Saiyan into a true Super Saiyan. I refuse to believe it. I refuse to believe it. Frieza's eyes glinted with a frenzied intensity as he bellowed, "I care not for any legendary Super Saiyan. I will slay you and prove that I alone am the sovereign of this universe." With that, Frieza retreated swiftly, his body radiating a crimson glow as he roared. "Prepare yourself." Frieza unleashed a powerful palm strike, and a red flash erupted forth. Sun Yu's eyes widened in realization. This was Frieza's ultimate technique, the Last Emperor. In the original Dragon Ball, Frieza employed this final gambit against Goku just before the explosion of Namek. Had Sun Yu still been in his false Super Saiyan form, he would have never dared to confront such an attack. Yet now, he was a genuine Super Saiyan. A technique. Time freeze. Suddenly, the realm surrounding Sun Yu seemed to be pressed on pause, as everything froze in that singular moment. Employing the same technique, Sun Yu's current prowess was of an entirely different magnitude. Sun Yu's figure swayed as he appeared before Frieza, raising his right hand to rest against Frieza's chest, and coldly declared, "I am not as merciful as Sun Wukong. I have never shown leniency towards my adversaries." Upon finishing his words, a crystalline radiance ignited between his palms, and in an instant, a pillar of energy, half a meter in diameter, erupted forth. With a resounding bang, the colossal energy explosion engulfed Frieza's form. As the effect of time freezing came to an end, Frieza emitted a heart-wrenching scream amidst the explosion. In the tranquil corner of the universe, the planet Vibran suddenly illuminated with a burst of white light, akin to a fleeting bloom of a night blooming cereus under the moonlight, ephemeral and transient. The surface of the planet bore a profound indentation, the aftermath of Sun Yu's most potent strike against Frieza. Observing the desolate ground within a radius of several thousand meters, now vaporized by his energy, and the molten lava churning beneath his feet, Sun Yu could only shake his head in resignation. For a Super Saiyan, obliterating a planet is a remarkably simple task. A single, uncharged Kamehameha could shatter the core, leading to the detonation of the entire planet. However, should Sun Yu trigger the planet's demise, he too would meet an untimely end in that very moment. To avoid inadvertently damaging the planet's core in the future, Sun Yu had to exercise utmost caution in wielding his powers, ensuring that when unleashing his might, he refrained from striking at the core, thereby safeguarding the planet's vital essence. Uncertain whether Frieza had perished in the recent explosion, Sun Yu silently attuned himself to the surrounding energy fluctuations. With a mere thought, he sensed several clusters of formidable energy scattered across the planet. These must be the original cell variants. Given Sun Yu's current prowess, annihilating these beings would be as effortless as squashing a few cockroaches. Nonetheless, he had no intention of seeking them out just yet. Upon further scrutiny, Sun Yu detected a faint energy source over 1,000 meters to his left. Although exceedingly weak, it remained potent. Frisia, you truly are the cockroach that cannot be killed. Sun Yu mused, then soared into the air, propelling himself at full speed towards the source. Bang! A sonic boom resonated through the sky as he traversed the vast distance in an instant, standing aloft as he coldly surveyed Frisia, who was wedged in the fractured ground. The earth lay in ruins, and Frisia's lower body appeared to have lost sensation. He crawled upon the ground, desperately supporting himself with his hands, striving to emerge from the fissure. Sensing Sun Yu's approach, Frisia mechanically turned his head, his gaze momentarily blank before being swiftly overtaken by humiliation and agony. Please, don't kill me. I beg you. Frisia's fingers contorted in desperation as he tightly shut his eyes, bowed his head, and implored Sun Yu, I will mend my ways. I beseech you, spare my life. Upon hearing Frisia's plea for mercy, Sun Yu chuckled. In the original narrative of Dragon Ball, Frisia, after being vanquished by Sun Wukong, deceitfully feigned surrender. Sun Yu was well aware of Frisia's true nature, and thus the insincerity of Frisia's demeanor filled him with revulsion. You have no chance left. Anyone who harbors the intent to kill me must be prepared to face their own demise. With no desire for further discourse, Sun Yu's gaze turned icy, and an overwhelming aura erupted from him. A golden blaze ascended towards the heavens, the fierce currents of energy tearing the clouds above asunder. Standing tall with hair of shimmering gold, his otherworldly Sharingan shimmered with ethereal blue tomo. Tenfold, Sun Yu spread his arms wide, and in each hand, a sphere of energy, roughly the size of a basketball, materialized. Me. Sun Yu retracted his hands to his waist, intent on compressing two spheres of energy into a singularity. These orbs, each the size of a basketball, collided with one another, forming a swirling layer of lightning-like currents around them. As the energy gradually converged, the atmosphere around Sun Yu grew heavy, and the rocks beneath the surface shattered, defying gravity and soaring skyward. Frisia, his eyes wide with disbelief, gazed up at Sun Yu, his heart racing with dread. He sensed the imminent threat. Sun Yu was determined to end his life, relentless in his pursuit. Death itself is not terrifying. What is truly horrifying is the knowledge of one's impending demise, coupled with the helplessness of waiting for it to arrive. Damn it! Damn it! Frisia pounded his fist against the ground, refusing to accept death. As the ruler of the cosmos, how could he perish here? Anger ignited within him, fueling his resolve. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope flickered in Frisia's mind. A wicked smile crept across his lips as he gathered energy in his hands, striking the ground with ferocity. Supernova. Frisia conjured a supernova with his palms, obliterating the heart of the planet. If Sun Yu sought his demise, Frisia would take matters into his own hands, utterly destroying the planet. He was eager to see who would ultimately prevail. The already fractured Earth could no longer withstand the assault. Following Frisia's annihilation of the planet's core, molten lava began to erupt from the shattered ground. Frisia Yu. Sun Yu watched in horror as the scene unfolded, his energy surging to tenfold in a Kamehameha stance. Was Frisia truly prepared to share the same fate? No, that couldn't be right. Frisia would never willingly perish alongside another. He had not immediately detonated the planet. Its gradual collapse was a calculated decision, allowing him the opportunity to escape into the vastness of space. Indeed, the Saiyans were a foolish breed of monkeys. How ironic that the defay bead of cold sweat trickled down Sun Yu's forehead as he inwardly cursed Frisia's mother, astonished that he still possessed the strength to unleash a supernova capable of obliterating this planet. This diverged from the original narrative. In the original, Frisia was the one to annihilate the planet, leaving 5 minutes for a climactic showdown with Son Goku. Bah, to hell with the original story. Sun Yu berated himself for straying from the conventional plot since his arrival. He hastened the accumulation of power in his hands, determined to reduce Frisia to mere fragments before soaring back to the void ship from whence he came. Time was still on his side. This script was flawless. Fool. The one destined for demise is you. Frisia. Sun Yu felt no apprehension that his tenfold Kamehameha would instantly detonate the planet, for he would never allow the Kamehameha to touch the ground. After all, the Kamehameha is capable of bending, with a flick of his wrist. Sun Yu sent forth an energy wave as thick as a water barrel, which, just before making contact with the ground, suddenly veered sharply, gliding parallel to the earth towards Frisia. No, I cannot perish. Frisia cried out in terror, his eyes brimming with despair. Just as the tenfold Kamehameha was about to obliterate him, the space-time in front of Frisia abruptly distorted. It resembled a shattering mirror, revealing a small, warped void. The Kamehameha surged into this anomaly. Boom. A thunderous sound reverberated, leaving Sun Yu in a state of bewilderment as he gazed at the distorted void before Frisia. He was certain that this was not a technique of Frisia's, for the latter two wore a look of confusion and astonishment. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, a pink figure emerged from the twisted void, a girl. As she stepped out, Sun Yu finally discerned her features. She was petite, with an alluring figure, clad in attire reminiscent of the Kais, and adorned with a pair of patera earrings dangling from her elongated ears. Upon catching sight of her adorable and innocent visage, Sun Yu exclaimed in astonishment, "The King of Time? Aren't you a character from the super universe? You actually recognize me." The King of Time fixed a piercing gaze upon Sun Yu, and the disarray of her hair suggested that she had recently been affected by Sun Yu's tenfold Kamehameha. Sun Yu realized he had misspoken. He shed his Super Saiyan form and reverted to his ordinary appearance, smiling as he said, This I recognize, the god of destruction. Lord Beerus of the seventh universe. He inadvertently mentioned you." To Sun Yu, the appearance of the King of Time was utterly mind-boggling. Wasn't she a character from the Dragon Ball Super universe? She truly existed. And here she was, right before his eyes. In response to Sun Yu's explanation, the King of Time puffed up her cheeks in anger and retorted, "Nonsense. The realm of time exists in a dimension above the 12 universes, known only to the Omni King and the Grand Minister." Oh, it just came back to me. It was the Omni King who informed me. Sun Yu earnestly fabricated his tale, relishing the opportunity to boast without the burden of taxes. Speaking of which, back in the day, the Omni King was quite bored and specifically asked the East Kaishin to take me to his palace to keep him company. We chatted for 3 days and nights, and it was during that time he mentioned you. The King of Time wore an expression of disbelief, staring at Sun Yu as if he were a fool. She could not comprehend how a mere mortal could claim to have interacted with deities of various ranks, and the fact that he referred to the great Omni King as Hien was beyond her understanding. Was this person truly insane? Sun Yu felt an unsettling apprehension from the god of time and space, and continued to argue. "Why don't you believe me? That fellow, the short one, with the round head and a voice like a little boy, and his attendant, the Grand Minister, who happens to be the father of Whis and Beerus. It's as if no one doesn't know them." Just as Sun Yu was rambling on, he suddenly realized that this planet was on the verge of exploding. There was no time for idle chatter. With a forced chuckle, he turned to the god of time and space and said, This planet is about to explode. As a deity, could you please help me escape?" The god of time and space seemed still astonished by Sun Yu's earlier descriptions of the Omni King and the Grand Minister. She looked at him incredulously, for every word he uttered was indeed true. A mortal might hear the name of a god, but it does not necessarily mean they know the deity's appearance. The higher the divinity, the more enigmatic they become. It could be said that among the 12 universes under the Omni King, aside from the Kaishins, destroyers, and angels, very few are aware of the Omni King's existence. Yet, Sun Yu knew him intimately, as if recounting treasured memories. The god of time and space rubbed her temples. Deciding not to pursue the matter further, she gestured to Sun Yu to remain calm and explained, "I have halted the flow of time here, so you need not worry." Upon hearing her words, Sun Yu finally noticed Frisia behind the god of time and space, who remained on the ground, paralyzed with astonishment. Sun Yu let out a deep sigh of relief. He was about to inquire whether altering time was not a criminal offense, but was abruptly interrupted by the time realm deity. "Do you know why I have come to find you?" she asked. "It is said that one does not visit the Hall of Three Treasures without a purpose. Thus, the time realm deity could not have approached Sun Yu merely for idle conversation." Sun Yu shook his head, signaling her to continue. The time realm deity, with her arms crossed over her chest, fixed her enchanting gaze upon Sun Yu and paced back and forth as she spoke. "Can you comprehend the concept of time travel?" Sun Yu nodded, contemplating that this was rather obvious. After all, he was a modern individual before his journey through time. The concept of time travel had been widely disseminated for decades. Noticing Sun Yu's understanding, the Time King continued. "Traveling through time can lead to a certain degree of temporal deviation. However, time possesses a self-repairing nature as long as the deviation is not excessively large. It can rectify itself. Yet, if the time traveler instigates deviations that time cannot mend, then time will split into a parallel world with a divergent historical trajectory." Sun Yu interjected, "Indeed, I did not expect you to be aware of this." The Time King observed him with intrigue, her intentions unmistakable. Sun Yu, as a time traveler, had completely disrupted the historical flow of this realm. After a brief silence, Sun Yu inquired, "Mighty Time King, I assume your visit is not solely concerning the creation of parallel worlds?" In the original Dragon Ball narrative, time travel had occurred before. Yet the Time King had never intervened. Thus, her seeking him out could not merely be due to his disruption of history. Oh, I must admit, you are quite perceptive. The Time King regarded Sun Yu with surprise, realizing that he was increasingly enigmatic. With a resigned shake of her head, she stated, "Indeed. For those existing in the fifth dimension of time, the creation of parallel worlds is merely akin to sprouting a few extra branches on a historical tree. Regardless of how many branches emerge for higher deities, history invariably culminates in a predetermined conclusion." Sun Yu comprehended the meaning of a predetermined conclusion in history. Take Trunks for instance. In the future world, the androids annihilated civilization, yet Trunks utilized a time machine to journey into the past, altering Sun Wukong's fate with an extraordinary drug, ultimately vanquishing the androids in Cell. Although it appeared that everything had changed, Trunks' timeline remained unaltered in that history. Sun Wukong still succumbed to heart disease, and the future world was still devastated by the androids. His return to the past merely created a beautiful parallel universe. However, this idyllic parallel world had its conclusion already scripted in a higher dimensional reality the moment it came into existence. This exemplifies the theory of historical inertia. But the supreme Kai of time continued. This universe diverged from a historical mainline approximately 6 years ago. From its inception, its history has been devoid of an ending. No ending? Sun Yu chuckled, thinking it rather fortuitous. After all, how often do narratives extol the protagonist, with soothsayers claiming they cannot foresee the protagonist's future, thus asserting that infinite possibilities lie ahead? Just as Sun Yu dismissed the notion, the supreme Kai of time raised his voice an octave. You still find humor in this? The absence of an ending signifies that this universe is destined for annihilation. An endless cycle of destruction. Annihilation? Why? Sun Yu's expression morphed into one of bewilderment, questioning if anything could adhere to a conventional narrative. Because this world is tainted by elements that do not belong to the original historical trajectory, or rather, by individuals. Consequently, the fabric of time will strive to erase those existences, and higher cosmic realms will invade this world, even consuming it. Now Sun Yu regarded the supreme Kai of time with a look of incredulity, feebly inquiring, "Do you even have jurisdiction over what you just mentioned?" Of course. The supreme Kai of time raised an eyebrow, pride radiating from his demeanor. Maintaining the temporal balance across various universes is indeed the duty of the time realm. I will dispatch agents to eliminate all abnormal historical factors within this universe. And you are the principal architect of the alteration in this universe's history. I suspect you wield powers that even I find difficult to comprehend. The supreme Kai of time mused, curiously scrutinizing Sun Yu, and said, "Transform into that golden form you exhibited earlier." "That is the Super Saiyan." Sun Yu replied, then his entire being shimmered with golden light, engulfed in a blazing golden aura. His hair rising skyward, transforming into a brilliant gold, while a flicker of azure radiance illuminated his eyes as the blade-like tomo of the Sharingan activated. Since the Supreme Kai of Time had just witnessed Sun Yu's Super Saiyan form while the Sharingan was activated, Sun Yu embraced that state as well. Esteemed Supreme Kai of Time, this is the Super Saiyan form. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, Sun Yu's demeanor shifted from his customary amiability to an extraordinary aura of authority, resembling a sovereign who gazes disdainfully upon the heavens and the earth, instilling a sense of dread in those around him. Indeed, the God of Time observed Sun Yu's eyes intently for a considerable duration before slowly articulating, "It is quite peculiar. Your eyes seem to belong to a realm beyond this one. Never have I encountered their like." He continued, "They must be the source of all this. HM? How is it that your eyes possess a hint of divinity? Though faint, I can perceive it." "Divinity?" Sun Yu felt somewhat bewildered, prompting the God of Time to elucidate. "Your existence has altered the fate of this planet's indigenous people, a race that venerates a lower deity wielding the power over time. Your essence has mingled ever so slightly with that of this deity. Although it is but a trace, it is sufficient for you to transcend the mortal realm." This revelation reminded Sun Yu of the azure gemstone that Tarsal had presented to him. After absorbing the gem's energy, his Sharingan had enhanced its ability to freeze time and space. It seems that the deity revered by Tarsal and his kin indeed commanded the forces of time. Yet, why had they allocated all their skill points to spatial technology? This, quite frankly, defies logic. Sun Yu was on the verge of believing that the deities worshipped by Tarsal had vanished, potentially due to being driven to despair by their own followers. The Time Realm deity, unaware of Sun Yu's thoughts, stepped forward earnestly and said, "To prevent this world from spiraling further out of control, I suggest you leave this realm. You may accompany me to the Time Realm, where you can learn from me. Perhaps you might even comprehend the way of heaven and attain a divine position in the future. Thank you, but I must decline. Sun Yu replied without a moment's hesitation. The time realm deity was clearly taken aback by Sun Yu's abrupt refusal. The opportunity to become a deity was something countless individuals yearned for. Yet, this young man stood before her, rejecting it outright. With irritation, she inquired, "Will you not reconsider?" "Reconsider what?" Sun Yu retorted. He was well aware that the life of a deity was far from the idyllic existence one might imagine. It was exceedingly monotonous. He firmly believed that Zamasu from Dragon Ball Super had succumbed to madness due to the tedium of constantly serving his master with tea. The notion of human sinfulness was merely a pretext. That individual had simply gone mad and sought to kill. Moreover, Sun Yu had numerous ties in this universe. He could not simply abandon his life here. Perhaps his presence would bring calamity to this world, but his arrival was not by his own volition. He bore no blame. Thus, he would not leave, and regardless of any crises that may arise in the future, Sun Yu would protect those who mattered to him with his own hands. "No need to deliberate. I will not accompany you," he stated firmly. "Might I trouble you to step aside, time realm deity? I must deal with that individual and return to Earth swiftly, lest my friends grow anxious." Sun Yu pointed towards Frisia, who stood behind the god of time. He certainly had not forgotten about this fiend. Though time on this planet had come to a temporary halt, the threat remained unabated. Upon hearing Sun Yu's words, the god of time raised his hand to his forehead, exclaiming in exasperation, "Have you truly absorbed what I have said? You will come to regret this." "Regret can be contemplated later. For now, allow me to eliminate this scoundrel. He should not meet his end at your hands. If I had not witnessed this, it would be one thing, but since I have, I cannot simply turn a blind eye. What then do you propose?" "I shall take him away." Striving to minimize the temporal disruptions, the god of time paid no heed to Sun Yu's protests. Instead, she lifted the motionless Frisia and waved her hand, opening a distorted passage behind her. Before departing, the god of time solemnly addressed Sun Yu. "I hope you will reflect deeply on this matter. I prefer not to resort to drastic measures before you create a significant calamity. Choose wisely." With those words, the god of time plunged into the warped passage without a backward glance. Sun Yu, remaining in place, scoffed dismissively, "Spare me your empty threats. You are indeed a high-ranking deity, but as far as I know, you lack any combat prowess." Sun Yu suddenly felt that the motives of the time Kaioshin in taking Frisia were rather insidious. Despite her appearance as an adorable loli, she was, in truth, an ancient creature who had lived for countless ages, harboring malevolent intentions. Lost in thought as he gazed at the spot where the time Kaioshin had vanished, Sun Yu failed to notice a spark landing upon his hair. Sizzle! A wisp of blue smoke began to rise from his golden locks, and Sun Yu abruptly realized something was amiss. Frantically, he touched his scalp, exclaiming, "Ouch, ouch, ouch. Even a Super Saiyan can feel pain." Boom! A surge of molten lava erupted nearby, and Sun Yu felt an overwhelming urge to curse. The time Kaioshin had left without a moment's notice, providing him no opportunity for escape. Given the current circumstances, this planet